I actually traveled through time. I wonder if it's possible to go back. Liu Yi stood in an open space and couldn't help but let out a sigh. He felt that he was really unlucky. He thought that he was at least tall, rich and handsome on a blue planet called Earth, with a goddess-like girlfriend, and was already at the peak of his life. But who knew that when he woke up, he actually traveled through time to this dangerous Marvel world and returned to the time before liberation. He had no money and no goddess-like girlfriend. What about time travel? He really didn't like it and didn't want to travel through time. He just wanted to go home and continue to be a second generation and live his decadent second generation life. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Finally, Liu Yi couldn't help but wailed. Damn God, you fucking tricked me. Along with this wailing, a strange voice sounded in Liu Yi's mind. Ding, the host's emotions are violently shaken. The system is officially turned on. The system is turning on. Please wait. This sound is very strange and abrupt. He was really startled and subconsciously couldn't help looking around. After making sure that there was no one around, he came back to his senses. After reading online articles for so many years, how could Liu Yi not know that this was the legendary welfare of the time traveler? That is the legendary system that Liu Yi couldn't help but feel excited. This was the foundation of his existence in the Marvel world. Without it, it would be extremely difficult for him to survive in the Marvel world. He had never underestimated the Marvel world. With a nervous mood, Liu Yi did not continue to stay where he was. It was not safe here. He needed a safe place. Fortunately, he still had such a safe place. After crossing to the Marvel world, although he had lost his money and girlfriend in his previous life, he still had 3 pounds of nails in his broken boat in this world. He had a house not far from here, which was left by his parents. This house may be a little shabby, and the surrounding security is not very good, but is relatively safe inside, as long as the door is blocked tightly. Walking into his house and closing the door, He hadn't done anything else, and the voice of the system happened to appear again. The system is now activated, and infinite powerful people are at your service. It has been detected that the host's world level is too high, the host's strength is too low, and the difficulty index is off the charts. So emergency measures are being initiated. Emergency measures in progress. Emergency measures have been initiated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an optimization extraction opportunity. Extraction opportunity? What the hell? Before Liu Yi could express his question, the system spoke again, solving Liu Yi's doubts in a timely manner. This system is called the Infinite Power System, and it aims to cultivate strong men with infinite power and no weaknesses by extracting the strong men from all the heavens and worlds, obtaining their advantages and abilities. So this chance to draw is the chance to draw a strong one. That's right, the host is still a bit smart. This chance to draw is a chance to draw a strong one. The system once again gave a humane answer. After hearing the system's answer, Liu Yi became even more excited. Can we start now? Anytime. Then draw quickly. Liu Yi said impatiently. Marvel was too dangerous. After Liu Yi figured out that the world he was in was Marvel, he had no sense of security and couldn't sleep well at night, fearing that disaster would strike at any time, but he had no chance to change his fate before. But now that he had the chance, he naturally couldn't let it go. He chose to draw the strong man at the first time. Congratulations to the host for drawing Clark Kent, the super powerful man from the DC dimension. Liu Yi couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard this. Others might not know, but how could Liu Yi not know? Isn't Clark Kent the name of Superman? It's the DC dimension again, so it must be Superman. Gulp. Liu Yi first swallowed his saliva, then excitedly said to the system, since I have drawn Clark Kent, does that mean I can get his abilities? Yes. The system's affirmative answer fell into Liu Yi's ears, making Liu Yi feel like his heart was about to jump out, and he couldn't help but feel dry mouth. Give me superhuman powers. As soon as Liu Yi finished speaking, a warm current surged out from his heart, flowing through his limbs and bones, penetrating all his cells, and transforming his cells and his body in a strange way. His body also became stronger, which he could feel. System, what's going on? Can you explain it to me? Liu Yi clearly felt how powerful he was, but this kind of power was still far from Superman's power that could destroy everything in his world. Yes, the host's chance of extraction is a semi-perfect extraction chance, and he only gets Superman's abilities, but Superman's strength is not included. Optimized extraction. The system's extraction opportunities are divided into 3 categories: normal extraction opportunities, optimized extraction opportunities, and perfect extraction opportunities. Of the 3 extraction opportunities, the normal extraction opportunity is the weakest, and through this opportunity, you can only get abilities that have not changed. The optimized extraction opportunity is slightly weaker, and you can get abilities that have no shortcomings after optimization and 10% of your strength. The perfect extraction opportunity is the strongest, and you can get both abilities that are so strong that they have no weaknesses and the corresponding 100% of your strength. In other words, I now have the abilities of an optimized Superman and 1/10 of Superman's strength. That's right. Then the optimized Superman's abilities should not be afraid of kryptonite and should be resistant to magic, right? That's right. Although Superman is strong, he has 2 weaknesses before he fully grows up and reaches the ultimate form. The first one is kryptonite. Kryptonite of various colors will have various effects on Superman. Some will make Superman weaker, and some will change Superman's personality, and so on. All very strange. The second one is magic. Superman's resistance to magic is very low, and it can cause damage to him. The optimized Superman has obviously optimized these 2 weaknesses. Now Liu Yi is a Superman without weaknesses. Liu Yi raised his hands in front of his eyes, took a look, and suddenly said, how strong am I now? What abilities do I have? Superman is also divided into stages, and the strength of Superman in different stages is also different. Strong Superman, such as Golden Superman and Thinking Superman, are immortal, distort the timeline, and are extremely powerful. Weak Superman, like the Bronze Age Superman, is the same thing, and maybe even Thor can't beat him. Liu Yi didn't know which period he had drawn Clark Kent from, so he could only ask the system about his own strength level to confirm it. Strength, over 10,000 tons, punch force, 30,000 tons, speed, 20 times the speed of sound, eyes, super thermal vision, super transparent eyes, ears, super hearing, medium free hearing, no need for any material to transmit sound, can hear sound in space, super intelligence, super fast calculation speed, comparable to a supercomputer, defense, can form a special protective force field to protect the body and clothes from damage. The body's bones and muscles are extremely dense and can resist missiles, and are immune to all poisons and chemicals, and the body is consistent inside and outside. Physiology. Energy is provided by the sun, and after the body absorbs the sun's energy, it can store tens of millions of times of it in its own body. No oxygen is needed. Huge lung capacity, can spray hurricanes. All senses are super strong. The system's voice echoed in Liu Yi's mind, showing his current strength one by one. So strong. Liu Yi couldn't help but exclaimed, the system is indeed a system. It is really amazing. It only takes a few seconds for an ordinary person to become a strong man. I wonder how I would fare against a strong man in the Marvel world now. With Liu Yi's current strength, he should be considered a strong man on Marvel's Earth, as long as he does not encounter targeted enemies. He is now particularly curious about his chances of winning against those powerful guys. As Liu Yi was thinking this, suddenly, a loud noise came from a wall. Liu Yi subconsciously turned his head and moved his sight to the wall where the sound came from. Within a thousandth of a second, he saw that the wall bulged in slow motion. The wall skin peeled off, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the bricks and stones. Then, at an absolutely slow speed, the wall moved towards the inside. It flew in the direction where Liu Yi was. Regardless of anything else, Liu Yi curiously stretched out a finger and tapped one of the bricks. Then, before Liu Yi could do anything else, everything returned to normal speed. Bricks and stones flew like sharp arrows, and the flying sand and dust stirred up clouds of smoke. Lu Yi's house was instantly covered by the sharp arrows and smoke. In a misty smoke, there was a crackling sound in the house. No one knew what was destroyed. Lu Yi's face quickly darkened. Who did he offend? He was sitting at home, and disaster came from him. He came from the sky, and he did nothing, but his place of residence was destroyed. The cost of living in the United States is already very high. This time, life has become even more difficult due to this unexpected disaster. It is a question whether Lu Yi's previous savings are enough to repair the house. And no matter what happens in the future, Lu Yi now just wants to find a guy who destroyed his house and beat him up to vent his anger. Without any hesitation, Lu Yi instinctively opened his super perspective eyes, and through the misty smoke and thick walls, he began to look for the guy who dared to make trouble. With the opening of the super perspective eyes, everything around him was presented to Lu Yi in another posture without reservation. The translucent buildings with rough outlines, the human skeletons that were crawling in a panic, etc. were all within Lu Yi's sight. Excluding stationary objects, panicked human skeletons, and various buildings, Lu Yi soon locked his sight on two figures at the corner of the street who were 3 meters tall, with rough skeletons and amazing bone density that in the whole street. Only the two of them had the ability to demolish his house. If it wasn't them, who else could have done it? Great, I finally found you guys. Lu Yi gritted his teeth and said. His body slowly rose into the air, flew out of his room through the broken wall, and instantly broke through the speed of sound, rushing towards the two bastards with unparalleled power. The two bastards didn't know what they had done and what was waiting for them next, and continued the battle they had just been fighting as if no one was around. Hunk! Of the two bastards, the one with a body shape closer to that of a human roared, and suddenly jumped up from the ground after crushing the concrete floor in his torn pants, jumping over more than 10 cars, and punched the other bastard who looked like him but was obviously a monster. The bastard who looked like a monster saw the punch from the bastard with a body shape more like that of a human, and jumped up unwilling to be outdone, opened his thick arms, and rushed towards the bastard. Opposite, the two bastards were both very large in tonnage, and no one doubted their fighting power. Although they didn't know what the result would be, they still believed that this was destined to be a fierce battle, and no matter which of the two bastards, it was destined to be beaten away by the other, and then cause serious damage to ordinary people like them. They could almost see this. However, just when they thought they'd figured out the truth, an unexpected situation occurred. In full view of the crowd, between the two bastards, a normal-sized human suddenly appeared behind a sonic boom cloud that was so powerful that it destroyed all the glass on both sides of the street. He stretched out his hands and stood between the two bastards whose fists were as big as sandbags and whose arms could run horses. Almost everyone was stunned by this scene. They had seen people who were afraid of death, but they had never seen such a fearless person. They had seen the destructive power of the two bastards before. After the two of them wreaked havoc, there was basically no intact place in the entire block. Lu Yi's sudden appearance here was a death wish in their eyes. They turned their heads away in dismay. If they had not continued to flee, they would have closed their eyes long ago and could not bear to watch the bloody scene that was about to happen. Only some soldiers who were paying attention to this place did not turn their heads. They were used to seeing the separation of life and death, and could watch it even if it was bloody. Thanks to this, they saw a scene that they would never forget. Lu Yi, who was between the two bastards and was sure to be crushed by the two's huge strength in the eyes of the crowd, was not. He was alive and well, better than anyone else. Just when the two bastards were about to collide, Lu Yi stretched out his arms, which looked completely disproportionate to the two bastards and were just like bean sprouts, and used these two arms to press against the fists and heads of the two bastards respectively. Bang! Bang! Two loud noises sounded almost at the same time. After Lu Yi's arm shook slightly, the two bastards just stopped in midair. What? One of the two bastards, the one who looked like a human, couldn't help but yell in shock. Surprised? There are even more surprising things. Lu Yi looked at one of the bastards who was screaming in shock, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He made claws with his 5 fingers and grabbed the two bastards with his 2 hands. His arms trembled slightly, and the two bastards were grabbed by Lu Yi. Boom! A dull sound rang out, and the two bastards collided with each other under the control of Lu Yi's arms. The hard body, full of exoskeletons, made a friendly contact with the equally hard head. Get out of here! Lu Yi yelled angrily, and with both hands, he threw the two bastards out, and they both fell on the concrete floor. 2 more crashes sounded, and the ground cracked instantly, and gravel splashed up, hitting the car, making dents one after another, hitting the wall, making shallow pits one after another. Why don't you stop being so wild? Keep on being wild. Looking at the two bastards shaking their heads and looking dizzy on the ground, Lu Yi heaved a sigh of relief. This wasn't because Lu Yi had let out the frustration in his heart, but because Lu Yi was simply happy that he could beat up the Hulk and the Abomination so easily. It was so cool. In the past, it felt so cool and powerful to watch those two smashing things around in the movies. Now it was me who was smashing things with them. This feeling was really indescribable. Roar. The Abomination recovered first, and the dizziness in his head disappeared a lot. He gave up his enemy, the Hulk, and roared at Lu Yi. He was as powerful as thunder, stepping on the ground and making shallow pits, and ran towards Lu Yi. Hunk. The Hulk also recovered, roared unwillingly, and ran towards Lu Yi with heavy steps, wanting to make Lu Yi regret what he had done before. However, before he could run far, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of him and rushed towards him with a roar. Before he could react, he was hit, and his body was continuously pushed back by a powerful force. When he retreated a long distance, he could see clearly what the figure that hit him was. It was a hideous and terrifying person, Abomination. It turned out that Abomination was hit in the chest by Lu Yi's punch as soon as he approached Lu Yi. He was blown away and collided with the Hulk who was rushing forward. Hulk! The Hulk was very angry at Lu Yi's behavior. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, one in front of the other, leaving 2 deep, sliding marks on the ground. After forcing himself to stop, he pushed away the hatred on his body with one hand, squatted slightly with his legs, and then jumped from the ground and jumped in front of Lu Yi. Before he really jumped over, 2 red beams of light shot out from Lu Yi's eyes, passing through the heavy space and hitting his chest, and the thermal vision was activated. The Hulk has thick skin and flesh, and the thermal vision cannot easily break the Hulk's defense, but the shockwave generated by the thermal vision has a significant impact on the Hulk. The Hulk's body retreated uncontrollably as Lu Yi continued to move forward, even though half of the Hulk's feet had already stepped into the hard concrete ground of the road. Hulk! The Hulk put his hands in front of his eyes, blocking the light generated by the thermal vision on one side, and constantly roaring in anger on the other side, struggling weakly. But Lu Yi had no intention of letting him go. While releasing the thermal vision, he approached the Hulk regardless, making him continue to endure the pain brought by the thermal vision to AT this time. Deafening cheers rang out throughout the block. The ordinary people who had been suppressed for a long time by the brutal Hulk and the brutal Abomination saw the 2 people who were also suppressed, and their emotions were churning. They had a feeling of turning the tables and becoming the masters. Don't want. Amidst the cheers, a very discordant voice with a slightly crying tone suddenly sounded from the sky. It was the Hulk's girlfriend who couldn't help seeing the Hulk suffering. Hearing this slightly crying voice, Lu Yi frowned slightly, didn't continue, and retracted his gaze. It was not because the Hulk's girlfriend's crying tone moved Lu Yi, but because the Hulk's girlfriend reminded Lu Yi that this was the Hulk. He just destroyed his house, and he didn't have a deep hatred with him. It was okay to let him suffer a little. There was no need to be too cruel. The cruel hand should be used on a hateful one. Anyway, this guy deserves to die, and it doesn't matter if he's killed. Roar. Lu Yi was just about to relax his attack on the Hulk, when the Abomination, who was ignored by Lu Yi, came in not far from Lu Yi, let out an excited roar, ran to not far from Lu Yi as fast as thunder, and jumped up. His purpose was very simple. When Lu Yi was teaching Hulk a lesson, he would sneak attack Lu Yi and let Lu Yi, the sad little bug, know who's the real strong one and who has the right to decide the fate of others. Lu Yi was suspended in the sky, but not high. The abomination jumped lightly and came in front of Lu Yi, raised his sandbag-sized fist, and hit Lu Yi. This punch was really good. Before it hit Lu Yi felt the strong wind pressure. The strong wind blew Lu Yi's hair, sticking to his scalp, letting Lu Yi know that this punch was definitely not light, and the force used was not small at all. Very strong, Lu Yi exclaimed in amazement, but soon the exclamation changed and turned into a hint of sarcasm. But no matter how strong you are just a fake. You'll never be the Hulk. Your potential is just like this. Lu Yi's words hit the pain point of Abomination. The angry roar sounded again, and the arm of Abomination that hit Lu Yi suddenly swelled up, and the arm hit Lu Yi more forcefully. Seeing this, Lu Yi closed his thermal vision, his head flashed slightly, and he easily dodged the punch from Abomination. He grabbed the wrist of Abomination's fist with one hand and slapped Abomination's cheek with the other hand. Snap! The back of Lu Yi's hand made close contact with Abomination's cheek. Abomination was like a spinning top, and Lu Yi's arm was like a whip that whipped the spinning top, making Abomination, the spinning top, spin in place. Abomination spun for dozens of rounds before stopping, but when it stopped, one side of Abomination's cheek was already swollen, 3 or 4 teeth were spit out, and green blood was also all over his mouth. Humble little bug, I must kill you. The hateful eyes were full of murderous intent and roared. The hateful no longer cared about his own wounds, stepped on the ground, dragged his heavy body, but flexibly rushed towards Lu Yi. It seems that the Hulk's gene only makes your body stronger, but it doesn't make you grow brains, and you can't even tell the strength of the situation. Looking at the hatred rushing towards him, Lu Yi fell from the sky without any hesitation, and stepped on the ground in the same way, leaving a deep pit surrounded by spider webs on the ground, and then rushed towards the hatred like a cannonball. The hatred was not surprised but happy to see this. He had never been afraid of Lu Yi until now. Looking at Lu Yi rushing towards him like a cannonball, he became faster, smiled grimly, raised his fist, and hit the oncoming Lu Yi. He followed suit and raised a fist to hit the fist of the hatred. He laughed with hatred and madness. You should be the one to die. Lu Yi said calmly without changing his expression. Arrogance and calmness formed a sharp contrast. Under the sharp contrast, there was another sharp contrast. 2 fists of completely different sizes collided together, making the contrast even sharper, forming a sharp contrast far beyond that formed by arrogance and calmness. Bang! The fists collided with each other, making a loud noise and also setting off a huge wind pressure. The strong wind blew from the place where the 2 fists met, blowing the stones on the ground and the abandoned cars on the street. The destructive power of the 2 was so strong that at this point, after the fists collided and showed the amazing destructive power of the 2, the arrogance on the face of the hatred could not help but pause, and then he could not help but reveal a painful expression, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball. The body of the hatred hit a wall and instantly smashed through the wall, but the body continued to fly backwards uncontrollably, smashing through dozens of walls before barely stopping at a T this time. Lu Yi kicked away the broken bricks and stones blocking the road, came in front of the hatred, looked down at the hatred with calm eyes. Damn reptile. How dare you hurt the great Abomination? Looking at the arm that was trembling after being hit by Lu Yi, the Abomination roared without a brain, great hatred? I really don't see how you are great. You were beaten like a dog by me. Lu Yi's words were like a sharp sword, piercing deeply into the heart of hatred, which severely damaged his already hypocritical self-esteem. He felt very bad, and his anger rose rapidly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent when he looked at Lu Yi. Hate will kill you. Hate only had time to let out this last roar before anger dominated his mind. His body also swelled by 3 points because of anger. The bone spurs on his body began to grow again, turning into an even more terrifying killing weapon. Transformed again. But do you think this will work? Without any hesitation, after saying this, Lu Yi flashed in front of the Abomination. Before he could react, he raised one foot, adjusted the angle, and kicked the Abomination in front of him. The Abomination once again turned into a cannonball and flew out of its current location. Its body rose into the air and continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small black dot. After doing all this, Lu Yi bent his knees and kicked the ground hard. The moment his body was in the air, he activated his flying ability and quickly chased above the body of the Abomination, punching the Abomination again. Ugh. Lu Yi's fist hit the back of the Abomination. The Abomination couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of green blood. The upward momentum slowed down, and his eyes rolled back like a meteor falling from the sky. Not everyone can withstand a powerful blow of 10,000 tons, not even the Abomination. The Hulk might be able to, but not before he gets even angrier. It was still the familiar American street, but it was no longer prosperous. Ruins and abandoned cars blocked the street. On the street, darkness swallowed up the light of neon lights. In the silent night, there were only 1 or 2 children crying from time to time, and the crying was quickly suppressed by the adults around them. Everyone raised their heads silently and looked at the sky with expectation, as if they were expecting something. George was one of these people. He was a newspaper reporter. On his way home from work, he was affected by the Hulk and the Abomination. He abandoned his car and walked to the street to escape. He was almost taken care of by the Abomination. When the Abomination just jumped up, he was not far from the Abomination. He stood there, stunned, and then almost got affected and was hit by the aftermath of the fight between the Abomination and the Hulk. He once saw a poor man who was hit by the aftermath of the battle between Abomination and Hulk. He was directly crushed into a pulp with blood and flesh flying everywhere. He dared not eat bloody steaks and hamburger meat ever since that it was really disgusting. He also thought that he would end up like this, but just when he was ready to die, an accident happened. Lu Yi came down like a god and saved him who should have died. He survived, while Abomination and Hulk were beaten and abused. He has never been so excited as he is now. He stared at Lu Yi, at Abomination and Hulk who were being beaten by Lu Yi, and put himself in the situation. We must win. We must win. Kill them. Kill these 2 monsters. George clenched his fists, looked at the 2 barely visible black dots in the sky, and cheered Lu Yi on. Look! A loud shout suddenly sounded in the silent night, touching the hearts of countless people, causing them to quickly raise their sore necks, glance across the sky, and lock onto 2 barely visible black dots in the sky. The 2 black dots collided with each other, and a slightly larger black was knocked down by the slightly smaller one. The slightly larger black that even seemed to be ignited in the night sky, and began to glow red, just like a meteorite falling from the sky. This meteorite once again touched the hearts of these people, and they ran recklessly towards the place where the meteorite landed. Boom! Just like a real meteorite falling from the sky, a loud bang sounded, and a terrifying shockwave was set off from the landing point of the meteorite, blowing the clothes of the people close to the meteorite. Look at the sky. George kept staring at the sky and shouted. Everyone looked up, and Lu Yi appeared above them without knowing when. Under the guidance of an invisible force, he slowly descended with the posture of a winner. The people on the street instantly fell into a frenzy, looking at Lu Yi, yearning for him, and gave Lu Yi their most encouraging cheers. Lu Yi did not care about the cheers of these people, and gently landed on the ground full of spiderweb-like cracks. Amid the cheers of the crowd, he walked in front of the hatred in the pit, and once again looked down at him from a high position. Is he dead? He tapped the Abomination's arm with his toes, but he still didn't react, and his eyelids didn't move at all. You can fake the death of a person's body, but you can't fake your eyelids. As long as you are conscious, you can't help but tremble. Looks like he's really dead. Just as Lu Yi made his judgment, the system's voice suddenly appeared in his mind, causing him to be startled. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Hulk and killing the Abomination, and obtaining one chance for optimized extraction and one chance for perfect extraction. What's going on with the system? Louis couldn't help but ask. This system is an infinite strong system. As the master of the system, you have the opportunity to extract the strong and get everything they have, but the opportunity requires the host's own efforts. As long as the host defeats the enemy, the system will give the host a chance based on the level of the enemy defeated by the host. Just like this time now. I killed the Abomination, so I have a perfect draw chance. I defeated the Hulk, so I have an optimized draw chance, right? Down. Killing the Abomination gives you an optimized chance to draw, and defeating the Hulk gives you a perfect chance to draw. How could it be? Is it because they are at different levels? Louis seemed to have thought of something and said without thinking. That's right. It's because of their different levels. The Abomination is just a defective product, and the Hulk is the real superior product. So it is like this. Speaking of this, one thing I have to say is that the host's luck is still quite good. How to say? The Hulk is not as simple as you think. He has infinite power of anger. The stronger the anger, the stronger the power. It will never be as easy for the host to deal with the Hulk as it is now. Louis also knew this. The Hulk had been given some drugs before, and now he can't fully exert the power of infinite anger. Louis took advantage of a loophole and took this opportunity to defeat the Hulk. If the Hulk without any problem stood in front of Louis and fought with Louis, it would be really not easy for Louis to deal with him. That kind of infinite power of anger is really not ordinary strong, and the strength has almost no bottom line. How can such a person be defeated so easily? Louis really took advantage of a loophole, so I got a great deal. It can be considered as such, but it can only happen once and not twice. This is actually a system loophole, and the system has been upgraded to address this. In the future, the host will not get a chance to draw if he defeats a strong person who is already in a negative state. Aren't you moving too fast? Louis said speechlessly. There is actually a reason for acting quickly. If you don't act quickly, the host will inevitably take advantage of this loophole to gain opportunities to draw, which is not a good thing. Am I that kind of person? Louis said with an innocent look on his face, shrugging his shoulders. Obviously yes. A huge speechless expression instantly appeared on Louis's face. Being thought of this way by the system really broke Louis's heart. The host has time to pay attention to this fact that cannot be changed. I think the host should try the perfect extraction opportunity. This may make the host stronger. This is not a safe world. In order to live better and longer, the host must continue to become stronger. The system's words make sense. Louis has no power to refute it, nor does he want to refute it. After all, everything is just as the system said. Marvel is really too dangerous. Quickly adjusting his mentality, Louis said to the system, System, perform a perfect extraction. I want to draw another strong man to become stronger. After Louis finished speaking, he waited for another 10 seconds before the system's voice appeared again. Congratulations to the host for extracting the powerful Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore from the Harry Potter dimension. Is it him? Louis didn't know whether to describe himself as lucky or unlucky. Dumbledore's situation was very special. His strength could be described as weak or strong. His skills were very strange. Some involved rules, while others were just jokes. It was hard to judge. Since the host is performing a perfect extraction, all the extracted strength, skills, experience, talents, and everything else will be infused into the host. During this process, the host may experience some discomfort, so please be patient. The system's voice fell, but it did not give Louis any time to react. A lot of information accompanied by a warm current appeared in Louis's mind and body out of thin air, and instantly merged with Louis. The warm current was okay. Basically, there was no discomfort. On the contrary, it was very comfortable. But the information flow was completely different. Louis only felt that a red-hot iron rod was inserted into his head, stirring back and forth. The things that Dumbledore experienced in his life were poured into Louis's mind in an instant, and it was too much, making Louis feel quite unbearable. Fortunately, this feeling came quickly and disappeared quickly. In a few seconds, Louis completely digested the things in his mind and turned them into his own things. Louis's brain is still very strong now. If it hadn't been instilled into his mind all at once, he wouldn't have felt any pain. Now is not the time to talk about these things. Louis now needs to settle the score later. System, is this what you said is a little uncomfortable? Are you kidding me? Isn't it uncomfortable? According to the system's calculation of the host's current brain capacity, there will be no substantial damage, and the host's powerful brain cells will not be damaged. Isn't this uncomfortable? You are obviously quibbling. Don't worry about these details. Doesn't the host want to try the current magic? These magics are quite good and all-encompassing. Well, Louis must admit that the system's words are very tempting. He should really try the magic in his mind. What about my wand? Casting spells requires a wand, right? The host is using perfect extraction. Everything has been optimized. The host can cast spells perfectly without a wand, and even without chanting. Of course, if the host feels that this is not exciting enough, it is also possible to use it. The system can provide a magic wand. Is this still possible? The magic wand is dispensable, but even so, give it to me. I can take it back and keep it if I don't need it. Adhering to the attitude that it is a bastard not to take advantage of a bargain, Louis did not refuse the magic wand and asked for it from the system. He cannot use it, but he can't not take it. As Louis said, he can take it back and keep it if he doesn't need it. Since the system said that it would provide the magic wand in a friendly manner, it is naturally not unprepared. At the moment when Louis's voice fell, a black light appeared in Louis's hand. The black light dissipated, revealing the magic wand that was already in his hand. The magic wand also played its magical role at this time. A wonderful feeling of flesh and blood connection appeared between Louis and the magic wand. Louis could see some magic particles rotating around him with his naked eyes. This is something Louis has never seen before. Louis's eyes are now strengthened and stronger than ordinary microscopes, but he has never seen magic particles. Just now, Louis saw and felt that they were surrounding him, between heaven and earth. What a wonderful feeling. Holding the magic wand, Louis pointed to a piece of rubble and suddenly said, "Restore it to its original state." In Louis's vision, magic particles began to run violently along a specific trajectory, and the piece of rubble pointed by Louis began to show abnormal changes. The broken building fragments on the ground, the broken glass shards, the fallen signs, the crushed furniture, electrical appliances, etc., were all under the control of a power called magic. They floated up from the ground little by little, returned to their original places, adhered to their original places, eliminated the traces of cracks, and became complete again in just a few tens of seconds. The piece of rubble that Louis pointed with the magic wand restored its original appearance and became clean and tidy again. If it weren't for the bloody corpses still left on the ground, the broken buildings around, and the stunned people, it would really be as if nothing had happened. In a way, it is indeed powerful. Creation is always more difficult than destruction, just like you can easily break a mirror, but it is difficult to put it back to its original state. In a split second, the broken building was restored again. This was no longer something that a mortal could do. The powerful physical strength, the terrifying energy emission, the magical special power, all of this combined into a terrifying existence, a collection of special powers. Absolute reason, terrifying power. This is the weapon I crave. Ross has come down from the plane and stood in front of more than 100 soldiers. He looked at Louis with fanatical eyes, and there was no longer the figure of the Hulk in his eyes. Are you crazy? Ross's daughter, the Hulk's ex-girlfriend, looked at her fanatical father Ross and said in disbelief, "No, I'm not crazy. I'm the most sober now, more sober than ever before." Ross said with disdain without looking back at his daughter. Behind Ross, shoulder-fired rocket launchers were in place among the hundreds of soldiers. Above their heads, helicopters were roaring and Gatling guns were already set up. He's the savior of all of us, and this is how you repay him. How I repay him is none of your business. You are just an ordinary person. Besides, I don't really want to kill him. I just asked him to go back and cooperate with our investigation and research. Ross looked at his daughter coldly, like a cold killing weapon, not a person. There was no mercy in his words. Ross's daughter looked at Ross with disbelief, as if she didn't know this person. She really didn't know where the father who loved her had gone. You must be crazy. I won't allow you to do this. I don't need your permission. After saying this to his daughter, Ross turned to the soldier behind him and said, "Soldier, take her to a safe place and lock her up." "Yes, sir." No, you can't do this to me. When she heard that her father was going to lock her up, she immediately began to struggle, but her frail body was no match for the two strong and burly soldiers, and she was carried away from here. Everybody get ready. Yes, sir. The soldiers walked out from behind Ross and prepared for the positions they had already designed. It's a really unique ability, but there are too many disgusting bugs. Louis looked around, his eyes becoming colder. What's the point of being far away? Louis can see what he wants to see and hear what he wants to hear. There is no point at all. Hello, sir. Thank you for your help. Rose walked up to Louis and said in a friendly manner, let me introduce myself. I'm Ross, a general in the military. General? That's rare. Why are you here instead of focusing on your military training? Want to thank me? I'm giving you a Good Citizen Award. Yes, there is a thank you award, and there is also a Good Citizen Award. But before that, I would like to ask you to come back with me to be evaluated and investigated. Evaluation? Investigation? Are you sure that's all? No research or anything? Of course not. You are the lifesaver of tens of thousands of citizens. How could we do this? Ross showed an extremely hypocritical smile and said to Louis Dow, do you think I am a fool? Or do you think yourself a fool? How can you say such stupid things? It seems that you don't know what's best for you. If that's the case, don't blame me for being violent. After saying this, Ross suddenly let out a loud roar. Get started. Countless soldiers rushed out from the corners, and the helicopter hovered about 40 meters away from Louis. They took up their positions, raised their weapons, pointed their guns at Louis, and surrounded Louis. Do you really think you can defeat me like this? Faced with so many soldiers, Louis said calmly, this is indeed not enough. But what about this? As Ross finished speaking, two helicopters fully armed with missiles appeared from the other side of the building with a rumbling sound, locking onto Louis. Fuck. What do you want? He's our savior. You can't do this. You son of a bitch. You should all be court-martialed. I will never let you go. When this is over, I will protest in front of the White House. I'm not afraid that you bitches will take me to a military court and make me the loser. Count me in. I'll go too. Before Louis could express his opinion, angry curses rang out. The grateful people who were saved by Louis were full of shame for Ross's behavior, but it was just shame. They couldn't get more help. They could only do this, but Louis didn't need it. These weapons couldn't even deal with the beast like the Hulk, let alone Louis, a strong man. These soldiers and these weapons were a joke among jokes. They had no meaning at all. Don't think you were so powerful, and don't think we are so weak. We are the US military, which has the strongest military power in the world. These are just the vanguard troops, and the main force will be here soon. In reality, you'll just have to surrender. Don't blame us if you don't know what's best for you. Really? Why don't I believe it? Do you want to give it a try? Arrogant. Really arrogant. But it was this arrogance that stimulated the adrenaline of many people present. Ordinary citizens were excited, seeing the joke of the US military, and the soldiers were frustrated, looking at Louis with murderous intent. They had never experienced such an experience. This atmosphere even affected Ross, who gave the order to attack with a gloomy face, and the battle was about to break out. Attack. Helicopters cover the ground troops. Ross took out the walkie-talkie and shouted loudly. After shouting, Ross retreated to the rear. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, and the commander should not appear on the front line. This is an established rule. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of pistols, rifles, machine guns, and Gatling guns resounded through the sky, and bullets of various types poured out like a rainstorm and fell on Louis, trying to beat Louis into a sieve. If you want to study a person, you don't necessarily need that person to be alive. You can also die, and even just some blood and some body tissues are enough. So they didn't care whether Louis was dead or alive, nor did they care whether Louis was intact. All the soldiers fired frantically for half a minute until the sun. The bullets were almost all fired, and the barrel of the Gatling gun was red and hot before it was over. However, what happened next made these soldiers feel like they had walked naked to the North Pole. Their bodies and minds were cold, and panic and helplessness replaced their previous madness and anger. Louis was standing there intact, without any wounds, and his clothes were not even damaged. On the other hand, the ground was full of dry bullets, so densely packed that people with claustrophobia would definitely not want to take a second look. Horror, extremely terrifying. The air was frozen, and no sound could be heard on the entire street. Bang. I don't know which soldier was so scared that his gun dropped to the ground, making a noise that finally broke the calm. Devil, he is a devil. I want to go home. I don't want to be a soldier anymore. Shit, is the commander crazy? He actually asked us to deal with such a terrifying guy. Shit, I can't just sit there and wait to die. I want to run. Sometimes the morale of the army collapses so quickly, from the previous heroic and high-spirited to the current disorganized army. Just a moment is enough. Everyone has seen with their own eyes that the bullets hit Louis's body and even his eyes without reservation, but these bullets are completely useless. The bullets were crushed by the powerful impact force and could not cause even a little damage to Louis. Ross, who was retreating, also saw this and couldn't help but gasp. It was too terrifying, just like a god or demon, but Ross didn't want to give up. He saw the horror of Louis and the power of the weapons and super soldiers developed by Louis. He didn't want to give up. Launch the missiles. Ross gritted his teeth and shouted into the intercom, but sir, this is downtown. Missiles are a backup measure and should not be used in urban areas. Otherwise, they should have been used when dealing with the Hulk and the Abomination instead of letting them wreak havoc. Follow orders, soldier. Yes, sir. The helicopter didn't say anything. After locking onto Louis, it opened a cover and pressed a red button. As the red button was pressed, a slightly smaller missile under the helicopter instantly broke away and rushed towards Louis with an orange red light. Louis seemed to have already discovered this. At the moment the missile was launched, he turned his head and looked at the missile with sharp eyes. How do you launch missiles in a busy city? Ross, do you not want your position as general anymore? Louis's eyes sank slightly, but this time he did not choose to bear it hard. The shockwave generated by the explosion was enough to destroy everything within a range of more than 10 meters with him as the center, and the aftermath would also cause huge damage. These are not the most critical. The most critical thing is that behind him is his residence, his house. Although his house is now in great ruins, it is still possible to save it, especially after he has mastered magic. If it is broken into pieces, even if it can be saved, it will take a lot of effort. It is better not to bear it hard, and it is best to use some clever methods, just like now. Louis raised his hand and waved at the missile, and a light flashed on his fingers. A ray of light made of magic power rushed out from the top of the magic wand, hitting the missile that was launched, and it touched the missile, causing some wonderful changes. As this change occurred, Louis rose from the ground at a high speed, flew to the side of the missile, and kicked the missile. The missile was kicked away in an instant, turned into a stream of light and disappeared from everyone's sight. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva sounded so uniform that the originally small sound echoed throughout the block. Boom. Before they could do anything, a roar suddenly sounded in the sky, and the missile kicked away by Louis finally exploded. A huge fireball appeared in the sky, illuminating all directions, but this fireball was a bit strange. It was different from the usual fireballs that radiated light and heat in all directions and caused huge damage. Instead, it was more like fireworks, without the terrifying light and heat, but only the gorgeous sound and light. The missile turned into a firework. This was the first thought in the minds of everyone present. They opened their mouths in disbelief, looking at the sky. We can't let these people go so easily. Looking at the foolish soldiers under his feet, Louis raised his arms high, drew a few perfect circles with his arms, and controlled the fireworks in the sky to rotate a few times and turn into a long dragon of fireworks. He waved his fingers downwards, letting the long dragon of fireworks fall from the sky and rush towards those foolish soldiers. Don't want help? Run. There's a demon. Mom, I want to go home. I won't be a soldier anymore. Those foolish soldiers recovered instantly, lost their minds, wailed, cried and screamed, dropped their weapons, and ran away. Sometimes, you can't just repent and forget about the past. People have to be responsible for what they have done. Even the soldiers who want to leave will not leave. Looking at the soldiers who want to desert, Louis has no pity in his eyes. He waves the magic wand in his hand, and the long dragon of fireworks continues to move forward. Boom. The long dragon of fireworks fell from the sky, opened its mouth, and pretended to spit more. Countless fireworks spewed out of the dragon's mouth and fell on the soldiers, making them cry again. The fireworks are not lethal, but they can kill people. The hot fireworks fell on the soldiers who had no fighting spirit and let them directly show what it means to be in a hurry. Well, it's not just eyebrows, beards, hair, and sweat hair are all targets of fireworks. After a burst of fireworks, they all turned into bald black pigs, swallowing and spitting black mist, crying without tears. Here, the killing of appearance is secondary. What is more important is the killing of the soul. In the public eye, turning into a black pig is not something that everyone can bear. Ross couldn't stand this scene either. Louis was playing with the soldiers like this, which showed that he didn't take him seriously at all. It was just like slapping him in the face in front of everyone. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Send out all the missiles. Don't leave any alive. Ross' eyes were red as he gave an order into the intercom. The order contained endless killing intent. The pilot in charge of the missiles on the helicopter couldn't help but shudder when he heard it. He didn't even dare to refuse and pressed all the red buttons to launch all the missiles. We were dead. Ordinary people went crazy when they saw this scene. As one of the most powerful weapons of mankind, the power of missiles has never been ignored. Once such a large number of missiles explode, it is enough to flatten half of the street, and the remaining half will only be ruins. The army sent these missiles without caring about their lives at all. Looking for death. Louis saw all of this, and looking at the rapidly approaching missiles, his eyes strangely began to become hot, and two red light beams containing terrifying energy gushed out of Louis' eyes and fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A loud noise rang out, and the missiles that had just been launched and had not left the armed helicopter for a long time were hit by the light beams. Explosions rose one after another, and the shockwave blew the smoke and dust on the ground, accompanied by flames that covered everything, before the flames dissipated and the shockwave stopped. A scene that chilled all the soldiers present to the bone appeared again. Lui once again waved his magic wand, and all the shockwaves, light and heat generated by the missile explosions were pulled by an invisible force, turning into fireworks that soared into the sky. In the sky, he turned into a dancing clown, doing naive things in the sky, funny movements. Looking at the clown in the sky, no one really dared to laugh. They looked at it, and then looked at Louis, as if they were hit by a pinpoint acupuncture point, and they felt unwell all over. There was no need to go on any further. Louis used his actual actions to tell them what was invincible and what was like a god or devil. Ross slumped to the ground helplessly, and the sincere regret bit his heart like a poisonous snake. He regretted why he launched the attack now. Why didn't he prepare more? If he could prepare more before launching the attack, maybe it wouldn't be like this now, and it could also provide the United States with a more powerful weapon of war. Now everything is too late. The prepared Louis will be 10 times more difficult to deal with. This will be an indelible mark on his military career. Enough, let's retreat. Stop it. Looking at the soldiers who were being teased by Louis but could only endure it helplessly, Ross shouted in his hoarse voice, "Do you think this is the end?" Louis used Ross's loud shout, flew in front of him, and said condescendingly like a god or demon, "What else do you want? Don't forget that I'm a general of the US military. Just stop when you're ahead. Otherwise, you will only be hunted down endlessly." Ross looked directly at Louis and said loudly, "Are you threatening me?" "Yes." Ha ha ha. Louis couldn't help laughing so hard that tears came out. Threaten him? How funny. Why are you laughing? I laugh at your stupidity and your inability to see the situation clearly. Now I'm already powerful enough to be considered as a rival to a country. So what if it is the United States? I can directly break into the White House and kill all the senior officials of the United States, including the president. Do you think your guards can do anything to me? You dare. Ross really hadn't thought about this. Now after hearing what Louis said, he immediately realized the crux of the problem and his face quickly turned pale. Whether you dare or not is not up to you. Don't worry, I won't kill you today. Instead, I will keep you alive to let you see if I dare or not, and let other senior officials in the United States know that sometimes it is more terrible to die than to live if you offend me. As he said that, Louis picked up the magic wand, waved it gently, and threw out a beam of light, hitting Ross, who was already powerless. Ross was hit by the light and didn't feel anything at first, but the next second, he found something wrong. His body knelt on the ground uncontrollably, and his body shape began to change. His body swelled, his hands and feet became shorter, his mouth bulged outward, and his ears stretched upward. In a few seconds, Ross disappeared without a trace and was replaced by the figure of a pig. Louis turned Ross into a pig, a domestic pig with white hair. Looking at General Ross, who turned into a pig, the soldiers present finally lost their last morale, and their pupils immediately became dilated. The previous use of gods and demons to describe Louis was just a figurative metaphor, but now no one has any doubts. From today on, Louis is a god and demon in their eyes. They are loyal soldiers, but don't treat them as fools. Their minds have not been completely brainwashed by the so-called patriotism. They know what is invincible. They will not foolishly sacrifice their lives for an invincible enemy. I don't know where it started. One soldier after another knelt on the ground, throwing the weapons in their hands like hot potatoes, and putting their hands on their heads. With their actual actions, they declared their surrender to Louis. Ross needs to take into account the face of the military, but these soldiers don't need to. They will not give up the hope of living for the so-called face. It's like a chain reaction of overturning dominoes. If there is one, there will be two. Soon, all the soldiers in the entire block chose to surrender without hesitation. Ross, who had turned into a pig, saw all of this, but because he had already turned into a pig, he could not make any changes. He could only groan in anger to vent his dissatisfaction. You see, they are the real smart people. You are just a fool, and a fool who overestimates his own abilities. Do you know why I let you live? This is one of the reasons. But even if they are smart people, since they have attacked me, there is no need for them to live. Louis's figure turned into an illusory shadow, and he went around the whole block, knocking on the necks of all the surrendered soldiers. When Louis returned to where he had just stood, all the soldiers had died in Louis's hands and fell to the ground neatly. I'm afraid they never dreamed that Louis would do this and kill them all directly. Ross was very angry at Louis's behavior, but he had no room to resist after turning into a pig and losing the command of all the soldiers. Louis was too strong, and he was just a pig now, and he no longer had the identity of a human being. Looking at the powerless Ross, Louis's mood was really much better. Turning him into what he is now is really a good choice, better than killing him. Just when Louis was looking at his work with satisfaction, there was a whistling sound in the sky, and a special fighter plane fell vertically from the sky. And under the focus of everyone's attention, it came in front of Louis. Shield. Louis's eyesight was impeccable. An eagle head logo on the fighter plane appeared directly in front of Louis's eyes. This was the logo of Shield. Shield is here too. I wonder why they are here. Do they want to kill me? Or do they want to monitor me? Louis did not stop the Shield fighter from landing, and let it park not far in front of him. Click. The fighter landed smoothly, and with a slight sound, the door of the fighter opened automatically. A one-eyed man wearing a black windbreaker, a black eye mask, and a serious face walked out of the fighter, completely ignoring the soldiers kneeling on the ground around him, and walked towards Louis. "Hello, Mr. Louis. My name is Nick Fury, the current director of Shield. The president sent me to deal with the conflict between you and me." Nick Fury took a deep breath, forced his tense body to relax, and said, before coming, Nick Fury not only investigated everything about Louis, but also saw Louis's powerful performance from the military satellite. Even though he was the head of the Secret Service and had faced many dangers in his life, he couldn't help but tremble with fear when he stood in front of Louis in person. Louis also heard this fear. The first time he saw Louis keenly noticed the sound of his abnormal heartbeat, which was a special frequency that represented fear. Louis was wondering at this time whether Nick Fury had already cursed in his heart. The military had caused the trouble and made the blame, but Shield had to bear it. Nick Fury's mood now can be imagined. "I guess you don't want to waste time, so let's get to the point." Louis didn't wonder why Nick Fury knew his name, and said lightly, "Time is precious. Louis doesn't want to waste time with him. We would like to ask you to spare these innocent soldiers and transform General Ross back to his original form and hand him over to us." "Oh, then what's in it for me?" Louis didn't get angry immediately, but asked with interest. "The United States will not put you on the wanted list." To be honest, Nick Fury couldn't say this. He angered others, and shamelessly wanted to arrest the culprits. The price was just not to put you on the wanted list. Only a very thick-skinned person could say this. Sometimes, Nick Fury even doubted whether those politicians had no brains. Even if their brains were broken, they would not say such words. "I haven't said anything else. I just want to ask you one thing. If it were you, would you agree?" "I would agree." "So you were no different from those politicians?" "Haha, maybe." Nick Fury smiled awkwardly and said, "Mr. Louis, do you agree? Disagree?" "As expected. In this case, Shield will take over the incident. You can raise any request you have. We can reach an understanding after seeking common ground while reserving differences. Nick Fury said solemnly. Lue disagreed with the U.S. government's request. The matter had risen to a higher level. As a powerful organization to maintain world peace, it was necessary for him to take over the negotiations. He needed to minimize the impact of everything and ensure the world's apparent peace to the greatest extent. This has also been the purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D. since its establishment. What's more, Nick Fury had no choice but to do this. Because Nick Fury had heard a sentence from Lue. I broke into the White House directly and killed all the senior officials of the United States, including the president. Do you think the guards under your command can do anything to me? This sentence forced Nick Fury to be cautious, and even to admit his defeat humbly when necessary. Do you really want anything? Louis did not refuse immediately, but asked Nick Fury with a smile and deep eyes. He did not want to fall out with S.H.I.E.L.D. at first. S.H.I.E.L.D. has many things worth using, and temporarily maintaining friendship is very useful. Now he can take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits. Nick Fury felt uncomfortable when Louis looked at him, but after gritting his teeth, he did not change his previous words in the end. Changing his previous words at this time would make Louis even angrier. Of course, as long as I can do it. In order to prevent Louis from really asking for too much, Nick Fury did not say everything and left a little room for maneuver. Don't worry, you can definitely do it. What do you want? Nick Fury nodded noncommittally. Don't worry, let's find a quiet place to talk first. This is not a suitable place to talk about some important things that will happen next. Yeah, how about coming with me to chat inside the plane? Sure, Louis is also a skilled and courageous man. He is not worried at all that Nick Fury would trip him up and follows Nick Fury into the S.H.I.E.L.D. fighter plane. Entering the fighter plane and looking at everything inside, Louis finds that the fighter planes here are very different from the Quinjet in the TV series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., except for their appearance. The interior space is much smaller and not as advanced as the Quinjet. It is estimated to be the previous version of the Quinjet. Following behind Nick Fury, walking through a relatively narrow path, Louis and Nick Fury came to a fully enclosed special meeting room. This conference room is made of special metals throughout, and its exterior shows a special metallic texture, which leaves no doubt about its defensive power. If an ordinary guy is locked up here, it is definitely not an easy task to get out. It's a nice place. Louis also had to praise it. If I want to destroy it, it will probably take half a second. If Nick Fury was happy after hearing the first half of Louis' words, he was horrified after hearing the second half. He knew more about the materials used to build this place than Louis did. If Louis didn't lie, then it would be really difficult to deal with it. You do not believe? Believe it. Nick Fury said reluctantly, but I don't think you believe it. After Louis finished speaking, he didn't give Nick Fury a chance to refute. He pushed the chair behind him, stood up, and walked to the wall. Without any preparation, Louis stretched out a finger and directly tapped the wall. Squeak. A tooth-grinding sound rang out, and the wall made of special metal was dented under Louis' terrifying power. The metal wall that Nick Fury valued was destroyed. Nick Fury's face turned blue. How can this be played? The only remaining calculation in Nick Fury's mind was dispelled in an instant, and the rest was completely terrified. Louis nodded with satisfaction. He did all this not just to prove that he could really destroy the wall, but also because there was still a trace of calculation in Nick Fury's mind. Now it seems that the effect is very good. Let's talk business. Retracting his fingers and returning to his position, Louis said to Nick Fury. Okay, Mr. Louis, please tell me what you want. I want a lot of things, so be prepared. I'm mentally prepared. Thinking about what happened before and combining it with the present, Nick Fury found that they were all connected. Louis did all this for no reason but for his own purpose, and this purpose was very simple. That is, Louis wanted to ask for a high price. Nick Fury didn't guess it before because he was in the game, but now everything is so obvious. If he couldn't find it, he would have died long ago. As the head of the world's largest spy organization, Nick Fury has really gone through untold hardships along the way, and life and death crises have accompanied him at all times. Without a clear mind, he would not be alive until now. I want 1 ton of raw adamantium minus the impurities. This is impossible. Raw adamantium is extremely rare. 1 ton is simply impossible. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have that much in stock. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have that much stock. You can get it from other places. The military has made you take the blame. You can go to them. As far as I know, Colonel Stryker of the military has a lot of original adamantium alloy. After hearing Louis' solution, Nick Fury was stunned. This might be a good solution, and the military should indeed pay a little. However, while planning this, Nick Fury had another doubt. How did Louis know that Colonel Stryker had adamantium alloy? This should be a secret, right? Nick Fury would never have thought that there was a special profession in this world called a traverser, and the owner of this profession knew many secrets that they thought were secrets. It seems that the original adamantium alloy is fine, so the next thing, you want more? Nick Fury was in a bad mood. He knew Louis would ask for a lot, but he didn't want to ask for such a lot, right? How the hell was he going to play this game? Why not? I heard that an organization is carrying out a Sentinel project. Give me a copy of all the current results of this project. Seeing that Nick Fury was about to refuse, Louis said directly, don't rush to refuse. I haven't finished speaking yet. Your S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology library is good. Open the technology library to me. There are only these 3 things. Nick Fury's face turned green after hearing Louis' words. What a joke. There are only these 3 things. Why don't you go to hell? Do you know what these 3 things represent? If I dare to promise you these, I will have to be laid off the next day, and I might even be tried. You can't do this even if you ask for a big price. Originally, in Nick Fury's view, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a behemoth, and Louis at best just wants to be a mosquito, wanting to lie on the behemoth and suck some blood. No matter how strong Louis is, he is just a mosquito in the end, and is not enough to cause serious damage to S.H.I.E.L.D. Unexpectedly, it is true that Louis is a mosquito, but he is not a mortal mosquito, but a mosquito from the mythical world. He does not suck a little blood, but all the blood from the behemoth. He even does not want to keep the bone marrow and wants to suck it all. How can he continue the conversation? If Nick Fury could afford to offend Louis, he would have thrown his shoes at Louis' face long ago. Can you order less? I really can't bear this. Nick Fury's face turned red, and he tried to speak in a gentle tone. Of course, you can, and don't treat me as a bad person. I'm a genuinely kind person. If you say you can't bear it, of course you can say less. Louis said happily, and Nick Fury's eyes almost rolled back with only the whites left. You are the only kind person who tortured more than 20 American soldiers to death with fireworks, and killed all the surrendering soldiers with your own hands. Don't tell me it wasn't you who lied without thinking. However, Nick Fury would not say these words, but smiled and said, do you think how little you can say? The amount of adamantium alloy remains unchanged. I only need the backward-related data of all the achievements of the Sentinel project, and I only need the technology in the S.H.I.E.L.D. technology library that is more than 5 years old. Louis glanced at Nick Fury and spoke decisively. Louis really gave in this time. The value of the things he needed fell by more than 10 times. Technology is changing with each passing day and is being eliminated every moment. Nick Fury only knows the general idea of the Sentinel project, and the specific content is unclear. But he knows the situation of his family's technology library. Strictly speaking, the technology pushed back 5 years is no longer cutting-edge technology. In the dark side of the world, as long as a price is paid, it can be found, which is barely acceptable. But Nick Fury is not satisfied and wants to suppress more. Can you ask for a little less? Sure. The amount of adamantium remains the same. I only want the results of the original model of the Sentinel project, and I only want the technology in the S.H.I.E.L.D. technology library from 10 years ago. How about that? Is that sincere enough? That's enough. Nick Fury smiled. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible, and he would face much less resistance. Louis was really a good person. He had begun to believe this sentence, and he thought he had a reasonable explanation for why Louis had not used his own force to violate the law for so many years. Haha, I have to say that Nick Fury was really blind. When do you think we can turn General Ross back to his original form? It's impossible in this life. Louis said coldly. What? Didn't we agree on this before? That was before. Since my conditions have been discounted, the way I deal with General Ross must also be discounted. You should know that you get what you pay for. Is it possible? Nick Fury wanted to persuade Louis, but before he could finish his words, Louis interrupted him. No, Nick Fury, you must remember that I am not your subordinate, nor am I someone you can control. You take what I give you, and don't take what I don't give you. Louis looked at Nick Fury deeply and said in a low voice. Under Louis's gaze, Nick Fury felt a chill deep in his bones, but he dared not say anything. His sixth sense told him that if he dared to say one more word, what awaited him would no longer be Louis's calm treatment, but a violent attack. God's power is like a prison, and God's grace is like the sea. Such a sentence inexplicably appeared in Nick Fury's mind. Nick Fury, let's do this. If you encounter any resistance along the way, tell them that this is the bottom line, and if they don't agree, they will have to face me in person. I haven't been to the White House and Congress yet. Louis's words were light, but he did not hide the threat in his words at all. Nick Fury also clearly felt that he had a sincere worry about Louis in the future. Louis was like an unstable humanoid self-propelled nuclear bomb, with the risk of explosion at any time. This time it's a threat, but what about later? There are so many stupid congressmen and stupid generals in the United States who do things without considering the consequences and idealize everything. What if they anger Louis? Nick Fury can take the blame for the military once, but he can't take it a second time. He doesn't want to hear the news that a certain congressman, a certain general, or even the president of the United States has been killed one day. The plan that already existed in his mind began to become more serious, and he urgently wanted to make this plan a reality. I know what to do. Thinking a lot in his mind, Nick Fury said without any expression on his face. Well, that's it. Send the things I want to me as soon as possible. I don't want to wait. Good. You really have to remember it. After saying this, Louis did not stay in this conference room any longer. He disappeared in the conference room and in front of Nick Fury. Only Nick Fury, who was full of disbelief, remained in the conference room. This is really no fun.Lui was scary enough before, and Louis with the ability to teleport is even scarier. This means that Louis is more perfect, and the threat level will be doubled. What the hell? How can there be such a difficult person in the world? In the early morning, the streets were quiet. When the first ray of sunlight penetrated the mist, the streets welcomed another morning, a busy morning. New York is a big city. Although it is still morning, there are already working pedestrians who walk out of their homes every now and then and set foot on the road to work.At this time. Everything on the street is shrouded in the soft morning light. The trees on the side of the road bow their heads to welcome the morning light. The street is barely silent. The streets are still crowded with pedestrians and cars. There are only a few cars shuttling back and forth on the streets. Suddenly, a long black dragon appeared on the horizon. A team of dozens of specially modified bulletproof SUVs, guarding a large truck loaded with containers, majestically occupied the entire road. Seeing this, all vehicles gave way, and all pedestrians took pictures. It's really awesome, worth bragging about. The convoy seemed to have been driving for a long time. The heavy dew left many marks on the convoy's cars, but the convoy seemed to have no signs of stopping and continued to move forward. Sir, haven't they arrived yet? An agent asked a middle-aged agent with his hairline tilted backwards. To be precise, we have arrived. The agent with the back of his hair looked out the window without turning his head and said to the agent, should we order the convoy to stop? Not for now. Just take a detour along the street. Yes, sir. Although he was very puzzled as to why his superior did this, he did not ask the reason. He thought his superior had his own considerations. After giving the order on the intercom, he drove the car and shuttled back and forth on the street. The agent with the back of the hairline frowned through the car window, carefully looking at everything outside the car window, his eyes fixed on the house number outside the car window, with an incredible look on his face.At this moment, there was a crackling sound from the intercom, and someone contacted him, frowning. He turned on the intercom. What's up? Coulson, what are you doing? Why do you keep going around after you get there? Don't you know that this will increase the danger? A pleasant voice came from the intercom, scolding Coulson down on the other side of the intercom, in an SUV, a beautiful woman with burgundy hair, an angelic face, and a devilish figure, wearing a black leather jacket, showed her dissatisfaction on her face. I know, but there's a little problem. What's the problem? The beauty frowned and asked, I can't find the other person's house. It's like he disappeared. Coulson, no kidding. The beautiful woman on the other side of the intercom sat up straight, showing her exquisite figure, with a serious expression on her face. I'm not kidding. I really can't find it. Wrong address? No. I have confirmed it no less than 10 times, but still no. The street is still the same street, but our destination is gone. How can it be? It is true. Then use GPS positioning. There shouldn't be a problem. The beauty gave Coulson a good idea. Coulson stopped thinking about this and felt it was a good idea. He asked the agent in the car to turn on the Shield self-made GPS positioning system, informed the other party of the specific location, and began to try to locate it. After waiting for a few seconds, the agent in Coulson's car said in disbelief, Sir, I think you need to come and see it in person. Upon hearing this, Coulson cast his gaze directly at the GPS screen. The scene in front of him made him open his mouth wide on the screen. They were in front of their destination. The address was correct. The place was right in front of them, and they could see it with their eyes open. But in their sight, the place did not exist. What's going on? Coulson also opened his mouth wide. This was a bit mysterious. After reporting the situation to the beautiful woman on the other end of the intercom, Coulson began to wait for the other party's response. Do you think it might be a trick? Or maybe the other party used some special ability to make our consciousness go wrong? This is somewhat possible. In that case, let the convoy stop first, and I will go and test it out. Be safe. Okay. The beauty said, jumped out of the SUV and walked to the GPS location. It seems that it really doesn't exist. The beauty frowned, but did not rush to test it. Instead, she thought for a while, returned to the SUV, took the coat of an agent in the car, tore it into pieces, and then walked back to the previous position. Next, without hesitation, she threw the scraps of cloth in her hand directly to the open space in front of her. The scraps of cloth fluttered around like butterflies, falling everywhere. Then, a magical scene happened. After flying for a while, some of the scraps of cloth disappeared in front of her eyes, as if they had never been there. This should be it. The beauty stayed where she was for a second, then took a step forward and walked into the place where the rag disappeared. Everything in front of her suddenly became clear, and a house that should have existed here appeared in front of her again. As expected, the beauty smiled, walked up the steps in front of her, knocked on the door a few times, and waited for the owner of the house to open the door. Creak. Not long after, the door opened, and a messy hair, who seemed to be an Asian who had just been woken up, appeared in front of her. As soon as he appeared, he said, Who can break my muggle avoidance spell? It turns out to be the famous Natasha. What? Are you here to give me something? The spell that makes muggles avoid is not to make an object disappear, but to adjust the sound and light in the sight of humans to achieve the effect of covering up, so that a person subconsciously ignores the covered object. Such a spell can deceive ordinary people, but it cannot deceive the world's top agents who have undergone rigorous training, nor can it deceive sophisticated instruments. The world's top agents have amazing observation skills, and their wills are equally amazing and difficult to be influenced. This is even more true for sophisticated instruments. It is easy to break this simple spell with the cooperation between the two. Natasha didn't know this, and she didn't care about it. She was now holding on to the spell in Lui's previous words. These two words have a strange magic that she can't ignore, but if he didn't say it wrong, then this is really interesting. Maybe magic really exists in this world, that it's really troublesome. Natasha had a headache. This time she came here for another mission, to collect information about Lui who might appear, and analyze Lui's personality and weaknesses. Analyzing Lui's personality is okay, but analyzing Lui's weaknesses, she really can't do it. The intelligence Lui showed was perfect enough, but now there is another magic to be determined. How can we proceed? I have a feeling that the mission is going to fail. Is my famous Black Widow going to fail here? But then again, how did he know my name? Natasha thought a lot in her heart, but in reality it was only a moment, and Lui didn't even notice that she thought a lot in this moment. I am indeed here to deliver something to you. The president agreed to your request, and entrusted our shield to deliver the thing you need. It's in the truck outside. Oh, Lui turned his head towards the truck, and his super perspective eyes opened decisively, and he saw what he wanted. Under Lui's super perspective eyes, everything was visible, including the things in the truck's container. There were hundreds of hard drives and large pieces of, or weighing nearly 10 tons. All of these made Lui couldn't help but be delighted. Great, bring the truck in. Truck, drive it. Natasha had a headache again. She didn't know if she had heard it wrong or if Lu Yi had said it wrong. She admitted that Lu Yi's house was not small, but it couldn't accommodate a truck, let alone drive a truck in. Don't worry, you didn't hear wrong, and I didn't say wrong. Just let the truck drive in, let the truck drive slowly towards the door, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Although Natasha was puzzled about what kind of strange method Lu Yi had, considering the information she had seen about Lu Yi, she didn't dare to ask more. She took out the walkie-talkie and asked Coulson to drive the truck to the door himself. And no matter what method Lu Yi had, she needed someone with a clear mind to record everything, and Coulson was undoubtedly the best candidate. Coulson also knew this, without any nonsense. He drove the truck slowly towards where Lu Yi and Natasha were. As the truck moved slowly forward, Coulson's heart was also lifted up a little bit, and he was at a loss about the unknown that would follow. Finally, the truck slowly approached the door. The mystery in Coulson's heart was about to be solved, and his heart began to slowly fall. What should we do next? Coulson stuck his head out of the car window and asked Lu Yi, who was already in front of him. Keep driving, don't worry about anything, and don't be afraid. Coulson was confused, but he didn't stop the car. The car moved forward little by little and was about to hit the door frame. At this moment, a magical scene happened. The truck did not hit the door frame. When the truck was about to approach the door frame, the truck began to twist under the influence of a magical force, and the head of the truck was squeezed flat, like jelly. Oh my god, even the carefree Natasha couldn't accept this scene. Her red lips turned into an O shape and she couldn't help but scream. The scream was really beautiful. I wonder if it's the same when screaming in bed, Lu Yi thought with some malice. However, these are all unsolved mysteries for the time being, and further research is needed to figure them out, but Lu Yi doesn't have the time for this now. He is admiring Natasha's shock while controlling the twisting of the truck. He doesn't want his home to be blown up by a truck. After a few seconds, it was all over. According to the degree, I need to complete the handover to prevent unnecessary trouble. Is it possible to invite me into your house? Natasha did not forget her mission. She quickly recovered from the shock and put forward her request to Lu Yi with a charming smile on her face. Of course, please. Lu Yi stepped aside in a gentlemanly manner and let Natasha walk into his house with a smile that made people feel like spring breeze. What the hell is this? Natasha just walked into Lu Yi's house and saw everything inside. Her body couldn't help but stiffen. The smile on her face could no longer be maintained. What was left was shock. Standing there, she was like a sculpture, just like Coulson sitting in the truck. What did they see? They saw a grassland. Yes, you are not mistaken. It is a grassland. The green grass, the smell of grass blowing in their faces, the breeze blowing their hair, and the rays of warm sunlight falling from the sky all prove this. This is a grassland, a real grassland, not a painting, nor a visual effect or a three-dimensional projection. How could there be a grassland in the house? It's fake. It must be fake. Natasha and Coulson convinced themselves in their hearts. They felt that the education they had received for so many years was fake, and the worldview they had been shaped was also fake, and now they were about to collapse. Looking at Natasha and Coulson, who were not feeling well, Lu Yi smiled. After snapping his fingers to let the two come back to their senses, Lu Yi didn't say much to them. After giving Coulson a gesture to follow, he closed the door casually. Then, Lu Yi hugged Natasha's slender waist, whose shock had not completely dissipated, and took her off the ground and flew in one direction of the grassland. Seeing this, Coulson didn't dare to waste time. He stepped on the accelerator and drove the truck behind Lu Yi and flew in the same direction. Flying is the ultimate dream of people. Coulson didn't have the treatment of Natasha and couldn't enjoy this feeling. Natasha, who was held in Lu Yi's arms, could enjoy it. In Lu Yi's arms, she opened her arms, just like flying by herself. Most women would do this, but unfortunately, Natasha was not an ordinary woman. She did not show such a little girl's attitude. Instead, she cast her eyes around, carefully observing and studying the surroundings. She wanted to know whether all this was true. There is no need to study it. It is all true. Your vision and sense of smell are not deceiving you. How did you do it? Space travel. She still didn't believe that there was a grassland hidden in the house. It was too magical. She would rather believe that all this was because Lu Yi installed a space transmission device on the door, rather than there really being a grassland. It's just what you see. But your house is not that big. Space spell. I just made the space in my house a little bigger and made the ceiling transparent. How big is it exactly? Are you interested? Yes. Are you willing to say it? If not, forget it. There is nothing wrong with saying it. It is not bad for me to say it. On the contrary, your shield will be more afraid of me. In this regard, Natasha could only smile awkwardly. She really couldn't refute it because Lu Yi was telling the truth. This really could only make shield afraid of. My house is now about the size of 200 regular football fields, and I have divided it into two areas. What you see is the first area, the grassland. Now let's go to the second area. What is the second area? Look for yourself. We've arrived. Lu Yi and Natasha have already started to land, and they have really arrived at their destination, the second area. The second area is a silver white area. Here, there is a silver white square, some silver white decorations floating in the sky, and landmark buildings with a strong sense of metal. These, combined with the abyss around this area that can't be seen at a glance, really give people a very sci-fi feeling. Is this abyss real or fake? Carefully walking to the side of the abyss, Natasha asked with a little dizziness. If you look at it visually, this abyss really couldn't be more real. The image reflected on Natasha's retina fully proved this point. But if you look at it from a sensory perspective, it may not be the case. It is too quiet here, and there is no wind. How could there be no wind at the edge of the abyss? Fake. This is a special kind of painting. Everything looks very real. Even things can move. But these are all fake. Follow me. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he stepped on the abyss and walked towards the square step by step. Natasha gritted her teeth, followed closely behind him, and followed AT this time. Coulson also drove the truck and happened to arrive. After a slight hesitation, he also drove up. Compared with Natasha's casualness of quickly putting her mind at ease, he began to tremble with fear when he drove the truck to the abyss. This feeling did not subside until the truck drove to the square. Okay, we're here. You can get off too. Let's take over now. Coulson got off the truck quickly. He was so scared along the way, but now he was finally relieved. After Coulson got off, Lu Yi didn't waste any more time. With a wave of his hand, the door of the container opened out of thin air. With another wave of his hand, the things in the container slowly appeared like an army in neat rows, and were neatly stacked on the square. Okay, I'm sure it's done. Don't you take a closer look at the contents. I won't watch it anymore. No one can lie to me, not even S.H.I.E.L.D. in the United States. That's right. Natasha said it well, but she was worried in her heart. She hoped that the US government and S.H.I.E.L.D. had no intention of deceiving Lu Yi. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Coulson seemed to have such concerns, and his face was full of worries. Coulson could barely trust S.H.I.E.L.D., but not the US government. Those dirty politicians were really not trustworthy. Damn. I hope those politicians can be smarter. Honest people generally don't curse, but if they really curse, they are definitely forced into a corner. And now he is one of those who is forced into a corner. He doesn't want to take the blame for those politicians. Since you are here, are you interested in having a cup of coffee? It was Lu Yi's impulse to invite them to have coffee, mainly because he saw Coulson coming. Coulson and Natasha are very useful to Lu Yi and worth making friends with. Okay, the two looked at each other and said together. They were very curious about this place, and now this was a good opportunity to learn more about it, and they would not let it go. As for the agents outside, let them wait. It didn't matter. Natasha and Coulson really regretted it. Really, they should never have come to drink Lu Yi's coffee. Of course, this does not mean that Lu Yi's coffee is not good. Except for the poor quality, Lu Yi's coffee is good in terms of brewing time and other aspects. It's just that Lu Yi's method of brewing coffee is too exaggerated, which makes their already injured worldview seriously injured in an instant. Others brew coffee by themselves, but Lu Yi is completely different. He uses magic. In the whole process, they did not use their hands. The coffee brewed by itself and fell in front of them by itself, and then added milk and sugar according to their requirements. This scene is very magical, but it really challenges their worldview. They feel that their worldview is about to collapse. After finally finishing 2 cups of coffee, they ran away in a hurry. They are afraid that if they stay here, their worldview will really collapse completely. After Natasha and Coulson left, Louis used magic to make the cup automatically clean, and then turned his attention to those hard drives and those adamantium ores. Especially the adamantium ores, Louis felt very overwhelmed. Because once the adamantium is refined and cooled, it will be indestructible. Nick Fury did not give him the refined adamantium, but gave him the raw stones instead. It takes about a ton of raw stones to refine. This is nothing, but Louis really does not have the matching equipment. It is very easy for impurities to mix into the adamantium during the refining process, affecting the quality of the adamantium. Even if magic is used, it takes a lot of effort. Forget it, we don't need adamantium for the time being anyway, so just put it aside. Let me take a look at what's in the hard drive first. That's the key. Louis made a grabbing motion, and a black hard drive flew into Louis's hand. Then, Louis connected the hard drive to the laptop on the table, and clicked on the file stored in the hard drive. Next, it's time to show the real skills that Louis took a deep breath, and after moving his hands, he put one hand on the keyboard and the other on the mouse. Suddenly, Louis's eyes condensed, and the hand on the mouse clicked as fast as if it had a cramp, and the dark pupils in his eye sockets began to swing up and down. The speed of the clicking and the speed of the swinging continued to increase with the passage of time. It kept getting faster and faster. After a few seconds, Louis's hand had become an illusion, as if there were several hands clicking the mouse together on the computer screen. The formulas, drawings, and text that were originally clearly visible all flashed by and could no longer be seen clearly. Only the numbers representing the page numbers at the bottom of the screen could still be barely seen, but they were also increasing rapidly. In just a few seconds, they reached the level of hundreds of pages. There were a lot of things in the entire hard drive, but it was too fast for Louis to flip through at this speed. In just over an hour, everything in the entire hard drive had been flipped through by Louis. The speed was so fast that it didn't feel like he was reading at all, but simply flipping through. Louis exhaled, unplugged the hard drive that was originally connected to the laptop, and held it in his hand. Snap! With a slight sound, the hard disk was crushed directly and turned into powder. It flowed out from Louis's fingers little by little and fell on the clean desktop. It was basically impossible to recover it. There was no need to keep this thing anymore. Getting rid of it was the best result, so as to avoid being remembered by others. After disposing of the first hard disk, Louis did not continue immediately. Instead, he stretched out his hand to summon a few pieces of plastic and metal that had been prepared long ago from the side, and fully exerted his hands-on ability to pre-process these plastics and metals. The hard metal in Louis's hands was like plasticine, and was kneaded into various shapes by Louis, and some even wrapped 1 or 2 pieces of plastic. After doing all this pre-processing, Louis did not stop there and started the second stage. He stretched out his hand, pointed his fingertips at the pre-processed metal and plastic, and used the deformation technique to process these metals and plastics for the second time according to the memory in his mind. Compared with the pre-processing, the second processing is much more delicate. Under the effect of Louis's deformation technique, the metal and plastic completed a gorgeous reverse. The shape changed drastically and turned into fine parts that only existed in Louis's mind. These parts, whether in size or shape, did not look like they were made by humans, but rather like industrial products. Louis took these parts one by one in front of him, carefully checked them, and after making sure there were no problems, he began to assemble them according to the drawings in his mind. These parts were originally a set, so it was nothing to do this. Because he was very familiar with the drawings, the assembly did not waste much time, and soon a gun-shaped work appeared in front of Louis. Seeing the appearance of this work, Louis nodded with satisfaction and inserted an unassembled charger-like thing placed aside into his work, and after connecting it to the socket, Louis picked up his work, pointed the muzzle at a ceramic cup in front of him, and pulled the trigger. Wing, 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 as if countless bees were flying. The ceramic cup shattered in an instant, and the remaining coffee also flowed out of the cup, making the table full of it. The sonic gun is really good, and the combination of magic and technology really works. All I need now is something that can replace the energy source. Beep, beep, beep. In a special department room at the SHIELD headquarters, a large instrument suddenly made a piercing sound. Along with the piercing sound, the lights in the room began to flicker abnormally. The red warning light replaced the light tube, illuminating the entire room. What happened? A person who seemed to be a supervisor rushed in anxiously from outside the door and asked seriously to several researchers who were sweating and debugging the equipment. This department was a newly established department and did not perform any other tasks, but it was the top priority and no mistakes could be made. Boss, the target is out. What? Are you sure? The supervisor couldn't help but be shocked. IT was just a target going out, which was not worth paying so much attention to. But the target situation was a bit special. He was marked as an absolutely dangerous person by the director. Compared with him, terrorists and the like were not worth mentioning at all. Such a person would naturally be treated differently when he went out. SHIELD treated him more attentively than STAR. According to his understanding, in addition to their department that detects the target's actions, there is also an emergency department specially set up for him to help him deal with possible troubles and minimize the possibility of him taking action. In a word, treat the other party as your own ancestor. Don't let him take action. Don't let him get angry. Where did the target go? The supervisor asked anxiously. Not sure, but according to the trajectory, it should be outside the city. Outside the city. The supervisor breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, did he do anything special? Yes. This one word made his heart rise, and the relief he had felt before was sucked back again. He was holding a metal box and asked, Supervisor, do you think we should report this? Of course we have to report it. You guys keep a close eye on the situation here. I'll go report it. Yes, Supervisor. The supervisor did not hear his answer. Before he said this, he had disappeared in the room to report. In Nick Fury's office at the headquarters of SHIELD. Nick Fury also met the reporting supervisor. After listening to his report of what he had found, he felt terrible. He immediately turned on the computer in front of him and called up the image of the target mentioned by the supervisor. It was Louis's figure on the screen, but Louis did not appear in his home at this moment, but was speeding in the sky. The most eye-catching thing was that Louis was holding a rectangular metal box as tall as a person in his hand. No one knew what was inside. It seemed to have attracted Louis's attention. He seemed to be cautious all the way. Do you know what's in here? Nick Fury asked with a dark face. I don't know. I came too hastily and didn't have time to ask my men to use the instruments to investigate. The supervisor said awkwardly. If you want to use a special department to monitor Louis, then you naturally can't use ordinary equipment. Ordinary equipment is not enough for Louis to discover. He uses the latest black technology. IT is connected to 3 military satellites alone, and the total cost is astonishingly more than $200 million. It integrates multiple functions in one. It is not difficult for this instrument to know what is in the box. Why don't you go now? Nick Fury said sternly, looking at the supervisor who was always causing trouble but could not do anything. He had such a good instrument but did not know how to use it. He was really stupid. He should consider whether he should change the person. I'm afraid it's not necessary. The supervisor didn't notice what Nick Fury was thinking. He glanced at the computer screen and stopped what he was about to do. What's wrong? The target has already started to open that metal box. Nick Fury heard this and didn't care about being angry. His eyes shifted to the metal box again. Sure enough, Louis did have the intention to open the metal box. Nick Fury stared at Louis intently, wanting to see what Louis was up to. I don't know if it was because he was too angry that he had an illusion. When Nick Fury focused his eyes on Louis, he saw a strange smile flash across Louis's mouth. When he wanted to confirm it, he found that there was no smile at all, only Louis's serious face. Nick Fury could only attribute everything to an illusion in the end. He stared at Louis's every move to see what Louis was going to do, and what was hidden in the box. Louis did not disappoint Nick Fury and fulfilled his curiosity very considerately. On the screen. Louis put his palm on one side of the metal box. After a sound of metal friction that Nick Fury could not hear, the metal box was opened. The part where Louis's hand was originally placed turned into a door, exposing the things inside to the sun. Why is it this thing? Nick Fury was the first to stand up, not hiding his surprise on his face. The appearance of this thing was too unexpected. If this thing was real and not a model, then the problem would be even bigger. However, sometimes it is like this. What you fear will come true. The more Nick Fury worried that this thing was real, the more likely it was to be real. On the screen. After Louis moved the thing a few times, the thing also moved. There was no need to doubt whether it was real or not. Even a fool could see that this was real. With a mechanical sound, the metal box in front of Louis, which was as tall as a person, split in the middle. Two red lights flashed, and a robot with special magic patterns printed all over its body walked out of the metal box. The robot looked very rough and huge, almost twice the size of Louis. Standing in front of Louis was really quite impressive. Not bad. It looks good. Now we can conduct actual combat tests. After nodding with satisfaction, Louis said again, "Turn on the disorder mode." The full name of this robot should be called Magic Armored Automatic Machinery. There are a lot of professional terms. It is a common creation of magic and technology, and it is also a mixture of all Louis's current knowledge. Its mode of action was divided into 3 modes by Louis: defense mode, enemy killing mode, and disorder mode. Defense mode: take any object designated by Louis as the target and protect it until it is destroyed. Killing mode: target anything marked as a target by Louis and destroy it until death. Disorder mode: there is no direction. Everything seen, except Louis, will be considered a target and destroyed. With the activation of the disorder mode, the red light in the eyes of the robot in front of Louis suddenly became brighter. His hands were raised, and the parts of his arms began to change. Click, hum, click. The 2 arms were replaced by 2 gun barrels. The muzzle pointed in all directions, and the eyes glowing red began to scan the surroundings in search of targets. The robot's eyes swept over Louis and soon landed on an abandoned car not far away. Buzz. Buzz. 2 sound waves rushed out from the 2 muzzles, instantly hitting the head and tail of the abandoned car. The abandoned car began to vibrate violently, and the glass that was originally intact was completely shattered. The rusty car parts also disintegrated under the action of an invisible force. But this is not the end. There was another sound of mechanical rotation on the robot's shoulder, and a small caliber muzzle was pointed at the disintegrated abandoned car. A brilliant beam of light shot out from the muzzle and swept the disintegrated abandoned car. Boom. With a loud bang, a mushroom cloud rose from where the abandoned car was just now, and the abandoned car was directly blown away and completely disappeared. It's quite powerful. Let me try it myself. Turn on the killing mode. Target Louis. Louis said without hesitation. The robot did not hesitate. The red light in its eyes flashed fiercely, and the muzzle of the sonic cannon was aimed at Louis. Without any hesitation, it fired 2 sonic waves. Not bad. Louis said lightly after picking his ears. The power of the sonic cannon is still quite good for Louis. If he finds a better energy source in the future and increases the power appropriately, the effect will be even better. As soon as Louis had this idea, a laser shot out from the robot and hit Louis's chest, and the result was, there was no result. For Louis, this laser is actually not much different from tickling. The robot on the opposite side seemed to have discovered this, and his hands changed again, and 2 silver-white longswords flashing with cold light appeared. Along with the appearance of the longsword, 2 flames appeared under the robot's feet, pushing it to rush towards Louis like a cannonball. Louis input some special swordsmanship into the robot's head, and these swordsmanship were used on Louis himself in conjunction with the longsword that replaced its hands. Facing these 2 longswords, however, Louis did not take it head on. He stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the back of the sword, and twisted his wrist slightly. Clang! There was a sound of metal collision, and the sword held by Louis turned, blocking the blade of another sword. Sparks flew, as the forger of the 2 swords. No one knew these 2 swords better than Louis, and he never intended to take them head on. The situation of these 2 swords is a bit special. Louis used adamantium alloy and magic spells to make them. It has a very special property, which is indestructible. This property is generated by magic and can cause great damage to some creatures with strong physiques. This kind of damage cannot be resisted by physical ability alone. Only magic can be used. When Louis was not using magic, Louis once tried the sharpness of the longsword. With a light scratch, Louis's fingers were broken. Louis is not using magic now, so he can only avoid the sharpness temporarily. The reaction speed is a little slow, and the power is a little weaker. It won't work just by relying on magic particles. After dodging another slash from the longsword in the robot's hand, Louis retreated a few steps. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The robot did not miss the opportunity to chase Louis. While Louis was retreating, it rushed forward, and the longsword on its arm cut through the air and slashed at Louis like a storm. In response, Louis lightly stepped on the ground, and his body began to retreat continuously, dodging attacks again and again. Seeing that the longsword could not hurt Louis, the robot opened the shell on its back, revealing 8 special missiles inside. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 8 missiles were triggered, targeting Louis, and fired out, blocking Louis's escape route. Line. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the robot attacked again, waving the longsword in its hand to kill Louis. This was one of the standard tactics set by Louis. In this regard, Louis did not resist too strongly. He pretended to be an ordinary person, allowing 8 missiles to hit him, and let the robot attack him under the cover of smoke and dust after the explosion. Clang, clang, clang. In the smoke and dust, the sound of metal collision continued to sound, and sparks continued to emerge in the smoke and dust. But when the smoke and dust cleared, Louis was not hurt at all, but the robot's arm was slightly deformed by the shock. The materials are just a little short. The killing mode is turned off. The red light in the robot's eyes disappeared, and Louis was no longer its target. Everything was over. Materials and energy are slightly inferior, and other performances are also affected by these 2 aspects. It seems that solving materials and energy is the top priority. Louis is not a rich man. Some precious materials are basically unavailable unless special means are used. Transfiguration can only change the appearance of the material, but not the essence. This is what led to all this. Materials and energy are the key. Adamantium is too precious and its performance is too single. Otherwise, I really have the urge to make adamantium into robot parts. Of course, this is just an impulse. Louis has no plan to turn this impulse into reality for the time being. System, how did I perform this time? Putting aside his impulse, Louis asked the system no matter. Congratulations to the host for getting a normal draw opportunity. As of now, the host must have a normal draw opportunity and an optimized draw opportunity. Before Louis could say anything, the system's voice appeared again. By the way, I would like to remind the host that although it is good to vote in this way, it is not good for the host's growth. The strong are all fought. The host's understanding of robots is too deep, which is not conducive to the host's growth. Please be cautious. After hearing this, Louis couldn't help but frown. One thing that must be said is that what the system said makes sense. Whether the ability is strong or not is naturally crucial to a strong person, but combat experience is also equally important. Louis's current behavior is extremely detrimental to the improvement of his combat experience. Thinking of this in his heart, Louis could only helplessly find that he was pitted by the system. In a few words, he abolished his path to get the opportunity to draw, and this was agreed by Louis himself. An unspeakable frustration enveloped his heart. System, come out. I promise not to beat you to death. I won't come out, even if you kill me. System, do you think it's easy for me? I finally found a loophole in such a rule, but you blocked it for me before I could make good use of it. Louis did all this for a purpose. Robots are good, but Louis doesn't need them. He can do whatever he wants by himself. The reason why he developed robots is to extract opportunities. The Marvel world is a bit special. There are many strong people, but the level differentiation is too obvious. The strong are too strong and the weak are too weak. And the most important thing is that they're not easy to find. Louis can only do it himself and start to develop powerful robots to make them his opponents. However, he never expected that this one was blocked just after it was opened, and Louis couldn't say anything. It's a ripoff. It's not that there is no complete blockage. The host can completely treat the robot as an opponent to test his own strength. Thinking of this, does the host feel happy? My beautiful uncle, just wait for me. One day I will drag you out and beat you up. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Hey, I have such a bad temper. Just wait, I will make you regret saying this. After saying that, Louis directly cut off the connection with the system and stood there sulking. The way he finally figured out was half blocked, and anyone would be angry. What a pitfall. Louis was angry, and naturally he couldn't let others have an easy time. He didn't even look up, and just waved his hand. A magical light rose from his fingers, slowly ascended into the air, and suddenly exploded more than 10 meters from the ground. A thin energy shield opened up and floated above Louis's head like an umbrella. Then, the energy shield disappeared, as if it had never appeared. In fact, the energy shield did not really disappear, it was just attached to the space above Louis's head. And it still played a role. At the same time, a big thing happened in Nick Fury's office at the headquarters of SHIELD. His computer screen suddenly darkened, and there was no image of Louis anymore, only snowflakes. What's going on? Nick Fury said with a somewhat ugly expression. He just saw Louis's expression turned ugly, but suddenly something like this happened. He was afraid that something would happen. There is interference. The supervisor checked the computer and said with sweat on his forehead, when will it be resolved? The interference is caused by the target itself. The specific mechanism is unknown. I am afraid. Solve it as soon as possible. Nick Fury said to his supervisor with a stern face. The supervisor was shocked. This was much more serious than scolding him. The supervisor didn't dare to waste time saying a word and ran out of Nick Fury's office in a hurry. After the supervisor left, Nick Fury thought about it, but didn't wait, and pressed a button on the table. Call Coulson and Natasha over to me. Yes, sir. Louis didn't know what happened at the SHIELD headquarters, nor did he care to know. He just wanted to find someone or something to vent his anger. If he couldn't attack the system, he couldn't attack others. Who needs to be dealt with during this period? Iron Man? Spider-Man? Daredevil? Or someone else? These people all have fixed locations, and Louis even knows their identities, so it's easy to find them. Suddenly Louis let out a sound of surprise. It seems that it is not necessary. Louis cast his gaze around, his sight constantly shifting, and finally his sight landed on a jungle. Wheelchair? Thin? Twisted? It looks like it's him. This is interesting. Louis's mouth curled up into a smile, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. In the jungle, Louis saw no one but a powerful figure from the X-Men, Master of Illusion, Jason, a super mutant controlled by Colonel Stryker, specializing in illusion. He can affect a person from 5 aspects: vision, hearing, smell, touch, and taste, making the target fall into illusion and unable to extricate himself. In the plot, Professor X was controlled and almost killed all the X-Men. His appearance here, especially under the protection of a whole team of fully armed special forces, is definitely not without reason. In this case, this is a good target for venting. No matter why they appeared here, since they were fully armed and guarding Jason, everything was very clear. Have no idea. Boom. It was as if a bomb exploded in Louis's mind. A strange mental wave rushed into Louis's mind and began to affect Louis's brain and impact Louis's brain clemency. This mental wave was very strong. If it weren't for the brain clemency, I'm afraid Louis would have hallucinated at this moment. There are many psychics in the Marvel world. In order to prevent that one from being suddenly caught, after obtaining Dumbledore's experience and memory, Louis applied brain clemency to himself. Now it's just in time to use it. It's really targeting me. I just don't know what will happen next. The smile on Louis's face remained unchanged, but the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. Standing next to Louis, one could even feel the chill, and the murderous intent was almost materialized. Thinking of this, Louis did not explode immediately, but just stood there, waiting for those people's backup. Those people didn't know that they had been fooled. Captain, you were right. The target is under control. A special forces soldier put down the binoculars and said happily, don't be careless. The target is not an ordinary person. Confirm again. Yes. Forward. The special forces soldier wasted no time. Under the order of their captain, he ordered several special forces to make a tactical move and quickly approach Louis. They approached Louis, and seeing Louis's dull eyes, they instantly let down their guard and made a safe gesture. The captain was relieved when he saw this gesture. Sir, objective achieved. The captain took out a satellite phone and dialed an encrypted number. Follow the plan. An electronic voice came from the other side of the satellite phone. In order to keep it secret, there was no record of the action plan. Even the initiator of the action was kept secret. The captain only knew such an electronic voice. He had accepted such a task before, but he didn't care too much. After receiving the order, he signaled the people around him to push Jason to follow, and walked to where Louis was standing first. Soon, they came in front of Louis. Lock him up. Looking at Louis's dull eyes, the captain didn't hesitate to ask the 4 special forces behind him who were carrying a coffin-like box to move forward, wanting to lock Louis up in the box. This coffin-like box is not simple. It is not an ordinary thing. It is mixed with adamantium and is almost indestructible. They plan to lock Louis up in it, catch him. If they can study him, then study him. If they can't study him, then seal him up, put him in the deep sea, or somewhere else, and make Louis disappear from their sight forever. The mastermind behind the scenes is more interested in the latter. However, there is a prerequisite for doing this, and that is to be able to seal Louis up. So this is what you were planning. Louis, whose eyes were dull, had recovered at some point, staring at them intently. Now it was their turn to be dazed, and they were all feeling terrible. What about the trust between people? What about being controlled? Damn it, you idiot. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Is it fun to deceive ordinary people like us? The entire special forces team was silent, not daring to relax at all, looking at Louis with fear in their eyes. Before coming, they had conducted a detailed study of Louis's information, and thought that everything would be different with Jason, but they didn't expect that they thought too much. I heard your conversation just now. To be honest, I really admire your courage. Do you have anything to say? Louis asked as usual. Yes. The captain of the special forces suddenly said, oh, tell me about it. Fire. The captain of the special forces shouted, raised his gun, and fired bullets crazily. The other special forces soldiers followed suit, forcing themselves to forget their fear temporarily, raised their guns, pointed the muzzle at Louis, and pulled the trigger frantically. All kinds of bullets rained down on Louis, especially on Louis's eyes, trying to break through the defense in this impossible way. Bullets kept piling up on the ground. After all, delusion was just delusion. Louis didn't even blink his eyelids, and his eyes didn't suffer any damage. Seeing this scene, the captain of the special forces calmly put down his gun, took out an ordinary pistol tied to his leg, pointed the muzzle at Louis's eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Amid the chaotic gunfire, an ordinary gunshot rang out, and a different bullet was fired from the muzzle and quickly shot towards Louis. Louis also keenly discovered the difference in the bullets. He stretched out 2 fingers like lightning, clamped the incoming bullet between the 2 fingers, and put it in front of him to examine it carefully. Adamantium slug? Wow, you have an idea. It has been said before that adamantium is a very special metal, indestructible. Once it is refined, it is basically difficult to change, and its morphological characteristics are almost constant. The adamantium bullet is no exception. Once it is shaped, it can hardly be changed. In fact, due to the special nature of adamantium, the power of adamantium bullets will be increased to a certain extent. Wolverine is a good example here. A Wolverine made of adamantium is ineffective against ordinary bullets, and it is okay to hit his head. But if it is an adamantium bullet, once it hits his head, he will immediately lose his memory. This is the difference. This is the power of adamantium. But using this kind of bullet against Louis is a bit insulting to Louis. Louis is not a weak guy like Wolverine. His biggest advantage is his strong recovery ability and adamantium skeleton. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Louis is even more powerful. He has no weaknesses from head to toe. Yes, the adamantium bullet can increase the power of the bullet, but how much can it increase? Various missiles cannot break Louis's defense. Would Louis be afraid of a small adamantium warhead? Who is so fierce that he can come up with such a stupid idea? Is he planning to make me lose my memory again? Louis didn't care at all, but the captain of the special forces couldn't help but feel happy that it's not that he was crazy, but that he found something different. Facing other bullets, whether it was depleted uranium armor-piercing bullets or anything else, Louis had only one reaction. That is, no reaction. He just let them attack without blinking, but the attack was ineffective, and the bullet flattened and fell at his feet. It was different when facing the adamantium warhead. He reached out and caught the bullet. This seemed to reflect the fact that Louis was afraid of the adamantium warhead from the side, and the captain of the special forces saw hope. Damn, there is finally hope, and we can do it. Looking at the fearful Louis, the captain of the special forces tightened the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger for the second time without hesitation. Bang. Another. A bullet with an adamantium alloy warhead rushed out of the gun barrel and shot towards Liu Yi's eyes. This time, Liu Yi did not catch the bullet and let the bullet hit his eyes. Ding. A sound rang out almost at the moment the bullet was fired, and Liu Yi's head instantly tilted back, leaving only a smooth chin for these special forces members. The scene instantly became quiet. Only the bullet shells that had not yet fallen to the ground were left, and now they made a clinking sound when they fell to the ground. These sounds not only did not make people feel messy at the scene, but made the scene seem even quieter. But this silence did not last long, and soon it was broken by the shocking cheers of the special forces. The special forces members are very strong in character, but they are also human beings. They are also afraid when facing Liu Yi. Now that Liu Yi is in trouble, they naturally can't help but be happy. Captain, you are so awesome. You even managed to defeat this damn pervert. Fuck, no matter how awesome you are, you were still killed by our captain in the end. Captain, let's not talk about anything else. I'll treat you when we get back. What do you mean by you treat me? It should be me who treats me. My cooking skills are first rate. There will be plenty of barbecue and beer. No matter who's paying. Hurry up and put the person in the box and take him away. Hurry up and complete this damn task. Damn it, it's fucked up. I almost thought I was done for. Isn't it? Fortunately, the captain is awesome. Everyone started praising the captain and thanked him for saving their lives. Okay, no need to flatter. Ryan is right. Put the people in the box quickly. Who knows what will happen next? Compared to the optimistic special forces members, the captain is much more cautious, fearing that something unexpected will happen, and wants to end it all as soon as possible. How could something like this happen? A special forces member said disapprovingly. How is it impossible? A voice sounded, but the person who made this voice was not any one of the special forces. The members of the special forces were very familiar with each other, and they immediately found out that the voice was wrong, and followed the sound to find the person who made the voice. Liu Yi, who should have been in trouble. How is it possible? The captain of the special forces was instantly panicked. His eyes were bloodshot. How is it impossible? Liu Yi's voice appeared again. Along with this voice, Liu Yi slowly turned his head back to his original position, narrowed one eye slightly, and looked at the captain of the special forces. Liu Yi's current appearance was even more terrifying, because Liu Yi's slightly narrowed eyes were holding a bullet, an adamantium alloy bullet that was still emitting heat. Bullet between eyelids. Are you damn sure you are not filming some mythological movie? You must have walked into the wrong set. You guys really disappoint me. Run, run. The special forces captain's face was pale, and he was roaring at his team members like a madman. Don't run away. All of you stay on this land. This is your final destination. After saying that, Liu Yi didn't waste any words with them. His eyes suddenly turned red and hot, and two red beams of light burst out from Liu Yi's eyes. Then the red beam of light swept, and all the special forces present were ruthlessly swept by the beam of light, and were blown into two pieces from the middle of the body. The colorful intestines and minced meat covered the ground, making Liu Yi's face pale. Liu Yi had killed people before, but he had used fireworks and hand knives to kill people. The only characteristic of the people he had killed was that their bodies were completely black and their necks were twisted. He had never seen a person being cut in half like this, with intestines and internal organs scattered all over the floor. Not only was he extremely nauseous, but Liu Yi also felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, this discomfort came and went quickly. Soon, Liu Yi returned to normal. It was so fast that Liu Yi almost didn't react. Am I a murderer? Or have I watched too many bloody American TV dramas? Have I already adapted to it? Liu Yi didn't know the specific situation, but it was a good thing. Liu Yi didn't dwell on it and turned his attention to Jason, who was still alive. Liu Yi deliberately controlled the direction of his attack. Jason was deliberately ignored by Liu Yi, so Jason was still alive. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Liu Yi walked up to Jason and asked him, you want to know who is the mastermind behind the scenes? Jason said calmly. Although the situation is stronger than the person, Jason is not a fool. He has the confidence to live. As long as Liu Yi wants to know who is the mastermind behind the scenes, he must spare his life. No, I have some guesses about who is behind this, but I didn't keep you here because of this. You want to cheat me? Stryker is one of them. Colonel Stryker has a close relationship with Jason, so he must be one of them. When Jason heard Stryker's name, he immediately realized that what Liu Yi said was true. He couldn't help but remain silent, and the indifference on his face disappeared. He had been hidden by Stryker, and not many people knew about their relationship. Liu Yi's mention of Stryker's name was very telling. Why didn't you kill me? What was the reason? The reason is that I haven't had enough fun yet, so use your ability to create illusions to attack me. Liu Yi said lightly. Jason had never heard such a request before, and was stunned for a moment. He looked at Liu Yi as if he was looking at a fool. You only have one chance. Either attack immediately or die. Liu Yi has no habit of being abused. He did this for another purpose. Jason didn't know Liu Yi's purpose, but he knew it was his only way to survive. Jason's eyes condensed, and then he launched an attack. Jason knew that Liu Yi was not an ordinary person. He used the strongest attack right away, and tried his best to condense an illusion of fighting on the battlefield. The intention to kill instantly poured into Liu Yi's brain, trying to break Liu Yi's brain closure. Liu Yi's brain closure is not so easy to break, and a hard collision cannot break it open in the first time. However, Liu Yi also felt a special feeling because of this. A feeling of desire to kill. Liu Yi's brain closure did not completely block the illusion. Although the five senses were not completely affected, it still had a slight impact on Liu Yi. Is this your strongest attack? Liu Yi's eyes gradually showed murderous intent. He resisted the urge to kill Jason and said to him, if this is all you have, then I can only kill you. Liu Yi's murderous intent was strong, and Jason did not doubt Liu Yi's decision at all. Jason did not want to die, and the power of the illusion was strengthened again, trying to break through the stubborn barrier of Liu Yi's brain occlusion. But unfortunately, Liu Yi's brain occlusion was like a piece of wired tempered glass, and his illusion was like a hammer. The hammer hit the wired tempered glass, creating countless cracks, but there was no way to completely smash the glass and get behind the glass. After many attempts, there was no result. It was not known whether it was fear or excessive use of the power of illusion. Countless sweat appeared on Jason's distorted face, and his eyes were full of horror when he looked at Liu Yi. This is all you are capable of. Don't blame me for not letting you go. It's because you were too disappointing, Liu Yi said, and then he wanted to kill Jason. Jason looked at Liu Yi, and it didn't seem like he wanted to scare him, but he really wanted to do it. He felt terrible, especially when he saw Liu Yi's eyes turned red, the same as when he emitted the beam of light before. There is great terror between life and death, but also great fortune and great opportunity. At the moment of life and death, the illusion created by Jason suddenly became stronger, and the glass that could not be smashed was smashed into a small gap. This small gap is not of much use to others, but it is enough for him. The power of the illusion erupted along this gap and past the brain closure technique. Liu Yi only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and Jason the direction changed inexplicably. Liu Yi subconsciously released a thermal vision towards Jason, who had changed direction. Jason was directly hit by the thermal vision and was cut in half from the middle, not much different from the previous special forces members. However, Liu Yi did not feel happy about this, nor did he have any intention of leaving. The thermal vision was turned on again, and two beams of light swept towards the position where Jason had originally stood. Bang! Like a watermelon that was shot, a mass of flesh and blood appeared from nothing, covering the ground with red and white. The body of Jason, who was originally cut in half by the beam of light, began to slowly disappear. In just a few seconds, it was completely gone. Everything was like this. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Even if it is an illusion, you should make it more real. You suddenly changed direction. Who do you think you are? You are just a waste except for the illusion. You want to suddenly change direction. Haha, make a better illusion in your next life. Looking at Jason's body that suddenly appeared in front of him, Louis didn't pay any more attention to it. It was just a dead person, and there was no point in paying more attention to him. Louis turned his attention to another thing. Congratulations to the host for getting a perfect draw opportunity. So far, the host has one normal draw opportunity, one optimized draw opportunity, and one perfect draw opportunity. Congratulations to the host for collecting a complete set of extraction opportunities. It is necessary to mention that the congratulations here are of no use. It is just a simple congratulation. If the host wants to make a wish to summon a dragon by collecting a complete set of extraction opportunities, forget it. Have I ever thought about it? You talk too much nonsense. Louis couldn't help but complain. Complaints aside, he still had to be happy. The perfect extraction opportunity is a good thing. Louis obtained Dumbledore's full strength through it last time, which made him gain a lot, and it was worth it for him to do so much. He deliberately let Jason attack himself for this. Now it seems that the result is good. The gain is absolutely huge. The intensity of the battle is an important factor in determining the chance of extraction. Louis increased the intensity of the battle, the relevant evaluation increased, and the chance of extraction became perfect. If it weren't for Louis' increase in intensity this time, I'm afraid that now I can only get an optimized level of extraction opportunity instead of the perfect one like now. Does the host need to use this perfect extraction opportunity now? Not for now. I have one more thing to do. Perfect level extraction is a good thing, and it is best to use it immediately. But before that, Louis really has one thing to do, and he can't waste time like this. Is there anything you need to do right away? The system expressed its curiosity. Louis' system is very humane and will never probe Louis' thoughts, so he has no idea what Louis is thinking. It will only evaluate Louis' battles and provide rewards for Louis. Run. What? The system thought it had heard wrongly. Run away. After saying that, Louis' body directly rose into the air, breaking the speed of sound and flew away. What's wrong? Someone wants to grow mushrooms. The system had just uttered a word of doubt when a violent explosion occurred behind Louis, where he had been standing before, followed by a loud bang. Boom. Along with the loud bang, a mushroom cloud rose quietly from the ground, and the scorching temperature instantly vaporized everything left in place. Corpses, guns, wheelchairs, instruments, etc., etc. The only thing left was probably the box mixed with adamantium. Someone released a low-yield nuclear bomb where Louis had just stood, destroying everything in the original place. This is also the reason why Louis wanted to run away. Louis really doesn't care about missiles. As long as they come, he will destroy them. But nuclear bombs are a bit troublesome, with Louis' current physical strength. He can't defend himself at all in the center of the explosion. Of course, if Louis uses magic, everything will be different. Before the nuclear bomb, a spell was cast before the explosion, and no matter how powerful the nuclear bomb was, it would be useless and could only turn into fireworks. As for why Louis did not use magic, but instead chose to run away, a seemingly escapist method, Louis could only say that he was looking for an excuse to play with the United States. If the nuclear bomb does not explode, everything will have room for easing and reasons for explanation, but once it explodes, it will be gone. This is what Louis wants. Besides, Louis also wants to know where his defense limits are. And this is a good opportunity. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against Louis, so Louis can only use nuclear explosion experiments to test it. Anyway, nothing will happen as long as he does not reach the center of the nuclear explosion. After running out of the core of the nuclear bomb explosion, Louis stopped. There was no need to run anymore. With a faint smile, Louis opened his arms and began to welcome the arrival of the aftermath of the explosion. Come on, come harder. As soon as Louis finished speaking, the violent aftermath of the explosion enveloped Louis, and all that was left in front of Louis' eyes was a fiery red color. Louis did not stop and faced the explosion, and approached the center of the explosion at supersonic speed, treating this explosion as a nuclear explosion experiment, and began to test his limits. Louis was very relaxed when he used the nuclear explosion as an experiment. But some people were not so relaxed, such as Nick Fury. Bang, Nick. Fury's fist slammed heavily on the desk in front of him, and a loud noise resounded in the office. Who is it? Who is it? Nick Fury roared. Coulson and Natasha standing next to him were not much better, and their faces were also filled with anger. It was an order from the military. It's not clear who exactly ordered it. A sweaty civilian said carefully. Check it for me. Nick Fury roared again. Nick Fury already knew the fact that the nuclear bomb exploded, but it was not easy for him to know. A small-yield nuclear bomb exploded not far from the big city of New York. How could it not alarm him? These are not the most important things. The most important thing is the location of the explosion. It turned out to be the location of Louis that he monitored. This is troublesome. The nuclear bomb is the ultimate weapon of mankind at present, but he is sure that a small-yield nuclear bomb will never kill Louis. It will only anger him, which makes him very scared. Director, don't say anything more for now. I have a task for you now. You are the only people besides me who have had contact with Louis. Get on the plane and go look for Louis. I need you to find him before Louis goes to war with us. Yes, sir. Nick Fury issued tasks to Coulson and Natasha, but Louis was flying at supersonic speed in a sea of fire with radiation. The edge of a small-yield nuclear bomb would not cause any harm to Louis. Louis needed to quickly approach the core of the explosion. Only in this way could he test his limits. The energy generated by the explosion of the nuclear bomb was undoubtedly amazing, but this amazing energy could not cause any harm to Louis. And even his clothes were not damaged at all. On the contrary, Louis had a strong impact on the flames and aftermath of the explosion of the nuclear bomb. The sonic boom cloud and strong shockwave generated by supersonic flight set off a huge wave, and a blank appeared behind Louis. The flames, aftermath, and smoke were blown away by the shockwave. If you can use a military satellite to observe from top to bottom, you can find that there is a gap on the top of a mushroom cloud, as if a piece was cut off by someone. Some people also discovered that the world is mostly boring, not to mention that the nuclear bomb was released not far from New York. Although it was calculated that the power would not affect New York, the shock generated by the nuclear bomb could not be ignored. Those military bastards are crazy, growing mushrooms here. Are they trying to irradiate us all? Fuck, what is that stuff on the mushrooms? How do you do that? Is this the point? Can you please care about mushrooms? Do you want to be planted with mushrooms one day? How dare the military? Why not? Now they are planted near New York. Can you guarantee that they won't be in New York next time? I'm going to the parade right now, and I'm going to bring the people who grow mushrooms to the military court. This person's opinion was highly recognized by many people. They were very cautious about things that involve their safety. If the military dared to grow mushrooms near New York today, then they would dare to grow them in New York tomorrow, and in other cities the day after tomorrow, for the safety of themselves and their families. Such people must die. Almost all citizens in New York agree with this concept. After learning all the truth from the demonstrators, they put down their work and joined the demonstrators. The daily activities of the entire New York ended, and a long line of people gathered at New York City Hall. The U.S. government also expressed a headache about this and wanted to send police to suppress it, but there was no possibility. The police are also in the parade this time. They also have families in New York and they live in New York. Do you think they will help the military that may cause their and their families' deaths, or themselves and their families' jobs, salaries? To hell with them. The lives of themselves and their families are the most important. The U.S. government has no choice but to mobilize the army to suppress the parade on the one hand, and to throw dirty water on the other hand, attributing all the problems to terrorists. This is the specialty of the U.S. government. But that's all in the future. Louis had already guessed that this would happen. Although he was conducting a nuclear explosion experiment, he did not forget to pay attention to the changes in New York. He happened to see some signs. This is going to be a big fuss, but I like it. Standing in the center of the explosion, Louis couldn't help laughing. After a few seconds of flying, Louis had stepped into the center of the nuclear explosion, but unexpectedly Louis did not suffer any damage. And the explosion did not hurt Louis. Louis guessed that this might be because after a period of time, the power of the explosion weakened, and it might also be because Louis himself became stronger. System, do you think the explosion power has become weaker, or have I become stronger? Both. The power of the explosion has weakened over time, and you, the host, have become stronger over time. Time is the most amazing thing. How strong am I now? It can resist small-yield nuclear bombs, just like this one now. Strength, speed, etc. have been improved, and this improvement will continue to increase. Louis is not like Superman in the comics who made a special instrument to test strength. Louis can slightly feel that he has become stronger, but how much stronger he has become is really uncertain. Strength is not easy to quantify. He can only rely on the system to give him the most real-time data of changes. Are there limits to my abilities? After perfection, theoretically, there is no limit, but in reality, it may not be the case. The energy of the sun is not infinite. Host, you need to absorb the power of the sun. When the energy of the sun is completely absorbed, you cannot continue to improve. That is, it would be different if I had a sun with infinite energy, right? Yes, but host, don't you think it's a bit too much to say this now? With the host's current ability, the power of a sun cannot be absorbed. Yes, I have indeed thought too much now. Louis stopped dwelling on these things and stopped for a while, found a direction in the air, and started flying with all his strength. Bang! Louis' speed instantly exceeded the speed of sound. And a sonic boom cloud larger than before appeared behind Louis. Lui disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye, invisible to the naked eye, and his speed reached an extreme. Lui's high speed also gave the radar an opportunity. Louis, who was not disguising himself, was soon exposed to the radar and to the eyes of those who cared. I found it, but it's too fast. I can't catch it at all. Coulson said to Natasha, who was concentrating on flying the fighter plane. It doesn't matter, we'll take a shortcut. Natasha turned the fighter plane in the sky, changed direction, and flew in another direction. Louis is definitely not a kind-hearted man, and he will never leave his enemies unrequited. Then everything is clear. Louis is definitely seeking revenge this time. Before Natasha came, she asked Nick Fury for a copy of the intelligence of the Special Forces and got a very useful piece of information about Jason. Natasha didn't know whether Louis really knew the information about Jason, but considering that Louis was so powerful and called her name as soon as they met, she wanted to give it a try. Agents need to make the right judgment in critical moments. Now that she can't catch up with Louis, she might as well try to intercept Louis there. Success is naturally the best, but failure is nothing. Anyway, they can't catch up with Louis. Natasha really made a correct judgment this time, but unfortunately, the judgment was correct. It's just that the fighter plane is not powerful enough, and Louis was not intercepted no matter how hard they tried. When Louis had arrived at Lake Yakali, they were still on the way. Lake Yakali, a place with a very ordinary name. There are at least 800 such places in the United States. Like most other places, it has more beautiful scenery, more vegetation, more abundant water resources, and fewer people. Apart from that, it seems that there is really nothing. But Louis knows that there is really something here that a long time ago, there was a secret military base here. The military representative Colonel Stryker conducted a very secret experimental plan here to study mutants and develop X-weapons that time. Due to some changes, Wolverine, who was trained as X-weapon, suddenly turned against him and destroyed everything here with his brother. This place was temporarily abandoned, and Colonel Stryker became a lost lamb. Later, the military saw the power of Wolverine and another bitch in the test results, found the lost lamb Colonel Stryker, and restarted this place with the attitude that the most dangerous place is the safest place. The military built an underground base below this. This base is more complete than the previous base equipment, completely eliminating the possibility of test subjects, and can be called a copper wall. But unfortunately, even the strongest copper wall will be broken one day, and now it is time for this place. Bang! A figure fell from the sky at a speed of more than 20 times the speed of sound, and instantly hit the ground, like a missile explosion. With the landing point as the center, a deep pit similar to a meteorite crater appeared. Everything around the deep pit was also affected. The wind pressure generated by the strong shock wave formed a crack, bending the grass and trees, and making the calm water surface turbulent. On the contrary, the figure who caused all this did not suffer any damage. He stood in the deep pit, glanced at the inside of the deep pit, and walked towards the flattened steel passage inside the deep pit, as if nothing had happened. The figure walked to the front of the steel passage, stretched out his arms that were completely disproportionate to the steel passage, and placed his two hands on the steel passage. He did not seem to use much force, just like a hot knife cutting butter. After a series of sharp metal friction sounds, the figure's 5 fingers grabbed into the steel of the steel passage. Creak. The figure bent his 5 fingers and pulled hard. There was another sharp sound of metal friction. The steel passage in front of him was forcibly opened to a passage that could barely allow people to bend over and move forward. When this passage appeared, the figure did not walk in immediately. Instead, he first supported his 2 hands on the steel passage and stepped on the steel passage to push out a passage for people to walk normally before entering. The figure walked in, and his footsteps on the steel passage made a crisp sound. However, this crisp sound was transmitted through the steel to the other end of the passage, which was like a magic sound, making the soldiers at the other end of the passage who had been on guard there for a long time tremble. The figure made a lot of noise, and it was impossible for the people in the underground base not to notice it. They immediately took defense to in the underground base. All the armed personnel and some mutants who were controlled and transformed joined the encirclement and suppression of the figure. They stood at the end of the steel passage, their eyes fixed on the other end of the dark and gloomy steel passage, waiting for the figure to come. Trample, tramp, tramp. The figure did not appear immediately, but some footsteps were heard faintly, getting closer and louder. This gave them great pressure, and they wanted to rush into the steel tunnel and fight with the figure. Fortunately, the steel tunnel was not long, and soon a figure appeared in the steel tunnel, ending the unbearable weight. Fire. No one knew who shouted, but everyone pulled the trigger and fired the bullets in their guns at the figure. The bullets poured out like a rain curtain, but the figure was not affected at all, and his footsteps did not change at all. His steps were steady, exactly the same as before, and he approached them little by little. At first, they thought that the other party was wearing armor, just like Tony Stark's, but when the figure came in front of them, they found that it was not the case. The figure was wearing nothing, and he withstood all their attacks with the strength of his body. They have worked in this base for a long time, and their acceptance of such events is stronger than that of ordinary soldiers. They did not show too much fear and recovered quickly. Then, they ordered the mutants who were controlled and transformed into weapons to step forward to fight against the figure in front of them. Monsters should be fought by monsters, for people with different shapes. Even one of them was closer to an animal, just walked out and began to try to fight against the figure. Louis walked out of the steel passage and saw the 4 guys. Haha, what a boring resistance. The 4 mutants were not powerful mutants at all, at most 1 or 2 levels. How could they resist Louis? The 4 mutants were all controlled. Seeing Louis ignoring them, the expressions on their faces changed. With a cold face, they attacked Louis. Spit. A ball of green liquid was spit out by a mutant, and the target was Louis. Louis did not hesitate to turn his body sideways and avoided such a ball of liquid. Such a ball of liquid was either acid or some other liquid, which would not have any effect on Louis, but Louis still dodged. It was because of disgust. This was similar to spitting, and Louis did not want to have any contact with other people's saliva. This mutant was spitting, and the methods of other mutants were not much different. One could grow spikes all over his body, and one arm could become very soft, like plasticine. The same. The last one is very fast. They're all equally useless. They're okay against ordinary people, but dealing with Louis is just courting death, except for the one who spitted. The remaining 3 were still courting death and provoking Louis. They actually got close to Louis and wanted to fight with Louis, especially the mutant whose arms were like plasticine. He seemed to think that his arms were very resilient. He waved his arms and shook them like noodles, and then he was about to lock Louis' upper body. But before he could really do it, Louis flicked each of his resilient arms lightly, just like several grenades exploding. His resilient arms were directly bounced away by the powerful force and smashed onto the steel wall next to him, and turned into a puddle of mud with a snap. The mutant's reaction was also weird, as if the arm that turned into mud was not his. He ignored all of this. Although his face was pale, there was still no expression on his face. What a strong control. Stryker did a great job. All those years of research were not in vain. Louis couldn't help but sigh. Although he sighed, Louis didn't hold back on these mutants. He quickly flashed by the 4 mutants, raised his hand knife, and gently chopped them off the back of their necks. With 4 clicks, the 4 mutants fell to the ground, their necks twisted strangely, and they lost their breath. The 4 times Louis had just chopped off their necks. So they looked like this now. Then Louis didn't stop at all. His figure was like the wind, flashing behind the soldiers, waving his hand knife one after another, constantly falling on their necks, reaping their lives. Some people tried to dodge, but every dodge was useless. Louis's hand knife could always penetrate through the gaps, chop on their necks, and end their lives. This is just the beginning. After killing all the soldiers in front of him, Louis suddenly looked up and said to a camera dot on the other side of the camera. Stryker was sitting here, looking at Louis under the camera. When he heard that this was just the beginning, he panicked. It was not because of the sentence, but because of the way Louis conveyed the sentence. Louis's words were not conveyed through the camera. Instead, they were directly instilled into his ears in another very secret way. It was like a devil whispering in his ear, making him shudder. He had to admit that he was scared in the past. He didn't scared when facing Professor X. He didn't scared when facing Magneto, but only when facing Louis, he was scared. Looking at the screen, Louis was standing in the center of a pile of corpses. He seemed to see the appearance of the devil. He now regretted why he accepted the provocation of those people and cooperated with those people to launch nuclear bombs against Louis. But it's too late to say anything now. Louis will not let him go. Stryker suddenly stood up and said, "No. We can't just sit there and wait to die. Yuriko, stop him." He hurriedly gave an order to a female secretary beside him and chose to leave without hesitation. He planned to hide temporarily and wait until Louis forgot about him or Louis was killed before coming out. He had lost the courage to face Louis. He even abandoned Yuriko, one of his most proud works, just to buy more time to escape. Yuriko was controlled, and she didn't feel anything about Stryker's abandonment of her. She just wanted to complete the task assigned to her by Stryker. After twisting her fingers a few times and making a few sounds that sounded more like metal friction than bone friction, she rushed to where Louis was now. She wanted to stop Louis. But just as she walked to the door, before she could open the metal door in front of her, a loud bang was heard as the metal door in front of her shattered. The metal door, which was at least several dozen centimeters thick, was kicked into pieces by a powerful force, revealing a hole that people could pass through. But this is not the key point. The key point is that Yuriko, who was just trying to stop Louis, was hit by the piece of metal door fragment, and her body was carried by the metal door fragment to the metal wall behind her. Although her skeleton is made of adamantium like Wolverine's, her skeleton was saved after being hit like this, but her flesh and blood were completely shattered, and her flesh and blood were blurred, no longer in their previous state. "Ah, I didn't expect you to be standing behind the door. I'm so sorry. How are you? Are you okay?" Louis walked into the room from the hole, saying without any apology on his face. Clank. The fragments of the metal door fell onto the metal floor with a crisp sound, and the bloody Yuriko fell from the wall and lay on the fragments of the metal door. The previous blow had destroyed Yuriko's tendons, causing her to temporarily lose control of her body. But it didn't matter, as it was just a minor injury for Yuriko, and her super healing power would help her deal with all the injuries. As soon as Yuriko fell onto the fragments of the metal door, this super healing power began to take effect. She seemed to be cast under the magic of time, with her broken flesh recombining and her broken tendons sticking together again. In just over 20 seconds, the injury that was serious enough to kill a person was completely healed. If it weren't for the fact that Yuriko's clothes could not be restored and were hanging on her body in tatters, revealing a lot of her beauty, others would have thought that Yuriko had never been injured. "Nice figure." Louis whistled, and then continued. "And the recovery ability not bad. You are almost as good as me." Louis also has a strong recovery ability, but unlike Yuriko's from the X gene mutation, Louis' strong recovery ability comes from the extension of biological ability. When a living thing is injured, it will heal due to the metabolism of cells. That Louis' strong recovery ability comes from this, and his body accelerates this process. Although it consumes a lot of energy, it is a drop in the bucket compared to Louis' own energy. Louis is almost immortal. In the entire Marvel world, the recovery ability of a single flesh and blood body can only be compared with that of Yuriko, Wolverine, and Deadpool. The recovery ability brought by the body evolved from elements and rules is another matter, which is not at the same level as the flesh and blood body. It is for this reason that Louis has a little expectation for Yuriko. She looks good, has a strong recovery ability, and with an adamantium skeleton, her strength is not bad. You can keep her. Yuriko didn't react to Louis' expectations. She grew more than 20 centimeters of adamantium claws on each of her hands, and she grabbed at Louis like a little wild cat. "You are not a good boy." Seeing this, Louis' eyes flashed with a hint of teasing. One hand popped out like lightning, and his 5 fingers bent into claws, locking Yuriko's snow-white neck tightly like an iron claw. Yuriko began to struggle desperately, kicking her feet on Louis' legs, and the adamantium claws on her hand stabbed Louis' arm that grabbed her neck. Ding, 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 ding. The crisp sounds of metal collision rang out one after another. But the sad thing was that Yuriko's adamantium claws couldn't even hurt a hair of Louis. The feet kicking on Louis' legs were like kicking on an iron plate, unable to move him at all. In other words, Yuriko was controlled and had no idea what powerlessness was. Otherwise, it would not be a matter of continuing now, but powerless giving up. It's all in vain. You're still too weak. Louis shook his head, and after making a judgment on Yuriko's current struggle, he placed his other free hand on Yuriko's forehead. Forget everything. Louis pretended to recite a spell, and a white light came out from his finger, hitting the smooth forehead of the struggling Yuriko. The struggling Yuriko's eyes suddenly became empty, and the indifference and ruthlessness in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a kind of ignorance and curiosity. It was as if Yuriko was a newborn baby, who had not been affected by the outside environment, had no knowledge of the world, and was full of curiosity about the world. Just when Yuriko was full of curiosity about the world, Louis spoke. "Well, you must be curious about why you are here. It's because of me. I brought you to this world and gave you a new life. I am your God, your master, and everything to you. You must obey my orders from now on. Even if I want you to die, you cannot disobey me in any way." Louis' voice carried an inexplicable sense of bewitching. Under Louis' voice, the curiosity and ignorance in the eyes of the newborn Yuriko disappeared a lot, and a touch of fanaticism entered her eyes. This fanaticism continued to increase with Louis' voice. The moment Louis' voice completely fell, there was nothing in Yuriko's eyes except fanaticism and Louis. Curiosity and ignorance have completely disappeared. "My God, my Lord, you are everything to me. You have brought me new life. I will not disobey any of your orders, even if you let me die." Yuriko stopped struggling, retracted her claws, gave up resistance, and said with a firm face and fanatical eyes that it is no exaggeration to say that if Louis asked Yuriko to commit suicide now, Yuriko would definitely do everything possible to kill herself. Yuriko is now Louis' most loyal servant, and she can completely sacrifice her life for Louis. Why is brainwashing so powerful and can change a person? It is because it forcibly instills a kind of cognition into a person's mind, making him think that this is right, and there is no psychological burden to do this, and even feels happy that Louis' own methods are much stronger than brainwashing. He directly clears a person's memory, turns him into a blank sheet of paper, and then arbitrarily renders what he wants on the blank sheet of paper. Whatever he thinks he is what he is, just like Yuriko now, which is not comparable to brainwashing at all. In the Harry Potter world, Obliviate is used only to erase memories. They have never thought about what they can do after erasing memories, even Voldemort. They only regard Obliviate as a spell to erase memories. Their thinking is too rigid. They think that things are what they are, and they will not make much use of them. Erasing memories can only be used to erase memories. It is completely different from Louis, who regards it as a spell that can be developed and utilized, and it will never be unchanging. Yuriko was used as a test subject, and the effect was very good. Louis was very satisfied and was planning whether to carry it forward or not. "Yuriko, go get me a chair." Letting go of Yuriko and putting her on the ground, Louis said to her, "Yes, master." Louis was everything to Yuriko. Yuriko followed his orders with a sense of honor. Yuriko followed his orders and went to get a chair for herself, but Louis did not sit idle and raised his arm. Strike is coming. This time, Louis used the flying spell. With Louis's current understanding of spells, it didn't matter if it was used on people, it just made the resistance stronger. Once the flying spell was cast, Louis began to imagine the image of Striker in his mind, and then made a capture gesture. As these actions were completed, Louis clearly felt the existence of a giant, and this giant was Striker. Still quite tenacious. The biggest difference between living things and dead things is that dead things will not struggle, but living things will. Now Striker is struggling. In Louis's perception, Striker is now holding the door of the plane in front of him to resist Louis's flying curse. His whole body is suspended in the air, but he just refuses to let go. This is really troublesome. In this case, let's give it a try. Louis kept his left hand in the grappling motion, and raised his right hand in the direction where Striker was now, with his palm facing him. Cruciatus curse. Ignoring the steel and soil above his head, Louis was not far from Striker, which gave Louis the opportunity to cast the Cruciatus curse. Louis was able to do two things at the same time, and cast the Cruciatus curse on Striker. The Cruciatus curse was different from the flying curse. The flying curse was just that, but the Cruciatus curse was one of the three unforgivable curses. Striker, who was targeted by the Cruciatus curse, immediately felt the difference. The piercing pain came like a wave, and Striker was completely unable to hold the door of the plane. Amidst the constant wailing, he flew back to where Louis was standing along the original route. Did I see it wrong? I actually saw a wailing pig flying in front of me. Coulson and Natasha just got off the fighter plane at this time and saw this scene. Natasha's eyes were sharper, and she saw the Striker flying by clearly. That's not a pig. It's a human. People. That's right. A person. And not just any person, but Striker. Striker? Then how can he fly? Looks like Louis got there first. Hurry up and catch up. Natasha said with a serious face. Then she glanced at the disappearing figure of Striker and ignored Coulson and chased after him. Coulson had no choice but to stop struggling and followed him. After running in the dark passage for a while and almost losing Striker several times, the two finally arrived at their destination amid Striker's screams like a pig being slaughtered, and saw Louis wailing on the ground and sitting on a chair. Ah, it's you guys. Louis seemed a little surprised by the appearance of the two. It's us. Who's the one behind you? As if she didn't see the wailing Striker, Natasha glanced at Yuriko standing respectfully behind Louis and frowned slightly. With her woman's intuition and her professional qualities as an agent, Natasha immediately noticed the difference in Yuriko. The look she gave Louis was really unusual. My new slave, Yuriko. What's wrong with you? No objection. Natasha's pupil shrank, but her face was very calm. Natasha had basic information about this base. Although she didn't know that Yuriko was one of the X-weapons, Yuriko appeared frequently as Striker's nominal secretary, so Natasha still remembered her in her heart. Now after hearing what Louis said, she was stunned. Striker's secretary appeared behind Louis, just like Louis's secretary, and there was no dissatisfaction, which was very telling. Mind control. These four words appeared in Natasha's mind almost subconsciously. That's good that you have no objection. You guys just stand aside for a while. I need to take care of some things. Ah, okay. Natasha had no words to say, so she chose to agree directly, and stepped aside with Coulson to wait for Louis to finish. Louis had never thought of letting Striker go. Saying anything at this time would only reduce the good impression they had on Louis, which was not worth the loss. Now they could only give up Striker. Using a dispensable person who had nothing to do with them in exchange for an impression of Louis as a sensible person to them was not a loss at all. Louis didn't know what they were thinking, but Louis couldn't help but look up to them for their actions. This is a smart person, with a slight smile to express his praise for the two people's behavior. Louis shifted his attention to Striker on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he pulled Striker in front of him, and Louis pointed his finger at Striker's head. Capture the soul and take the thoughts. The finger slowly pulled back, and a thread of thoughts glowing white was pulled out by Louis's fingers. Legilimency is a special spell that can enter a person's emotional memory, which is also known as mind reading. Using Legilimency, Louis could have entered Striker's memory, but Louis did not do so. Striker's memory was nothing interesting, so it would be better to directly extract the relevant thoughts. This would be enough, and the effect would be the same. After the thoughts were extracted, Louis did not store them, but touched the thoughts with his own mental power. An image appeared in Louis's mind, which was Striker's memory. Louis watched the memories in Striker's mind as if he was watching a movie. What are you doing? Louis can see Striker's memory, but Natasha and Coulson can't. Natasha expressed her doubts at the right time. Her task of collecting intelligence on Louis has never stopped, and now is no exception. Extract memory. Extracting memories? What a special method. Why are you interested? Yes, can I see it for myself? Natasha gritted her teeth and said she was going to try it herself. Of course. Louis's eyes gleamed, and he threw the thoughts lingering on his fingers to Natasha, sinking into Natasha's mind. Natasha only saw a change in front of her eyes, and then she felt a sense of weightlessness. When she recovered, she had arrived in a room in the base. People came in and out in an orderly manner. Striker, who was supposed to be kneeling on the ground, also stood up from the ground. He sat on a chair at some point, looking at the screen in front of him, processing some things. Where is this? Natasha subconsciously put her hand on the pistol at her waist and looked around. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. I suddenly appeared here and didn't cause any movement. There is something wrong. Natasha moved lightly and walked to the side of a staff member. After a slight hesitation, she stretched out her hand to him. Unexpectedly, but also reasonable, Natasha did not touch the staff member. Instead, her hand passed through the staff member's head. The staff member seemed to be completely unreal. This is really magical. Maybe this is Striker's memory. Natasha combined the information she knew and deduced the truth. She stopped talking nonsense and planned to continue watching. This was her request. It was not easy to get this opportunity, so she couldn't waste it. Natasha looked at everything around her intently, fearing that there would be the slightest mistake. Everything was so harmonious. Suddenly, a discordant scene happened. A sound similar to a ring interrupted Striker's current action, causing Striker to frown and click on a shaking pop-up window on the computer in front of him. I told you not to bother me. Striker said to the computer screen. Sorry, sir, but someone from the military is here and wants to see you by name. Really? Then bring him here. Striker's expression changed slightly and he said. Then, the scene changed and a man walked in with the general. We need your cooperation. The general said straight to the point after dispersing all the people. What cooperation? The United States is now facing a huge threat. A powerful existence, whether it is a mutant or a superpowered person, threatens the security of the United States. As an expert in mutant research, we have provided you with a lot of funds over the years. It's time for you to give back. Is this your personal opinion or the president's? It's not the president's idea, nor is it my personal idea, but the idea of some knowledgeable people in the military. They are afraid of that existence and choose to compromise. What do you think? Do you want to compromise too? The general stared at Striker and said, no, I won't compromise. But after Striker stopped talking, the general looked better. Don't worry about anything else. We will take care of it. This operation is very secret. No one will leak your information. We will ensure your safety. The president will not find any problems afterwards. After that, whether the operation is successful or not, you will get our support. Don't you want more mutant research? We can support you too. The general's words made Striker very moved. After thinking for a moment, he finally did not refuse. What should I do? Provide us with a mutant who can make the opponent lose consciousness and an adamantium box. I have roughly guessed your plan, and these are not a problem. But what if the plan fails? Don't worry, we have backup means, and a nuclear bomb is ready. The general said to Striker with a hint of madness on his face. At this point, the memory ended. The general and Striker in front of Natasha quickly became illusory and floated like mist, followed by the surrounding environment. Finally, Natasha felt her body suddenly and quickly rise into the air. And then she saw Louis and Coulson with an anxious face again. Natasha raised her hand to stop Coulson, who wanted to speak, turned her head, and said to Louis in a low voice, I really didn't expect it to be like this. Don't worry, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely not let them off. It's a good idea for you to have this idea, but I don't need your shield to avenge me. Louis looked at Natasha jokingly and laughed. Looking at Louis's eyes, Natasha immediately realized that her plan had failed. After a helpless smile, she could only pray for those generals, hoping that they could die beautifully. Natasha originally intended to intervene in the matter by dealing with these generals, so as to ease the situation and not make the US government look too bad. But Louis was too smart, and her plan was exposed by Louis in an instant. And her plan was blocked by one sentence. Yuriko, kill him. After getting the information he wanted, Louis had no plan to keep Stryker anymore and signaled Yuriko to kill Stryker. This was also a chance for Louis to give Yuriko revenge, but the new Yuriko didn't have any feelings for Stryker, which made revenge a bit boring. Yuriko just held out her adamantium claws with a sense of honor for Louis's orders and stabbed into Stryker's forehead in the panic of his eyes, killing him. Stryker never thought until his death that he would die in the hands of his own men one day, and they were under his tight control. For a while, he died with his eyes wide open, his eyes as big as copper bells. Stryker died in front of him, and Louis didn't feel anything, but Natasha and Coulson couldn't. They didn't know what to do. They looked at each other and showed helpless eyes. What should we do now? Looking at Stryker's body on the ground, Coulson asked Natasha in a low voice. Just serve it cold, no matter what. No need to collect the bodies. Let the military people do it themselves. This is their fault, and they should be the ones to take the blame. We just need to coordinate from the side. I understand. Coulson nodded to show that he understood, and then said nothing more. Natasha, did you come here in a fighter plane? Seeing Natasha and Coulson being so sensible, Louis suddenly spoke up and asked Natasha, yes, what's wrong? It's nothing. I just want to borrow your fighter jet and take Yuriko and out of the White House. The White House? Yes. Natasha couldn't help but gasp. What do you want to do? Going to the White House, when others say it, is just bragging. But Louis is different. When Louis says this, no one will think it is bragging, and they will inevitably think more about it. Different people say different things, and the weight is completely different. Natasha has already imagined the scene of Louis killing people in the White House, and she shuddered subconsciously. Don't worry, I don't want to do anything. I just want to have a chat with you. Louis said with a smile. What Louis said was correct, but Natasha didn't believe a word of it. With Louis's decisive character, how could it be just a chat? Even if it's not a mass killing, some threats are inevitable. For the harmony of the world, for her own salary and bonus, Natasha couldn't help but start thinking about how to make Louis give up this idea. Why don't you speak? Are you having trouble? Louis smiled as if he didn't notice Natasha's worry. It's not difficult, but I think we don't have to go to the White House. It's a waste of time. Don't you already know a participant? We can go to him directly, which can save a lot of time. What do you think? Natasha observed Louis's expression and said carefully and evasively, the significance of the White House and the president is not comparable to that of a general. Sometimes you have to sacrifice the car to save the king. As for the general, since he dared to take action against Louis, you should be prepared to be retaliated. He will sacrifice your happiness for the sake of thousands of families, so you better die. Although she thought so in her mind and said so, Natasha instinctively regretted thinking and saying so. She was really afraid that Louis would suddenly turn against her, and then her life would be gone. Fortunately, Louis did not turn against him in the end. That's a good idea, but I don't know where this person is. What do you think we should do? Louis said with a look of certainty. Hearing this, Natasha understood that Louis was just testing the waters. He didn't know where the general was hiding, and he didn't want to go through the trouble of looking for him. So he used such a conspiracy to test the waters. He threatened to go to the White House and asked her to hand over the information about the general's location through the SHIELD intelligence network, and she had no choice but to cooperate. It was really smart. I'm afraid Louis had planned this since she came here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown him that memory just now. Natasha understood everything, but she didn't show any anger, not even a trace of resentment. It is absolutely not okay for an agent to be controlled by emotions. I will investigate that person's location through SHIELD's intelligence network, and will definitely send you to that person. Very good. I'll wait for you. Louis smiled with satisfaction and said to Natasha. Natasha looked at the satisfied smile on Louis's face, and suddenly felt that she was actually quite mean. She was obviously being plotted against, but she still had to keep smiling and couldn't get angry. This is probably the use of power. Smiling helplessly, Natasha didn't waste time, walked to the corner, took out the walkie-talkie and reported the situation here to Nick Fury. You did a great job. Nick Fury hesitated for a while before replying. What should we do now? Just do as you say. Tell me the general's voice and appearance, and I will help you investigate thoroughly. Should we do something else? Natasha may feel that this is a bit weak, so she secretly glanced at Louis and said, no, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. You and Coulson should watch him carefully, and do some chores on the side as much as possible to reduce some resistance. I don't know if it was because Nick Fury was worried that Louis would get impatient, but the information about the general's location was quickly sent to Louis via the intercom. The location information is available. Can we leave now? Natasha took back the intercom and asked Louis, okay. After saying that, Louis led a few people out of the base and came to the fighter plane driven by Natasha. How did you know our fighter plane was here? Coulson couldn't help but ask curiously. Actually, I'm also curious about this. You seem to know a lot of things. You can call out my name as soon as we meet, and you know a lot about us. I wonder if you can explain it to me. Natasha asked unwillingly. It's nothing. You can explain it. Do you see my eyes and ears? They're not ordinary eyes and ears. They have supervision and hearing. Louis said with a wicked smile, looking at the towering chest of Natasha. Natasha felt goosebumps all over when Louis looked at her. It was as if Louis's eyes could see everything under her clothes. She subconsciously asked, how strong is it? Being able to see through buildings hundreds or thousands of miles away and hear sounds hundreds or thousands of miles away. That's about it. Seeing eyes? Listening ears. Natasha quickly covered her chest and the mysterious area below her body and looked at Louis with caution. Natasha was a woman after all, and she felt bad to be seen through by a man. Yuriko, however, felt that everything about her belonged to Louis, and she did not react at all. Instead, she was very open and honest. Don't worry, there will be no problem as long as I don't look carefully, because my eyes are too strong. If I don't look carefully, I will only see your bones, just like an X-ray. This is better, Natasha said shyly, but she didn't put down her hand. It's a bit presumptuous, but is there any way to avoid this? Really not. Louis really didn't lie. After the system's shortcomings were eliminated, lead was no longer an obstacle to Louis's eyes. There was really nothing that could block Louis's eyes. Put down your hands. Your hands are not as thick as the wall. If I want to see something, it's too easy. After leaving these words, Louis did not stay any longer and walked into the fighter plane with Yuriko. Natasha and Coulson looked at each other, put down their shyness and followed closely, and also went in. This was just a small episode. Natasha and Coulson were not ordinary people, and they quickly adapted to it. After Louis and Yuriko sat down, they started the fighter plane. The fighter plane flew towards the general at supersonic speed. Along the way, Nick Fury had already cleared the route, and no one came out to cause trouble. The Air Force Base did not send a plane to intercept. Invisibly, a lot of trouble was saved. The fighter plane continued to fly for about half an hour, and finally began to land slowly at a military base. Is this the place? Louis glanced at the military base and asked Natasha in the driver's seat. That's right, it's here. The general seemed very tough when he wanted to kill Louis, but afterwards, he hid in this military base like a turtle. What a pitfall. If you don't have the guts, just say it directly. What's going on? It doesn't matter if you die, but can you not implicate so many people? You hide in the military base, and once Louis breaks in, he will inevitably clash with you, and you will inevitably order an attack on Louis. It's a good idea. Unfortunately, we are here. There may be some troubles next. Let us deal with it. Natasha said to Louis. The reason why Natasha and the others followed Louis here was to help Louis resolve these troubles and save the lives of these innocent people. You? Yes, but you don't have much time. Louis's eyes flashed inexplicably, and he said casually. Louis's eyes saw a lot of things through the armor of the fighter plane. He knew that Natasha and Coulson's trip was destined to be not so simple. The fighter plane stopped steadily, and Natasha and Coulson asked Louis to stay in the fighter plane temporarily. The two of them took out their certificates and began to try to communicate with the soldiers in the military base outside the fighter plane to let them evacuate. In fact, this is just a process. The powerful Nick Fury had some friendly communication with the president during their flight and told him that someone must calm Louis's anger. For the sake of his own life safety, the president planned to abandon this general. Before Louis came, he issued relevant orders to let the entire military base cooperate with Natasha and Coulson. Now it's just a process. Natasha and Coulson thought so at first, but when they appeared in front of the soldiers with their certificates, they found that they were wrong. Seeing them holding the certificates, they immediately got into trouble, and the soldiers with live ammunition surrounded the two of them. We have the documents, and the president before us also. We have not received any notification. We only know that there are spies trying to break in here. You may be the spies. Please cooperate with our investigation. A major stepped out of the crowd and interrupted them before they could finish their words. You, shut up. Watch them. Don't let them say a word. If they say anything, kill them. The soldiers raised their guns and pointed them at the two men. The major obviously didn't want them to speak, blocking the possibility of them saying more and telling the truth. At such a close distance, even if the two were ace agents, they couldn't do anything. They didn't dare to say a word. When they looked at each other, they could see the worry on each other's faces. I'm afraid that there will be a river of blood next. Surrounding Natasha and Coulson, the major led a team of soldiers to the front of the fighter plane. Ready your rocket launchers. At the command of the major, the soldiers behind him each took out a rocket launcher, carried it on their shoulders, and locked onto the fighter plane. Natasha and Coulson saw it and were anxious. They wanted to speak up to stop them, but seeing the soldiers staring at them, they dared not and could only watch helplessly. Fire. The major gave another order, and all the rockets were fired at the same time. The rockets dragged long flame tails and rushed towards the fighter planes not far in front of them. Seeing the scene, Natasha and Coulson felt that their eyes could not help but go black. And there were only two words in their hearts. It's over. Of course, they are not talking about Louis here, but all the people in this base. They are all finished. Natasha and Coulson smiled bitterly at each other. Their faces were the color of pig liver. They could almost imagine what would happen next. It would definitely be a river of blood. The rockets were fired at the same time, rushing towards the fighter planes. But before the rockets really touched the fighter planes, a figure suddenly flashed out, suspended in the air, facing the rockets. Two pillars of light that penetrated the sky suddenly appeared, swept quickly across the sky, and all the rockets were swept. Boom, boom, boom. The rockets that were swept exploded in an instant. Violent explosion sounded, and flames appeared along with black smoke. Seeing the flames and black smoke about to cover the figure suddenly took a deep breath and blew it towards the flames and black smoke. The cold breath came out of the figure's mouth and gradually spread in front of him, blowing the black smoke and extinguishing all the flames. A thick layer of icicles appeared on the ground because of the cold breath. In other words, the figure didn't blow in the direction of those soldiers. I'm afraid they have been frozen into popsicles at this moment, and any random knock can make them shatter. It seems that your communication is useless. The figure saw Coulson and Natasha, who were surrounded in the middle, and said to them. Coulson and Natasha saw the figure, which was actually Louis, and also heard his words. However, even so, they dared not say anything. The soldiers around them were very panicked by Louis's appearance and performance, but they were not panicked enough to give up their mission. They still surrounded Natasha and Coulson. Do you need help? Seeing their embarrassment, he asked them. Natasha and Coulson nodded desperately. If they were not restrained, they could still stop Louis. They could not miss this opportunity. Yuriko, save people. As Louis finished speaking, Yuriko suddenly rushed out of the fighter plane's hatch, waving her slender adamantium claws, and rushed towards the soldiers who surrounded Natasha and Coulson. Those soldiers had seen how powerful Louis was, and they didn't dare to be careless about Yuriko, who suddenly rushed out. They opened fire without waiting for her to get close. Bullets were released, but Yuriko was like a civet cat, jumping repeatedly on the ground. All the bullets fell into the air, and not a single bullet hit her. After several jumps, Yuriko was already very close to those soldiers. In the horrified eyes of the soldiers, Yuriko used her slender and sharp adamantium claws to pierce the heart of the soldier closest to her, killed with one blow. Then, Yuriko grabbed the soldier and used him as a cover, quickly approached other soldiers, and began to kill other soldiers. The agile Yuriko kept jumping beside the soldiers, and each jump would take the life of a soldier. In just over 10 seconds, all the soldiers who surrounded Natasha and Coulson were killed. The other soldiers wanted to stop them, but Louis was blocking them in front of them. They could only watch and were powerless to stop them. Kill them all. The major seemed to have never dreamed that this would happen. He roared in anger as he watched his soldiers die. The other soldiers couldn't help it any longer. They picked up guns of various types and weapons in their hands. They didn't care whether Natasha and Coulson's identities were really problematic or not. They started to attack frantically without distinguishing their targets. Natasha and Coulson were ordinary people and didn't dare to take the attack head-on. Although Yuriko was a mutant with amazing recovery ability, she was in pain after being hit and didn't want to take the attack head-on. They all chose to find cover and block. Only Louis was so powerful that he didn't worry about these things at all. He just stood there and let the attack fall. The attack fell, but Louis didn't suffer any damage. To be exact, not even a hair was hurt. How can it be? Why it came out like this? Fuck, who is he? No matter who he is, kill him. How to kill? How to kill? Damn it, who on earth did we offend? No matter who we provoke, I don't believe he can stop the tanks. Our tanks are coming soon. The soldiers talked at once, with panic on their faces, but they did not lose confidence, and their fear of Louis did not reach the extreme. Coulson and Natasha felt very strange, but Louis knew the source of their confidence. Strictly speaking, these people were just the vanguard, used to delay time. Inside the military base, other people had already taken action, forming a huge encirclement, with all kinds of advanced weapons and equipment pointing at them. The entire military base is now a dangerous place. Except for the helipad in the middle, there is not much military force. The rest of the base has been surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers. Tanks are in place, armed helicopters have taken off, and various types of machine guns are aimed at Louis. Outside the encirclement of these soldiers, Louis's target, the general, is also standing here, but his face is very ugly. He saw everything that happened just now through the surveillance. In his territory, the people who killed him, no matter who was wrong in the original intention, he thought it was a provocation to him. The whole army, move forward, kill him. The nuclear bomb did not kill Louis. He did not think that Louis was so powerful, but just thought that Louis had seen through their conspiracy by chance and escaped first. Now there are tens of thousands of soldiers, and the armed forces of an entire base is backing. Even if Louis is really a god, he is sure to kill Louis and has no fear of Louis. Sitting in the command vehicle, watching the army that is constantly surrounding on the screen, a smug look appeared on the face of the general, as if he could command the enemy chief to be wiped out in a blink of an eye. The roaring armed helicopters in the sky and the roaring tanks on the ground all gave him enough confidence. Not to mention, there are countless armored vehicles between the armed helicopters and tanks, densely packed with soldiers that fill the entire military base. All the combat power of the entire military base has been gathered, and it is constantly moving towards Louis's location. I don't believe I can't kill you this way. Are mutants so powerful? Are people with superpowers so awesome? They all have to kneel before the powerful military of the United States. The general said with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. He even saw Louis being killed by him, proving that he was right. He had imagined the scene where the general was dismissed because of his cowardice and became the new general because of this incident. Such a scene was really intoxicating, and his saliva was flowing down. General, the army has arrived at the designated location. A voice suddenly came from behind him, interrupting his fantasy and bringing him back to reality. Very good. Tank troops and armed helicopters. Open fire quickly. Kill them. He also had a source of intelligence. He had long known that Louis was not afraid of bullets, so he did not send ordinary soldiers to the battlefield at the first time, but used more powerful tanks and armed helicopters. Bang, 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 hiss, 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 boom, 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 boom. Shells and missiles were fired from tanks and armed helicopters respectively. The dense artillery fire intertwined, playing a piece of music full of killing. The music lasted for nearly 10 minutes. In order to ensure that Louis was killed, the artillery shells were used up before it was considered over. At this time, the place where Louis was standing was blocked by the smoke and dust raised by the artillery fire. There was silence between heaven and earth, and all eyes were fixed on the place covered by the smoke and dust, waiting for the final result to appear. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and a scene made everyone present. A chilling scene appeared. Louis was still floating there intact. There was a deep pit under his feet, but there was not a single scar on his body. In fact, not to mention that there were no scars on his body. There were no scars on his clothes. That's right, there were no scars on his clothes. Terrible. These two words appeared in everyone's mind. They stared at the floating Louis in a daze. The stupidest one among them was the general. This was completely different from what he thought in his heart. Before he could say anything, something that made him furious happened. Louis suddenly raised one of his fists, and his thumb slowly rose and stood up, then rotated 180 degrees counterclockwise, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Damn it, this bastard. The general felt the veins on his forehead burst. His rationality was completely washed away by anger, and the fear he had originally had disappeared without a trace. His head was buzzing, as if he had been slapped several times. Provocation, slap in the face, contempt. Fuck, where are the new sonic weapons and laser weapons? Use them for me. I will kill him. He was so angry that he was shaking all over, and he roared at the people around him. Since he became a general, he has never been treated like this. If he doesn't kill Liu Yi today, he will have no place to put his old face. Liu Yi must be killed. Liu Yi must be killed. On the battlefield, more than a dozen armored vehicles loaded with strange equipment suddenly rushed out quickly, and after moving forward for a distance, they suddenly stopped. The soldiers on the armored vehicles adjusted the equipment slightly and aimed the equipment at Liu Yi, and each pressed a special button. Buzz, 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 hiss, hiss, hiss. Several sound waves and several lasers shot out from the equipment on the armored vehicle, targeting Liu Yi, and continued to move forward with an indomitable and unyielding momentum. What a big deal. Liu Yi showed a wicked smile on his face, and suddenly disappeared under the panicked eyes of the crowd. Where is he? The soldiers exclaimed in unison and began to look for Liu Yi on their own initiative. Over there. A soldier found Liu Yi and pointed at more than 10 armored vehicles and shouted. All the soldiers subconsciously looked towards the location of the armored vehicles. However, they saw that Liu Yi had come here without knowing when, and was raising a fist and hitting an armored vehicle in front of him. Boom, boom. Two loud noises resounded throughout the venue. The armored vehicle hit by Liu Yi was instantly smashed away by Liu Yi and hit another armored vehicle. The two armored vehicles were completely scrapped. The armored vehicles that were smashed together no longer looked the same as before. The heavy armor could not play any substantial role. Under Liu Yi's great power, the two armored vehicles were squeezed together. The soldiers in the armored vehicles were crushed into meat paste, and the dazzling red and white mixed substances flowed out little by little through the gaps between the two armored vehicles. There was an exclamation at the scene, and the horror in their eyes was not concealed at all when they looked at this. The lives that were originally alive changed in an instant. The change was so fast that they could hardly react. Then, before they could do anything, Liu Yi's figure disappeared again and flashed quickly in front of the armored vehicles. And every time it flashed, an armored vehicle would be hit by a fist or a foot, collide with another armored vehicle, and turn into scrap iron. The soldiers in the armored vehicles would not be turned into meat paste, without any exception. In just 1 second, those armored vehicles equipped with ultrasonic weapons and laser weapons were completely scrapped, and not a single one remained. The general's last hope was gone. Why? Why is it like this? The general muttered to himself with a pale-faced eye in his base. These weapons are the most powerful ones that can be controlled at present, but none of them can have any effect on Liu Yi. He is already a little desperate. Is it the only way? He couldn't help asking himself this in his heart. But at this moment, he suddenly inexplicably remembered Liu Yi's contempt before. Especially Liu Yi's eyes at that time deeply hurt his heart, making him lose face in front of his subordinates. When he thought of this, he was very unwilling. This unwillingness drove him, making his eyes full of bloodshot, like a beast that had reached a dead end. He asked a person behind him, "We still have Jericho missiles in our arsenal, right? Have. Are there any missiles with nuclear warheads left?" He was so scary at this time, and he even asked if there were any missiles with nuclear warheads. This made the man worried, fearing that he would do something bad, and he left. There is a missile with a small yield nuclear warhead. Gritting his teeth, the man had no choice but to say, "Great then, ready to launch. This. Do you have a problem?" He stared at the guy who dared to disobey him, and said viciously, "No, no. Ready to launch. Should we recall the soldiers on the battlefield? Unnecessary. What? General, you can't do this." A staff officer heard his words and shouted subconsciously. There are tens of thousands of soldiers on the battlefield now, and they are standing very densely. Even a more powerful missile can kill them all that a small yield nuclear warhead will explode, and no one will be left alive. Ordering the killing of tens of thousands of soldiers is a crime that will be brought to a military court, and it is not too much to be shot. He doesn't want to die, and he must not let the general continue to what's wrong with the general. Damn it. If you want to go crazy yourself. And if you want your life, don't even think about it. Isn't it just a general? Isn't it just disobeying orders? What does it matter? Anyway, I am right, so you're not going to do that. For the sake of the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers, please forgive me. Not to mention nuclear warheads. Even missiles can never be launched again. So how do you plan to deal with this monster? No need to fight. Just surrender. This is the last way to preserve our strength. The lives of tens of thousands of soldiers cannot be sacrificed in vain. Coward. That's what you think. If you are really brave, why are you hiding here? Get out. Don't think I don't know that the monster is here to find you. The two people next to him are from S.H.I.E.L.D., and the president has also issued an order to arrest you. The staff officer said with an expression that said, "I have seen through you a long time ago. How do you know? If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Do you think that if you arrest those people, no one will know?" Humph. I also received the president's message. I thought it was fake, but now seeing how crazy you are, it seems that everything is true. Is that so? Do you know now? It's too late. I will give the order to surrender now. The staff officer picked up the communicator and wanted all the soldiers to surrender. Bang. A gunshot suddenly rang out, but a bullet hole suddenly appeared on the staff officer's chest, and blood slowly gushed out like a small fountain. The staff officer weakly pressed his hand on his wound, as if he wanted to cover his wound, but the blood flowing out of the wound showed no sign of being blocked. The blood flowed out through his fingers and dyed his clothes red. Ew. The staff officer tried his best to turn around and face the general. He only had time to utter one word before he fell to the ground, lifeless. He was dead. Who else? Who else wants to stop me? Holding the pistol that was still smoking, the general asked frantically. With the example of the staff officer, who else would dare? The incident happened suddenly, and Liu Yi suddenly broke in. He was the only one with a gun. Looking at the black muzzle with gunpowder smoking, who would dare to object again? Under the gaze of the general, all the people in the command vehicle lowered their heads unconsciously, indicating that they did not dare to launch the Jericho missile first, and then launch the missile with the nuclear warhead. I want to blow up that monster. The general laughed crazily. Crazy. Really crazy. With the dead body of the staff officer on the ground and the gun in the general's hand, everything that followed was simple. Intimidated by the general's power, they put the Jericho missile and the missile with a nuclear warhead into the launch program. They only needed to press the button twice, and then they could launch. The soldiers outside did not know this. They were fighting against an enemy they could not fight. Lue. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, two beams of light that penetrated the sky, and the earth shot out from Liu Yi's eyes, shooting into the group of soldiers like locusts. Puff, puff, puff. The soldiers who were shot were like watermelons hit by bullets, disintegrating instantly, and colorful intestines, internal organs, and broken limbs filled the blank space on the ground little by little. A glance over. There were hundreds or even thousands of deaths. Tens of thousands of soldiers were a lot, but they were not enough for Liu Yi to kill. In just less than 10 seconds, the originally dense battlefield became sparse again. All the surviving soldiers saw this scene, and they no longer had the courage they had before. The confidence brought by numbers and equipment was all destroyed. Now they were left with only an empty heart, fear, panic, strong uneasiness. All kinds of bad emotions began to quickly occupy their hearts, especially those soldiers standing next to the killed soldiers. They were the ones who saw this most tragic scene at the closest distance. Every soldier who stood next to the killed soldiers and survived inevitably endured a baptism of flesh and blood, and his body was stained with all kinds of colors. Except for a madman. No one with a strong heart could bear it. No, all of you get out of here. I don't want to be a soldier anymore. I want to go home. So much blood, so much intestines, so much brains. No, don't come near me. Fuck, damn it, get out of here. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. I'm a god. That's right, I'm a god. Ha ha ha. So many corpses, so many corpses. On the scene that was like a Shura field, many soldiers could no longer remain calm. All kinds of creatures appeared before their eyes, and the craziest soldiers were the most. However, it was precisely because of this scene that the soldiers present were even more scared. These crazy soldiers created an atmosphere of panic, and what Liu Yi brought to them would surely make them unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Haha, it seems that you were afraid. I killed 1/10 of tens of thousands of soldiers, and now you are afraid. I just want to ask, are you really that tough? Liu Yi put his finger on the right side of his Adam's apple, suspended in the sky, and asked like a god or devil. The magic amplified Liu Yi's voice, and the remaining soldiers at the scene were able to hear Liu Yi's voice, while Liu Yi's voice lingered in their ears. Their crazy shouting finally stopped, and the scene was silent. They all looked up at Louis in the sky, not knowing how to answer. What? You don't know how to answer? Looking at the soldier with a numb face, Louis asked again. The scene was silent again. You guys are really distressing me. How about this? I'll give you a chance to live, Louis said, with the corners of his mouth raised to draw a faint smile that only a devil could make. Hearing these words, the eyes of all the soldiers present lit up, and something called hope appeared in their hearts. They had such hope. But Coulson and Natasha hiding in the dark did not. They saw something bad in Louis' smile and were not as optimistic as they were. However, knowing this, they could not do much. At the moment of despair, a hope was enough to make these soldiers do anything crazy. Once they appeared and broke this hope, it was enough to make these soldiers crazy and tear them apart. Also, they had endured to this point until now, and they did not want to offend Louis at this time. There, said Coulson. I understand, Natasha replied. While Coulson and Natasha were having such a simple conversation, Louis spoke again. Do you know? Actually, you shouldn't have endured all this. Before I came, the president had already issued a relevant order to remove the commander of your base. So everything you did here was wrong. Louis' light words revealed a lot of things, which made all the soldiers at the scene stunned and then shook violently. The meaning of their efforts was gone, and everything they did became meaningless. Why it came out like this? Fuck. Did my comrades die in vain? Damn general, it's all his fault. If it weren't for him, nothing would have turned out like this, and I would still be resting in my barracks. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. Kill him. Kill him. The soldiers cried out in shock, with uncontrollable murderous intent on their faces. Many people died here today, thousands of them. It's normal for you to hate me, but I don't care. But besides hating me, you should also hate someone, and that person is the general who issued this order. When Louis said this, a missile suddenly appeared in the sky. The missile suddenly disintegrated in the sky, and dozens of small missiles were fired from the mother body, aiming at Louis and all the soldiers on the scene. It's really interesting, see? Your general has abandoned you, and you have one more reason to hate him. Louis' unhurried voice echoed in the ears of all the soldiers, making them hate the general even more. Louis' words, combined with the launch of the Jericho missile, provoked the anger of all the soldiers present. They looked at the Jericho missile approaching in the sky, and then looked at the direction of the command vehicle. They felt furious and wanted to kill it as soon as possible. However, it was too late in their hearts. They were about to face the bombing of the Jericho missile. The Jericho missile was so famous, and it was the last weapon made by Tony Stark that was sold publicly. They did not think they could escape, and they would definitely die in their opinion. Only a murderer like Louis could be safe. They stepped into despair again, but this time when they were desperate, some unexpected hope appeared, and it was the unexpected hope brought by Louis' eyes emitted dozens of red light beams, and every 2 light beams hit a small missile scattered by the Jericho missile. After dozens of red light beams, all the Jericho missiles in the sky were forced to explode in advance, and violent explosions echoed in the sky as a terrifying shock wave descended from the sky, and all the soldiers on the ground were blown away by the shock wave, making them unstable. However, all the soldiers present did not care about this. They were just stunned. They never expected Louis to save them, and an indescribable feeling of emotion actually replaced the previous panic and anger. Don't get me wrong, I didn't save you because I wanted to gain your affection. It's of no use to me. Okay, forget about being touched. Let's talk about anger. The soldiers present suddenly felt that anger should be a better word. Now let's continue with the previous topic. I'll give you a chance to live, but you need to earn it yourself. Your general is in the command vehicle in this direction, and he is planning to release missiles with nuclear warheads. Louis pointed in the direction of the command vehicle, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. What? Damn it. Don't be kidding. There was an uproar at the scene, and the voices of tens of thousands of soldiers covered the sky, covering up the remaining explosions. Quiet. Your generals are not going to let you go. First the Jericho missiles, then the nuclear warheads. Now is your chance for revenge. I want to play a game of battle royale with you. Louis' extremely cold voice sounded. He is the target. Kill him, and you live. If you can't kill him, you die, and you only have 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the nuclear warhead will be launched, and you, the flesh and blood, will surely die. Louis' words made all the soldiers present shudder. 5 minutes is definitely not a lot of time. What are you still standing there for? Do you want to die? The soldiers present finally reacted and ran towards the command vehicle like a tide. Some smart ones who knew how to drive gradually began to approach the command vehicle. How are you guys doing? Louis asked Coulson and Natasha after falling from the sky. We are all fine, but the artillery fire was too intense, and we were almost hit by stray artillery, but it doesn't matter. Coulson replied. Oh, that's good. Mr. Louis, will you really let the other soldiers go? Coulson thought for a moment and finally asked. The death of thousands of soldiers was already a big deal. If the soldiers of the entire base died, then there was really no way to end it. Out of accusation, he had to ask. Who knows? It depends on their performance. Louis said with a faint smile. Maybe. Is it possible to let them go? They are all innocent. They should not resist. Coulson asked nervously. I know that too, but they still resisted and shot at me. You can see that the bullets on the ground have piled up into a small mountain. That is true, but Coulson, that's enough. Natasha interrupted Coulson, glanced at Louis, and said to Coulson, don't worry, this matter is over. As long as those soldiers kill the general within 5 minutes, I will not attack them again. Am I right? Natasha's last sentence was to Louis. That's right, if they can really do it. These soldiers are just like ants, and they will not have any impact on Louis. It doesn't matter if he kills them or not. In Louis's opinion, it doesn't matter if they can complete this so-called battle royale and please themselves. What's the big deal about sparing their lives? Ants are just ants after all. Then I feel relieved. It's easy to kill a person in 5 minutes, even if he is a general. Coulson said so. Between the lives of tens of thousands of people and the life of a general, Coulson obviously chose the former and abandoned the latter, which was the irrefutable correct choice. That's not what it says. With 2 hot eyes, Louis killed a soldier who tried to escape and said, what do you mean? Coulson asked, ignoring Louis's killing again. 5 minutes is too short. If he really wants to escape in the command vehicle, he might be able to get away. Is that so? In that case, you don't mind having more people join your game, do you? Coulson gritted his teeth and said, of course I don't mind. But if you participate, it will only take 5 minutes. What about me? It was Natasha who said this. 5 minutes. Can it be longer? 6 minutes is fine. There are only 5 minutes from now until the nuclear warhead explodes. All right. After repeated bargaining, Natasha gave up and stopped wasting time. She and Coulson rushed to the general's location. 5 minutes was really not a lot of time. They couldn't afford to waste it. Master, you haven't extracted the memory from the general yet. Do you need me to capture him and kill him after extracting his memory? Yuriko looked at the 2 people leaving, as if she had thought of something, and asked, who told you I didn't extract that guy's memory? Didn't you point your finger at the general's head? Yuriko looked puzzled. Who told you that I need to point my finger at a person's head to extract his memory? Master, don't you need it? Of course not. That was just the preparatory action needed to extract the thoughts. It was not necessary to just extract the memories. The moment I got here, I entered the general's memory and got what I wanted. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the master wanted to kill the general directly. Yuriko showed a relieved expression on her face. She thought Louis had forgotten it just now, but she didn't expect that Louis had already got everything he wanted without making any noise. The admiration and worship on Yuriko's face deepened. Boom, boom, boom. A huge roar suddenly came from the distance. Judging from the sound, it should be the sound of a motorcycle engine, and the speed was very fast. Why is it this guy? Louis couldn't help but frown slightly. Yuriko looked at Louis' slightly frowned brows and couldn't help but become curious about the person on the motorcycle. The person who could make Louis do this must be different. With this idea in mind, Yuriko looked in the direction where the sound came from. In an instant, Yuriko was stunned. The sound that was approaching at a high speed was indeed from a motorcycle, but it was not an ordinary motorcycle, but a motorcycle covered in a ball of fire. On the motorcycle, there was a skeleton sitting on it. There was not a trace of flesh and blood on the skeleton, just bones. And the weird thing was that flames were burning on every bone of the skeleton, and the flames seemed unable to hurt it. It had been burning for such a long time. Its bones didn't change at all. Even the non-mainstream clothes on him were the same. Yuriko couldn't help but observe the skeleton carefully. It was really too strange. Yuriko's sight kept rising from the motorcycle, passing over the skeleton's clothes, and locked her sight on its eyes. Those were 2 eyes made up of bright flames. Looking at these eyes, she suddenly felt a ball of fire rising from his body, and even wisps of green smoke began to appear on her body. The soldiers she had just killed, some people she had no memory of, all appeared in front of her, grinning at her, with distorted faces and stretched out skinny claw-like hands to tear her into pieces. Yuriko was inexplicably filled with fear towards these people and wailed unconsciously. Don't look into its eyes. Just as Yuriko was wailing, a big hand grabbed Yuriko's head and adjusted the angle of her head. Yuriko turned from looking directly at the skeleton's eyes to looking directly at the corpse on the ground. Looking directly at the corpse on the ground was disgusting, but it was much better than looking directly at the skeleton's eyes. All the people in front of her disappeared. The only bad thing was that the burning sensation still existed. Master, what's going on? Why am I reacting like this? Yuriko asked, trying to hold back the burning sensation in her body. You just looked into the eyes of Ghost Rider. And marvel, there is a special existence, Ghost Rider. They are cursed people who have been deceived or fallen, signed a devil's contract with the devil for some purpose, and were transformed by the hellfire that burns the soul. They are the devil's spokesperson, specializing in dealing with some problems that the devil cannot deal with. Because of the special nature of the hellfire that can burn the soul lingering around them, their eyes have the ability to judge. Anyone who is identified as a sinner by them, once they see their eyes, will be judged by the hellfire, burned from the inside out, and eventually even the soul will be left. Yuriko looked into the eyes of the Ghost Rider and was identified as a sinner. So she was judged and burned by the hellfire once. In other words, if Louis had acted faster, the Ghost Rider's main target would not be Yuriko, so he let Yuriko escape. Otherwise Yuriko would be dead now. You are guilty. Ghost Rider stared at Louis and shouted hoarsely. That's right. Ghost Rider's main target was Louis. Only evil people could attract Ghost Rider. Louis had just killed thousands of people. In Ghost Rider's judgment criteria, Louis was an extremely evil person, so he was attracted here. After all, this is his range of activities. I don't know what the specific reason is, but every superhero basically has his own range of activities. Ghost Rider, who can barely be considered a superhero, also has his own range of activities. It's here, New Mexico. Yes, I am guilty. Then what can you do to me? Louis looked at the painful Yuriko, put his finger on her forehead, and said without raising his head. Louis put his finger on Yuriko's forehead for a few seconds, and pulled it back suddenly. A small ball of fire drilled out from Yuriko's forehead, and the pain on Yuriko's face disappeared after the small ball of fire drilled out. The small ball of hellfire in Yuriko's body was taken out without causing a violent reaction from the Ghost Rider. It seemed that he had expected it. He drove the motorcycle under his crotch and roared towards Louis. The motorcycle transformed by the hellfire was extremely fast and instantly came in front of Louis, who had no reaction. The blazing hellfire seemed to only need another moment to burn Louis, letting Louis taste the taste of being judged. However, in the blink of an eye, Louis suddenly grabbed the wreckage of an armored vehicle next to him and slapped the Ghost Rider who was close at hand. Bang! Just like slapping a fly, the Ghost Rider who was close at hand was slapped away like a fly, and the motorcycle transformed by the hellfire disintegrated in an instant. The motorcycle parts surrounded by the hellfire scattered, fell on the ground and the corpse, and began to burn violently, dragging a long trail of flames. The Ghost Rider was no exception. His bones were almost shattered into pieces. He fell to the ground, and the flames on his body were extinguished. Died already? Yuriko said in surprise after she recovered. No. As if to verify Louis' words, the flames on the Ghost Rider suddenly lit up, and the bones and bone fragments that fell from his body were attracted by an invisible force and returned to the Ghost Rider's body. After the bones and bone fragments returned, the cracks also disappeared little by little, and the Ghost Rider returned to his original state. If there was any difference, it was that the blazing hellfire on the Ghost Rider's body became a little dimmer. Hee. The Ghost Rider's mouth opened and closed, as if mocking Louis' useless efforts, and he let out a sharp and unpleasant laugh. Master, let me kill him. Before Louis showed any anger, Yuriko couldn't help it and made a furious voice. Yuriko regarded Louis as everything to her. Her god. Her god was insulted, and she, as a servant, would never let him go. You're still a little short. He's not someone you can handle. Louis dodged the snake-like chains of hellfire thrown by the Ghost Rider and said calmly, how come? If the opponent is a flesh and blood body, then there is nothing wrong and you can kill him. But the opponent is not, and the hellfire is lingering on his body. You are a melee fighter, so you are no match for him. After listening to Louis' words, Yuriko wanted to say something, but before she could say what she wanted to say, Ghost Rider's attack appeared again while Louis was talking. Dense bullets surrounded by hellfire shot madly, blocking Yuriko's words. Ghost Rider seemed to find that his chain attack speed was a bit slow, and it was difficult to hit Louis. He actually picked up a somewhat twisted Gatling gun from the ground and modified it. Hellfire can transform any mechanical and non-mechanical machine, giving it more powerful power, just like the current Gatling gun. The modified Gatling gun has undergone a huge change. The original distortion has returned to its original state. The 6 barrels of the Gatling are surrounded by hellfire, and a hideous demon relief appears on the gun body. Like Ghost Rider's motorcycle, the modified Gatling gun is full of a strong non-mainstream style, with some support. The Ghost Rider once again smiled ugly as he held the bullets that were gushing with hellfire. Expelliarmus. Before the Ghost Rider's laughter had completely died down, a strange force was transmitted from the weapon in his hand to his hands, and the modified Gatling gun in his hand instantly flew out of his hand and flew far away. Looking at his empty hands. Ghost Rider was confused. He didn't understand why his weapon slipped out of his hands. This had never happened before. Hanging upside down. Before he could figure out what was going on, his body flew up uncontrollably and then fell heavily to the ground. What's going on? Ghost Rider was confused. What the hell is going on? Why is it like this? He saw Louis' mouth move a few times, said a few words, and then became like this. Shattered into pieces, shattered into pieces. Louis said 8 words this time. As soon as he said these 8 words, he felt a strong tearing force appearing from the inside out of his body. This force directly tore his body apart, and it was the kind of force that shattered it. Still alive? Yuriko asked, looking at the shattered Ghost Rider. No, it's not that easy, but it's just right. I can use it to study some things. Evil creatures are not easy to find. Yuriko was quite curious about Louis' plan, and looked at Louis, wanting to see what he was going to do. Expecto Guardian. Louis did not disappoint him, and showed his intention. Using the Patronus spell, Expecto Guardian. A beam of light shot out from Louis' fingertips, expanding in the air and gradually taking shape, transforming into a lifelike dragon emitting milky white light, emitting a silent dragon roar, and rushing straight towards the Ghost Rider who was about to recover on the ground. The dragon hit the Ghost Rider's chest, and the Ghost Rider was like being splashed with sulfuric acid. A black mist spurted out of the Ghost Rider's body like it was free, and a huge hole appeared on his chest. But the strange thing was that the hole in his chest did not recover. It really works. Seeing that Expecto Guardian was useful, Louis did not let his Patronus continue to attack Ghost Rider. After waving his hand to make it disappear, Louis cast the spell again. The soul is out of the body. It's heart-wrenching. In the following minutes, Louis tested a small part of the spells in his mind, and Ghost Rider suffered an indelible psychological trauma. Now he looked at Louis with an unspeakable fear, and his body trembled. The spells Louis used were all special tormenting spells. Even if some of them were useless to Ghost Rider, the remaining ones would make him unforgettable for life. The spells targeting the soul are useless, but the spells targeting the dark creatures are effective. Is it because the Ghost Rider's soul is in that guy's hands? Louis ignored the panicking Ghost Rider, touched his chin, and thought. The Ghost Rider sold his soul to the devil, and the one in front of him was no exception. Apart from this explanation, Louis really couldn't explain why the spells targeting the soul were ineffective. But now there is a very troublesome problem. I can torture the Ghost Rider, but it is really troublesome to kill him. Because the soul is not in his body, the Ghost Rider is basically immortal now. It is very difficult to kill him. Louis doesn't even have a way at the moment. He can only break him to pieces. However, as time goes by, the power in his body will recover again, and it will return to its original state, and the body will recover again. This kind of immortal body is the most difficult to deal with. Facing this kind of immortal body, Louis' power is ineffective, and magic is also ineffective. Should I say that the high-level world is really different? The flesh is ineffective, and low-level magic is also ineffective. Louis smiled helplessly. Host, why don't you just seek some higher-level power? The system finally couldn't help it, and jumped out. Why did you jump out? It's because the host is in trouble. If I were to say, you are in trouble too. You still have 3 normal draw opportunities, 2 optimized draw opportunities, and 1 perfect draw opportunity. Why are you keeping them? To nest? Is it useful? Of course it's useless. But then again, why do I have so many extra chances to draw? Host, please remember to calculate your recent battles next time. You can get a chance to draw in every battle. So that's it. Louis calculated and suddenly said, no, it's missing. Yes, some of the host battles are not enough to get a chance to draw, even the worst ordinary drawing opportunities, so they are ignored directly. Also, the host's current battle is still in a stalemate, and there is no chance to draw. You are right. The system gives me a suggestion. Which extraction opportunity should I use? According to the host's current situation, both perfect extraction and optimized extraction are possible, but perfect extraction is the most appropriate. 100% strength and perfect ability can make the host stronger. The host's strength is still relatively weak. It is true that there is a little bit, that is it. The power of 10,000 tons seems to be strong, but there are too many people like this in the Marvel world, and there are all kinds of cheats, so the power of 10,000 tons is really nothing. It is because they did not appear that Liu Yi can be the king here. Once they appear and want to kill Liu Yi will not even have a chance to run. Not to mention far away, the master of the Ghost Rider in front of Liu Yi is such an example. Don't look at this Ghost Rider. His master is not an ordinary person. He is one of the legendary 7 lords of hell, the king of hatred, a powerful figure named in the Bible, Mephisto. With such a great reputation, you can imagine how strong he is. In other words, he can't get out of hell, so he needs people like the Ghost Rider to do things, otherwise he. Thinking of this, the system prompt sound also appeared. Congratulations to the host for drawing Merlin, the powerful supreme being from the Magician Apprentice plane. Supreme Merlin. Liu Yi has seen the movie The Sorcerer's Apprentice. When he watched the movie, he also studied the characters and magic in the movie in depth. The characters in the movie are fine, nothing too special, but the magic is completely different. This movie explains magic with a scientific method. The magic here is the influence of a person's brainwaves on the material world, and through this influence, it interferes with the material world to release magic. And it must be said that the magic is relatively richer and more powerful, and can even make people immortal, and also involves advanced things such as death and space. Although it cannot completely solve the problem of Ghost Rider, it can barely temporarily abolish his immortality. This is good, but it is still a little worse than Liu Yi's psychological expectations. Forget it, it's better than nothing. System, give me everything. As soon as Liu Yi finished speaking, a special stream of information appeared in his mind, causing his head to ache again like last time. Can't you be a little gentler? It's so uncomfortable. It doesn't matter if it hurts. The host has already gotten what he wanted anyway. The host can now try to take action against the Ghost Rider. The magic in this world can completely kill him in an alternative way. I know, but please let me take a break first. I have a headache now. Liu Yi said while rubbing his temple. Then take your time. After the system finished speaking, it disappeared. Only Liu Yi, who was in a headache, Yuriko, who was worried, and the Ghost Rider who wanted to escape very much, remained where they were, each immersed in their own inner world. What happened here? Natasha and Coulson finally came back and saw the hellfire burning everywhere. They cried out in surprise. 5 minutes had already passed. It's nothing. I just ran into a vigilante. Liu Yi rubbed his brows and found that he felt much better. He said vigilante? Superhero. Coulson caught a very interesting word and asked, no, it's a human who signed a contract with the devil. Liu Yi said lightly. After hearing Liu Yi's words, Natasha's curiosity was also aroused. Devil? Signed a contract? What devil? What contract? Mephisto, devil's contract. Coulson and Natasha were both speechless when they heard these 2 words. These 2 words had an inexplicable magic that made them shudder, and they didn't know what to say. Is it the one mentioned in the Bible? After a moment of silence, Coulson asked in a hoarse voice. Coulson didn't think it was him. If it was true, it would be a disaster. Since Musto existed, did it mean that God was also there? Fuck, it must not be. Yes. Liu Yi's words broke his delusion. This is not a good joke. Coulson said dryly. Just treat this as a joke. This will help protect your worldview to a certain extent. Coulson, my worldview has been shattered, okay? Is there any use in saying this now? Coulson, whose worldview was shattered, was somewhat unwilling to accept it. He turned his gaze to the trembling Ghost Rider on the side. He wanted to use this opportunity to reshape his worldview. Don't look. Before Coulson could turn his gaze to the Ghost Rider, Liu Yi's voice exploded in his ears. What? Coulson turned back subconsciously and asked. He had the luck to escape and did not see the eyes of the Ghost Rider. He had the luck to escape, but not all people were like this. Coulson wanted to reshape his 3 views, and Natasha wanted the same thing. She also looked at the Ghost Rider, but the difference was that Coulson was startled by Liu Yi and turned his head. Natasha did not continue to look at the Ghost Rider, but looked into the eyes of the Ghost Rider. In the judgment criteria of the Ghost Rider, Natasha was definitely not a good person. As soon as she looked into the reaction of the Ghost Rider, she also experienced everything that Yuriko had experienced before. After looking into the eyes of the Ghost Rider, Natasha immediately felt a burning sensation from the inside out, and her eyes were even fiery red. All the people she had killed appeared in front of her, densely packed into a sea of people, surrounding her in the middle. Because of the particularity of her profession, the number of people killed by Yuriko was not even a fraction of the number killed by Natasha, so in Natasha's illusion, a sea of people was formed. What's wrong with her? Coulson noticed Natasha's abnormality and saw the green smoke on Natasha's body, and hurriedly asked Liu Yi. He raised his head and glared at the Ghost Rider, making him turn his head in fear. Liu Yi then said to Coulson, I said before that he is a vigilante, and now he is doing what he should do as a vigilante, judging evil. After a pause, Liu Yi continued. Ghost Rider has his own set of criteria for judging evil people. Natasha was judged as an evil person and is guilty. What will be the consequences? The soul is burning. What? Coulson's face suddenly turned ugly, and he hurried to Natasha's side, wanting to check on her. But as soon as he touched Natasha, he quickly withdrew his hand that was touching Natasha's body. So hot. Of course, there is a hellfire in her body. Is there any way? Save her quickly. Liu Yi raised his left hand, palm facing the sky, pointed his finger at Natasha, and hooked it gently. That a ball of fire emerged from Natasha's brow, and floated straight to Liu Yi's palm, sinking and floating in Liu Yi's palm, like an elf. How about it? I'm fine now, but I'm still a little weak. I need to rest for a while. That's good, that's good. Coulson breathed a sigh of relief, and pointed at the Ghost Rider who was so scared by Liu Yi that he turned his head away and dared not look at them. What should we do with him? Leave it to me. Your methods are useless. After all, he is Mephisto's subordinate. After Liu Yi finished speaking, he walked straight towards the Ghost Rider and stopped 1 step away from him, throwing away a ball of hellfire in his palm casually. Liu Yi stood condescendingly in front of the Ghost Rider, and then, regardless of the swaying flames on his body, he raised his 2 hands and moved them along a specific trajectory. As Liu Yi's 2 hands moved, traces inexplicably appeared on the ground, one circle after another, with big circles inside small circles, and countless complicated patterns appeared inside and outside the big circles. The prototype of a magic circle appeared under the Ghost Rider. Whoosh! A faint blue flame emerged from the lines of the magic circle, and the magic circle was officially completed. The Ghost Rider was like being raped by 100 or 80 big men. At the moment when the magic circle was officially completed, he let out a violent wail and began to struggle hard, trying to break free from the magic circle. But this magic circle seemed to have infinite gravity. The Ghost Rider could not break free no matter what, and could only wail helplessly. Go back to hell. The blue flames on the magic circle made by Liu Yi grew stronger and stronger, weaving into a giant net that trapped the Ghost Rider. Boom! Suddenly, the giant flaming net tightened and suddenly fell down. An illusory black humanoid shadow with wings was pulled out of the Ghost Rider's body by the giant flaming net. It circled in the air for several times and fell to the ground outside the magic circle, creating a bottomless hole of unknown depth on the concrete ground. Lu E beat the fallen angel in the Ghost Rider's body back to hell, and the Ghost Rider also restored his original appearance, revealing his relatively famous face here, Johnny Blaze. This is the original name of the Ghost Rider. He also has a nickname called Explosive Johnny, a very famous motorcycle stuntmaster here. He has committed countless suicides in his life, but because of his own special characteristics, he has not died, but has gained his current fame. However, with his current fame, Johnny Blaze no longer looked as high-spirited as before. He was like a fish thrown onto the shore, panting heavily with his eyes wide open. Everything that had just happened made him feel drained, as if he had been squeezed hard by some wolf-like women for 3 days and 3 nights. "Thank you for saving me," Johnny Blaze said with difficulty after a pause. Johnny Blaze had always been very resistant to the fallen angel in his body, thinking that this thing was a scourge that prevented him from living a normal life. "You're welcome, just lend me one of your things." Louis raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "What thing? As long as I have it, I will definitely lend it to you. Don't worry, you definitely have it." After Louis finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a bullet head automatically appeared in Louis's hand, and was gently clamped by Louis's 2 fingers. Whoosh! Louis's wrist shook lightly, and the bullet held by Louis's 2 fingers instantly flew out of his hand, shooting towards Johnny Blaze at a speed faster than the bullet. Johnny Blaze never dreamed that this would happen, and subconsciously raised his hand to stop the bullet head. But how could his speed be comparable to the speed of the bullet head? As soon as his arm was raised, the bullet head had already hit his forehead, leaving a hideous bloody hole in his forehead. "This is what I want to lend you, your life. Lend it to me first." Louis said to Johnny Blaze, who was dying with his eyes open. "Why did you kill him?" Coulson looked at Louis, frowned, and couldn't help but question Louis's actions. "Do you have any objections?" Louis rolled his eyes and glanced at Coulson, and said lightly. Before Coulson could say anything, Natasha spoke first, and stopped Coulson from saying anything. "No, not at all." Natasha had been paying attention to Louis. From the beginning, Natasha found that there was something wrong with Louis. Under his calm appearance, she always felt that there was something hidden no matter what. At this time, she didn't think she should anger Louis. Yes, Natasha said, and kicked Coulson's leg deliberately, signaling him to say something. No opinion at all. Coulson quickly calmed down, and said to Louis, listened to Coulson's words, but did not express anything. He turned his head and looked at Johnny Blaze's corpse. After such a while, Johnny Blaze's corpse did undergo some unexpected but reasonable changes. Although it was extremely slow, the blood hole in Johnny Blaze's forehead actually showed some signs of recovery. It is indeed so. Even if the fallen angel in his body leaves, there is still a little bit of the fallen angel's power left, and the fire of hell is still burning in his body. The previous generation of Ghost Rider is like this. Up to now, he can still transform once, and there is still the power of the fallen angel in his body. I just don't know if these powers can make him recover. Before Louis finished speaking, the sky was suddenly covered by dense dark clouds, and a muffled thunder exploded. How can the weather change so suddenly? Eureka was puzzled. I'm afraid it's not just a simple change in the weather. How could the weather change so quickly? Someone must have interfered with the weather, Natasha said with a serious face. After she finished speaking, she also deliberately looked at Louis, and she found that the cautious look on Louis's face was deeper than hers. This made her heart tremble. Who knows what kind of thing it is that can make Louis show such an expression? She was still thinking about it, and the thing she was thinking about in her mind appeared in front of them out of thin air after a thunder explosion. There was no sign, including her, except Louis. When Natasha saw the thing clearly, she found that he was not a green-faced and fanged man, but a white-haired old man who seemed to be nothing special. The old man was walking towards them slowly, with a kind face, like a kind and amiable old man next door. But facing such an old man next door, Natasha and Coulson were immediately on guard. This is a military base, not a neighbor's backyard, and it is impossible for a so-called old man next door to appear. There is definitely something wrong with this guy. Let down your guard. It's useless. The one in front of you is not an ordinary person. Louis didn't even look at Coulson and Natasha, who were on guard beside him, and looked at the old man next door as if to verify Louis's words. As soon as Louis's voice fell, the sky exploded out of thin air, and a flash of lightning appeared again. The light of lightning illuminated the face of the old man next door, reflecting another face. Pale skin, scarlet and evil eyes, sharp teeth, cruel smile. All these combined together, piled on one face. The face of an absolute devil. Such a sentence emerged in everyone's mind. Mephisto seemed not to notice the shock on everyone's faces. He walked to Johnny Blaze's corpse and took a look. Then he turned to look at Louis. "You killed my knight," Mephisto asked with a kind smile, just like an old man next door. "Yes, that's really the case with the young. Compared to you, I'm already old. Anyone who believes this is a fool. Don't look at Mephisto's appearance as an old man, but he is still strong after who knows how many years. He is so strong that his son has fallen out with him. Wushima, the son of Mephisto, is a very miserable guy in hell. As the son of Mephisto, Wushima naturally has his place in hell. In his father's territory, he is an absolute little bully who bullies men and women. In his father's territory, any beautiful female demon can't escape his clutches. This is something that most people can't ask for. Logically, this should be the peak of his life. He doesn't need to do anything in the future, and he can just muddle through. But he is not like this. He has his own ideas. Over the years, he has always been said to be the son of someone, and others look at him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. But he is very sick and wants to prove himself. With Mephisto, there is a mountain on his head. He can't do anything. He can only hope that Mephisto will. He hoped that Mephisto would die quickly so that he could ascend the throne and become the top brother smoothly. He hoped and hoped, hoping that Mephisto would kick his legs, but in the end, he found that it was just a dream. He looked like an old immortal in human appearance, but in the end he was immortal, becoming a real old immortal. No one knew how much life he had left. What is the sorrow of the princes and princess? That is, their fathers are immortal. They can clearly see that position, but they can't touch it. Mortals are lucky to have a lifespan of at most 100 years. Who knows how long these devils have a lifespan? Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. Damn it. What should I do next? What else can I do? Rebellion. That's right, rebellion. Wushima did the same thing later. He really chose to rebel, and then there were things in the future. Mephisto is an old immortal. Whoever thinks he is really going to die is a real fool. Lue also knows this, but he has a famous saying: since you think you are old, why do you still come out? Isn't it good to retire in your hell? Oh no, my bones are indeed old, but I am not old enough to retire yet. I have to make use of my remaining energy while I am still able to move. Mephisto laughed and said calmly, yes. The two smiled at each other, as if they had said something funny. This made Yuriko and the other three look at each other in confusion, not understanding the situation at all. This is not right. Shouldn't they fight? After all, how can a knight who killed another one smile so happily, as if he had met a friend of different ages? Young man, I see we're getting along well. Are you interested in doing business with me? I have everything here. Power, money, women, strength, etc. Mephisto said to Louis in a tempting tone, which made Natasha and the other three feel endless yearning. Power is like a floating cloud to me. I am a country, and everyone must bow down to me. Who dares to look down on me? With power comes money, so naturally, I don't need money. This is even more true for women. As for strength, you can't give it to me. Louis didn't feel anything about Mephisto's temptation. He refuted and criticized the things that Mephisto tempted him with one after another. You are really a picky person, but it seems that there is something wrong with your last point. What is the problem? I can give you the strength you need. No, you can't. No, I can give it to you. Mephisto said firmly. Then I am curious about what kind of power you can give me. Tell me about it. Lu Yi showed his curiosity appropriately. How about the body of a demon? I can transform you into a powerful demon. What's so good about humans? They are weak and their lifespan is only 100 years. They are just a flash of a demon's finger. Really? Lu Yi said noncommittally. Being transformed into a demon? Don't be kidding. Let's not talk about whether he will still have his own will after the transformation, whether he will be enslaved. Just Lu Yi's current body is not comparable to the so-called demon. Is it necessary to take such a big risk? Mephisto is obviously up to no good and wants to transform himself into a demon and control himself. Is it necessary for Lu Yi to jump into the fire pit? Not interested? No problem. How about giving you the power of the devil? Not interested. Is there anything else? Powerful weapons. It is better to rely on yourself than on tools. Mephisto frowned slightly, then glanced at the magic circle on the ground, and said with a smile, No. I see you are studying magic. I have collected a batch of magic from ancient times to the present. Are you interested in this? Interested? Mephisto's smile deepened. One thing. Can I see the goods first? Of course you can. The flame on Mephisto's hand flashed, and a very simple, yellowed magic book appeared in his hand. Look at the goods. What? You don't want to take a look? Faced with the magic book handed over by Mephisto, Lu Yi had no intention of taking it, which made Mephisto raise his eyebrows. I want to see it, but put it aside first. Lu Yi still had no intention of reaching out, but said, You don't believe in my credit? Credit? You're talking to me about credit. From ancient times to the present, in any written records. Do you have credit? Anyone who believes that you have credit is a fool and deserves to be deceived by you. Thinking so in his heart, Lu Yi also said, I really don't believe in your credit. From the beginning of your record to the present, you have been synonymous with lies. Who dares to believe you? Having said this, what else could Mephisto say? He calmly threw the magic book on the ground in front of him, but Lu Yi looked at the magic book on the ground, but did not pick it up immediately. After using 20 spells to check it, he used his mind to control the magic book to fly to his hands and flip through it bit by bit. Wow, it really is Mephisto's personal collection. It is all about demon summoning and sacrifice magic, which is extremely evil. The biggest possibility of learning these magics is to lose your mind. Mephisto, this pitfall, is not that he didn't do anything, but he did it inside the magic book. This kind of trick is more sophisticated than the trick sitting on the magic book, and it is more difficult to detect. Once you practice the magic in it, you will be caught. Mephisto is waiting for Lu Yi here. If Lu Yi didn't have the memories of two magicians who have practiced magic for decades in his mind, I am afraid he really wouldn't be able to find the problem. What do you think? Seeing Lu Yi so addicted to the magic book, Mephisto's smile deepened. Very good. Take out your other magic books too. It's okay to take out the other magic books, but shouldn't you pay your price? Oh, what do you want me to pay? What do you think about giving me your soul and body after you die? I can also leave a place for you in hell, and you can become a demon after you die and continue to live. What do you think? I think it's very good. Hee, that's good. That's good. Mephisto said with a smile. Of course, this was just on the surface. Mephisto smiled on the surface, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Lu Yi agreed too straightforwardly, and the deal was too smooth. It would be fine if ordinary people didn't know Mephisto's identity, but once they knew it, they would be doubly vigilant. Lu Yi was a little bit wrong, but even so, Mephisto still had to complete the deal. Mephisto never cared whether the other party would play any tricks. He only cared whether the transaction would be completed. As long as the transaction was completed, everything would be out of the other party's control. Mephisto began to prepare his goods. Just as Mephisto was preparing the goods, Natasha took a careful look at Mephisto and said to Lu Yi worriedly, Do you really want to trade with him? Mephisto has a very bad reputation, especially and very bad. Anyone who has been involved with Mephisto will not have a good end. This is the lesson that history has given to everyone. I don't want to trade with him. Do you think there is a problem? This. Natasha couldn't say anything more. That it wasn't that she didn't want to say it, but a huge pressure suppressed her and made her unable to speak. The source of this pressure was none other than Mephisto, who was preparing the goods. Mephisto looked at Natasha with murderous intent in his eyes, which made Natasha unable to say what she wanted to say. Over the years, Mephisto must have killed more people than Natasha had eaten. His murderous intent was so strong that even if it was not his real body, he could still freeze Natasha, who wanted to meddle in other people's business. Okay, no need to say more. I know what to do. Lu Yi ignored Natasha's warning and looked at the magic book in his hand. Although this magic book is very dangerous and can easily make people lose their minds, it is very inspiring. If you make some subtle adjustments to the magic inside, it will have unexpected results. Lu Yi didn't appreciate it, and Natasha had no choice. Under the pressure of Mephisto, she could do nothing but give up. Mephisto was very satisfied with Natasha's understanding. He retracted his gaze and accelerated the preparation of his goods. There were too many changes, and it would be best to complete the transaction as soon as possible. After screening the magic books in his collection and selecting the most confusing part, Mephisto completed the preparation of the goods for his transaction. Can we trade now? Mephisto said with a smile, pointing at the 20 or so magic books in front of him. That's it, Lu Yi said, and suddenly a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He clapped his hands and used the power of his mind to bind Mephisto. What do you want to do? Mephisto asked calmly, as if he was not restrained. Having experienced so many storms, Mephisto would not be surprised by such a small thing, because he didn't know how many times he had encountered it. Didn't you guess it already? You are making me very distressed by doing this. Please take back your tricks. But what if I don't want to take it back? Come on, I'm not my real body. You can expel me, but you will also have to bear the consequences of wanting to expel me. Mephisto's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and an evil smile bloomed at the corners of his mouth. His things are not so easy to take. As if Lu Yi didn't see the evil smile on Mephisto's face, he controlled Mephisto with one hand and waved his other hand downward. Whoosh! A dark blue circle of fire surrounded Mephisto, and the latitude's rejection of him became stronger. Just like the lower world rejects the creatures of the higher world, the Marvel world, the latitude where the earth is located, also rejects Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. Now Lu Yi has strengthened this rejection. I won't let you go, Mephisto said with a distorted face. This time it wasn't Mephisto's intention to distort. It was just that the current dimension was too repelling to him, which eventually led to the distortion of his face. That will have to wait until I die. If I don't die, what can you do to me? Mephisto? What a big name. But if the real body can't enter this dimension, what's the use of having a big name? If you have the guts, crawl out of hell and find me. You will die one day. You are wrong. I have a magic that can make me immortal. You want me to die? It is impossible. You should go back to hell and live your own life in purgatory. Lu Yi raised his hand suddenly, and the dark blue flame turned into pale blue. Mephisto and the flame also turned into a black mist in the twisting and disappeared into the ground. At this time, the sky was clear again, and the dense dark clouds dissipated. Is this the end? Coulson seemed to find it hard to accept, and said with a strange look on his face that Mephisto's appearance was very cool and famous, but it was a bit hard to accept that he was expelled like this. Director, this doesn't match the script. It's just a projection. How difficult is it? A slightly stronger magician can expel him. It's not the real body. So that's how it is. Coulson couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Mephisto could be dealt with so easily, it would be great. They could also relax a little. Don't be so relaxed. It's not as simple as you think. Mephisto is the Lord of Hell after all, and it's not that easy to deal with him. Even if you can expel him, he will appear again after you expel him once. He might even lead a group of demons out. What? Is there any way to prevent him from coming out again? There is a way. It's just a little difficult. Lu Yi glanced at the anxious Coulson and followed his words. What solution? Coulson had some doubts about Lu Yi's words. He always felt that there was something wrong with it, but he couldn't figure it out no matter what. He could only suppress it temporarily and looked at Louis. The dark book. What? The dark book. What is the dark book? A special magic book that can lead people into darkness. Its specific origin can be traced back to a god of the underworld billions of years ago. He possessed extremely powerful power and wrote this book. It is rumored that Mephisto borrowed his power to achieve what he has today. Mephisto actually relied on him? How powerful is he? Coulson's face was full of disbelief. Natasha standing on the side was also in disbelief. They didn't expect that a mere book would have such an origin and involve such a powerful ancient god. It cannot be verified, but one thing is certain. Is it possible that his dark book can help fight Mephisto? Or even bind him to hell forever? Before Louis could finish what he was going to say, Natasha took over the conversation. That's right. Since you said that, you should also know the relevant clues, right? I know. I'm also trying to find it through you. Louis stated his purpose. But as soon as Louis stated this purpose, Coulson and Natasha could not help but look at each other, and they saw trouble in each other's eyes. This book is not simple. According to their code of conduct, they must find a place to collect it. Moreover, once someone knows this book, they will never let it fall into Louis's hands. It is almost impossible to hand it over to Louis. But the problem is that Louis is not easy to mess with. Once they want to find this book, they have to hand it over to Louis. This will make them very embarrassed, and they will be in trouble. They are now extremely regretful for hearing about this book. It would be better if they didn't know. Why don't you look for it yourself? Natasha asked with a headache. I looked for it, but I didn't find it. Louis spread his hands and said sincerely. In fact, Louis didn't look for it. He has been very interested in this book since he entered the Marvel world. But the content of this book is so bad that he will be affected after reading it. Louis was just jealous and didn't take any action, for fear that he would find it by accident and read it without being able to help. This has continued until now. When Mephisto appeared, Louis said that he didn't care about the threat of Mephisto, but he was still a little worried in his heart. This guy has lived for an unknown period of time, and no one knows what trump card he has. Louis felt very insecure, so he wanted to find something that could make him feel safe, that is, the Darkhold. Then, there was the conversation just now. Louis deliberately made friends with Natasha and Coulson before. In fact, it was for this time. In the next period of time, Mephisto will pay close attention to him. He can't find it in person, and can only leave it to the two of them. Louis didn't make friends with the two people against Mephisto, but he happened to be caught up by Mephisto, which was also his bad luck. It is better for us not to get involved in this matter. Natasha signaled Coulson with her eyes and conveyed her thoughts. Natasha is Coulson's superior, but she did not act alone at this time, but chose to ask Coulson. This matter is too big, and it actually involves Mephisto. Hearing both sides will lead to enlightenment, while listening to one side will lead to blindness. In order to avoid accidents due to her decision, she wanted to listen to the opinions of the mature and stable Coulson. Coulson's eyes were full of hesitation. Looking at the hesitation in Coulson's eyes, Natasha sighed helplessly. She probably understood what Coulson meant and couldn't just give up. Natasha probably understood what Coulson meant, and Louis also understood, with a faint smile on his face. Don't try to make excuses. You may know who Mephisto is better than me. Do you think he has no purpose in coming to Earth? Louis added fuel to the fire. Mephisto does not have a good reputation. What Louis said was exactly what Coulson and Natasha were worried about. They would not believe that Mephisto had no conspiracy to destroy the world. They deliberately ignored this point, but Louis revealed it mercilessly. After her face changed slightly, Natasha said, okay, we are willing to help you find that book. Very good. Since you are willing to help me find this book, there are some things I should tell you in detail. What? Some precautions for taking the dark book. Next, Louis told Coulson and Natasha some special precautions for taking the dark book. After listening, Coulson and Natasha couldn't help but look ugly. For them, taking the dark book was really a huge pit. First of all, they needed to be able to withstand the temptation of the dark book. In the middle of the journey, they might encounter ghosts, creatures that they had imagined before. This was really a bit difficult for them to accept. Don't worry, you find books for me. I won't let you get into danger. I'll prepare some magic props for you. Louis's words gave Coulson and Natasha some confidence, making their faces look a little better. When will the magic items be ready? Now, Louis stretched out his hand towards the surroundings, and some broken guns and armored vehicle wreckage flew in front of Louis under the control of an invisible force. Ding, ding, ding. The wreckage of guns and armored vehicles collided with each other in a series of collisions, forming a relatively round sphere. Then, this sphere began to melt little by little, like ice cream under the scorching sun, and turned into a ball of iron liquid without any high temperature, changing its shape under Louis's control. A pitch black sword covered with magic runes, a pitch black dagger also covered with magic runes, two special black necklaces, and a long chain with a small lock appeared in front of Louis. After doing all this, Louis breathed a sigh of relief and said, the conditions are very simple, and this is the only way. What are these things used for? The long sword and dagger can kill evil creatures. The black necklace can allow you to see evil creatures and assist you in killing them. The long chain is used to lock the dark book. I'm afraid you can't stand the temptation of the dark book. It's really humane. Coulson couldn't help but say it's very humane. But when you know the other use of the chain, you won't say that. Louis said so in his heart. Coulson and Natasha didn't know that Louis's long chain had another function. When they locked the dark book, they could transmit the dark book to where Louis was now. With these magic props, you will be much more relaxed next time. But remember, if possible, don't touch things you shouldn't touch. Louis was really unsure about the inertia of the plot. After preparing these magic props, he still reminded them, don't worry about that. We are professionals. I am worried because you are professionals. In Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., you professional guys have used your expertise to analyze everything and caused so much trouble, especially that robot. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have appeared and caused so many things and dragged out the plot for so long. But then again, after obtaining the Darkhold, that method can be used as a reference. My robot can definitely be upgraded and I can get more chances to draw. Although thinking so in his heart, Louis didn't say it out loud. He encouraged the two of them and told them some information he knew. Then he parted ways with them and asked them to go find the Darkhold. Coulson and Natasha left, but Louis and Yuriko didn't. They remained where they were. Master, aren't we leaving? Yuriko asked doubtfully, smelling the blood and gunpowder. I still need to take care of some things before I can leave. Although Yuriko was more curious, she was considerate and did not ask, but stood aside to see what Louis was going to do. Louis did not let Yuriko wait any longer. He opened his arms, gently raised them over his shoulders, and gently stroked his hands along a specific trajectory. This stroking attracted the blood on the ground that had not completely dried up, and drove the blood to flow. All the blood, under the guidance of a special force, gathered from the ground into streams and rivers, and flowed to Louis's feet, forming a huge blood-colored magic circle. Louis stood in front of the magic circle and chanted, I'm here to summon you with the blood of thousands of people. Come out, blood demon. After Louis's chanting ended, the blood-colored magic circle released a blood-colored light, and a blood-colored figure appeared in the center of the magic circle accompanied by a piercing noise. Material world. This is the material world. Hee. I didn't expect that I would come to the material world. Who is calling me? Stand up. I will give you a chance to become my servant. A sharp voice came from the center of the magic circle. What a big tone. Master, do you want me to kill him? Yuriko asked Louis with a livid face. It was obvious that the words of the blood demon had stimulated her. No, I still have a use for him. At this time, the blood light in the center of the magic circle also completely dissipated, revealing the rampant blood demon inside. Louis and Yuriko were also able to see what the blood demon looked like. Its horns were as sharp as knives, its skin was replaced by blood-red stratum corneum, its hands and feet were replaced by sharp claws, and its elbows and knees also grew spikes. Although the blood demon could barely be called a human, it was obvious at a glance that it was a murderous weapon, and it was completely worthy of being a demon. I am the blood demon, Insk. Bug, kneel down, offer your loyalty and the blood of the woman beside you, and I will forgive your offense. As soon as the blood demon Insk appeared, he pointed at Louis and said wildly. The blood demon had just listened to the conversation between Louis and Yuriko, and in order to let these two ignorant mortals know how powerful he was, he said this. After saying this, the blood demon instinctively showed a bloodthirsty expression, and his scarlet tongue licked his saw-like teeth, revealing a crazy ha ha ha. Everyone says that a barking dog bites. I thought it was just a rumor at first, but I found out now that it is true. Louis laughed and pointed at the blood demon. The blood demon's body stiffened and petrified on the spot. He suffered a serious blow. Being compared to a dog, he was drunk. In hell, he is not a powerful demon. But even if he is not a powerful demon, he still has self-esteem. Inks is still the kind of demon with a very strong self-esteem. Although according to the tracing of his own demon bloodline, in fact, he may not be as good as a dog in front of Mephisto, but now this is not hell. But in the material world, Lui's metaphor is a thorn, which hurts him invisibly and reminds him of his previous life that was looked down upon. Lui's laughter sounded particularly harsh to him, making him lose face. If it were not for the red keratin replacing the skin, he would definitely be able to see the iron blue on his face now. He is a powerful demon, no longer a dog-like demon. He must establish this concept. He must be bloody and cruel. Prove yourself strong. No one can look down on me. This is the cry in Insk's heart. Lui could not hear the cry in Insk's heart. Lui saw the bloodthirsty expression on Insk's face, laughed dumbly for a while, and rushed over directly with his body without using any magic. Insk did not expect Lui to fight him in hand-to-hand combat. Facing Lui's self-defeating behavior, he showed a sinister smile and grabbed Lui with his sharp claws. He could almost see the scene of Lui being killed by sharp claws. The sinister smile on his face changed and became complacent. Snap. The sinister smile on Insk's face froze, and he felt unwell. The second before his claws were about to kill Lui's palm slapped Insk's face. His movement was deformed, and instead of killing Lui, he was humiliated. Insk's face immediately darkened, and he looked at Lui with murderous intent in his eyes. Damn bug, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to throw your soul into the fire of hell and burn it for 10,000 years. Pa, another slap in the face. Insk did not think of resisting, but it was useless. The slap landed on his face again. This time it was even harder than the previous one. Insk was beaten so hard that he turned around more than 10 times, and several of his sharp teeth fell out. As the trial opened, several teeth were knocked out by the slap, and Insk's cheeks became swollen, and his speech became slurred. However, he did not finish his slurred words, and Lui slapped him on the face again, interrupting him. This time, the force was even greater than the previous time. Before Insk could react to what was happening, and before the pain even reached his mind, he turned into a flying top, spitting blood and spinning. Perhaps because the speed of rotation was too fast, he actually generated an upward force, rising 3 or 4 meters before falling heavily to the ground. This time, Lui once again walked in front of him, raised his hand, and pretended to slap him again. Ding ding. Oh rub it. Wrong. Insk nodded quickly. Dignity? The hell with it. He finally understood that his summoner was a very powerful summoner. He knew the times and could not go on like this. So do you know who's the master and who's the servant? Yeah. Insk nodded frantically again. It would be great if you could continue like this, wasting my time. Now I'm going to stand up for you. I need you to do something, so don't play dumb here. After 3 consecutive slaps, Insk was convinced on the surface. He didn't dare to go against Lui's wishes and quickly stood up. I'm your summoner and you are the summoned. Be obedient, or I will send you back to hell and kill you. Got it. Oh, it's finally here. Have you remembered everything? Lui said to Insk, who looked like a bullied young wife, with a serious look on his face, as if he would beat him to death if he dared to say no. I remember it all. Insk did not dare to relax at all and spoke fluently. The devil's recovery ability is really strong. After a while, the wound on his face has almost healed, and several teeth that were broken at the root have grown out. Then hurry up and do it. Why are you standing here stupidly? Do you think I'm willing? I have wanted to run away for a long time, but I am afraid of you. Are you thinking about something bad in your heart? Lui looked at Insk suspiciously. No, absolutely not. Insk quickly shook his head to deny it. It was not pleasant to be slapped in the face. Not pleasant at all. Humph, get out of here. Insk was as if he had been pardoned. He did not dare to stay at all. He kicked the ground and turned into a blood-red light and disappeared into the sky. After Insk disappeared, Yuriko said, Master, you just said it, but he was not convinced in his heart. I've always known this, but it doesn't matter. He just needs to complete the mission. Let's go too. Lui walked to Yuriko's side, stretched out an arm around her waist, and took her home using the apparition while she was at a loss. The next morning, Yuriko walked to Lui with a tray of delicious food. After putting the food on the tray on the table, Yuriko stood beside Lui, very comfortable with her maid status. Master, this morning, when I went out to buy breakfast, I heard a very interesting news. Oh, what news? Lui asked with interest. A very vicious incident happened yesterday. A group of vicious terrorists attacked a military base in New Mexico, killing thousands of people. Even the White House spokesman expressed his condolences. Lui stopped eating after hearing this and couldn't help laughing. It's not easy for the US government. They actually came up with such a reason. As a person involved in the matter, how could Lui not know what happened? He really felt some sympathy for the US government. It was a pity that they could come up with such a reason. Master, it was not just like that before. The White House spokesman said that the previous nuclear bomb explosion was also related to these terrorists, and there was even a causal relationship between the two. Is there anything else? A White House spokesman said that this was a premeditated action and that the White House had personally issued an order to set up a special task force to handle this matter. Does anyone believe it? Few believe. Many don't. But what? Since the White House spokesperson made his remarks, a lot of evidence suddenly appeared on the internet and began to forcibly whitewash the case. Then more and more people began to believe it, and fewer people did not believe it. What a good trick. Lui smiled, picked up his knife and fork, and ate his breakfast again. Their methods are not simple. They even blamed the deaths of 4 generals on these terrorists. Something expected. Lui was not too surprised by this. Lui killed a general himself, and then ordered Insk to kill the remaining 3 generals who participated in the release of the nuclear bomb. After the fermentation of the whole night yesterday, he should have done it. And then the White House got the news. The people in the White House are not fools. They guessed who did it at the first time, but they could not expose it, so they could only give another explanation. The death of 4 generals is not a trivial matter. There is no reasonable explanation, so they all blamed it on the omnipotent terrorists. Terrorists can attack military bases, release nuclear bombs, and naturally kill 4 generals. They have already made up the cause and effect. A group of extremely vicious terrorists who extremely hate the United States and call themselves freedom fighters sneaked into the United States and used covert means to get a nuclear bomb from a military base in New Mexico. Of course, the US military is not a vegetarian. They were discovered in the process, and they had to detonate the high-intensity bombs that had been arranged long ago, resulting in the deaths of thousands of soldiers and 4 generals who were discussing military affairs after causing such heavy casualties. The terrorists finally took the nuclear bomb away and intended to detonate it in New York. But this didn't. Yes, the US military is the most powerful military in the world. They have fought aliens and people with superpowers. Terrorists are nothing. After the initial confusion, the soldiers and officers who survived the military base quickly made a decision that they could not let the nuclear bomb explode in New York even if they tried their best. A special forces team was quickly dispatched, and after many life and death struggles, they finally brought the nuclear bomb out of New York and died together with the terrorists who wanted to detonate the nuclear bomb in New York, thus saving New York. What? You said the time is wrong. What do you know? There is nothing wrong with the time. It is completely right, isn't it? In order to make all of this make sense, the US government revised the time of the attack on the military base and issued a gag order, and then everything made sense. Then, the story of the brave special forces destroying a conspiracy, saving New York, and saving the world spread. In the United States, such heroic stories are the most popular, and stories of ordinary people fighting back and saving the world are even more so, with a lot of evidence in such a touching story. Everything has been so harmonious. Rumors stop with the wise. This sentence is not wrong. In fact, it is not just rumors, but also some false truths. However, the real wise men are a minority after all, and most of them are fools. With the efforts of the US government, the world has restored harmony. Everything is the fault of the terrorists. The dead soldiers are because of terrorists, and the dead generals are also because of terrorists. The soldiers and generals are not at fault at all. The fault is all the terrorists. It's all. No, it's all the fault of the terrorists. Anyway, they have enough to blame, and they don't care about this. Lui has been paying attention to the follow-up of the matter. Lui really admires the US government's ability to turn the tables. Lui silently gave a thumbs up to the US government, and then silently continued his work to make the equipment in his mind. When Lui accepted Superman's ability, he also accepted part of his memory. This part of the memory does not contain much super technology and Krypton, but it does have the relevant production methods of Superman's equipment. Lui plans to use this memory to create a set of equipment for himself. A set of equipment that coexists with technology and magic, can cooperate with each other, and fight against technology and magic at the same time. For the cooperation of magic, Lui has now completed 80%, and the materials of the equipment have been prepared and cut. According to Lu Yi's own body. If you don't pursue magic, this set of clothes is already perfect, and it is no different from Superman's uniform. Of course, the uniform here is not the kind of uniform that is worn outside the underwear. But the uniform of Superman in the Man of Steel. Lui has always felt that Superman's uniform with underwear worn outside is simply weak, and the real Superman's uniform should be the Superman uniform in the Man of Steel. What the hell is underwear worn outside? When Lui learned about the production method in his mind, he thought about whether he should make one, but the conditions were not met. The technological level of Krypton is not comparable to that of the Earth. The materials of this equipment cannot be made with the technology of the Earth, but now it is different. Lui has a more powerful magic to cooperate with, and this set of equipment can be made, and even stronger equipment can be made, such as the power armor on Zod and others. Yes, that's right. The power armor that Zod and the others are wearing can also be used. The only pity is that Superman only has partial design drawings of this armor in his memory, and he has no grasp of the power design at all, so even if Lui makes it, it will only be a bloated armor. In this regard, Lui has no other choice for the time being, so he can only make a set of Superman uniforms in the Man of Steel as his own equipment. Master, the equipment is already 80% complete, and the inspection did not find any problems. It completely meets your requirements. Yuriko said to Lui, standing in front of the equipment made by Lui. Yuriko is now acting as an assistant, helping Lui in making equipment, which is also her own request. She is happy to participate in everything Lui does, and every time she helps Lui, it can give her special pleasure. This is probably related to what Lui wrote in her mind at the beginning, which makes her feel that dedicating herself to Lui is the best thing, everything to her, and what she should do most. If that's the case, then it would be fine now. What a pity. What a pity. Yuriko was puzzled. The equipment was being built smoothly without any problems. Yuriko didn't know why Lui said it was a pity. You don't understand magic, so you don't know. The material of this equipment is very good, but it is not so good at conducting magic. The magic development is not particularly outstanding. The engraving of magic runes and magic arrays can only be ordinary. Ordinary has never been Lui's pursuit. Lui wants perfection. It's just that a good cook can't cook without rice. This is the only way for now. If you need any other materials, let me know, and I can get them. There is no such material on the market, and such material is only available in some special places. I can go. Lui smiled and said, I know what you mean, but you can't go to these places. Even I can't go there for the time being. Wait, one day, I will take you there. Okay, I'll take the last step. Yuriko stepped back quickly, fearing that she would affect Lui. In fact, Lui was not afraid of Yuriko's influence, and she could not affect him, but it was undoubtedly good for her to step back. Lui did not see any movement, and the equipment that was 80% completed slowly rose into the air and quickly filled up, like a transparent person wearing the equipment. Facing this equipment, Lui began to engrave runes and magic circles. The fiery red flames rose from the bottom of the equipment, and the misty flames streaked on the equipment. The equipment turned red in an instant, so quickly, and everything seemed so abrupt. This state did not. How long did it last? When the flames spread to the collar of the equipment, the red equipment quickly cooled down in 1 second and returned to its original state, as if it had never appeared. This cycle repeated 9 times. After 9 times, the equipment had already shown a tendency to deform, so it stopped and ended helplessly. After all, it was not magic metal, and this level was already the limit. After finishing the engraving of runes and magic circles, he stretched out his hand and made a move on the equipment. With a flash of light, the equipment that was motionless disappeared and was instantly worn by Lui. The first magic circle, the master recognition magic circle, was successful. So, is this considered a one-click clothing change? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A red figure shuttled back and forth across the vast grassland, causing the sound of whistling wind. After an unknown amount of time, the red figure finally stopped, revealing a figure wrapped in a red cloak. Lui's figure. Not bad. In the air, Lui smiled. After many flights, Lui not only did not feel any discomfort, but also had no problems with the magic gain, except for the automatic equipment change magic circle and another magic circle. Just now, all the magic circles on the equipment were tried by Lui, and there were indeed no problems. Light Guardian, Natural Force, Malice Perception, Automatic Cleaning, Recovery Aura, Ring of Thorns, Perception Shielding, all 7 magic arrays are fine. Lui was barely satisfied with this. With these 7 magic arrays, Lui could save a lot of time. After confirming that there was no problem with his magic array, Lui did not continue to fly in the sky. In a flash, he issued an order to retrieve his equipment. After the order was issued, the equipment on Lui's body turned into star-like light and floated to Lui's neck and turned into an S-marked necklace on Lui's neck. This is the last magic array, a transformation magic array through which equipment can be transformed into a necklace for easy carrying. You can't let Lui learn from Superman. Put the equipment into his body, put on a loose set of clothes outside, and take off the outer clothes when necessary to transform into Superman, right? Yes, Superman's clothes are very good. They don't wrinkle, and they have amazing defense, but there is no need to do this. So, Lui simply made such a magic array, which is convenient and quick. Master, someone is looking for you. Lui had just collected his equipment and had not yet landed from the sky when Yuriko's figure appeared at the end of the grassland. Her voice came from the end of the grassland little by little. Yuriko used normal voice, but Lui's hearing was amazing. He could easily hear the sound of ants crawling within 1,000 miles. Yuriko's voice was easily heard by Lui. Lui flew in front of Yuriko in an instant. Who is it? A one-eyed nigger who says his name is Nick Fury. Is it him? Why are you late? Bring him in. After hearing what Lui said, Yuriko turned and walked towards the door to pick him up, while Lui continued to stay where he was, waiting for Nick Fury to arrive. Yuriko didn't let Lui wait for long, and soon brought the one-eyed black man Nick Fury, whom she mentioned. Here I don't know if it was because Yuriko came in a hurry, but Nick Fury was a little out of breath with his physical fitness. What's up? Have you worked too much in the office? Can't even handle this little bit of exercise? Do you want to take a break? There's no need to rest. Nick Fury rejected Lui's kindness and said seriously, I came here mainly to discuss some serious matters with you. What business? First of all, there is the death of thousands of soldiers and 4 generals. This matter involves a lot of people. Although it has been reconciled, the voices of resistance against you from the US military and political circles are getting stronger and stronger. As expected. Are you here for them this time? Half of it. After a pause, Nick Fury continued. They hope to convey a message through me. What's the message? They hope that you can accept the supervision of S.H.I.E.L.D. and promise not to use your abilities again. Otherwise, they may take measures when necessary. Nick Fury really didn't want to say this, but he had to say it, because this was not only the intention of the US government, but also the intention of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s superior. The International Security Council, LUE's killing this time also touched their nerves. They didn't want to see their own army, generals, or even the supreme leader killed by Lui one day. This time Nick Fury came in person, on the one hand to issue an ultimatum, and on the other hand to ease the emotions of both sides on his own initiative. He understood the urgency of the International Security Council and the ideas of the American political and military circles. He even had such an idea himself, but this was very inappropriate and should be done slowly. He didn't know what the International Security Council was planning or calculating. He had to buy enough time, and then he came here on his own initiative. How dare you personally convey this? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you directly without any distinction? Not afraid. No, of course I'm afraid, but it's useless. I still have to come. It's not that he is so great, but he has some confidence to save his life. Natasha and Coulson are helping Lui find something, and Lui should not kill him at this time. Nick Fury thought so in his heart, but he was smart and didn't say it. I believe in your reason. Although I know your words are false, they still sound good. Don't worry, I won't kill you. They need you to pass on the message, and so do I. Nick Fury was a little nervous before, but now he relaxed immediately after hearing Lu Yi's affirmative words. Tell them that I am a kind and low-key person, and everything I do is forced by them. You are still kind to others? Low-key? Yes, you could be considered low-key before, but not now? Nick Fury said in his heart. This is just what Nick Fury thought. The Lu Yi before was not the real Lu Yi. The low-key Lu Yi he knew was another dead person. Lu Yi has always been high-profile. So, don't be too Lu Yi. Lu Yi obviously didn't have such awareness, and said lightly, they want to supervise me? Very good. Then let them come, but I can't guarantee that I will not find out about their supervision and go to kill them. Come if you are not afraid of death. Faced with Lu Yi's naked threat, Nick Fury wanted to show his authority as the chief and say no to Lu Yi, but the reality is, I will convey it. Nick Fury endured it, and the dignity of the bureau chief was thrown into the trash can in the corner. Our great bureau chief felt that his dignity was completely lost. Do you have anything else to say? If not, go ahead. I'm waiting for your message. Lu Yi looked at Nick Fury, who looked normal and as black as charcoal, and said, it was really hard to tell the change in Nick Fury's face to I in Lu Yi's opinion. There should be no real change, but it's just not noticeable. I have one more thing. Explain. Do you know Tony Stark? Tony Stark? Nick Fury actually mentioned him. By the way, this show-off seems to be dying. Is it because of this? Everyone knows that he is a famous playboy, the head of Stark Industries, and a famous rich man. What? You want to introduce me to him? Lu Yi pretended that he hadn't guessed anything and started to talk jokingly. Not entirely. Introducing him to you is just one aspect. What I also want to say is that Tony Stark is very rich, extremely rich. Money has long been just a number to him, and he can get a lot of useful things with it. Then what? You are not here to attack me, are you? Lu Yi said this with an unchanged expression. Of course not. I just want to say that Tony Stark is dying, and now someone is needed to save him. This is a good opportunity, and a lot of good things can be squeezed out of him. Nick Fury's words were for Lu Yi's consideration, but Lu Yi knew it was not. He was tempting himself to save Tony Stark. Tony Stark's dead father was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he himself was a top genius. Now Tony Stark is almost dead, and he has no cure, which is unacceptable. So, he set his sights on Lu Yi. The intelligence he collected before showed that Lu Yi was proficient in magic, and problems that technology could not solve could be tried with magic, just as a dead horse as a living horse. It would be best if he was cured, and it would be nothing if he was not cured. Anyway, the worst would be like this. Anyway, he would not have to pay any price for the cure, and Tony Stark, the rich man, could pay for it. It's a huge profit, isn't it? The opportunity is a good opportunity, but what? Nick Fury asked before Lu Yi finished speaking. But what do you think Tony Stark can give me? What is worth my effort? My effort is very expensive. Of course I know this, but you should also know that in fact, in the United States there is basically nothing that money cannot solve, and Tony Stark is very rich, so you know. Actually, I don't understand. Nick Fury couldn't help but choke on his laughter. We are all smart people. Is it necessary for me to make my words so clear? Well, you can blackmail some things, even make a list, and let Tony Stark prepare it. He is a rich man and won't care about these things. Nick Fury regarded Tony Stark as a sucker and sold him directly to Lu Yi. It sounds very tempting. Hearing this, Nick Fury showed a triumphant smile on his face. He knew that Lu Yi was tempted, of course. He also knew that his little calculation was discovered by Lu Yi, but he didn't care. He had known it would be like this, and he never thought of hiding this little calculation from Lu Yi. All he wanted to do was to attract Lu Yi with benefits. That's all. Then you let him come. After getting what he wanted, Nick Fury did not stay any longer and returned to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. After instructing Hill to inform Tony Stark, he fell into a busy and endless wrangling. As the director, he had a lot to do. He had to help Lu Yi pass the message and coordinate the relationship between the two parties. He could not waste time. Nick Fury was very busy, and Hill was not relaxed either. He only took a little time out of his busy schedule to inform Tony Stark. In other words, your organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. has given me a wizard who plays with dolls and stirs slop in dark corners to cure me. Tony Stark, who stayed at home, felt like he was going crazy. What was going on? He was the only one who knew that he was going to die. But who would have thought that he received a phone call today, and someone told him that he was not the only one who knew about it, but an organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. also knew about it, and they even found a wizard to treat him. It was too bad. To be exact, it's not a wizard, but a magician. Beep. Tony Stark hung up the phone. Hill looked at the hung up phone and was really speechless, but he couldn't just give up like that. So he called Tony Stark again. Sorry, the number you dialed. Well, just reject the call. Hill really didn't believe that Tony Stark's phone call would be like this. After calling many times without any result, Hill was helpless and finally sent a message. Maybe you think this is fake, but what if it is true? If you have a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival, you shouldn't die in such a cowardly way. You have a brighter future and someone you love deeply. You should give it a try. Then here is Lu Yi's address. Whoosh! There was a loud noise from the sky, and a red and white steel man fell from the sky. The flames under his feet lifted his body and slowly stopped on the concrete ground without making any sound. Jarvis, do you think I'm crazy? How could I believe this? Iron Man's voice came out from the iron package with doubt and a bit of self-mockery. When people are about to die, they will inevitably take some excessive actions. Sir, your actions are very consistent with what humans do when facing death. According to you, I am a normal person. With a self-deprecating smile, Iron Man's mask opened with a mechanical sound, revealing a weathered and tired face inside, which was exactly Tony Stark's face. Tony Stark finally came. Hill's message, or more precisely, the 4 words, beloved. In the message played a role. It must be said that sometimes the power of love is so strong. Is this here? According to satellite positioning, there is nothing wrong here. Then let me see what kind of wizard that S.H.I.E.L.D. found for me is. Till now, Tony Stark still stubbornly believed that Lu Yi was a wizard in the traditional sense, and he was also holding the mentality of trying his best. With this mentality, Tony Stark walked to the place marked by Jarvis, and then stood there silently. Stagnant. It's not that he didn't want to move forward, but he had no way to move forward. He encountered the same situation as Natasha and Coulson at the beginning, and he couldn't see Lu Yi's house. What happened? Wrong address? There is nothing wrong with it, right here. Jarvis is not using human eyes, nor is he a human being. He is an artificial intelligence with absolute rationality, and the spell of Lu Yi's house is ineffective against it. Why is it here? It's obviously not here. There is indeed nothing wrong here. Jarvis confirmed again and again, and Tony Stark finally believed it. Human eyes may have problems, and electronic eyes may also have problems, but relatively speaking, the probability of electronic eyes having problems is very low. He believes more in electronic eyes and in the artificial intelligence Jarvis, which almost never makes mistakes. So that means there is a problem here. Scan here, Jarvis. Tony Stark said without hesitation. More than 10 seconds later, a special electromagnetic fluctuation was discovered. Did you find any use for it? Insufficient information, unable to judge. So that's it. Tony Stark looked straight ahead and fell into deep thought. Tony Stark has never lacked curiosity about new things, even at this moment. Just when Tony Stark was curious, Yuriko also came to the door under Lu Yi's order, saw the curious Tony Stark, and walked in front of Tony Stark. Is it Tony Stark? Yuriko's words interrupted Tony Stark's meditation and made him jump with fright. He subconsciously raised his hands, and his palms shone brightly, aiming at Yuriko. Because of the spell, Yuriko seemed to appear suddenly, which really scared Tony Stark. Yuriko was also very skilled and bold, and she did not make any move towards Tony Stark's actions, just looking at him coldly without saying a word. Miss, do you know that scaring others can kill them? Tony Stark looked at Yuriko clearly and made sure that she didn't have any abnormal behavior. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and put down his hands. I don't know. Is it Tony Stark? It's me. Tony Stark choked, but still said, come with me. After confirming that it was Tony Stark, Yuriko said something to Tony Stark. Yuriko didn't give him a good look and just walked forward. Although Tony Stark was helpless, he didn't want to get entangled with a woman. He took a few quick steps and followed Yuriko into Lu Yi's house. Then, Tony Stark was stunned like a country bumpkin. Tony Stark's seaside villa is very modern, covers a large area, and has beautiful scenery. He's a man who has seen the world, but even so, he was still stunned. Space technology? You actually use space technology here? Which scientist is here? Tony Stark finally came to his senses and couldn't help but yelled, "There are no scientists here, only a magician, who is also the wizard in your mind." Such a voice suddenly came from the sky. Tony Stark hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice, but saw Louis floating cross-legged in the sky, looking at him with a smile, with a special light in his eyes. Cunning, suspicious, fierce. No, none of them. This is the look of a profiteer who sees his prey and intends to make a fortune. Being stared at by such eyes, Tony Stark couldn't help but shudder, as if something bad was about to happen. How did you do it? What did you say? Suspended in the sky or changing in space? Both. Tony Stark gathered his strength and looked at Louis, wanting to see what Louis was going to say. It would be best if Louis could tell him the principle. All? Then let's talk about treating you. Damn, I took off my pants and you told me this? Where's the trust between people? You ate it all. What a ripoff. After being tricked by Louis, Tony Stark now looks as ugly as if he had eaten something. What? From your expression, you don't seem to want to heal yourself. Louis teased Tony Stark. No, how could it be? Tony Stark has now begun to believe that Louis can cure him, not because he really believes that Louis knows magic, but because he thinks Louis may be a great scientist. Now he can only swallow his anger. Then, let's discuss the issue of compensation. Louis slowly landed in front of Tony Stark in the surprised eyes, and the light in his eyes became stronger. What do you want? Just tell me, as long as I can give it to you. Don't worry, you will definitely be able to get it out. After hearing Louis' words, Tony Stark felt a chill rising from his tailbone for no reason. Although I really want to heal my body, you can't go too far. Tony Stark gave a vaccination. Don't worry, it won't be excessive. After saying that, Louis put his hand into his pocket, took out a piece of rolled up paper, loosened his hand, and let the paper float gently in front of Tony Stark, just as Nick Fury suggested. Louis really made a list and wrote down all his things on the list. Louis' list was listed, and the list also flew in front of Tony Stark, but there were some problems in the subsequent steps. Tony Stark reached out his hand several times. Every time he was very hesitant, and finally did not take the list in his hand. Don't worry, with your financial resources, these things are very simple, really simple. The more Louis said this, the more uneasy Tony Stark became. However, considering the deadly toxins in his body, he finally gritted his teeth and took the list in his hand. After getting the list, Tony Stark chose to open it immediately. When he opened it, Tony Stark's eyes widened. Damn, are you asking for a reward? Or are you trying to eliminate the big guys? Tony Stark couldn't help but yelled after seeing the items on the list that it's not Tony Stark's fault. It's just that Louis is such a ripoff. A list the size of an A4 paper is densely packed with all kinds of things. There is no money in these things, but everything on it is more precious than money. For example, rubies, adamantium, pure natural obsidian, etc. Which one is not more valuable than money? Don't even think about getting it without more than $2 billion. It's true that Tony Stark is a playboy, and he doesn't care about millions or tens of millions, but now it's not a matter of millions or tens of millions, but more than $2 billion. And the most important thing is not the normal transaction or spending, but being blackmailed, which is the most unbearable for him. When has he ever suffered a loss in this regard? I'm eliminating the big players. Who told you to be a big player? Who can you blame? Is it wrong for me to be a big investor? There's nothing wrong in the whole thing. It's just that I don't like you. Good reason. I have no way to refute it. Tony Stark finally gave in. The value of more than $2 billion is very high, but it is not to the extent that he will be injured, so he will just treat it as being robbed. Compared to health, more than $2 billion is just a drizzle. Tony Stark bit his back teeth, endured the toothache, and succumbed to Louis' tyranny. I agree to the conditions. Should I pay now or later? Pay later. Do you trust me so much? Tony Stark felt something strange in his heart. No, I don't believe you. I believe in myself. No one can owe me anything. Tony Stark didn't understand that he was being sentimental, and the good feelings that rose in his heart disappeared in an instant. Can it be treated? And I paid for it. It's God. Shouldn't you give me some treatment that God deserves? Make me a cup of the best coffee. Tony Stark said unhappily, and the last sentence was said to Yuriko. Yuriko turned her eyes to Louis, wanting to see what Louis was going to do before saying anything else. Yuriko, pour him a glass of water. Just plain boiled water will do. Louis seemed not to see Tony Stark's angry eyes, and said to Yuriko, I am God. I spent the money. Tony Stark said dissatisfiedly, well, hello, God. Louis took a serious look at Tony Stark, and said to Yuriko, Yuriko, you don't have to pour the water. Just go and do your own thing. Damn, did you hear? Tony Stark begins to defend himself. Okay, master. Yuriko ignored Tony Stark's explanation. She cared about Louis. Tony Stark was nothing. She said to Louis gently and turned away. You can't do this. How can you do business like this? First of all, this is not a business. I can do whatever I want. Even if it is a business, you have heard of big stores bullying customers. Secondly, it is good enough to treat you. Stop complaining. Finally, God, I should treat you. After hearing what Louis said, Tony Stark had no choice but to complain about big stores bullying customers in his heart. He could only follow Louis miserably and prepare for treatment. Take this layer of skin off your body first. Tony Stark had already spent all the money, so there was no reason for him not to cooperate with Louis. Under Louis' request to peel off his skin, he ordered Jarvis to take off his iron armor. Lift up your shirt. Just lift it up to your chest. Tony Stark didn't waste any words, pulled up his short-sleeved shirt, pulled it up to his chest, and looked at Louis intently. He wanted to see what the $2 billion treatment was like. Louis didn't have Tony Stark's leisure, and looked at the spiderweb-like palladium poisoning marks on Tony Stark's chest. Tony Stark was not easy. The poisoning was so severe. You came at the right time. If you had come a little later, you would have died. Louis frowned slightly and said lightly, I know, but can you please treat it quickly? I'm not used to standing in front of a man like this. Do you think you're the only one who can adapt? As he said this, Louis suddenly raised his hand and pointed his palm at Tony Stark. What do you want to do? Oh shit. What did you do? Tony Stark couldn't help but yell out, in fact, it was not his fault. It was just that Louis' action was a bit big and frightened him. What did Louis do? Louis pulled down the reactor that sustained Tony Stark's life with his mind. And now there was only a dark hole left on Tony Stark's chest. This didn't look like saving people, but like killing people. Why are you yelling and making a fuss? This thing is the cause of your current situation. You can't keep it. Of course I know, but it is also essential to my life. With it, I can live for a few weeks. Without it, I will die in a dozen minutes. Tony Stark said, covering his chest with a pale face. That's not me. Now I'm your attending physician. Let go of your hand. Tony Stark's face turned even greener. If he had known that he might not be Louis' opponent after what happened just now, and he took off his battle suit, Tony Stark promised that he would let Louis know why the flowers were so red. Helplessly, Tony Stark could only do as Louis ordered and let go of his hand. Fragments are flying. Under the guidance of the super perspective eyes, Louis used a flying spell on the fragments in the blood on Tony Stark's chest. Before Tony Stark felt anything, something suddenly seemed to come out of the hole in his chest. Tony Stark hurriedly looked down, but saw some tiny, almost invisible fragments flying from his chest to Louis' palm. Tony Stark realized what these things were at the first time. These things were the key reason why he had to put a reactor on his chest, causing him to be poisoned and unable to save himself. A touch of ecstasy appeared in Tony Stark's heart. The reason why he couldn't save himself and had to install a reactor on his chest was because of these things. Now that these things have been taken out, it means that he can completely recover his health, and he doesn't have to put another thing on his chest, and he doesn't have to worry about when these things will enter his internal organs and kill him. Great value for money. Great value for money. Tony Stark couldn't help crying. It was really not easy. From life to death, from death to life, Tony Stark had gone through it all, and he was finally safe. As for palladium poisoning, now it was not an obstacle for Tony Stark at all. The source of the poison had left Tony Stark's body, which meant that he would not be poisoned again, and the palladium content in his blood would not increase. Since you also know that you get great value for money, then send all the things here, and deal with the hole in your chest quickly. It's creepy to keep such a thing. Louis had no intention of repairing the hole in Tony Stark's chest. $2 billion was barely enough for Louis to help once, and he could just take care of the rest of the small things himself. There are so many black technologies in the Marvel world. And this is not a simple matter. Tony Stark is happy now, and he doesn't care how bad Louis's service attitude is. He cleaned up the wound on his chest, took back the reactor that Louis took away, put on the iron armor, and went back for treatment. However, Tony Stark still has a conscience. Before leaving, he said to Louis, "I will prepare the things after I go back, and will send them over as soon as possible." After saying this, Tony Stark flew away from Louis's house, so anxiously that if Yuriko hadn't acted quickly and opened the door quickly, Louis's door might not have been saved. After Tony Stark flew away, Louis didn't waste time. He quickly flew to a table, picked up the things that had been prepared on the table, and fiddled with them while recalling. Palladium elements, electromagnetic coils, various components slowly took shape in Louis's hands, and finally spliced one after another. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the completion of the last component, a small version of the arc reactor was completed in Louis's hands, releasing a blue light. It was this blue light that illuminated Louis's face, making Louis smile with joy. Louis had longed for an energy body before, but he had never had the chance to get one, so he had been looking for an opportunity. Unexpectedly, this time, the opportunity came to Louis. Tony Stark would never have dreamed that his arc reactor would fall into Louis's hands and be controlled by Louis just because Louis took a look at it and touched it for a while. "It's your bad luck that you fell into my hands." After Louis finished speaking, he couldn't help laughing that he had just been ripped off for more than 2 billion, and now he had taken away the production method of the arc reactor without anyone noticing. Tony Stark would definitely cry if he knew that. Now that I have an energy body, the next step is to transform my robot. It has been idle because of energy problems before, but now it can finally be used again. Because of energy problems, Louis's robot has always been very fragile, and the weapon power is seriously insufficient. After this time, it can be upgraded and then better serve as my opponent. Remind the host that the energy upgrade is complete, and the host robot opponent will become a relatively good opponent. By then, through a large number of upgrades, a huge amount of extraction opportunities can be obtained. The voice of the system appeared in Louis's mind, which made Louis stunned, and then sank into contemplation. This is really a huge temptation. After the system finished speaking, there was no sound. Louis pondered for a long time alone before finally making a decision to continue. But in the end, he had to make some changes. Without the interruption of the system, putting aside his deep thoughts, Louis was much more relaxed next, and he could also concentrate on upgrading his robot, and then challenge that Louis spent the next half month in a busy manner. In this half month, he made a lot of good things: sonic weapons, laser weapons, and magic weapons, which could fill an entire room. Conventional weapons, guns, Gatling, and the like are more, plus bullets, filling half of the square. These things are Louis prepared parts that can be installed on the robot, and they are also detachable. Louis plans to make a DIY robot opponent. Through this method, the state of the robot opponent can be changed at will to achieve a better combat. Perhaps Louis may be very familiar with these weapons, and the effect of each battle will be discounted. But with so many weapons, even if they are familiar and discounted, it doesn't matter. It is enough for Louis to adapt to various attacks and increase more combat experience. After all, people are forced to do IT in order to avoid problems in this process, and the main body of the robot opponent is not easily destroyed by Louis. Louis even paid almost all of his current adamantium alloys for this purpose and created a robot opponent with adamantium alloy as the main body. The only thing left is the installation. I believe I can have a good experience. Louis looked at the robot opponent in front of him, and then at the weapon not far away, and said with a smile, "It seems that the host has thought of a very good method." Finally, the system had to admit that Louis was really powerful. He actually came up with such a method to win by quantity and bring his brain power advantage to an extreme. "System, as the master of the system, I should be able to give you some suggestions, right?" Louis said calmly, not caring what the system thought. The system was silent for a long time. Just when Louis thought the system had crashed, the system finally made its own voice again. "The host has this right." Louis couldn't help laughing when he heard the system's words, thinking to himself, "It is true." A long time ago, Louis found that his system was not particularly the same as the common systems in novels. The common systems in novels are called servants, but they are actually masters. They oppress the host in various ways. If the task is not completed, the host will die. If the system is angered, it will be punished, and the host will not have any say in the system itself. It is completely unclear who is the master and who is the servant. Louis's own system does not have this problem. From the beginning, the system has recognized its status as a servant. Through today's problem, Louis is more convinced of this. This is the real system, the real master. "Host, do you have anything to say?" "One thing is that as my strength increases, the number of perfect level draw opportunities will decrease, and the number of ordinary draws will continue to increase. This is not necessarily a good thing for me. So I wonder if I can open a conversion between draw opportunities, so that a certain number of ordinary draw opportunities can be exchanged for an optimized draw opportunity or a perfect draw opportunity." After saying this, the system fell silent, which made Louis nervous, and he couldn't help but worry about whether his suggestion would be passed. After much anticipation, Louis's nervousness lasted for a long time, and the voice of the system echoed in Louis's mind again. According to the system's deduction, this method can play a positive role in the host's growth. It is recommended to pass. The system will be upgraded next. The upgrade time is expected to be 5 seconds. After the upgrade is completed, the system will then start the conversion between extraction opportunities. The system said here, and there was no sound again. Because of the system, Louis already knew that this would happen. Louis waited for 5 seconds before the system's voice appeared again. The system upgrade is complete, and the conversion between draw opportunities is enabled, with a ratio of 100 to 10 to 1. 100:10:1. 100 ordinary extraction opportunities in exchange for 10 optimized extraction opportunities, in exchange for 1 perfect extraction opportunity. Louis couldn't help but feel excited. It's not because it's too little, but because it's too much. It's really too heartbreaking to exchange 100 ordinary extraction opportunities for 1 perfect extraction opportunity. He's been busy until now, and how many extraction opportunities he has added up to only about 10.100? Just kidding. Louis was annoyed by the strictness of his system, but the system was also bitter in its heart. It didn't want to exchange 100 for 1, but this was the best ratio. When the system is difficult, when Louis's system is even more difficult, God knows why Louis has so many ideas and has prepared such a large number of weapons. According to its calculations, the various weapons prepared by Louis alone are enough for Louis to brush at least hundreds of ordinary extraction opportunities. If Louis can carry the most advanced weapons on the robot opponent he prepared, he can brush at least more than 10 optimized extractions, and this is just the beginning. Louis's brain is still being strengthened. There will be more weapons and more equipment, and more opportunities to draw will be available. Never doubt Louis, who has superhuman abilities. You must know that Superman once mastered the knowledge of 28 star systems. Louis is a little bit worse now, and his learning ability is also a little worse, but he is definitely very strong. At present, in the Marvel world, Louis can definitely rank at the top in terms of brain power. With such brain power, he can do anything. Maybe in the end, weapons such as star destroyers and spaceships will appear. What should I do then? Louis can draw any opportunity. The ratio of 100 to 10 to 1 is very high. It's not high. Okay. However, the system did not tell anyone about this kind of thing. You can understand it yourself. One day, Louis will know its good intentions. Ahem, let's not talk about these useless things. This time the system was upgraded at the host reminder. It was entirely due to the imperfections of the system. The system made the following compensations. When Louis heard the system say there was compensation, his face immediately became much better. He wanted to listen to the system's compensation first, and then decide whether to write it down in the little notebook, and decide whether to drag it out and beat him to death in the future. Compensation 1, 1 chance to draw perfectly. Compensation 2, the strongest ability in the world will be given away randomly. Compensation 3, randomly enhance the ability of a certain character of the host. Host, you can choose any one of them. All 3 abilities are good. Louis couldn't help but be moved, and then the choice difficulty syndrome came on. Choose compensation 1. Choose the perfect extraction opportunity. You can get the ability and strength of a strong man. Choose compensation 2. Choose the strongest ability in the random world, which must be good, and you can get the ability of a guy like OA if you're careless. Choose compensation 3, which is also very good. Maybe you can choose the Superman ability, and then directly evolve to the silver Superman ability. Then it will be interesting. Compensation 1 has both ability and strength. But the problem is that it is too random. Compensation 2 only has ability, but because he is the strongest person in the world, his ability must be extraordinary. Compensation 3 is still ability, but it is the safest, with a probability of 1/3. After Louis analyzed the 3 compensations, his choice difficulty went straight to the late stage. The 3 compensations have their own merits, advantages, and disadvantages, which made Louis not know how to choose. The host is very entangled. Do you want me to give you a suggestion? The system asked kindly, but Louis did not appreciate it. He even ignored the system and called Yuriko. Master, are you looking for me? Yuriko was confused by Louis' sudden call to her. In the past half-month, Louis had been staying at home and rarely spoke. Yuriko, which number do you like among the 3 numbers 1, 2, and 3? Louis asked Yuriko. Yuriko was confused about what Louis meant, but since Louis asked, she did not waste time and subconsciously said, 2. 2? Are you sure? Louis raised his eyebrows and said, sure. Yuriko replied without hesitation. Then choose number 2. The system doesn't care how Louis makes his decision. It only cares about Louis' decision. Since Louis chooses number 2, then it's number 2. It's Louis' decision anyway. Is the host going to activate compensation 2 immediately? Open it. I really want to know what compensation 2 will bring me. Almost at the moment when Louis finished speaking, the system's prompt sounded in Louis' mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of Zirifdragneel, the strongest person in the fairy tale plane. After hearing the system's prompt, Louis now had only one thought in his mind. That is, what a loss. It would be so much better if I was stronger. Zirif is a legendary existence in the magic world of fairy tale, the only strongest in the history of magic, and his name is called a taboo by later generations. He is also the ancestor of the black magician. He descended on the ancient continent and raised the black magic to the extreme, creating countless black magic and demons, plunging the world into chaos. He is the strongest with almost invincible power to destroy the world. Although few people know that he is essentially a person who cherishes life and is extremely kind, this cannot conceal his strength. What a loss. Host regrets it. A little bit, but I have another question. Isn't it said that the black dragon is stronger than Zirif? Why was it Zirif that was drawn, and not the black dragon Acarolia? That's because the black dragon Acarolia was influenced by Zirif and became what it is now. The system determined that the black dragon Acarolia was created by Zirif, just like Eandi and some other demons. So that's it. Louis nodded in understanding. Is the host now extracting Zirif's abilities? Extract it. Anyway, you have already drawn it. Why keep it if you don't extract it? Louis waved his hand and said, "At the moment when Louis' voice fell, a stream of terrifying information accompanied by a warm current entered Louis' mind and body. What are the abilities of a magician? That's right, it's everything related to magic. Although Louis didn't get Zirif's strength this time, he got something more important, the magical knowledge and natural magical talent that Zirif had acquired throughout his life. Zirif has been a genius since he was very young, and he has mastered all the magic of fairy tale. The amount of magic in his mind is definitely not comparable to that of Dumbledore and Supreme Merlin, and all of these were integrated into Louis' mind along with the infusion of memories, and stored in his own mind by Louis. Maybe the magic in the fairy tale world is not as magical as the magic in the Sorcerer's Apprentice and Harry Potter worlds, but the attack power is absolutely awesome, and now they all belong to Louis. Congratulations. It's really gratifying. However, before it was really gratifying, Louis couldn't help but want to curse. The huge amount of magical knowledge was instilled into Louis' mind in an instant. This feeling is really unbearable for ordinary people. If Louis said, if it were an ordinary person, his brain would probably be confused by now. It's terrible. Louis rubbed his temple and said with a grim look on his face, Master, do you want me to massage you? Yuriko stood aside, looking at Louis, and said very considerately, Louis didn't even have time to say a word. He just hummed softly to show his agreement. Yuriko walked gently to Louis' side, stretched out her soft and tender white hands, gently placed them on Louis' temples, and gently helped Louis to knead them. Yuriko was very close to Louis, and the faint virgin fragrance on her body attacked Louis without reservation, lingering on Louis' nose, making Louis' face intoxicated and unable to help but have wild thoughts. Suddenly, Louis reached out and grabbed one of Yuriko's small hands that Yuriko's face suddenly turned red. Her heart was beating fast, and an unspeakable emotion appeared in her heart. Is there any news recently? Louis asked inappropriately. Upon hearing this, Yuriko's unspeakable emotions instantly dissipated a lot. There was a flash of resentment in her eyes that Louis didn't even notice. After thinking for a while, she said, there is big news. The head of Hammer Industries will hold an expo in the Stark Industries Park tomorrow. It is said that he will introduce a new weapon. Oh, that's really interesting, Louis said with a faint smile on his face. Indeed, many people believe that this is a provocation by Hammer Industries to the former arms giant Stark Industries, aiming to prove to the world that Hammer Industries is the best, to gain the attention of the military, to obtain military orders, and at the same time to suppress Stark Industries and avenge the previous suppression. Not everyone is a genius like Tony Stark and can support the development of a company. Justin Hammer, the head of Hammer Industries, is not such a person as Tony Stark. For a long time, he has been suppressed by Tony Stark. Like a nobody, he has a share of military orders, but they are all the lowest end things, with seriously insufficient profits, and he can only win by quantity. IT is completely unlike Tony Stark, who makes a lot of money. One weapon can sell for the money he earns from one order, which makes Justin Hammer feel extremely unbalanced. So, there is this expo that will be in the Stark Industries plot, just to slap Tony Stark in the face that it's a pity that in the end, he failed to show off and was fucked up, which turned into a farce, and he himself was arrested. But now these have not happened. Yuriko, let's go to the expo tomorrow. Okay, Master. To be precise, there is not much to see at the expo. Louis does not really want to see the expo. He only cares about what will happen after the expo. That is a place to brush the lottery opportunity. Master, do we need to prepare anything? No, you don't need to prepare anything. Louis didn't care about other people's opinions, and he was just trying to get a chance to draw. So what was there to prepare? There is still a long time before the expo, so you should go and have a rest first. I will call you when the time comes. Okay, Master, Yuriko said with a faint smile on her face. The next day, the Stark Industrial Park and the Hammer Industrial Expo were crowded with people, and there were successful people dressed in fine clothes everywhere. Among these successful people dressed in fine clothes, there were 2 people who were particularly eye-catching. It was not because of their special identities, but because they did not seem to take this expo seriously at all. The expo, except for some soldiers. The men basically wore suits, and the women also wore various evening gowns, all dressed up. The 2 of them were good. The woman wore a black tight leather jacket, and the man wore casual clothes directly. Among the crowd, they were like fireflies in the dark night, and it was impossible not to attract attention. But the 2 of them did not have this awareness at all, and sat in the most conspicuous place without paying attention to others, completely ignoring the thoughts of the people around them. This made people look at them sideways, wondering what the identities of the 2 people were, and how they dared to be so unique. Just when everyone was confused, a burst of passionate music suddenly sounded from the stage, drawing everyone's attention to the stage again. Justin Hammer came on stage, dancing to the beat and performing an unknown dance under the flashing lights. Although Justin Hammer danced like a penguin learning to walk, considering his rising popularity, the people present did not laugh at him, but applauded him vigorously. Justin Hammer could not help but feel happy, but he thought that his personality charm had finally conquered them, and he kept waving to the applauding crowd. Justin Hammer's raised hand suddenly stopped, and he saw a discordant scene in the crowd. Sitting in the center of the audience, Yuriko looked at Justin Hammer and complained, "Your dancing is so ugly, just like a drake." It's not that Yuriko complained intentionally, but there were really too many things worth complaining about him. He was stupid and couldn't even act cool. Instead, he looked like a clown. It should be more like a penguin. Penguin? A little bit indeed. Yuriko couldn't help laughing. Louis and Yuriko were so eye-catching, and the mocking smiles on their faces were not concealed at all. Justin Hammer almost immediately discovered it, and Justin Hammer's face couldn't help but become gloomy. Fortunately, he also knew that this was his critical moment, so he didn't do anything. After his face changed, he was full of smiles again and began to tell his prepared speech. Ladies and gentlemen, for a long time, our country has let brave soldiers risk their lives in battle. Later, Iron Man appeared, and we still won't lose soldiers, but he refuses to disclose his technology. This is unfair and wrong, and it's such a pity. Justin Hammer was here to slap someone in the face. As soon as he stood in the speaking position, he chose to fire at Tony Stark. What he said was really good, but some people in the audience did not support his statement as much as they imagined. Most of the people in the audience were from the business community, and Tony Stark's behavior of not disclosing his inventions was in their interest. They did not want to flatter Justin Hammer or the military. Justin Hammer did not realize this, and he talked to himself and soon turned his topic to those Iron Soldiers. Hammer, Iron Soldier. The screen behind Justin Hammer suddenly lit up, and a group of soldiers appeared in the blazing fire. The stage also began to unfold, and 3 teams of Iron Soldiers representing the Navy and the Army slowly rose up. At the scene, applause slowly rang out. Justin Hammer still felt that such applause was not warm enough. So he stretched out his hand and made an Iron Man rise from under the stage. This Iron Man was none other than Air Force Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes, a good friend of Tony Stark. It's different. Looking at James Roddy rising slowly, Yuriko asked in confusion, can the poor and the rich be the same? Justin Hammer's Iron Soldier is a mass-produced product, completely different from Tony Stark's custom-made Iron Man suit. Tony Stark's custom-made suit alone is worth dozens of Justin Hammer suits. They're so luxurious. Can they be the same? Look down. Someone is making trouble. As soon as Louis finished speaking, a whistling sound came from far away, and then Yuriko saw Tony Stark, who had come to see Louis before, landed on the stage. I don't know if it's because of the inertia of the plot. This playboy still updated his arc reactor, and the palladium element was replaced by a new element. The updated arc reactor is more powerful and cleaner, which is a very good thing, but now is not the time to talk about these. Louis is preparing to take action against the steel soldier in front of him. These are all opportunities to draw, although they can only be brushed once. Lui's hand was already on his S-mark necklace, waiting to grab the head. At this time, a change also occurred on the stage. All the steel soldiers raised their arms, revealing the weapons inside, and pointed them at Tony Stark. Tony Stark was afraid of accidental injuries, so he wanted to direct the battle to other places and flew into the sky. It was at this time that Louis took action. Louis tore off the S-mark necklace on his neck and completed the change of clothes. The Superman uniform replaced Louis's casual clothes. Swish, the people in the audience only heard a sound that pierced the air. There was a loud bang, and then Louis, wearing a red cape, appeared in front of the Iron Soldiers who wanted to shoot without fear of death. The Iron Soldiers' target was Tony Stark, and they ignored Louis, but this disregard made them feel extremely sour. Louis flew to the side of the 2 Iron Soldiers, and without using any special attacking techniques, he put his hands on the sides of the 2 Iron Soldiers' heads and pressed them together. Bang! After a collision, the 2 Iron Soldiers were directly scrapped, and the parts of their heads fell all over the ground. The people around who were just panicking were now. The audience was stunned, looking at Louis and the 2-inch corpses of the Iron Soldiers lying on the ground with electric sparks constantly emitting, as if they were looking at monsters. The invited audience was stunned, but Louis was not stunned. He quickly flew in front of an Iron Soldier and put his hands together. Snap! The head of the Iron Soldier in front of him was directly deflated. He had no pressure at all to deal with these Iron Soldiers. The man from Hammer Industries also realized this and did not dare to let the Iron Soldiers stay. He activated the aircraft on the Iron Soldiers and began to chase Tony Stark to avoid Louis. Why are you running so fast? Seeing the steel soldier trying to fly away, Louis didn't give him a chance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The thermal vision was turned on, and 2 red beams of light swept towards the sky with Louis' sight. The steel soldiers, who were not controlled by humans or artificial intelligence, had very weak evasive ability. Most of the steel soldiers flying in the air were directly swept down by Louis. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Fierce explosions rose in the sky, and parts of the steel soldiers wrapped in flames fell from the sky, crashed to the ground, and hit the crowd. The well-dressed people didn't have the composure they had before, and the ugliness of human nature was fully displayed. Louis didn't care about these people. He flew up from the ground with a whoosh and chased after them. He caught up with the Iron Soldiers who had temporarily escaped. Flying in the sky, Louis quickly caught up with the first Iron Soldier and kept pace with it. This Iron Soldier was quite interesting. He turned his head to look at Louis, then turned back, completely ignoring Louis. Oh, I have such a bad temper. Louis was very angry at the Iron Soldier's disregard, and then it was tragic. Louis grabbed the head of the Iron Soldier next to it, accelerated rapidly in the air, grabbed its head, and crashed into another Iron Soldier. Bang! The 2 Iron Soldiers collided with each other, and Louis pressed the head of the Iron Soldier on the body of the other Iron Soldier and rubbed it hard, and its head disintegrated in an instant. The other Iron Soldier was also hit hard, and the damage ratio was too large. The connection with the energy source was cut off, and it lost power and fell down. This was just an episode. In the next half minute, Louis was like a ghost, flying in the air nonstop, and each flying would eventually take the life of Iron Soldier. The number of Iron Soldiers was not large to begin with, and it was even less under Louis's ruthless harvest. From Louis's action to now, less than a minute, there were only 5 or 6 Iron Soldiers left at the scene. Ivan Vanko of Hammer Industries was really furious. He had never expected Louis to appear. Now most of his Iron Soldiers had been killed. How was he still teasing Tony Stark? The baby was very angry, and the consequences were serious. Ivan Vanko directly changed the target of the remaining Iron Soldiers and regarded Louis as the first one to be killed. As for himself, he put on a combination of custom-made and mass-produced iron suits and went to kill Tony Stark. He originally planned to hang around for a while and then kill Tony Stark, but plans could not keep up with changes, so he had to do it now. Otherwise, when Louis solved all the Iron Soldiers, he would have to face Louis and Tony Stark. He did not think he was Louis's opponent. 5 or 6 Iron Soldiers were just used to delay Louis's time so that they could contribute to his killing of Tony Stark. Louis did not know this, and he was playing with the Iron Soldiers in front of him. After Ivan Vanko changed the target that the Iron Soldiers had locked onto, the remaining 5 or 6 Iron Soldiers stopped chasing Tony Stark and turned around to attack Louis. Gunshots of various frequencies continued to ring out, and small missiles continued to roar. Louis was used as a target, and bullets and small missiles rained down on him. One thing that must be said is that although these Iron Soldiers are mass-produced, their aiming devices are really good, and every attack hits Louis's vital points, but it's useless. The strong defense ensures that Louis can't be broken. Now even if he stands still and lets them use up all the bullets and artillery fire, Louis can't be hurt at all. Louis didn't want to waste any more time. With a whoosh, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He turned into a red light in the air, broke through the sound barrier, and rushed towards the Iron Soldiers on the opposite side. Whoosh, whoosh, swoosh. The bullets and artillery fire of the Iron Soldiers started to attack, trying to kill Louis, but in the end they did not succeed. The places they hit were just the afterimages left by Louis due to his high-speed movement. All the attacks could not capture Louis's figure. Instead, Louis was getting closer and closer to the Iron Soldiers. All this was like force majeure. The Iron Soldiers could only watch helplessly and struggle in vain. Finally, Louis approached them. All of you, die. It sounded like the devil's whisper or the judgment of the gods. After a red figure passed through, all the steel soldiers disintegrated and exploded, and brilliant sparks bloomed in the air. In just a few minutes, Louis killed all the steel soldiers, and this was because Louis let them go. If Louis had not stood in the air and let these steel soldiers hit him, I'm afraid this time would have been shortened a lot. After killing all the steel soldiers, Louis did not leave immediately. He flicked his cloak and once again turned into a red light and flew towards where Tony Stark and James Rhodes were. The 2 men were fighting now, but they just wanted to grab a head and then kill Ivan Vanko who was rushing here. Louis had calculated everything. Bang! With a light sound, Louis landed beside the 2 men who were in a stalemate. Because they were controlled, the 2 good friends were now in a love-hate relationship. Tony Stark's Iron Man suit grabbed James Rhodes' Iron Man suit's arms and rode on him, while James Rhodes' Iron Man suit was struggling hard, and his legs kept kicking the ground. These 2 really deserve to be good friends. In this position, I don't know what they're doing. Help me. Louis, a living person, was discovered by Tony Stark and James Rhodes without any surprise. After seeing Louis's appearance clearly, Tony Stark immediately sent out a call for help. Aren't you guys having fun playing this? Give it a try and help me quickly. I can pay you. Tony Stark said in a panic. After saying this, Tony Stark regretted it immediately. Isn't this a clear reason for Louis to blackmail him? However, words spoken are like water spilled. It is not so easy to take them back. Without waiting for Tony Stark to take back his words, Louis suddenly took action. It is not easy to be a magician. A large amount of precious materials are needed at all times. If there is a sucker willing to pay, he will not miss the opportunity. With light steps, he walked behind Tony Stark in 3 or 2 steps and kicked him away with a casual kick, without waiting for James Rhodes' iron armor on the ground to react. Louis's foot that kicked Tony Stark away suddenly changed direction and stepped on James Rhodes' chest. The force used in this kick was not small. The armor on James Rhodes' chest was directly deformed by being stepped on. A footprint was clearly imprinted on his chest armor. James Rhodes in the iron armor was also dizzy by the huge force. What are you doing? Tony Stark was confused, and he felt terrible looking at Louis's actions. Are you saving people or beating them? Of course I'm saving people. Louis saw what Tony Stark was thinking, turned his head and smiled at Tony Stark, then turned his head again, bent down and grabbed the Gatling gun mounted on James Rhodes that had already started to rotate. He didn't use all his strength in the previous kick, and the quality of James Rhodes' iron armor was really good, and it was not damaged. When he couldn't push Louis's leg that was as steady as a mountain, he wanted to use the Gatling gun to attack Louis, but before his attack was completed, he was discovered by Louis, and then grabbed the muzzle of the Gatling gun with his hand. Ding, ding, ding. The special bullets were fired at this time, hitting Louis's hand, making a ding-dong sound, and all the bullets were blocked, and they were all blocked in the barrel. The bullets were blocked densely in the Gatling gun. The Gatling gun couldn't move. It kept jamming. Tear, with a sharp sound. The Gatling gun on James Roddy's shoulder was directly torn off by Louis. Ziz. 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 A hole was directly torn in the iron armor on James Roddy's body, and sparks kept coming out. The iron armor on James Roddy's body did not give in. The other shoulder was exposed, and the crappy weapon named Ex-Wife by Justin Hammer was revealed, and then it was about to be fired at Louis. He couldn't help laughing out loud. This weapon was very powerful. If you were not careful, you could laugh to death. The combat effectiveness was amazing. Louis didn't have time to pay attention to such a weapon now. After sending his ex-wife flying with one finger, Louis bent his 5 fingers into claws, and his fingers grabbed into James Roddy's iron armor like sharp zirconium. Shit, is your Iron Man suit made of titanium alloy, or is mine? Tony Stark's face was full of shock. The creator of James Rhodes' Iron Man suit. No one knew better than him how strong this suit was. It was made of titanium alloy, not to mention human fingers. It was not easy for even guns to penetrate the Iron Man suit. But this fact was broken by Louis. Louis's 5 not-so-thick fingers looked more like titanium alloy than his Iron Man suit, and they grabbed into the Iron Man suit directly. Tony Stark couldn't help but feel a chill rising from his spine. If he grabbed his Iron Man suit or his body, shit. Tony Stark subconsciously took a step back, but Louis ignored Tony Stark's actions, tightened the 5 fingers that grabbed into the Iron Man suit, and with a slight pull, the armor on James Rhodes' chest and the arc reactor were directly pulled off. Without energy, James Rhodes' Iron Man suit instantly shut down. Is this solved? What else do you think? Louis crushed the arc reactor in his hand and said to Tony Stark without turning his head. After speaking to Tony Stark, Louis turned his head and looked at the sky. Come down. In the sky, at some point, another Iron Man holding a high-tech electric whip had appeared here and was looking at them. It was Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko also heard Louis's voice, and after a slight hesitation on his face, he really came down and landed not far from the two of them. My target is only Tony Stark. I don't want to get entangled with you anymore. Pushing off his mask, Ivan Vank said. Ivan Vank was very afraid of Louis's strength and didn't want to have any conflict with Louis. I think you don't want to get entangled with me anymore. Your target is Tony Stark, and my target is you. Hearing these words, Ivan Vanko knew that it was impossible to ease up. He swung the whip in his hand, flashing with lightning, and whipped towards Louis. He wanted to strike first. The whip in Ivan Vanko's hand was later modified, and its power was more powerful than before. It was no problem to break a car with one whip. Iron Man could not simply bear being hit by this whip, and it would inevitably cause great damage to the system and itself of the Iron Fighter on his body. But unfortunately, he touched Louis before the whip wrapped in electric light could hit Louis. Louis raised one hand and grabbed the tip of the whip, ignoring the terrifying energy on it. How is it possible? Ivan Vanko's eyes almost popped out. He raised another whip and subconsciously whipped a small tree not far away. With a light snap sound, the small tree was cut in the middle. The incision was fiery red, burning with a terrifying electric current. Looking at the cut tree and the whip in Louis's hand, Ivan Vanko's face turned green. Damn, is this really a human? Is this really something a human can do? Before Ivan Vanko could do anything, he felt a huge force coming from the whip in his hand, and his body was directly pulled towards Louis. After seeing Louis's inhumanity, Ivan Vanko dared not approach Louis. In the air, he adjusted his direction and activated the ejectors. On his feet, the reaction force made his body stop. His body stopped, but Louis did not. He kicked the ground with his feet and came to Ivan Vanko in an instant like a cannonball, punching him in the face. Ivan Vanko wanted to dodge, but Louis's speed was too fast, and he couldn't dodge at all, and was hit by Louis's punch. Bang! Louis's fist hit Ivan Vanko's face, and Ivan Vanko's mask was broken. Ivan Vanko lost consciousness instantly. His mouth and nose were full of blood, and his head was crooked. Louis's blow killed Ivan Vanko directly. Too cruel. Looking at Ivan Vanko's distorted face, Tony Stark couldn't help but shudder. It's okay. I will send you the list of rewards I need tomorrow. Do you know how to do it? Ready for you soon. Very good. Have all of Tony Stark's things been delivered? Louis Asterico.it was already 3 days after the expo that caused a lot of turmoil, and Tony Stark had sent the reward once again. Tony Stark was indeed a generous man, and every time he sent something, no matter how much, it would not take more than 3 days, and this time was no exception. Yuriko finally checked all the things. They have all been delivered. Nothing is missing. Full weight and quantity. That's good. Just sort the things according to the order I put them, and put them away. Louis smiled with satisfaction and said to Tony Stark, "It's good to do business with Tony Stark. You can make a lot of money every time, and you don't have to worry about him cheating. It's really generous." What? Anything else? A guy claiming to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to see you. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Where is he now? He's already entered, but I asked him to stay at the door. Really? Please classify the things here. I'll go take a look. After Louis finished speaking, he appeared at the door of the room with a teleportation, and just happened to see the man who claimed to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury asked you to come. Looking at the person who came, Louis asked, "Yes. What's the matter?" Louis has always believed in one thing, that is Nick Fury is definitely a typical example of someone who would not come to the temple for no reason. He must have some purpose in calling people here. The Darkhold has been found, but when Natasha and Coulson wanted to bring it, there was a small problem. If Louis was happy after hearing the first half of the sentence, he was angry after hearing the second half. Problem? He subconsciously thought that someone was interfering, maybe someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. or someone from Hydra. What little problem? Louis asked, suppressing his anger. A demon suddenly appeared and snatched the Darkhold book. Although Natasha and Coulson had the magic equipment you gave them, they were still defeated by the other party. The visitor said somewhat helplessly. The visitor's expression did not seem to be false, but Louis did not believe the other party's expression at all. He directly read his mind and explored everything from his memory. A faint light flashed in Louis's eyes, and his thoughts probed into the visitor's memory and began to explore everything from his memory. What made Louis helpless was that according to his memory, the dark book seemed to have been taken away by a demon, and Louis did not find any problems from his memory. Now there are 2 possibilities. First, his superior, director Nick Fury, deceived him, because he himself did not really see the demon take away the dark book. This means that everything is fake, and for the sake of truth, Nick Fury did not tell anyone. Second, Nick Fury did not lie to him. That is, all this is true. In his memory, Louis also found an unexpected point. That is, the demon who took away the dark dark book was not someone else, but the blood demon Insk that Louis summoned before. The appearance of the demon who took away the dark book described by Nick Fury is surprisingly similar to Insk. Did I shoot myself in the foot? Or was this all Nick Fury's conspiracy? Louis couldn't help but ponder. Everything that happened seemed perfect, but there was a loophole, and that was that Nick Fury didn't come in person. The Darkhold was of great importance, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Before, only Nick Fury, Coulson, and Natasha knew about it. Now a fourth person suddenly appeared. Even if this fourth person was Hawkeye, there was a problem. Nick Fury should have come in person. I understand. Go back and tell Nick Fury. I will handle it myself from now on. Okay, Hawkeye, the fourth person who knew about the dark book, answered and chose to leave. After Hawkeye left, Louis pondered for a while, and finally left a message to Yuriko, and disappeared in his house using the teleportation function. Now he is going to verify it. Because Insk was summoned by him, Louis can sense where Insk is. If it was really Insk who stole the dark book, then he must be able to get the dark book from him. If not, then don't blame Louis. The dark book is of great importance. No matter whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, if they dare to take it, they must die.Lui appeared in the bar. An astonishing murderous intent was released from his eyes. The crazy people in the bar were stimulated by this murderous intent, and they all felt bad. They stopped swaying their bodies and looked at Louis' pure black figure under the light with fear. Under Louis' murderous intent, the world seemed to have turned black and white. As the center of the murderous intent, Louis turned into pure black.it, seeing that Louis was a human-shaped black hole, and all colors were absorbed by Louis. No one knew who started it, but the people in the bar ran towards the door frantically. In just a few seconds, there were only two figures left in the whole bar. One was Louis, and the other was a strong and sturdy middle-aged man. Insk, do you think I won't recognize you if you change your skin? Louis said to the middle-aged man, who was Insk in disguise. Of course I know you know me, but what do you want from me? Insk looked calm, without any fear of Louis. You took my things. Louis said lightly after taking a look at the package that Insk had placed beside him. Now Louis could finally confirm a fact. That is, he really shot himself in the foot. The dark book was really in Insk's hands. It was really a coincidence. Who could have gotten it but him? But Louis also had to thank him. If it weren't for him, maybe the dark book would have fallen into his hands someday. The moment Louis saw Insk, he started soul reading, and from his memory, Louis discovered some things that were beyond his expectations. Through these things, if you really count them, it is not really shooting yourself in the foot. It should be said that there are mistakes at the right time. Through Insk's memory, Louis found that the part about Insk snatching the dark book was completely a coincidence. At that time, Insk was wandering around, intending to find some fallen people and turn their souls into his own power. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a very evil power. This power was extremely powerful, but not particularly docile. At that time, he could almost conclude that it was ownerless. The power had an owner, and he dared not move. If he moved, he would die, and he had no power to resist. But if it was ownerless, there would be no such scruples. The desire of demons and devils for power was endless. So he wanted to find this power and wanted to get it. Then, he saw two groups of ordinary people attacking each other in an abandoned place. They were holding modern weapons and were fighting fiercely. Seeing this, he immediately thanked the great lords of hell. Not everyone is Louis. These people seem to be fighting fiercely, but they are not to him. They are just children playing house. This is an opportunity given to him by God. He quickly locked onto the source of the power, the dark book being read by a man in black and wearing a hood, and then started to snatch it without hesitation. The group holding the dark book did not realize that a demon had come back to snatch their things. When they came to their senses, it was too late. The dark book had already fallen into Insk's hands. They hurriedly wanted to take back the dark book, especially the one who was reading it. Through what he had just done, he discovered some of the dark book's effects and wanted to take the dark book for himself. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Before they could hide the dark book, they almost died. That is, the person who read the dark book before turned into a black mist and disappeared at the last moment and escaped. Originally, Insk thought that this was the end, but what he didn't expect was that the trouble had just begun. Coulson and Natasha, who were sniped, saw Insk beat back the other party, and they were not too afraid. They took out the magic equipment that Louis prepared for them from behind and started a contest with Inks. Modern equipment failed to break Insk's skin, allowing Inks to kill a lot, but the magic equipment of the two of them could. He was not careful for a while and was cut open on his chest, which has just recovered. At the time, he realized that the magic equipment in the hands of these two people was not simple. He thought that the two of them were the biggest obstacles to the demon hunters after entering the material world. He did not dare to entangle with them for too long. He cleverly used the blood of the corpses on the ground to escape. Later, he was worried and changed his skin again, pretending to be an ordinary person, hoping to escape the pursuit of the two. Although the process was a bit tortuous, he was always worried that the demon hunters would come to his door. But the final result was still very good. On the way to escape, he flipped through the dark book of God and gained unimaginable power from it, various spells and various abilities. These made him feel that he was about to be invincible, and his self-confidence was seriously inflated. He was a demon, and even if the dark book of God could affect a person, it was just a drizzle for him. He learned a lot of things. He even learned a spell against Louis, and from then on Louis could no longer beat him back to hell in a thought. Coupled with his many abilities, he finally had the confidence to face Louis. Well, that's what he thought. You came just in time. I was just thinking of looking for you. Insk's face was full of indifference, and he looked at Louis as if he was looking at a stink bug, which did not cause any waves in his heart. Louis just laughed at this. It can be seen that Insk is the kind of person who only remembers to eat and not to be beaten. How does the saying go? Yes, villains become rampant when they succeed. This is really a true portrayal of Insk. It's not that easy for you to kill me. Louis shook his head and looked at Insk with pity in his eyes. He didn't even understand the difference in strength. He was a fool who was blinded by a sudden improvement in strength. Insk didn't know that Louis had labeled him a fool. He only knew that Louis' eyes made him very disgusted, and such eyes reminded him of the time when he was beaten up before. The indifference disappeared directly and was replaced by an unconcealable anger that could be said to be the shame of his life. He actually surrendered to a human bug. He wanted revenge. He wanted to wash away his shame with Louis' blood, and now is such a good time. You won't know whether it's easy or not until you try it. Insk showed a weird smile on his face, and his empty hand suddenly turned over and lifted up. Louis only felt a hidden magical fluctuation appearing under his feet, and then there were some unusual movements in the floor under his feet. The floor suddenly showed ripples like on the water surface. Before Louis felt anything, he felt like he was stepping on the water surface, and then he wanted to sink. Louis directly let his body float up, and did not really sink, but the layer under his feet still touched the floor. Suspended in the air and looking at the floor again, the floor had turned into something like a swamp. This thing seemed to be very sticky, and the place where Louis' feet touched the floor stuck together. Insk also happened to see this scene, and laughed. Ha ha ha, you're done, you're dead. This thing is called a death trap. It's okay if you don't touch it, but once you touch it, don't think about getting out. Insk's voice had just fallen when the thing he called a death trap suddenly exploded. Liquid marble like silk moved up along Louis' feet little by little, as if it wanted to swallow Louis up. See? This is a death trap. I know you're very powerful, but what's the use? Let me tell you, this death trap is aimed at people with great power. You are dead. Ha ha ha. Inks really deserves the name of a fool. Louis is really speechless about Inks. You said you remember that I am powerful, but can you forget that I can actually use magic? And do you really think that this kind of thing can stop me? Even if I don't use magic, where do you get your confidence from? Without using magic, Louis lowered his head and directly turned on his thermal vision. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Two red beams of light moved with his sight and directly hit the liquid marble wrapped around Louis' calf. Puff, puff, puff. The shock wave of the red light column hit the liquid marble, and the liquid marble was like being hit by countless exploding grenades. The liquid marble wrapped around Louis' calf was blown away. Papa kept falling on the floor of the bar and turned into solid marble again. The sound of Papa continued to ring, and Insk felt that it was not the sound of liquid marble falling on the floor, but the sound of Louis' slap on his face. He said it very well just now, but he was slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. On Insk's pale face, a red cloud appeared, like shame and like anger. You forced me to do this. Insk roared, then opened his arms and hugged Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't think that Insk really wanted to hug him, but Lu Yi didn't mean to stop him. He tore off the necklace around his neck, put on Superman's uniform, and floated in the bar, looking at Insk. Lu Yi really wanted to know what Insk wanted to do. The undead roars. In front of Insk, a black hole grew from small to large, occupying a lot of space in front of him in an instant. And this is just the beginning. After doing all this, countless dry palms stretched out from the black hole, followed by countless dry limbs that were like mist covered with black gauze. At this time, these things had exposed most of their bodies, and Lu Yi was able to recognize what they were. They were the undead. I don't know how Insk did it. He actually summoned the undead and transformed them into real undead. The undead exist in the Marvel world, but the undead are basically invisible, just like the undead that appeared in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. They usually enter another dimension. Lu Yi is now very curious whether Insk opened another dimension. So these undead appeared. Lu Yi was puzzled, but Insk answered Insk's doubts. You see, these are all the fallen souls I got these days. I used the dark book to transform them. They are now the most powerful weapons. You are dead. Insk laughed wildly. I advise you not to be too confident, or you will be slapped in the face again. Lu Yi said lightly after looking at the undead that had already started to fly towards him. This sentence hit Insk's sore spot, causing Insk's face to turn the color of liver, and he felt terrible. Lu Yi roared directly. Kill him for me. Roar, roar, roar. The undead accepted the order, roared one after another, and rushed towards Lu Yi faster than before. These roars also have their own special uses. During these roars, Lu Yi clearly felt his soul tremble. These undead are really not covered. Lu Yi's soul has been washed by the abilities of Dumbledore, Supreme Merlin, and Jalal, and has undergone 3 strengthenings, but they can still tremble Lu Yi's soul. This is a very good thing and very worth studying. Lu Yi thought so, and couldn't help but brighten his eyes, seeing that the undead were about to attack. Lu Yi stretched out his hand, and an empty wine bottle on the bar flew into Lu Yi's hand. You are in great danger. Do you still want to drink? Insk could not help but taunt him. Facing Insk's taunt, Lu Yi did not even look at him straight in the eye, but used his fingers like knives, turning them into afterimages and carving on the empty wine bottle in less than a tenth of a second. The empty wine bottle in Lu Yi's hand had changed its appearance. The smooth bottle body was gone, and suddenly it was replaced by dense magic arrays and some complicated patterns. After doing all this, Lu Yi turned the bottle mouth to the undead in front of him. This time, the undead just came in front of Lu Yi. Collect it for me. Lu Yi finished speaking and poured his magic power into the empty wine bottle. The ordinary empty wine bottle instantly burst into brilliant light, and the magic array and patterns on the empty wine bottle seemed to be alive, with some twisting meaning. The mouth of the bottle was like a black hole, and a huge suction force came from it. Under this suction, the undead in front of Lu Yi had no power to resist and were directly sucked into the bottle. 1, 2, and finally all. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and Lu Yi put the bottle cap on the empty wine bottle. The undead were all trapped in the empty wine bottle and turned into a bottle of black mist. After doing all this, Lu Yi turned his gaze to Insk, looking at Lu Yi's eyes. Even though Lu Yi's eyes were very calm, Insk couldn't help but shudder. The arrogance on his face disappeared, replaced by panic. The strongest attack has been cracked. What's the use of the remaining attacks, master? I am helping you get back your dark book. Insk said with a sad face, holding up the dark book in his hand. There is hope only if you survive. What is moral integrity? You have to throw it away. Yeah. Yes. Insk nodded without hesitation. Whether he could survive or not depended on what was happening. Lu Yi had seen through Insk's lack of moral integrity. With a wave of his hand, he took back the dark book in Insk's distressed eyes. Lu Yi looked at the trembling Insk again. It's good that you helped me get the dark book back. After hearing this, before Insk could breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Yi said again, but you touched my things again, so you deserve to die. After Lu Yi finished speaking, without giving Insk any chance, he flew up and punched Insk's head. In a flash, Lu Yi turned into a ray of light and came to Insk in an instant. Before Insk could react, Lu Yi's fist had already landed on Insk's head. Puff! With a special sound, Insk's head was shattered by Lu Yi's terrifying power, and the whole head turned into red and white fireworks, spraying on a wall behind Insk. That a white wall turned red and white, and a mixture of blood, brains, and broken bones covered the wall. Because all this happened so quickly, Insk didn't respond at all. Only when the head was gone did the body react, and he began to twitch subconsciously. Insk's hideous body broke free from the restraints of his skin, and the skin was torn a lot, revealing most of his body. But this was meaningless. The devil's recovery ability was very strong, but it could not guarantee that he would survive without a head. Not to mention that Insk was just at the bottom of the devil, a lowest level devil. Soon, Insk, who was tossing around, had no strength to toss around, and his body stopped, and he was really dead. And Insk's death was actually his own fault. Why did he have to stay in the material world? He reversed Lu Yi's method of summoning him to the material world, which also caused him to be unable to escape from the material world and return to hell at the moment of his death. So, he died. Otherwise, Lu Yi would have to work hard. A piercing scream suddenly sounded, causing Lu Yi to turn back impatiently. Enough! Lu Yi shouted helplessly to a girl wearing a light-colored shirt and a denim skirt behind him. When Lu Yi came to the bar, the murderous intent released from his body drove away almost everyone, except this girl who was putting on makeup in the bathroom and failed to escape. Later, Lu Yi saw that she was just an ordinary person and would not affect him, so he stopped paying attention to her. Unexpectedly, this girl did not notice any problems at all. After Lu Yi withdrew his murderous intent, she continued to put on makeup on her own until Lu Yi killed Inks and came out of the bathroom, just in time to see Ink's body. Girls, unless they are like Natasha, will have the first expression of fear after seeing a corpse. Ink's body was a little miserable, causing her to scream and look at Lu Yi with horror. Lu Yi's shouting made her stop. I didn't see anything. The girl reacted very quickly, suddenly covered her eyes and shouted. Lu Yi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This girl really has an amazing reaction. After a moment of stun, Lu Yi smiled and said, don't worry, I didn't kill a good person, but a devil. You don't have to worry. Real? There is no need for me to lie to you. For someone like you, I can beat you 1,000 or 800 times by myself. There is no need for me to lie to you if I want to kill you. The girl thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. After gritting her teeth, she slowly loosened her hands that were covering her eyes and looked at Lu Yi curiously. Are you a superhero? The girl asked curiously. Superhero? No. The girl seemed very disappointed. Maybe it was because she felt that Lu Yi was a superhero and her life was more secure. Lu Yi couldn't help thinking in his heart. Okay, let's stop here and go home quickly. This place is not suitable for you. Don't come here casually in the future. After saying that, Lu Yi used the phantom shift to leave the bar. Who are you to me? How dare you mind my business? The girl curled her lips and said angrily. After saying this, the girl chose to leave. After Lu Yi left, she was the only one left in the bar. Although there was still music in the bar, Ink's body was also on the ground. The music could not stop the fear from seeping into her heart. The girl breathed a sigh of relief after walking out of the bar quickly. The bar was too scary. For her, every extra minute and second she stayed there was torture. She felt that she had developed a fear of all bars. I will never come to this kind of place again. Just as the girl finished swearing, her colleague found her. Gwen, it's great that you're okay. We were so scared. A woman who was older than Gwen and wearing glasses said thankfully. After being scared away by Lu Yi, Gwen's colleagues realized that Gwen didn't run out. They were scared to death. Gwen's father was not an ordinary person. If she got into trouble, they would not have a good life. Today, they finally pulled Gwen out to keep in touch with her, but they didn't expect such a thing to happen in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, there was no accident in the end. What's going on inside? Gwen asked curiously. It would have been fine if Gwen's colleague hadn't asked, but once she did, she couldn't stand it and ran to the side to vomit. Before, Gwen's heart was filled with fear and curiosity, and she didn't react. Now when Gwen's colleague asked, the body of Inks just now immediately appeared in her mind. How disgusting that body is, anyone who has seen it knows. Gwen vomited a lot, and her face couldn't help but turn pale. After finally stopping the desire to vomit, Gwen took out her mobile phone and dialed a very familiar number. Dad. Why are you free to call me today? A serious voice came from the microphone. Someone's dead here. Hearing that someone was killed, the serious voice on the other end could no longer remain calm, and the seriousness turned into panic. What? Are you okay? I'm fine, but I'm a witness, so I can only call you now. Even though she vomited a lot, Gwen was still very sober and knew what to do now. Where's the criminal? Can you keep him safe? That's not a criminal. To be precise, he's a superhero. Gwen said to Louis, what do you mean? Are you exonerating the criminal? Dad, this is hard to explain over the phone. You should send someone over, or you should come in person. This is not that simple. At this point, Gwen couldn't help but think of the corpse and vomited again. Everyone says that you can get used to vomiting if you keep vomiting, and that's exactly what happened to Gwen now. After vomiting twice in a row because of the corpse, Gwen finally couldn't help but get used to it. When she thought of the corpse, although she still felt like vomiting, she didn't vomit in the end. She even asked her colleagues to buy her some food. Of course, the food here is all vegetarian. It is estimated that she will not be able to eat meat for a long time, especially meat sauce. After eating something and feeling that her stomach was still hurt, the police led by her father also showed up at a speed faster than normal, but a middle-aged policeman with a police badge rushed out of the police car first, looked around, and after seeing Gwen, he quickly walked up to Gwen. Let me see, are you okay? Dad, I'm fine, Gwen said with a helpless smile. This middle-aged man was none other than Gwen's father, George Stacy. You can't be careless. I'll have someone take you to the hospital for a checkup right now. There's no rush to take notes. No, I know my body. Let's take a look at the body first. There are some things I need to tell you in person, Gwen said to her father, holding back the urge to vomit. George Stacy looked at Gwen, and his face became ugly. He really didn't have any other reaction, so he didn't say anything else. He didn't care whether his daughter could walk by herself. He helped his daughter and some men walk into the bar. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When they walked into the bar and saw the body on the ground, all the police who had seen many deaths were not calm, and they all couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. On the one hand, it was because the head of the corpse was smashed, and the brain, blood, and broken bones were mixed into a very disgusting thing, covering the entire wall. On the other hand, it was because of the intact part of the corpse. The intact part of the corpse represented that something really existed, and such a thing is the devil. Insk's body broke free from the restraints of part of his skin during the struggle, which just exposed his devilish body, and then was seen by these policemen. Oh my god, demons actually exist. God bless, let this devil die here. Otherwise I really don't know what will happen. Fuck, it seems that I need to believe in God in the future. May God bless me and my family. At this moment, whether they have faith or not, they couldn't help but pray to God. Demons generally don't have a good reputation, and this demon is no exception. Unsurprisingly, everyone couldn't help but imagine him to be such an ugly existence, although he really is like this. This is why I said that the other party is not a criminal, although he did not admit it himself. In my heart, he is a superhero. Gwen stood beside her father, took a look at her father's face, and still spoke. George Stacy has never had a good impression of superheroes, thinking that their actions are indirectly discrediting the police, but this time is definitely an exception. He couldn't help but have a little admiration for Louis. Beating demons is completely different from beating criminals. Criminals are human beings. In his mind, they should be judged by the law, and arresting them should be the job of the police. That for demons, it is not like this. The scope of the police's authority does not include arresting demons, and the law does not stipulate that demons should be protected and punished by law. Dad, what do you think? Looking at George Stacy, Gwen inexplicably became a little nervous. He is indeed not a criminal, but a superhero. George Stacy first admitted that Louis did not need a superhero identity, and then turned to his men and said, set up a cordon immediately, do not let anyone in, and immediately confiscate all the communication devices of the people at the scene, and at the same time, no one is allowed to pass any information to the outside world. Yes, sir. As the chief of a police station, George Stacy has the right to know some secret things, such as how to deal with some supernatural events, and how to report them to special people for handling. After ordering his men and asking a female police officer to take care of his daughter, George Stacy made an encrypted call that he knew by heart, but never had the chance to make. Shortly after George Stacy hung up the phone, a group of people in black suits took over the bar, and all of them were driven out. Although George Stacy was a little confused, he didn't say anything in the end. These people were surprisingly powerful, and his immediate superior had repeatedly warned him not to conflict with them. After being driven out, they were not able to leave immediately, but were taken to a hotel not far from the bar for investigation. Although they are not from the same system, the other party still has the right to do so. Are you the police chief in charge of this incident, George Stacy? A man with a bow and arrow on his back who was in charge of examining George Stacy asked according to procedure. Yes. George Stacy looked at the bow and arrow he was carrying in confusion, but still answered according to the procedure. Did you see who killed that demon? I didn't, but my daughter saw it. George Stacy hesitated for a moment, and finally said, he didn't want his daughter to be involved too much, but too many people at the scene saw it, and there was no point in hiding it. Did she describe what the person looked like? No, she was really scared at the time, and didn't see the man's face clearly. George Stacy said frankly. This sentence seemed true to George Stacy, and there was nothing to be dishonest about. However, he didn't know that his precious daughter had lied to him about this matter. She could see Louis's face clearly, but she didn't know why she concealed it. Then you should remember what the characteristics are, right? The man with the bow and arrow asked. She did remember this. She said the man was wearing a red cloak. The questions from other people in the other rooms were similar. They basically asked about the appearance of the person who killed the demon. As for the origin of the demon, they were all selectively ignored. After many careful inquiries, everything was confirmed to be clear, and there were no questions. All the information was summarized and passed to a one-eyed man in leather clothes through a special encrypted transmission method. There are not many people like this in Marvel. Apart from Nick Fury, it is really not easy to find a second one. Red cloak? If it was a red cloak, it should be Louis. Louis had a uniform with a red cloak, and he had every reason to do so, but he was too fast. Nick Fury has been searching for information about Louis in a planned way. He also had information about the uniform Louis wore in Stark Industries. When he saw the red cloak, he immediately thought of Louis. Of course, Insk also played a role in this. The only discrepancy was Louis' speed. From finding Insk to killing Insk, according to the time calculation, it definitely did not exceed 10 minutes. This was the only point that made Nick Fury unsure. It was a pity that he did not get any favorable evidence to prove that Louis did it. Otherwise, he would not have to speculate like this. This matter is of great importance. We cannot speculate like this. We must confirm it. It seems that we must go to Louis in person. As he said, after putting all the work at hand aside, Nick Fury boarded the fighter plane to Louis's residence. Because it was a fighter plane, the speed was very fast. Not long after, he successfully met Louis. The demon was killed. Was it you who did it? Nick Fury said straight to the point. No. Louis said calmly. No? Are you sure? Very sure. Anyway, Nick Fury didn't have enough evidence to prove that he did it, so Louis simply denied it and let him get anxious and angry, because he was unsure why Coulson and Natasha would fight with a group of unidentified people. Louis used reflexology on Nick Fury from the moment he walked in. While Louis got what he wanted, he also found something interesting. The girl didn't tell anyone what she looked like, and kept it secret. She only told others that she was wearing a red cloak. She didn't tell what Louis looked like, and the people in the bar were so scared by Louis before that they didn't have time to see what Louis looked like. So, Nick Fury didn't know anything except that Louis was wearing a red cloak. In this case, there was no need for Louis to be polite to Nick Fury, and he had to fool him as much as he could. But according to the testimony of the people at the scene, it was you who killed the demon. To be honest, Nick Fury is worthy of being the head of the Secret Service. He lies without blinking an eye. If Louis hadn't known the truth in advance, he would have been deceived. But the key point is that I really didn't go. Although I was also very anxious about this matter, it was impossible for me to find the other party in such a short time. After hearing Louis's words, Nick Fury hesitated. He didn't quite believe that Louis could find the disguised demon in such a short time. Am I really overthinking? Describe to me the characteristics of the man at the scene. Louis said without giving Nick Fury any extra time to think. Nick Fury didn't realize that he had just deceived Louis. He said with an unchanged expression, that man has the ability to teleport, carries a sense of malice, and wears a red cloak. As for other things, there is nothing else. Louis pretended to ponder for a while and said, I think I roughly know who did it. Who? The Priory of Mages. Yes? Is this a mysterious organization? Yes, and it is not an ordinary organization, it is a wizard organization that has protected the Earth for who knows how many years. If it is them, it can be explained. What's the meaning? The Priory of Mages is a mysterious organization that protects the Earth from magical creatures from other dimensions. The devil is one of their old rivals. They must have discovered this devil, so they killed him. Killed him. You actually said they killed him. Nick Fury was upset. He knew how troublesome this devil was through the reports from Coulson and Natasha, but now you told me that they killed such a devil. This really made Nick Fury feel bad and unbelievable. Your shield is great, but that's just on the surface. There are many organizations that can destroy you in secret. Just get used to it. There's no need to think too much. Just get used to it. Why do I hear that our shield has become a nobody in your mouth, and anyone can come up and step on it? Don't think too much. Can I not think too much? If Nick Fury wasn't well-mannered and cunning, he would probably have cursed it out loud. Are there really many organizations like this on Earth? Nick Fury tried to make his tone sound normal, but he failed in the end. He spoke dryly, as if something had happened. More than you think anyway. All right, but wouldn't it be a good thing for the Dark Tome to fall into the hands of this Mage Hermitage? It's definitely not good. But what can we do? They're a powerful organization that can keep Mephisto and Dornum on Earth. We can only admit that we lost to this dumb guy. Louis pretended to be helpless. How do you know for sure it's them? Because I'm sure, and no one else can see through the disguise of a demon so easily. This explanation is very good. Nick Fury is speechless. So is that really the end of it? That's all we can do. Nick Fury left, leaving with a lot of doubts. The purpose of his visit this time was to get an answer, and now Louis has given the answer, but it is better not to give it. The answer Louis gave is simply ambiguous, and this ambiguity is not forced on him by Louis, but given to himself. It was the Mage Hermitage that took away the Dark Book. Intellectually, Nick Fury knew that this was fake. Perhaps the Mage Hermitage really exists, as Louis said, but it is fake. Lui was too calm, and it didn't look like the expression of someone who coveted the Dark Book abnormally. Emotionally, Nick Fury hoped that this was true. Because if it was true, it meant that there was finally an organization that could compete with Louis, and it was an organization that protected the Earth. For so many years, the Mage Hermitage has not been exposed, which shows how low-key they are and how cynical they are. This is good and will not interfere with them at all. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. may become a common organization, it is still the strongest in public, and it will be in the future. The fact that the Mage Hermitage has not appeared in the past few hundred years is very telling. The collision between emotion and reason. As the head of the Secret Service, he told himself that he should believe in reason, but he couldn't help but lean towards emotion. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for Nick Fury. Tonight is a sleepless night for Nick Fury, and for Louis. It is also true. After sending Nick Fury away, Louis fell into deep thought. What to think about? Of course, he was not thinking about whether the previous deception could confuse Nick Fury. Louis knew very well that if he wanted to deceive a Secret Service head, it would not work with just a few words, and there must be solid evidence. Louis's previous deception was more like a spoof, not really wanting him to believe. Lui was thinking about how to prevent the Dark Book from affecting him. The Book of Darkness is like an all-encompassing encyclopedia that can teach you how to live, how to become stronger, and how to open the door to a higher dimension. It's good, but every time you watch it, you will be affected by the evil god and become unlike yourself. It's not that Louis doesn't believe in his willpower, it's just that this thing is too bad, and everyone who has seen it has been affected. Lui even suspected that there might be a part of the evil god's will in the Book of Darkness. Lui didn't want to get a treasure mountain without being able to use it, so he could only try to find a way to block the power that affects a person's will outside his will, so that he would not be affected when reading the Book of Darkness. Maybe we can try this way. Louis thought a lot and finally got some ideas. Lui stood up from the chair he made, flew to the grassland, and gently stroked his hands to carve a magic circle on the flat grassland. Countless traces appeared on the ground with the rise and fall of Louis's palms, and countless patterns were engraved in the void in the flash of Louis's mind. In the past, Louis could carve a magic circle in a few seconds, but this time it took Louis half an hour. It was not until half an hour later, when Louis's magic power was about to run out, that the carving of the magic circle was truly over. After the carving of the magic circle was over, Louis recovered his magic power and sat in the center of the magic circle with the Dark Book. The next step is to verify whether it is really useful. System, please bless me. Louis didn't believe in any gods before and after he crossed over. He thought that gods were just powerful people and there was nothing to believe in. At this critical moment, he chose the system that reunited with his life. Then, Louis didn't waste any time. He took a deep breath and opened the Dark Book. When the Dark Book was opened, the first thing that caught Louis's eyes was not the words, but the blank space. Louis was not surprised by this. The Dark Book was so magical. It usually remained blank, but once there was a viewer, it could display the content according to the viewer's needs. What Louis needed to do now was to imagine what he needed in his mind. Louis had just done this, and the next second, words began to appear on the Dark Book. As if an invisible pen was writing. Lui had just taken a look when the outer periphery of the magic circle under his but suddenly burned with red flames, and the runes hidden in the sky suddenly jumped out, emitting a dazzling light. Lui's face turned green, and he hurriedly took a second look. But it would have been better if he hadn't taken a second look. As soon as he took a look, the magic circle on the ground was directly damaged. Like an earthquake, cracks appeared on the ground, destroying the magic circle on the ground, and cracks appeared on the runes in the sky. After looking at the Dark Book twice, most of the magic circle that Louis had carved for half an hour was wasted. But at this time, Louis had not finished reading what he needed, and he still needed to take one last look. After looking at the remaining runes in the sky, Louis gritted his teeth and looked at the Dark Book for the third time. Puff, with a light sound, all the runes in the sky collapsed. But at this time, Louis's sight seemed to be controlled by an evil force and could not be moved at all. It happened so fast. The residual energy of the runes suddenly turned into an attack and hit the cover of the Dark Book, and the Dark Book was closed with a snap. Louis's sight was free again, but Louis felt that he was about to sweat. It was really dangerous just now. If he hadn't kept the backup, it would be hard to say what would happen now. After thinking about it, he was still not particularly relieved. Louis turned to the system and said, "System, can you help me check if there is any problem with me?" This sounded like he was scolding himself, but Louis couldn't care less now. "Host, please rest assured that there is no problem with the host's mental will." But Louis couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he heard this. Before Louis could say anything, the system spoke again. "However, it is not recommended that the host do this again. Even if it is necessary to do it, the host should at least be more prepared. Could you please stop panting when you speak?" The system's heavy breathing really scared Louis. He almost thought he was being tricked. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. After being angry for a while, he finally calmed down. Not wanting to deal with the system anymore, Louis began to reflect on his previous actions. Although he didn't want to admit it, Louis was really careless this time. Louis didn't want to make any excuses. He just wanted to reflect on himself. This kind of thing once is enough. This time I was too greedy. If I wasn't too greedy, there would never be any danger just now. With Louis's brain power, how could he not remember a page of ordinary content with one glance? It was really because Louis was too greedy. What he wanted was not ordinary things, so he needed 3 eyes. What did Louis want? Louis wanted a method that could make his magic power unlimited. Very greedy, right? It was indeed very greedy. But the Dark God book seemed to like such greedy people and showed this method to Louis. A special magic cultivation method called the magic furnace appeared on the page, forcing Louis to look at it 3 times before he could remember it by heart. The content was not difficult to remember, but mainly the core of this magic cultivation method. The composition of the magic furnace was very difficult to remember and consumed Louis's 2 eyes. The magic furnace was the core, and no mistakes were allowed. But greed has its benefits. This time, I have gained such a huge harvest, even if the process was a little tortuous. The magic furnace is a magic cultivation method that uses one's own magic power and mental power to cooperate with soul power to create a magic furnace. When this magic furnace is formed, it will continuously draw magic power from the outside world to achieve the goal of unlimited magic power. This method is very perfect. Louis can almost conclude that it is indeed effective, and the harvest can definitely be called huge. It looks like I'll soon have unlimited magic power. Host, it is easy to have infinite magic power. But is it useful? This is just infinite magic power. Your magic power level remains unchanged. The system stood up and poured cold water on Louis. I know, but the total amount of magic power increase is enough for me. Louis is now facing a very annoying problem, because the worlds where Dumbledore and Supreme Merlin live are low magic worlds, and their own magic power is not much. Lui now has Jalal's magic, but it is completely useless. He can't cast Jalal's magic at all, and there is not enough magic support. Lui is like having a desert eagle, but the annoying thing is that there is only a desert eagle, but no bullets. Now this desert eagle is not as useful as a fire stick. With unlimited magic power, it will be completely different. At that time, Jalal's magic can be used by Louis at will, and the desert eagle will have unlimited bullets. Since the host thinks so, then the host should give it a try. The system said without comment. Lui did not care about what the system said. He closed his eyes and carefully studied the composition of the magic furnace. After making sure that there was nothing missing, Louis began to try to outline the magic furnace. Under the traction of mental power, Louis's magic power entered the depths of his soul. With the cooperation of soul power, he began to depict magic nodes at specific locations. Lui first drew dozens of magic nodes, and then began to use his own magic power to cooperate with mental power to connect each node in sequence. It was not easy at the beginning because of unfamiliarity, but as the magic power connected the first magic node, Louis' speed began to speed up with experience. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of magic nodes were connected one by one. After connecting the ninth one, Louis just wanted to connect the 10th magic node, but he had to stop pessimistically before he could do it. No, it was not that he did not want to continue, but that his magic power had been exhausted without him noticing. Outlining the magic furnace was more troublesome than he had imagined, and it also consumed a lot of magic power. He had previously drawn dozens of magic nodes, and now he had connected 9 more nodes, and his magic power was exhausted. Lui reviewed what had just happened, and found that magic power was not just as simple as consumption. It was just the magic nodes, and each time the next magic node was connected, the magic power consumption would increase. This was destined to be a slow and steady process. Louis smiled helplessly, and then began to meditate to restore his magic power. He still thought it was simple. It was not that easy to obtain unlimited magic power, and he had to pay a price. Now using time and hard work was already good. Haven't you seen what other people pay to obtain unlimited magic power or powerful strength? Louis is now considered good, and he does not have too many thoughts. It can be said that he began to restore his magic power very calmly. Louis couldn't help but open his eyes in surprise and stop meditating. What's going on? My mana regeneration speed has increased. This is the host's greedy reward. The system's voice came. What's the meaning? The structure of the magic furnace does not have to be fully completed to be effective. It will be effective after the magic nodes are drawn. After the magic nodes are drawn, the magic furnace will barely have some outlines and some ability to absorb magic particles in the air, which speeds up the recovery of your magic power. To put it simply, the magic furnace does not take effect only after it is completed. It is a method of growth, right? That's right. That's good. The growth method is much better than the one that can be completed overnight, especially when Louis doesn't know when he can complete the magic furnace. It can be considered an unexpected gain. After saying this, Louis did not say anything else and continued to meditate to restore his magic power in order to finish the magic furnace as soon as possible. Lui really needs unlimited magic power, and it is really hard for Louis to rest assured if he does not complete it. Louis is busy building the magic furnace. In New Mexico, USA, a huge change has finally begun to brew after a period of time. The battle from some aliens who call themselves gods is finally about to begin. Thor, one of the princes of Asgard, is the first heir to the throne of King Odin. He has been expected since he was born, has received the best education, and is born to be the new king of Asgard. But such a future king of Asgard has been exiled to Earth because of a matter that can be big or small, and has lost his power. Cough, cough, cough. These are not to say how pity it is for Thor to be exiled to Earth, how innocent he is. Rather, Thor has become a very unstable factor on Earth. The shield had to send a large number of people to ensure the stability of all this, and had to contribute its own strength in the struggle for the throne between Thor and the evil god Loki. In addition, the United States is really a country with many disasters. Aliens have come, and the aliens attacking the Earth that Hollywood has to shoot every year have become possible to become real because of the arrival of Thor. Now we just have to wait for Thor to die in the hands of the evil god Loki, and then everything can happen. Imagine that the first heir to Asgard suddenly died on Earth. Who would take the blame? The evil god Loki who killed Thor? No, of course not. Even if he has become the nominal king of Asgard, the evil god Loki will not take the blame. There are many people in Asgard who respect Thor. He will only blame the blame. I ask for how to blame. It's very simple. He just needs to clear all the traces and kill all the witnesses, and then he can openly push the responsibility to the Earth. This is a very embarrassing thing. S.H.I.E.L.D. is embarrassed in embarrassment. They know that Thor has problems and want to study, but they can't do it. They can't even let Thor die. He must live well. However, fortunately, the evil god Loki doesn't particularly want to kill Thor, and has no plans to do anything for the time being. Adding the two together, Thor has a very good trip to the Earth, and has a girlfriend on Earth. Everything should have gone smoothly. However, with the arrival of Thor's four good friends, everything was broken after they told Thor that Odin was not dead. Loki didn't want Thor to go back. He wanted to prove that he was stronger than Thor, so he stole the destroyer from his nominal father Odin and put it on the Earth, wanting to kill Thor. Then, the war began. The destroyer is a special constructed life created by magic. Although Loki does not have complete authority and cannot make it fully exert its strength because it is not controlled by Odin himself, its own strength is not weak at all. As soon as it appeared, it released an amazing beam of destruction. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who was checking the situation was beaten and even lost his armor, and the car was completely scrapped. Then it went to the town where Thor and his four friends were, ready to kill this critical moment. Thor's four friends finally couldn't help but take action. 3 real friends attracted the attention of the destroyer, and another nominal friend, the actual friend Sif, was ready to go around to the back to carry out the decapitation operation. The plan went smoothly. After paying a certain price, the true friend let Sif approach the destroyer. Sif jumped from the roof and pierced the destroyer's head in a perfect arc. A sword pierced his head. The destroyer was like being nailed to the spot, but this was destined to be useless. The destroyer only turned off the engine for a second and completed the transformation in front of and behind him. If Sif was not agile enough, she would be seriously injured in an instant. As a last resort, Thor could only stand up and sacrifice himself. Loki used the destroyer to hit Thor, who was now immortal, hard. Thor was directly knocked away for dozens of meters and was about to die. But at this time, Odin's backhand was activated. Thor's hammer sensed Thor's transformation and became a qualified person. It flew to his side and let him regain his strength. Logically speaking, this should be the moment for Thor to show his power, kill the destroyer, kill Loki, successfully succeed to the throne, and successfully become the king of Asgard. But at this critical moment, a red light suddenly approached from far away, breaking through the sound barrier and shooting at nearly 25 times the speed of sound, breaking that, making everything confusing. The impact of 25 times the speed of sound, even Thor had to weigh it. Seeing him approaching, he did not dare to collide with him head on, and even did not dare to get close, so he flew away. But then, Thor realized that he was still a little self-indulgent. The target of the red light was not him, but the destroyer standing in a straight line with him. The red light passed by him without even a bird's eye, and had a fierce collision with the bright silver destroyer. Ding! A metal collision sound resounded through the world, and the destroyer, who had been so arrogant before, was now like a shell shot out by a heavy artillery, and instantly flew hundreds of meters away and landed in the desert outside the town. But a huge cloud of dust was stirred up, surrounding the destroyer and the red light, making it impossible to see clearly. What's going on? Is there anyone else coming down? Thor couldn't help but ask his best friend. The four of them looked at each other for a while, and then Sif, one of the four, said, "No more. There are only four of us." So who is he? Thor never thought that there would be any strong people on Earth. The Lord of Earth has been visiting the dock of Asgard for so long, and he has seen it, right? I think I should go and have a look. We'll know when the time comes. Okay, Thor said. Without waiting for his four friends, he grabbed the hammer in his hand, turned it around a few times as if it was nothing, and then threw it. Thor's hammer took Thor to the landing point just now. Thor's four friends looked at each other and followed. However, the four of them did not fly, but walked, because they did not have the ability to fly. Although the impact of 25 times the speed of sound was very strong and the dust stirred up was very vast, no matter how huge the dust was, it would eventually fall to the ground. When Thor flew to the edge of the dust was already very thin, and the irresistible gravity pulled all the dust down. Therefore, Thor was able to barely see what was happening. The red light and shadow were too fast before he could see clearly, and the red light and shadow passed by him and took away the destroyer, and he didn't even catch up with it. Now he could finally see what was going on. He only knew that there was a person in the red light and shadow, that's all. Through the thin dust, Thor saw a figure wearing a red cloak in the dust standing in front of a big pit, and in the middle of the pit was the previously arrogant destroyer. However, the destroyer in the middle of the pit no longer had the arrogant attitude before, and his chest seemed to have suffered an unbearable blow, and two fist-sized holes appeared. According to Thor's combat experience and the size and spacing of the two holes should have been punched by the man in the red cloak with his fists. Thinking about the light and shadow before, everything is clear. The man in the red cloak left two holes in the destroyer under the impact of the speed just now, and his fist directly penetrated the destroyer's body. Thor thought about it, and his body subconsciously shook. This attack method is really sharp. If he hadn't dodged it just now, once he was hit, he would have been left with two holes in his chest by this person. When Thor thought of this, his face immediately became gloomy. After all, if that was the case, he had just encountered a life and death crisis. Just now, he stood on the same line with the destroyer, and this person's target was of course the destroyer, but after seeing him, there was no hesitation at all, and the speed was still maintained, which meant that he didn't care about his life at all. This is a reckless person. Thor's face was gloomy, and he gave a fair valuation of the man in front of him. As Thor made this comment, the destroyer moved again. The two holes on his chest did not affect him. He slowly stood up from the ground while his body turned. The place where the destroyer's face was suddenly opened. After a buzzing sound, a huge beam of light was launched, and the target was the man in the red cloak. Facing this beam, the man in the red cloak did not have any intention of dodging. His eyes suddenly turned red, and two red beams of light that were much thinner than the beam but no less powerful hit the beam. Puff. The beam and the beam collided with each other, and a dazzling light was emitted from the intersection of the beam and the beam. The powerful force generated a strong shockwave during the collision. Within 3 meters of the intersection of the beam and the beam, it was the impact range of the shockwave, and a large amount of sand and gravel was blown away. The man in the red cloak and the destroyer were both moving forward, and the collision between the beam and the beam was still going on. The battle seemed to be temporarily deadlocked. This is a good opportunity. Thor, who was standing aside, suddenly had such an idea. In his mind, Thor swung the Thor's hammer in his hand and suddenly let go of the destroyer. The Thor's hammer flew out of his hand and quickly smashed towards the destroyer. Clang! With a very loud metal collision sound, the destroyer's head was hit by Thor's hammer, and the destroyer was smashed away by the powerful kinetic energy brought by Thor's hammer. The ray deflected and the stalemate was broken. However, this not only did not make the man in the red cloak happy, but made his face stiffen. Thor did not see the stiffness on the man's face, stretched out his hand to call Thor's hammer into his own hand, and talked to himself. Although you almost killed me just now, but you and I have the same opponent, let it go, and don't say thank you. I'm not helping you. After saying this, Thor swung Thor's hammer again, and then let Thor's hammer take him to the fallen destroyer, completely ignoring the man whose face was even stiffer. Haha, you dare to snatch heads in front of me. After the man in the red cloak said such meaningless words, he released a beam of light directly at Thor without waiting for Thor to get close to the destroyer. The beam of light hit Thor in an instant, and before Thor could react, he flew more than 10 meters away, face down, and was pressed to the sand by the beam of light, rubbing hard. Thor couldn't figure out what happened, and then it became like this. But one thing is certain, that is, Thor was very angry, and especially angry, and his handsome face is full of hostility. Combined with the sand and dust that was stuck on him when he was pressed face down on the ground and rubbed, he looked extremely hideous. Bang! Thor grasped Thor's hammer and twisted his waist hard. At the moment when he pushed away the beam of light against his waist, the Thor's hammer in his hand instantly flew out of his hand and hit the beam of light. The beam of light was directly broken up bit by bit, and Thor's hammer went upstream and hit the man in the red cloak in the beam of light. The man's head. Thor himself also shot towards the man. Although Thor did not swing his Thor's hammer this time, the force he used this time was greater than before. Thor attacked with anger. Soon, Thor's hammer came to the man's face and was about to smash it down. At this time, the speed of Thor's hammer did not decrease much, and its power was extremely considerable. The man in the red cloak did not want to take it head on, and dodged the attack of Thor's hammer by turning his body to the side. But at this time, Thor finally came forward, but he did not raise his fist to attack Loki directly, but waved his hand to call back Thor's hammer behind the man. The man seemed to have discovered Thor's hammer and dodged it, but because the distance was too close, he did not really dodge it. The recalled Thor's hammer hit the man's shoulder with a thud. The man was directly knocked away and flew more than 10 meters in the air before stopping. Rubbing his aching shoulder, Loki could not help but get excited. Of course, this was not because Loki had any self-abuse tendency, but because Loki was happy that he had finally found a decent opponent. Since he got the superhuman ability, he has not found such a decent opponent. Mephisto is very powerful. Loki has met him before, but when his body cannot descend, he is not Loki's opponent at all. So he is not an opponent at all. Only Thor is considered as such. As for why Thor is considered a good opponent by Loki, there are some things that must be explained about this. That's right. It was Loki who had a fight with Thor before. Why did Loki fight with Thor? Wasn't Loki making a magic furnace at home? All this started when Loki was at home just now at that time. Loki was busy recovering his magic power and planned to complete the construction of the magic furnace as soon as possible. But suddenly, a harsh sound rang out. Loki paused for half a second, and then he remembered that his magic early warning device had worked. He had known the plot of Thor for a long time. So how could he miss such a rare moment of drawing in the plot of Thor? Soon after Tony Stark came to him for treatment, he set up a magic early warning device in the town where the battle would take place in the plot of Thor. Once there is a violent energy reaction in the town, he will be able to receive it and then take action to grab the head. That is, before that time, Loki directly ended his magic recovery, and after changing clothes in 1 second, he came to the town with an apparition. That time, Loki happened to see Thor recovering, and without hesitation, he rushed to the destroyer at the fastest speed, and then everything that happened before happened. Of course, this explains why Thor was beaten for helping. This is the most normal thing, because Loki doesn't need it. Thor's help is basically grabbing heads for Loki. Only he can grab other people's heads. How can he let others grab his OW? And Loki pressed Thor to the ground without hesitation, and then the current scene happened again. Loki looked at Thor, and Thor looked at Loki. The two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became much weirder. This scene happened to be seen by Loki, who was far away in Asgard, through the destroyer. A thought flashed in his eyes, and after a weird smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, he controlled the destroyer to step back a few steps and began to watch from the sidelines. And Thor saw the destroyer's actions, but both of them did not move. Their target was only each other. After staring at each other for a long time, they finally became a little impatient. Swish, swish. Two sounds turned into two lights and shadows that collided with each other. Clang. A loud metal collision sound accompanied the collision of the two people. The shock wave blew the dust on the ground, and the vision was once again obscured by the floating dust. Loki's vision was also affected by this. But through the hazy dust, Loki could still see and clearly hear the sound of metal and iron clashing caused by the continuous collision of the two people. It is unknown how long this situation lasted. Finally, with a bigger collision, this situation ended. A figure was knocked out from the dust by another person. Because the figure that was knocked out was wrapped in dust, Loki could not see it clearly, but Loki believed that it would definitely not be his cheat brother. Although he disliked Thor, he was very confident in Thor's ability. Otherwise, Thor would not have become the first heir to Asgard. There is certainly a blood relationship reason, and part of it is because Thor is really the most suitable candidate. He is so convinced, but as the wind and sand on the figure continued to dissipate, his belief was finally broken. The person who was knocked out was not Lu-E, but Thor, who he had placed great hopes on. His eyes widened instantly, and his body stood up subconsciously. He was no longer as calm as before, as if he had been greatly frightened. Fuck, what's going on? Thor's strength has just been restored, and he hasn't fully adapted yet. Loki began to find excuses for Thor's defeat, but his excuse was not very clever. It was originally his strength, so how could he not adapt? Did he really think that he had wasted all these years? Loki could only use such an excuse to convince himself. After convincing himself, Loki once again shifted his attention to the battlefield. He wanted to know what would happen next, but it would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. This time, he couldn't help but let his worldview collapse. Lu suddenly rushed out of the dust, pounced on Thor like a hawk swooping down on its prey, crossed his fingers, clenched them together, raised them high, and punched Thor who was already close to him. This time, Lu-E used all his strength. If he hammered it, Thor would definitely be in trouble. When Loki subconsciously wanted to rescue Thor, he saw Thor suddenly stretched out his hand to recall Thor's hammer, and Thor's hammer smashed towards Lu-E on the way back. Next, Lu-E will face a choice. Continue to hammer, but being hit by Thor's hammer, this time is different from the past. This time Thor has released a more powerful force of Thor's hammer, and Lu-E will not feel good. If he does not continue to hammer, Lu-E can dodge, and Thor's hammer cannot hurt Lu-E. Most people would choose the second one, but Lu-E chose the first one at a S if he did not see Thor's hammer. Lu-E's hand continued to hammer towards Thor without changing its momentum, and Lu-E seemed to be holding the mentality of dying together. Loki could no longer care about anything else at this time, and controlled the destroyer to launch a raise. The speed of the raise was obviously faster than that of Lu-E and Thor's hammer. Before the attacks of Lu-E and Thor's hammer landed, the raise hit Lu-E was knocked off course by 2 meters. Lu-E's attack landed in the air. Thor's hammer did not hit Lu-E, but returned to Thor's hand. But at this moment, Thor suddenly swung Thor's hammer again, aiming at Lu-E's face, and smashed it down to Lu-E's face became very ugly. He kept hitting people in the face. Didn't he know that he should not hit people in the face? Without any hesitation, he used the little magic power he had just recovered to perform an apparition shift, dodged the attack of Thor's hammer, came behind Thor, and suddenly grabbed his arm. Have you heard of the lotus? Lu-E's gloomy voice exploded in Thor's ears. As the saying goes, brothers fight together, and fathers and sons fight together. Although Thor and Loki have had many conflicts, and Loki almost killed Thor several times, there is still a special relationship between the two, and they love and kill each other. Such scenes of dealing with outsiders happen from time to time, and Lu-E is not surprised, nor does he care. Lu-E has been mentally prepared for the sneak attack, and the relationship between the two has led to a special mentality in Loki. Thor, I can kill, but others can't. However, Lu-E is not very accepting of slapping in the face, and the most important thing is that it happened more than once. This really makes Lu-E angry. Did my face provoke you? Once or twice is fine, but why do you always hit my face? Especially just now. If Lu-E's magic power had not been recovered enough for him to use a phantom shift, his face would have been hit hard, which directly made Lu-E's fire in his heart burn. This strong fire made Lu-E intend to give Thor a hard time, so that he knew that someone's face could not be touched. After saying the words just now in Thor's ear, Lu-E did not give Thor any chance. He grabbed his arm and quickly rose into the air. When Lu-E felt that he had risen to a certain height, he grabbed Thor's arm and suddenly pulled Thor's head down to the ground. This time, they were at least 1,000 meters above the ground. Although this height was very high, it was not necessarily possible to kill Thor. Thor seemed to know this and gradually breathed a sigh of relief. You relaxed too early. Lu-E's voice sounded. Then, Lu-E did not give Thor any chance to speak, and tightened his hands on Thor's arms. Before Thor could figure out what Lu-E was going to do, he felt that they began to speed up and began to spin very fast, falling from the sky like a gyroscope. Maybe because their speed was too fast, a terrifying tornado gradually formed behind them, tearing the surrounding clouds into pieces. Looking at all this, Thor's face turned the color of liver. There was no doubt that under such a terrifying momentum, once the two really fell, he didn't know what would happen to Lu-E, but he would definitely die. He quickly recalled his Thor's hammer, and then smashed it towards Lu-E to save himself. But Lu-E didn't even look at it, and let Thor's hammer hit him. Boom. Thor's hammer hit Lu-E's arm, and Lu-E's arm was numbed for a moment. But this was useless, because Thor found that Lu-E's hands were still as strong as pliers, making it impossible for him to break free. Seeing that it was about to fall to the ground, Thor suddenly grabbed Thor's hammer, and the sky quickly darkened. Boom. An astonishing lightning bolt fell from the sky and hit the two of them. Thor is the god of thunder, so he is not afraid of electricity. Lu-E is in a bit of trouble. His body was numbed by the electricity, and his hands relaxed uncontrollably. And this bit of strength also gave Thor hope. He held Thor's hammer and kept controlling the lightning to strike. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning continued, and the strength of Lu-E's arms relaxed more, and the numb feeling on his body never went away. But Lu-E couldn't avoid these lightnings and could only bear them. Suddenly, the lightning stopped. Before Lu-E could react, a lightning bolt that was more terrifying than all the previous lightnings combined struck down, hitting Lu-E and Thor's Z. Lu-E's body was directly electrocuted and paused, but this gave Thor a chance. His arms suddenly exerted force, broke free from Lu-E's hands, and escaped. Thor, who escaped, quickly swung the Thor's hammer in his hand, letting it drive him away and offset the impact force generated by the previous 25 times the speed of sound, the acceleration of gravity, and the centrifugal force of rotation. But this it was too late. He was only a few dozen meters above the ground, and his flying speed was not able to completely offset the impact force. With a loud bang, he hit a black shadow and then crashed into the ground. A deep pit appeared on the sand, and the terrifying shockwave caused the surrounding sand and dust to ripple like waves. Lu-E was better off. He was flying at 25 times the speed of sound. Although he was not able to completely offset the impact force, because of his faster speed, he did not cause much damage when he crashed into the sand. His body was just shaken when he landed, and then nothing happened. It took a long time to talk about all this, but in fact it took less than a few seconds to Lu-E, who did all this, deserves to be rejoiced, but Lu-E did not seem to be very happy. It's a pity this time. If he could have held on a little longer, and this was not a desert, Thor would probably be dead now. Flying out of the deep pit slowly, Lu-E couldn't help muttering to himself. Yes, Thor is not dead now. Not only is he not dead, but he can only be barely considered seriously injured. Thor is very smart and lucky. He used Thor's hammer to offset part of the impact force, and happened to land in a sandy area with soft soil. Moreover, he did not land on his face first, but on his feet when he landed at the end, still maintaining a flying posture. Then it was Loki. In the end, it was Loki who saved Thor. He controlled the destroyer to act as a scapegoat, holding Thor under his body, and offsetting part of the impact force for Thor. That black shadow is the destroyer. All of this led to the fact that he was not dead, but was still alive and well. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Thor pulled his foot out of the pit, and looked at Lu-E with a burning gaze. My name is Lu-E. As for why I want to kill you, it's because you always want to slap me in the face, and then I got so angry that I wanted to kill you. Just because of this reason, Thor was shocked and found it hard to accept. He really couldn't imagine what kind of person would kill someone for such a reason. Isn't this reason enough? Okay, please allow Thor to be silent first. Crazy. He must be crazy. Thor looked at Lu-E as if he was looking at a madman, and he was not feeling well. Too lazy to continue to be angry with Lu-E, Thor raised his head and shouted, Heimdall. This shout was like a signal. Suddenly, an abnormal cloud appeared in the sky. The clouds gathered, and a pillar of light fell from the sky and was about to cover Thor. However, the light pillar was fast, and Louis was faster. When the sky changed, he realized that Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard, opened the Rainbow Bridge and directly launched his most powerful speed to stop Thor. Thor did not expect Louis to be so persistent that he quickly threw out Thor's hammer to stop Louis. He knew very well in his heart that he was not Louis's opponent at all. If he continued to entangle with Louis, he would definitely die. He wanted to get rid of Louis's entanglement as soon as possible. Thor's hammer was given high hopes and hit Louis, but this time Louis had been prepared for him. Seeing Thor's hammer coming at him, he twisted his body in the air, took a step to his side, and dodged the attack of Thor's hammer directly, and continued to attack Thor. Thor couldn't help but feel his soul surging. This scene reminded him of the previous destroyer. Everything was so similar, and they were about to collide. Thor was almost ready to escape. Seeing that Louis was about to approach Thor, the light column in the sky was still a little far away from Thor. Thor would eventually be hit by Louis. Suddenly, a huge change happened to the light column in the sky. In the sky, the light column strangely became thicker, and the speed of descent was even faster. The light column, which should have been too late to fall, fell before Louis at the critical moment. Boom! A roar sounded, and Thor was covered by the light column. Louis was deflected by the shockwave generated by the falling light column, and passed by the light column from the side and hovered in the air. You're lucky that I'll let you off this time. Looking at the rainbow bridge in front of him, Louis spoke. Louis now has an instinctive resistance to the rainbow bridge. This kind of thing that can teleport people here and there without their consent is really too deceptive, and he doesn't want to try it. Who knows where it will teleport him to? Apparition can teleport, but it is only teleportation within the dimension. If the rainbow bridge sends Louis to a remote place in the Nine Kingdoms, it will not be easy for him to come back. Moreover, even if he is not sent to a remote place in the Nine Kingdoms, it will be troublesome to be sent to Asgard. That is Thor's territory. Magic is prevalent, and there are too many warriors and magicians. Louis is very conceited. Now, except for a sleeping Odin, basically no one in Asgard is Louis's opponent, but a lot of strong ants can bite an elephant to death. Entering Asgard will inevitably be besieged. It is really hard to say whether it will be like the elephant that was bitten to death. Fortunately, things like the rainbow bridge will no longer exist after today. Thor will destroy the rainbow bridge, and it will never be able to harm Louis again, and it will be the same in the future. System, what should we do now? Looking at Thor, who took back his Thor's hammer and left with a beam of light, Louis asked the system. The destroyer was destroyed by Louis's attack and turned into a pile of materials. Thor fled, not daring to face the host's similar production defeat. Thor's four subordinates also considered a defeat. Before the system finished speaking, Louis couldn't help but interrupt. Thor's four men did not have any contact with the host, so even if they escaped, it would not be considered a defeat and would not be counted. Okay, you have the final say. After hearing what the system said, Louis didn't care too much. Thor's four subordinates could only give him 4 ordinary draw opportunities at most. With the improvement of Louis's robot, ordinary draw opportunities were not too important. Although Louis felt a little pity, he didn't care too much after all. System, calculate how many draw opportunities one have obtained. Congratulations to the host for getting a perfect extraction opportunity and an optimized extraction opportunity. The perfect extraction opportunity comes from Thor, and the optimized extraction opportunity comes from the destroyer. After hearing the system's answer, Louis couldn't help but laugh. Not bad. It was worth his efforts. But what Louis didn't expect was that the destroyer was so pitiful. He was even worse than a runaway guy after being destroyed. But this also shows one thing from the side. Thor is very good and powerful, a potential stock, worthy of special attention, and should be fought every time we meet him in the future. Louis said maliciously. Just when Louis said this, Thor, who was far away in Asgard, seemed to be stared at by something and couldn't help shuddering. Is there a cold wind? Thor shook his head and threw this thought out of his mind. Now is not the time to pay attention to these things. He instantly accelerated his speed and flew towards the place where his father was sleeping. He didn't know that his malice had been transmitted to Asgard. After reviewing some of the things he did wrong in the battle with Thor, he turned around and flew back to his home to continue to recover his magic power and prepare to build the magic furnace. Please wait a moment. Just as Louis was about to fly away, a voice suddenly came from the distance and stopped Louis. Why do I find you everywhere, Hawkeye? Louis turned around and said to Hawkeye, who had stopped him. The headquarters is in need of high-level agents now, and those who are capable should do more work. I have no choice but to be ordered around by the director. Hawkeye said helplessly. Louis knew why all this happened, so he did not delve into it too much, but said, why did you stop me? Don't tell me that you were very indignant about my behavior, and you stopped me to warn me not to interfere in your affairs. How could it be? Hawkeye's forehead was sweating. Even if they had such thoughts, they dared not say it. He called Louis this time because he had other things to do. I think it will be like this. Tell me, what's the matter? Louis is in a good mood now, so he doesn't mean to make things difficult for Hawkeye. He glanced at the nervous Hawkeye and brought the topic back to the right track. Hawkeye also has the composure to remain calm even when facing a collapse, but this composure is targeted. If it is targeted at ordinary people and things, it will naturally be useless. But if it is targeted at Louis, this composure is useless. Facing Louis, who is stronger than himself, even strong enough to make him despair, these are simply meaningless, let alone effective. Hawkeye has never relaxed when facing Louis. His body has been in a tense state. From time to time, he will touch his bow and arrow, because only in this way can he give him some courage to stay calm in the face of Louis. Touching his bow and arrow again, Hawkeye took a deep breath. It's like this. Some time ago, the World Security Council gave you an ultimatum. That's what happened. Then they think I'm too much of a nuisance and have figured out how to deal with me. That's not the case. But they felt that the previous ultimatum was a bit inappropriate and has been revoked. They want to express their sincere apologies through us. Are you sure you didn't say anything wrong? Louis was a little dumbfounded. Are these people finally getting their heads right? I'm afraid not. All of this is true. The director told me in person and asked me to relay it to him. To be honest, Hawkeye himself didn't particularly believe this, but it was the fact. He didn't change a word of Nick Fury's words and told Louis everything. Well, I don't need to admit that I really underestimated them. Do they want to let my guard down? Or do they have no way to deal with me and compromise with me? Louis is more inclined to the first one. Not only Louis, Hawkeye himself is more inclined to the first one, but this tendency is just a thought in his mind and he can never say it out loud. He is a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. under the World Security Council, not Louis. He has to maintain the World Security Council. I think it might be the second one. After all, you are really too unsolvable. Maybe, but I am more inclined to the first one. Go back and tell them that no matter what tricks they are going to play, I will accompany them to the end. If it is true, that would be great. But if not, I don't care. I will repeat it verbatim. Louis nodded without comment. Don't bother two people with one thing. I'm going home soon. There may be some turbulence on the way. You better say hello to the Air Force. Don't blame me if there are any problems. After that, Louis didn't say anything else. His body jumped up and flew towards his house. He instantly broke through the speed of sound and reached the maximum speed of 25 times the speed of sound. Seeing Louis disappear in front of him in an instant, Hawkeye also realized what would happen next, and quickly contacted Nick Fury and told him the situation here. Nick Fury didn't dare to waste time, and quickly contacted the Air Force and told them the situation. If Louis was really regarded as an enemy by the Air Force, that would be interesting. He didn't want to hear about a fighter being shot down the next day. Nick Fury didn't stop in the middle, and naturally caught up with the Air Force fighter before it took off, and then there was no more. Nothing happened. Director Nick Fury's words are still very useful. He can deal with them with just a few words. The fighter jets didn't take off, so naturally there was nothing to say. Louis returned to his residence safely and continued to start his own. After building his own magic furnace, Nick Fury also began to deal with his daily affairs. The whole world seemed to have returned to peace, and everything was calm, but this was only on the surface, and secretly it was still turbulent. With Tony Stark's admission that he was Iron Man, it was like opening up the Marvel plot. And according to the fantasy theory, it was opening up a brilliant era. Superheroes emerged one after another, and various superpowers began to emerge in an endless stream. On the surface, the world is still harmonious, but secretly it has long been a mess, and here, especially in the United States, it is the most chaotic. I don't know why. All kinds of superpowers, all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues are all unfolding in the United States, and other countries are like foreign countries, very peaceful. It seems that when I came to the United States, the style of painting suddenly changed, and this is probably one of the reasons why the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. is located in the United States. But for this reason, Nick Fury is very troubled. There are too many things to be busy with, and there are too many conspiracies to deal with. This time he is busy again. How's the progress? Nick Fury suddenly received a call from Coulson and Natasha, and immediately put down the work at hand and asked solemnly. The person has been caught up, and his whereabouts have been determined. Very good. Nick Fury finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He had been worrying about this matter for so many days, and now he could finally relax a little. If possible, capture him. If not, kill him directly. He is too dangerous. He must not be allowed to stay. But director, there is a problem here. The abilities he obtained are too special. The magic equipment we have can only hurt him, but cannot stop him. If he really wants to run away, we can't stop him. I know this, but you are the only ones who can hurt him. You must try your best to catch him or kill him. You must do it. Yes, Chief. Coulson's helpless voice came from the other side. One word from the boss, and the people below are running around. As someone subordinate, for my own salary, for my own bonus, and even more for world peace, I have to fight. When you are carrying out the mission, you should also pay attention to that person's subordinates. I always feel that there is something wrong with that person's subordinates. We understand, Chief. Looking at Coulson, who had ended the connection, Natasha asked Coulson, how about it? Let's catch him if we can, and kill him if we can't. At the same time, pay attention to the situation of that man's subordinates. The director suspects their identities. Natasha's rank and shield is higher than him, and Nick Fury also said that he wanted them to pay attention to this matter, so Coulson had no intention of hiding it. Suspicious about their identities. Natasha had no doubts about the way that person handled the situation. This was normal. That person was too dangerous. Natasha only had some opinions about what Coulson said later. That being said, I am a little skeptical. In fact, I have some too. Coulson and Natasha looked at each other, and both saw doubts in each other's eyes. In fact, this is also normal. Everything that happened in the past is really too suspicious. In order to keep it secret, only 3 people in the entire SHIELD knew the whole thing. The 2 of them did not use SHIELD's intelligence network, but used ordinary civilian networks to investigate bit by bit according to Liu Yi's intelligence. This process is very complicated and takes a lot of time, but it is very safe. And not many people know about IT.I. In order to help the 2 cover up, Nick Fury even deliberately gave them a field mission statement so that they would not be suspected when they disappeared from everyone's sight. However, there is still a problem. No one has appeared in the place where the dark book is hidden for many years, but just after they appeared and got the dark book, someone else appeared, and it's not an ordinary person, but a whole team of unknown special forces with rich practical experience and fully armed. This is a big problem. Where's the dark book? It was just found out, and Louis could not have leaked the news to other people. What's going on? If they were not careful, it would be fine, and they might have leaked the news, but they were already very careful. No news was leaked. No clues. Could it all be just a coincidence? No, of course not. When they thought it was a coincidence, those people proved it with their actions. They had no doubts about the appearance of the 2 people, and they came up and took action directly, and their purpose was just for the dark book in their hands. If it was really a coincidence, it wouldn't be like this. Even if they were professionals, they would be surprised to see the 2 people who suddenly appeared, and they would shoot after a little hesitation. Even if the purpose was just the dark book, the plan was to kill the extra people directly. And so many people would not appear. It was said from the beginning that the dark book was hidden in a place where no one had been there for a long time. In this case, do we need so many professionals? These people don't seem to be looking for things, but to kill people, and they are here specifically to kill them. This is a difficult mystery to solve. The only way to find clues to this mystery is through the people in front of you. That's right, let's move. After saying this, the 2 of them took a slight run, climbed on the top of the wall, pushed their feet hard on the wall, turned over, jumped over the wall that blocked them, rolled in the grass behind the wall, and disappeared on the spot. Just as they disappeared, a scream came from the living room of the manor they were monitoring. A man with a terrified face floated in the air wrapped in a black mist. His body quickly shriveled and soon became skinny, with only a layer of withered and colorless skin tightly attached to the bones. Terror was frozen on his face. He was dead and could not die anymore. The black mist flew away from the corpse, and the corpse fell to the ground under the influence of gravity. The sound scared a person next to him, making him shudder subconsciously and lower his head. He didn't dare to look at the corpse, let alone the black mist. The corpse was scary, but what was even scarier was the black mist. He was afraid of the black mist and didn't dare to look at it. But the black mist insisted that he look at himself and turned into a human form in front of him. Whoosh! The black mist dissipated in an instant, and a person appeared in front of him. Not enough. I want more. The person who appeared said to him with a cold face, but this is already the 13th person we have captured. If we capture more, we will be discovered, he said subconsciously. But this obviously could not satisfy the people who came out of the black fog, and they said gloomily, it doesn't matter. If we are discovered, we are discovered. As long as I recover from my injuries, I will not be afraid of more people. Go, capture more people for me. But it's really no use. There are already 13 of us. We can't be exposed now. So you don't agree? A ferocious expression appeared on the face of the man who came out of the black fog. Seeing the ferocious face of the man who emerged from the black fog, he knew that he had angered the man, and could not help but hesitate. But it would have been better if he hadn't hesitated. This hesitation immediately made the man think that he had no intention of arresting anyone for him, and then he turned into black fog again without hesitation and wrapped him up with another shrill scream. He followed the previous man's footsteps and was turned into a dried up corpse. Not enough, not enough. After sucking another person, he still didn't feel satisfied. His voice was heard through the crack in the door, making the faces of the people outside even more gloomy. He is getting more and more terrifying, and even sucked one of our colleagues. We can't let him go on like this, said a man outside the door. The others had similar opinions, and when they heard what this man said, they all showed agreement on their faces. Can't let it go? That sounds good, but you don't use your brains to think about it. Is this something we can decide? A person who seemed to be the leader said with a sullen face. They came from a strict organization, and this organization destined them not to rebel against their superiors, even if they were asked to die, and their superiors didn't want this person to die. So what should we do? Help him catch him. Natasha was sitting on a tree outside the manor, watching everything that happened in the living room of the manor through a telescope. Because of her vision, Natasha could easily see everything that happened in the living room, and she also saw the scene when the man sucked 2 people. Coulson, how are you doing over there? Natasha asked Coulson through the encrypted radio network. I know very well that all the people are gathered in one room. If we throw a grenade in now, it will probably kill half of them. Coulson said to Natasha. Why would they arrange it this way? Natasha asked in confusion. Even if this group of people were not as professional as the previous group, they should not be much different. They did not encounter any obstacles along the way, which was not consistent with their professionalism at all. Natasha must have had this doubt. I don't know, but I think it has something to do with that person. That person doesn't seem to treat other people as human beings at all, treated as animals to be slaughtered and eaten. Coulson's words made Natasha feel like she had found a kindred spirit, and she had the same feeling. After all, if this was really the case, everything could be explained, because they were treated as animals to be slaughtered. In order to prevent the animals from running away, these people were imprisoned, and they did not need to patrol the surroundings. They only needed to keep themselves fat and white. So he occupied the living room openly and drove a group of people into a room. The fact that the man sucked a person dry before fully proved this point. Otherwise he would not do this. If this is true, then it would save a lot of trouble. Coulson, prepare the grenades. Didn't you just say that one grenade could kill most of them? Perfect, let's test it. Okay, when the time comes, you will throw the grenade when I give the order. It will definitely attract that person's attention. I will try to kill him. Yes, but you have to be careful. After I make sure they are all dead, I will help you. If you can't kill him, you must hold on until I get here. Don't worry about this. I know what to do. Then let's get started. After saying that, Natasha began to approach the window of the manor's living room, and Coulson also began to try to approach the window of the already crowded room. Because of that person, they could not sneak into or force their way into the living room, and could only do the next thing through the window. The 2 slowly approached the window, and through the window, they could almost hear their conversation in the room. Success or failure depends on this. Do it. Natasha made a barely audible sound. Coulson, who had the headset in his ear, could just hear it. Hearing this, Coulson did not hesitate at all. He smashed the glass with his elbow through the grenade that had been prepared long ago, and then ran away quickly and lay on the ground. Boom. Boom! Two consecutive roars sounded, and a ball of fire accompanied by the shock waves smashed the glass of the window. The glass fragments fell on Coulson's back with a clang, clearing Coulson's dizzy head. Then he quickly got up and go check on those people at the same time. The man in the living room also woke up after being dizzy, turned into a black mist, and rushed to the room where the explosion occurred. However, before he could really get close to the room, Natasha's figure suddenly broke the glass window and rushed in, raised a dagger and quickly stabbed the black mist. The dagger pierced into the black mist. Puff. Strangely enough, the black mist should have been an illusory existence, but when the dagger pierced into the black mist, it actually made a sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh, and blood spurted out. It's you again. One end of black mist suddenly turned and made a sound. Black Mist's voice did not make Natasha show any strange expression. She put her other hand on the handle of the dagger and pressed it down hard. Phew. The dagger pierced into the wooden floor with Black Mist, pinning Black Mist to the ground. Black Mist's blood flowed even faster. A scream followed. Did Natasha control this man so easily? Of course it was not that simple. It was all because of the dagger in Natasha's hand, which naturally restrained evil creatures. It just so happened that this man could be called an evil creature, so he was restrained. Natasha had met Coulson once before, and she had injured him with this dagger and Coulson's sword at that time. Now he was injured again, but this time, she couldn't help but feel troubled. This was already considered as barely catching him, but what to do next? Should she call for help or kill him? Calling for help is simple, but it is very likely that he will struggle out during this period of time, which will be very troublesome at that time. This is also the most entangled point for her. However, soon, she was no longer entangled. The black mist nailed to the ground by the dagger suddenly rolled up a chair with the black mist and smashed it on the dagger, and the dagger was directly smashed crooked. Natasha had no doubt that if she could smash it a few more times, the dagger will definitely be smashed off, and then he will be able to escape. He still has to be killed. Thinking this in her heart, Natasha had no way to kill him for the time being. The dagger was stuck in the ground, and she had no weapon. If she approached rashly, she would end up like the previous person, being sucked dry. Now she could only hide outside the black fog. She only hoped that Coulson could come as soon as possible. Only in this way could she take this opportunity to kill him. Otherwise, once he broke free from the restraints of the dagger, he would be able to move freely, and then he could disappear and appear at will, and then it would be over. Fortunately, Coulson did not let Natasha wait any longer. Seeing that the dagger nailed to the ground was about to be smashed off, Coulson finally appeared, and as soon as he appeared, he slashed his long sword at the black fog on the ground. The black fog also knew that Coulson's long sword and Natasha's dagger were made of the same material and had the same function, so he did not dare to waste it, and threw the rolled-up chair directly at Coulson. Bang! The chair thrown by the black fog was smashed by Coulson's long sword. Coulson's long sword was blocked for a moment, and this time it failed to cut the black fog. Coulson, don't stop. Keep going. Now is the best chance. Natasha said hurriedly when she saw Coulson being stopped. Coulson was not stupid and naturally understood this. He waved the sword in his hand without any hesitation and then rushed towards the black fog. If it was before, the black fog was not particularly afraid of Coulson. Although the sword in Coulson's hand was powerful, he could change his form. It was difficult for Coulson and Natasha to hurt him, but it was different now. He was tied to the ground and couldn't break free. This was the best opportunity. Click. Coulson raised his sword, split the black fog and smashed it towards another chair of his, and then quickly approached the black fog. The black fog didn't dare to let Coulson get close to him and saw the chair was ineffective. So he rolled up the gun on one side and was ready to shoot. As a man of the new era, even if his will was affected for a while, his brain was still there. And if his brain was still there, he would naturally use weapons, so he planned to shoot Coulson. Coulson was only strong in his sword, and he was just an ordinary person. If he had to deal with ordinary people, he could only deal with 5 or 6 at most, which was still within the scope of ordinary people. Coulson would still die if he was shot. He had this idea and raised his gun. Natasha and Coulson also realized it immediately. Coulson was even ready to dodge, but before he could really dodge, a gunshot rang out. Huh? Why doesn't it hurt? Coulson subconsciously stopped and looked at his body. The expected bullet hole did not appear. He was intact, which made him stunned. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and do it. Natasha's voice exploded in Coulson's ears. Coulson turned around subconsciously and saw Natasha holding a pistol with smoke coming out of it, pointing the muzzle at the black fog. Coulson turned his head to look at the black fog again and saw that the pistol that was rolled up by the black fog had fallen to the ground. Seeing this, how could Coulson not understand that the previous shot was fired by Natasha and the target was the gun rolled up by the black fog? The black fog is illusory, and ordinary weapons including guns can't hurt it at all, but it can hit things rolled up by the black fog. Natasha. The bullet from the gun hit the gun held up by the black fog, and the explosive force of the bullet just knocked the gun down. After figuring out everything, Coulson no longer hesitated, and with one step, he quickly came to the side of the black fog and slashed at the black fog in front of him with a sword. The black fog did not dare to face the long sword and bent 180 degrees to avoid Coulson's attack. The black fog's form is illusory, unlike humans, and it does not need to be bound by the body. It can change into hundreds of tricks. This is why he is not afraid of Natasha and Coulson. Various changes can avoid all their attacks. Don't just chop randomly. Chop the part where I stuck him in the ground. Natasha reminded Coulson. Hearing this, Coulson turned his head and looked at the dagger on the ground. Without thinking, he swung his sword and chopped at the black mist on the ground that was bound by the dagger. The black mist didn't dare to let Coulson chop it down. The other part of the black mist split into two, rolled up the table, rolled up the chair, and directly blocked the long sword. Click. The long sword chopped on the edge of the table, making a muffled sound, and the long sword was stuck in the table. Coulson tried but failed to pull it out. This time, the black fog laughed, and another chair was rolled up by the black fog and smashed towards Coulson. Coulson looked at the chair approaching but didn't dare to give up the long sword in his hand. This long sword was their last reliance, and they couldn't give up. If he gave up, he would die sooner or later, and his death would be even more miserable. So he had to fight hard. Coulson had already prepared himself to be hit, and was secretly preparing to pull out the long sword with the help of the power of the black mist shadow. But before the chair hit him, Coulson heard a gunshot, and Natasha fired again. But this time, Natasha did not hit the chair thrown by the black mist, but the edge of the table. This seemingly unrelated and useless attack made Coulson couldn't help but be happy. And Natasha's shot just broke the place where the long sword was stuck. Coulson pulled hard, and the long sword was pulled out instantly, and at this time the chair was still an arm's length away from him. Coulson took a half step back, narrowly avoiding the chair, and turned the blade of the long sword in his hand, slashing upwards. He heard a scream, and saw the long sword slashing the black mist, and the part of the black mist that rolled up the chair was cut off. The black mist fell to the ground and turned into an arm, which fell to the ground with hot blood on the arm. After a successful attack, Coulson did not stop there. He rolled on the ground and stabbed the black mist in front of him with the sword in his hand. Although the black mist had just had an arm cut off, it was very painful, but he had not completely lost his mind due to the pain. He twisted his body to avoid Coulson's attack. Coulson's attack fell into the air, and the long sword was about to hit the ground. Coulson suddenly, with one hand on the ground, the long sword suddenly changed direction and stabbed at Black Mist again. Black Mist was furious. He was very annoyed by being provoked many times, and then he wanted to kill Coulson. Such anger made Black Mist dodge Coulson's long sword first, and then struggled hard. The dagger that was stuck in Black Mist had already loosened, and this struggle made it looser. Although it was painful, Black Mist saw hope and struggled more violently. Coulson saw it and was anxious in his heart. His hands moved more swiftly, and the long sword broke through the air and slashed at Black Mist again and again. Black Mist's body suddenly retreated, and the dagger finally loosened completely and was taken away by Black Mist. Black Mist still gained freedom. Ha ha ha, I'm finally free, and you're dead too. Black Mist laughed wildly, and then rushed towards Natasha, who had no weapons. Coulson planned to stay behind and kill Natasha first. The black mist came across the sky with a wild laugh and soon attacked Natasha. Natasha did not dare to be careless. She stepped back with her slender thighs and bent her waist. The black mist passed by Natasha's face under the action of inertia. Only Natasha dared to use this operation. If it were someone else, they would have been scared away. The black mist was full of anger at Natasha's operation. The black mist suddenly turned into a long snake and bit Natasha. Coulson. Natasha's face changed, and she quickly let out a cry. The operation just now was enough to use only once, and using it more than once would mean death, not to mention that the black fog had almost trapped her in a corner. Coming. Coulson naturally saw Natasha's predicament, and without saying a word, he rushed to help. The long sword in his hand broke through the air and slashed at the black fog. You again. The black mist had to temporarily disperse and dodge Coulson's longsword. However, he dodged Coulson's longsword, but failed to dodge Natasha's attack. Seeing that the black mist was escaping, Natasha would not let go of such a good opportunity. While all the attention of the black mist was on Coulson, she grabbed the dagger on the black mist. Puff. When the black mist found out, the dagger had been pulled out of the black mist's body by Natasha, and the dagger returned to Natasha's hand, but a longsword was still troublesome for the black mist, not to mention that there was a dagger now. The black mist was not a fool. Now he had the intention to retreat, and wanted to retreat, but Natasha and Coulson obviously had no intention of letting him escape. They rushed towards him together, and the daggers and longswords moved together, trying to kill him. The black mist felt very bad. His body flew into the air, and then he was about to escape. However, before he could really escape, Coulson took advantage of the longsword in his hand and nailed the tail of the black mist to the ground before he was about to escape. Natasha, hurry up. Natasha's face became very cautious. She squatted slightly, took a running start, stepped on Coulson's back, and stabbed the dagger in her hand at the black fog who was struggling to escape. The black fog soul was scared and began to dodge quickly. Natasha changed the dagger in her hand from stabbing to cutting, and as a second choice, she cut the black fog with a dagger. Puff. There was another sound of a dagger cutting on flesh and blood. This time it was not just as simple as blood. A piece of black fog was cut off by the dagger, turned into a piece of flesh and blood in midair, and fell to the ground. The black fog let out a wail and began to struggle violently. The pain of having a piece of flesh and blood cut off out of thin air is not something that ordinary people can bear, and the black fog is no exception. Kill him while he is sick. Natasha naturally knew this after taking a look at Coulson, who was struggling to suppress the longsword and prevent the black mist from breaking free from the longsword. She jumped up again without any hesitation and stabbed the black mist with the dagger again. Although the black mist had been struggling, he was also paying attention to Natasha, the person who cut off his flesh and blood. Seeing her rushing towards him again, he stopped struggling and planned to settle the old and new accounts together. The black mist split into more than 10 tentacle-like mists. Wrapping around Natasha, the black mist produced a lot of tentacles, and the angles were also very tricky. Natasha's dagger could not cut off all the black mist tentacles no matter what. In addition, her body was in the air, and Natasha was in danger. But even in the face of this crisis, Natasha did not panic at all, and her face did not even show any sign of panic. He didn't notice any changes and just looked straight at the black fog, as if he had accepted his fate. Just when the tentacles formed by the black fog were about to touch Natasha, the black fog suddenly felt his body lighten, and the pain at the tail end disappeared in an instant. The black fog couldn't help but feel happy, thinking that he had already broken free from the black fog, and moved even faster, rushing towards Natasha. Just as the black fog was about to pounce on Natasha, suddenly, a sharp pain came from the middle of his body, and before he could cry out in pain, another sharp pain came from his upper body. Then, he felt his back sink, and his body fell directly, and all the tentacles had to fall with it. But it was Coulson who seized this opportunity, loosened his control over the black fog, and cut off the black fog with the long sword in his hand. At the tail end of the fog, he used a long sword to nail the middle of the black fog. Taking this opportunity, Natasha's crisis was resolved. But Natasha did not breathe a sigh of relief. She stabbed the dagger in her hand backhand, and while she was falling and the black fog was falling, she stabbed her dagger into the black fog. Thump. The gravity of the fall nailed Natasha's dagger firmly to the ground, and the black fog was also nailed firmly to the ground. This time the black fog was really seriously injured, and the black fog could not maintain its form. It turned into its original form, revealing the figure of the person in the black fog. But at this time, he was really miserable. His back was pierced by Coulson's long sword, and his shoulder was nailed by Natasha's dagger. The whole person was fixed to the ground, lying on the ground and unable to move at all. Now there is only one last step left. Let's put an end to him. At this time, he only had his last breath left. In order to prevent everything from turning around, he had to die. Come on. Coulson said, okay. Natasha walked carefully in front of him, squatted down, and after making sure that he couldn't move, she pulled out the dagger with all her strength and directly cut off his head with the dagger in the eyes full of hatred. No one could guarantee that he would survive with his head left, so it would be easier to just cut off his head as for the hatred in his eyes. It was meaningless, and Natasha had long been immune to it. It's finally over. All my swordsmanship training has paid off. Looking at the body whose head had been cut off, Coulson breathed a sigh of relief. Stop talking nonsense here. Search quickly. See if you can find anything useful. Natasha has not forgotten her other task and plans to look for clues. Okay. Coulson didn't think there was anything wrong with it, so he agreed directly. After killing that person, there was no one else in the manor, only Natasha and Coulson. In addition, this place is far away from the downtown. Even if there were 2 explosions before, there is no need to worry about someone coming. The 2 of them searched in the manor without worry. All the papers and all the corners were not spared, with only one goal: to find anything that can prove their identity. Coulson, did you get anything from that side? Rubbing her waist, which was sore from bending over for a long time, Natasha contacted Coulson. Not yet. They seem to be very cautious, and there is no useful information left on them. Because Natasha's rank is higher than Coulson's, Natasha pushed the dirty work directly to Coulson. She searched every corner of the room, and Coulson could only search these bodies bitterly, which is commonly known as autopsy. Due to the grenades in their bodies, some bodies were blown beyond recognition, and some were blown to pieces. Autopsy, it's not an easy job to be in a carcass. Not only will there be blood everywhere, but it's also extremely difficult. When you do an autopsy, you should at least piece together the body and wipe off the blood. Only in this way can you do a better job of the autopsy and see what's hidden on the skin. Many people have a hobby of tattooing things on their bodies. Some of them have things that can prove their identity, such as numbers and marks, and some tattoos that represent special meanings. These can all prove their identity. However, there are no marks on their skin, and there is no way to prove their identity, just like they have nothing on their bodies. There is no way to prove this. Where's the communicator? Have you checked the contents on it? The communicator will always contain information about the other person, such as encrypted phone numbers. After checking, I did find a number, but this number was triple encrypted and could only be dialed using a specific contact. There was only one chance, so I didn't dare to dial it easily. Is that so? Natasha couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This possible organization was too tight, as if it could hide its existence. This must be a problem in Natasha's opinion. All organizations that want to hide their existence must have their purpose, and this purpose is definitely not as simple as robbing a convenience store. Should we notify the bureau? Send special personnel, bring special equipment, and search here. The 2 of us are really not enough. The manor is too big, and it is difficult to track the owner of the number without special equipment. Just when Natasha was thinking, Coulson expressed his thoughts. Not for now. Unexpectedly, Natasha rejected Coulson's idea and did not intend to let Shield. Can you tell me the reason? Sure. After spending some time together, and this time with the other party, Natasha chose to believe Coulson. Everything proved that Coulson was indeed trustworthy. After a moment of silence, Natasha continued. Turn off the headset. Let's talk face to face. If what she expected was correct, then everything would not be so simple. Communication devices, such as headsets, could no longer be used. Okay, then the two turned off their headsets and walked from where they were to another room in the manor where they met. I suspect there is a traitor in our bureau. Natasha said something earth-shattering. What? Coulson's face immediately became serious, and he looked at Natasha with caution in his eyes. Are you sure? This kind of thing is not a joke. Of course I know that. But if that's true, everything can be explained. We have kept this secret from everyone in the bureau, except the director. Do you still doubt the director? This is no joke. Director? Of course I would not doubt him. As the director, he holds all the power. If he was really a traitor, he would not have handed this matter over to us. He could have found someone else to do it, which would have saved a lot of trouble. I doubt the people in the bureau. Are you saying that we were all wiretapped? Since it wasn't the director, but someone from S.H.I.E.L.D., then there was only one explanation. Through this, they knew everything. But there was also a problem that IT shouldn't be done to eavesdrop on the conversations of the top agents in their territory, even if they had the special psychology of being in the dark under the lamp. If there are many traitors in S.H.I.E.L.D. and they cover for each other, then that's a different matter. Hiss. Coulson couldn't help but take a breath. If that was true, then maybe he could really do it. But if that was true, then it would be really bad. Don't be anxious. These are just my guesses for now. The real situation may not be like this. After all, if this is true, S.H.I.E.L.D. is nothing more than a sieve, which is unlikely. Natasha added at the end. Natasha didn't know that her guess was correct. Just as she said, S.H.I.E.L.D. really became a sieve, but she didn't believe it. This was also the case of the darkest place under the lamp. Who would have thought that a top-level agent organization would be infiltrated, and almost half of the people were their mortal enemies? Who would believe it if it was said? Natasha herself didn't believe what she said, so she inserted such a sentence at the end. These agents, especially top agents like Natasha, didn't find any problems after being together day and night. How could she believe her own suspicion? Can a sudden idea be worth so many years of being together day and night? Obviously not. What should we do next? Even though Natasha said at the end that this was just her guess, Coulson still couldn't help but feel uneasy. This was not something that could be ignored so easily. Find someone who. Louis. Why are you looking for him? Coulson was puzzled. He couldn't figure out why Natasha mentioned Louis. Logically speaking, Louis had nothing to do with this matter. Do you remember when we met? Louis recognized us before we even said our names? Natasha did not answer Coulson's question directly, but asked, of course I still remember that I was very surprised at that time. Later, through Louis's narration, I learned that Louis's eyes and ears were unusual. He had used his eyes and ears to search for some intelligence in the world. Coulson suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, who are you? Maybe Louis knew something in the process of collecting intelligence. This is inevitable. Since he was able to search for our intelligence, it means that he had probed S.H.I.E.L.D. If there are traitors in S.H.I.E.L.D., then there must be a lot of them. We can't see them because we are in the bureau. He's outside the bureau, so if there's a problem, he might be able to find it. Are you really so sure that Louis knows all this? Who knows? But there's always hope. What's more, I saw something special in Louis's eyes at the beginning. Something special. That's right, something special. Something that makes one feel proud but also deceitful, just like watching a play. Enjoy the show. Women and men look at a person from different perspectives. You may not be able to notice this, but I can. You sure? I'm sure. Moreover, even if I don't have this emotion, I am 100% sure that Louis must be hiding something. This is my professional quality, and it cannot stand out. Coulson agreed with this very much. Natasha's professional quality is indeed beyond doubt. So shall we go now? We have to wait a moment. Things here need to be dealt with. The body of that guy is of great research value. We need to study it carefully, and the body must be retrieved. So what should we do? Call someone. Now it's different from before. Before, they needed to confirm the identity of the people here, and they couldn't inform the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. first. After many searches, they didn't find anything useful, but they had found a way to determine whether there was a gap inside S.H.I.E.L.D. And they no longer needed to cover it up. In addition, the body of that person must be dealt with as soon as possible. Now it is actually the best thing to find someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. After reporting everything that happened here and concealing their suspicions, the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. soon appeared in the manner. It's not that they deliberately concealed it, but they really had to conceal it. They didn't know whether the current communicator was being monitored, so they chose to conceal it, and didn't even tell Nick Fury. When the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, Coulson and Natasha didn't bother with them much. They completed the handover, lied that they had other tasks, ordered them to clean up the mess, and then asked for a car and drove to Louis's residence. After Coulson and Natasha left, the person in charge of this operation, a bald man with glasses, took out a special communicator as if no one was around. Minister, we have taken over this place. You are doing great. Are there any questions? Not yet. But what's wrong? The person on the other end of the communicator asked. Coulson and Natasha left again. I don't know what they're going to do. I'm afraid they have discovered something. Should we send someone to kill them? The bald man with glasses said again without paying attention to the people around him. It was as if he was talking about killing one or two ants, not about killing his colleagues. Not for now. They won't find out anything. This team was sent by me personally to protect that idiot. They don't have any identity proof on them. I also ordered them to rob the manor. Coulson and Natasha can't possibly find out anything. What about them? I guess he has another mission. Don't worry about it. Our previous attempt to steal the Darkhold has already aroused Nick Fury's suspicion. We can't let him doubt us anymore. So what do we need to do? Although the idiot has become even more stupid after gaining the ability, he is still very valuable for research. Do we need to study him? Just collect some samples and leave the rest to S.H.I.E.L.D. We are S.H.I.E.L.D. now, and theirs is ours. We just collect some samples and keep them, and let them help us. Okay, I see. You are very reliable. I am very relieved. I will leave the place to you. Please pay attention to the overall management. That is the key. After the other party said this, he hung up the communicator. Seeing this, the bald man with glasses had no choice but to put away the communicator. Everyone obey my orders, collect samples, and then take back everything that is useful. Yes, sir. Everyone said together. The bald man was very satisfied with these people's reactions and suddenly said, "Long live Hydra. Hail, Hydra." All the people present shouted. The bald man was even more satisfied. Although he didn't like the slogan and felt stupid every time he shouted it, it was really the best way to brainwash his subordinates. It was a pity that only Coulson and Natasha left. If Coulson and Natasha hadn't left, they would have been so shocked that their mouths would be wide open and their eyes would pop out when they saw this scene. They couldn't imagine in their dreams that all the people here were traitors to S.H.I.E.L.D. or all spies, but they wouldn't know. Even if they didn't leave in the end, the bald man wouldn't let them see this scene. They could only see that they worked loyally for S.H.I.E.L.D., looking for various clues and recovering corpses. It wasn't that simple for Hydra to hide in S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years without being discovered. They had strict discipline and organization, and knew what to do and when. In the New York night, there are no stars, no moon, but only lights in the sky painted by lights. They illuminate the sky, so that New York at night will not fall into absolute darkness, and bring a sense of security to people who come home late at night on the streets of New York. The night in New York is not a peaceful night. Especially the New York of Marvel. It is true that New York is a paradise for the rich, but the night in New York is also a paradise for criminals. Every night, criminals in New York will take over this bustling metropolis. In every dark corner, you can almost hear suppressed voices and gunshots hidden between buildings. However, basically no one cares about them. This is the night in New York, and this is the paradise for criminals. But tonight is an exception, and someone came forward. A black SUV appeared on the streets of New York like a phantom. Running on the streets of New York. As if it had discovered something, the black SUV suddenly stopped, turned the front of the car, and drove into a dark alley. Squeak. The car stopped in this dark alley. The light from the car lights illuminated the dark alley, revealing the figures of two people inside. A white man dressed in black leather and hippie style, holding a knife, was in a stalemate with a trembling woman. Seeing the arrival of the car, the trembling woman seemed to have found her backbone, and an expression of surviving a disaster appeared on her face. She almost screamed. Bang. The car door was opened and closed, and Coulson got out of the car. Don't mind your own business. The white man dressed as a hippie gestured and threatened Coulson. Man, relax. I don't want to cause any trouble. Give me my friend, and I'll leave right away. Carlson raised his hands and said as he walked forward. Some things cannot be ignored after seeing them. Although Carlson is an agent, he is also a good person. He intends to take care of the things here. Then, Carlson took care of it. Stop. Don't go any further. The man was very afraid of Carlson's behavior and didn't let him get close to him. You said she was your friend. That's right. Right, Amy? The last sentence was said by Carlson to the woman. The woman was not stupid enough to not realize that Carlson was saving her and refused to admit it, but she still didn't dare to speak. Instead, she nodded desperately with gratitude in her eyes. Since we are friends, I can give you a favor, but you have to give me the money. Otherwise, the man waved his arms a few more times as if to increase his intimidation, and the knife in his hand slashed in the air a few times. Sure. Carlson put his hand into his clothes and took out his wallet. Seeing this, the man was delighted. He didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Carlson coming. He didn't expect him to be a wimp. Thinking of this, before he could do anything, a black shadow flew towards him. Because it was illuminated by the car lights, he couldn't see clearly, but judging from the shape, it should be a wallet without a doubt. But the flying speed of this wallet was a bit fast. Bang! The wallet hit his face. He didn't even figure out what was going on and why the wallet hit his face. He felt a sharp pain coming from the arm holding the knife. Clang! The knife fell to the ground with a slight sound. And he bit down uncontrollably and was pressed against the wall by a sudden force. At this time, he finally felt the hand on his bent arm and felt who was pressing him against the wall. Miss, are you okay? Carlson asked. It's okay. Thank you, sir. No need. If possible, please leave here as soon as possible and go home quickly. The woman also realized this after hearing this, and after expressing her gratitude again and again, she left here with the crisp sound of her high heels. Carlson, how long are you going to delay? Get rid of him quickly. We're leaving. Natasha's voice came from the car. After hearing Natasha's words, Carlson couldn't help scratching his head. Dude, I'm just a robber. Don't kill me. Just hand me over to the police. Buddy, don't do anything rash. When the man heard Natasha's word, solve, he thought it meant to kill him, but Natasha's tone was not good, and he was scared to death. Carlson and Natasha were speechless about this. Although they killed a lot of people, they were all killed during the mission, and they didn't kill many people at ordinary times. In the mouth of this man, they became murderers instead. Killing people at the slightest disagreement, Natasha was too lazy to explain to the man. It was not worth it. So she raised the glass and waited quietly for Carlson to deal with him. Carlson had nothing to say about this, and grabbed his head, and after knocking him against the wall and causing him to pass out, he searched his cell phone and called the police. They are agents, not police officers. It's okay for them to help out of a sense of righteousness, but dealing with such a person personally is a bit like meddling in other people's business and making a fuss over nothing. Hand it over to the police decisively. After dropping the man off, Carlson returned to the car, gave Natasha an apologetic smile, started the engine, and drove away. Although not much time was wasted here, it was still a waste, but it couldn't be like this anymore. The wasted time had to be made up. The SUV quickly turned into a phantom, shuttling through the streets of New York, passing through buildings and streets, and finally, the SUV stopped at its destination. It's already 11 o'clock in the evening. Maybe he has already gone to bed. We think we should not go in for the time being. When we arrived at the destination, Carlson looked at his watch and said, no, let's go in. We are here now. We can't go back empty-handed, and he may not be asleep. Natasha's guess was correct. Louis really didn't sleep. His ridiculously strong body gave him enough energy to allow him to ignore sleep. Plus, he didn't want to sleep, so he didn't sleep. The construction of the magic furnace takes time, and Louis is just short of time now, so he simply uses his sleep time to build the magic furnace. After all, the night is long, and there is no mood to sleep. It would be really bad if he doesn't do something. It would be very boring. Yuriko's situation is relatively normal. Although she really wants to stay with Louis considers that she has no way to stay up late for a long time, so he sends her back to sleep. Louis sat cross-legged alone on the grassland at night, connecting the magic nodes on his soul. Suddenly, Louis made a sound of surprise. The early warning magic circle he set up outside the door was triggered. A guest has arrived. I just don't know if it is a bad guest or. Louis' eyes directly opened the super perspective, and he observed the people outside the door through the wall. Under the super perspective, the obstruction of space and the door is not a problem at all. The space is shortened and the door becomes an outline. The figures of the two people outside the door are exposed to Louis' eyes without reservation. One person is graceful and hot, with a protruding front and a curved back, and a very well-proportioned body. The other person is of medium build and has a backward hairline. Comparing the figures of the two people, Louis easily found the figures of these two people in his mind. It was Natasha and Carlson. Knowing that these two people came, Louis gave them face. Louis opened the door with his mind. Natasha and Carlson stood outside the door, looking at the door that suddenly opened, and they were a little uncomfortable. After looking at each other, they walked in. There are no stars or moon in New York today. The sky is dark. Even the street lamps and neon lights on the roadside inevitably look a little eerie. When they encountered the door that suddenly opened, the two really felt like they had walked into the wrong set and came to a ghost world. Fortunately, the two also knew that this could not really be a world of gods and ghosts, and this was definitely not a haunted house. Everything was done by magic. The two quickly adjusted their mindsets and walked into the door. Squeak, snap. As soon as the two walked into the door closed automatically without wind. Even though they had adjusted their mindsets, they couldn't help but be scared. It really felt like a horror movie. The two looked at each other helplessly and began to try to communicate with Louis. Louis' house looks small from the outside, but it is ridiculously large from the inside. Although it is not enough to get lost, it is enough to make them understand the difficulty of finding someone. They are not stupid. They will not look for someone stupidly like this. Louis, we want to meet you. Carlson raised his head and shouted. After that, Carlson said nothing more and waited for Louis' guidance, and Louis did not disappoint them. The next second after Carlson's voice fell, Louis' voice floated in their ears, just like Louis whispered in their ears. Go forward. They had seen a lot of Louis' methods, so they were not too surprised. They followed Louis' instructions and walked forward, stepping on the soft grass under their feet and smelling the dense grass fragrance in the air. The two soon came to Louis. Sit down. Louis closed his eyes tightly, like an old monk in meditation, pointed at the grass in front of him, and waved his hand. Although it was a grassland, it was actually still in Louis' house. There was no dew, no dirty things, and the grass was very clean. It didn't matter if it was used as a temporary seat. Natasha and Carlson were not picky people. They had seen more difficult conditions when performing tasks, so naturally they had no objection and chose to sit on the ground with Louis. What do you want to talk to me about? After the two sat down, Louis asked. Louis was too lazy to use soul reading to see what the two were thinking, so he asked very straightforwardly. We remember you said before that you had seen through some secrets. Natasha did not answer Louis, but said, that's right, you have encountered a problem, and you want to ask me for confirmation? Louis' brain power is amazing. Such a simple thing is not easy to understand, and he directly points out the essence. That's right. Tell me a reason why I must help you. Louis is not a pushover. He doesn't have time to help others casually. Just consider it as our reward for helping you find the dark book. Although we didn't get the dark book in the end, we didn't make any contribution, but we should have worked hard. Is that enough for you to help us? Carlson thought for a moment and said, not enough. Then add this to the question we want to ask about the people who caused our mission to fail. We didn't get the dark book because of them, and they also caused you not to get the dark book. You were seeking revenge. What do you think of this? Natasha said simply. Barely. Louis actually had a guess about the identity of that group of people, but Louis was really busy recently and had no time to deal with these jumping clowns. Now maybe he could hand this matter over to S.H.I.E.L.D., which was their internal affairs after all. And no matter what, once S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that they were a sieve inside, it would never end so easily, and a big purge would inevitably come. Back then, in the movie, Hydra purged S.H.I.E.L.D., and it was extremely bloody. Now S.H.I.E.L.D.'s purge of Hydra would naturally be no different. So have you ever spied on S.H.I.E.L.D.? Hearing Louis say that it was barely possible, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief and asked quickly without paying attention to Louis' thoughts. Surveillance. Natasha showed a look of, as expected, on her face, and then asked, then have you ever found any discord within S.H.I.E.L.D.? A place of discord? You mean Hydra? What Hydra? Natasha couldn't help but explained. Louis was really too direct. It's not that being direct is bad, but because it was too direct, Natasha and Carlson were completely unprepared, so they were shocked now. Normally, it should be brewing first, and then the climax. The ups and downs of the plot are attractive, and it can also make them mentally prepared. This is a big event. There should be some atmosphere in this regard, so that it can continue. But Louis is good. He doesn't play by the rules at all. and he won't stop until he says, "Something shocking. I forgot. You thought Hydra had been destroyed, so let's start from the beginning." Louis teased. How could they allow themselves to start from the beginning after hearing such a big secret? They were so anxious that they didn't even give Louis a chance to speak. "No need to start from the beginning. It's good like this," Natasha said solemnly, looking at Louis with burning eyes. Coulson was the same, but there were a few more traces of sadness on his face. He has always been a good guy in S.H.I.E.L.D. and has many friends. If it is true as Louis said, it means that there are probably many Hydra people in S.H.I.E.L.D., so it is hard for him to imagine whether there are any among his friends. Comrades and friends who have been together day and night and depended on each other for life and death suddenly all became enemies. Even if he himself is an agent and has already made psychological preparations to betray others or be betrayed by others, he can't help feeling uncomfortable. Is there really Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha ignored Coulson's changing expression, took a deep breath, and asked, "That's right. Haven't they been destroyed? You just killed Red Skull. He is just a leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. There is a saying used by Hydra to describe themselves. If you cut off a head, another one will grow. It is useless to kill the leader. Only by destroying Hydra as a whole can you completely destroy Hydra." Louis said something that could be considered a secret of Hydra, without caring whether Natasha and Coulson could react or accept it. "Do you know how and when they infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.? Coulson couldn't help asking. At the end of World War II, the then leader of Hydra, Red Skull, was taken away by Captain America. The coalition forces at that time cooperated with the Howling Commandos to destroy the last stronghold of Hydra. Later, S.H.I.E.L.D. was established with the joint efforts of Captain America's girlfriend Carter and Howard Stark. What happened next? Coulson asked, perhaps because he felt that Louis was speaking a little too slowly. Then, S.H.I.E.L.D. was first established and urgently needed some scientists to help build S.H.I.E.L.D. So, at this time, the Hydra people got in. Natasha couldn't help but interrupt, "That's right." Hearing Louis' confirmation, Natasha and Coulson felt cold all over. They knew that Hydra might have been infiltrated into S.H.I.E.L.D. for a long time, but they didn't expect that it had been infiltrated for so long. And the people who had just created Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. had infiltrated. No wonder S.H.I.E.L.D. has never discovered the revival of Hydra. And no wonder it has never found any traces of Hydra's existence. It turned out that they had merged with S.H.I.E.L.D. and became two sides of the same coin. Hydra has been relying on their power to grow and develop over the years. Louis also began to tell them about Hydra's actions in a timely manner, so that they could have a deeper understanding. The scientists who were recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. obeyed S.H.I.E.L.D. on the surface, but in fact their hearts were always with Hydra. After they went through the most difficult period and gained the trust of S.H.I.E.L.D., they began to look for suitable people to join them and recruited them one by one. Hydra took root in S.H.I.E.L.D. and began to grow and develop with the help of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power and the support of countries around the world. "How do you know so much?" Natasha raised her doubts. If Louis knew that there was Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D., it was understandable. His eyes and ears could help him do this. But what Louis knew was a little too detailed, making Louis seem like a member of Hydra, which made Natasha suspicious. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs some files to record some things that cannot be saved on the computer, and the Hydra people also need them. I just found a higher level Hydra person, followed into the place where such information is stored, and then saw some deleted things. What else do you know? Is there a list of Hydra members? No, I don't have time to care about these, not to mention, I haven't seen the list. Hydra also uses a single line of contact. I don't have time to care about your shit, so naturally I didn't get any content related to the list. Coulson was silent for a long time before asking, "Is there a Hydra person between the two of us?" Although Coulson also felt that Natasha didn't look like a Hydra person, that was just his guess, and guessing was useless. He would always doubt Natasha, just like Natasha was now doubting Coulson. Yes, that's right. Natasha began to doubt Coulson. Since Hydra has been hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long, naturally everyone could be a Hydra person, including Nick Fury and Coulson. She doubted her previous judgment, and now naturally couldn't help but doubt Coulson. Her body even quickly tensed up, ready to launch an attack on Coulson at any time. But after Natasha heard Coulson's question, she relaxed a little. Under normal circumstances, if Coulson was a Hydra person, he would definitely not ask like this. "Don't worry, you two are not from Hydra. You are all loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D. Hearing Louis' words, Natasha relaxed, and Coulson also took his hand off his holster. "Don't blame them for being so nervous. It's all too unbelievable. They don't dare to easily trust anyone in S.H.I.E.L.D., including the other party who just performed the mission together." After the misunderstanding was resolved, Natasha and Coulson felt much more relaxed. As agents, they also knew that what Louis said might not be true, but the possibility of it being true was definitely much greater than the possibility of it being false, with a probability of about 80% to 90%. In addition, they had previously fought against people suspected to be Hydra together, and the probability that neither of them was Hydra was infinitely close to 100%. Why did Louis' words account for such a high proportion? While their mutual trust was only a little bit, Natasha and Coulson's judgment criteria were as follows. First, Louis had a grudge against the people of Hydra. If the people of Hydra really existed, then the group of people just now were definitely Hydra's people. In this way, the people of Hydra had coveted Louis' things. This is hatred. According to Louis' character of not wanting to suffer losses, he must take revenge. Louis' exposure of the situation of Hydra might not be a way to kill all the people of Hydra through their hands. Since there is hatred, Louis naturally cannot let the Hydra people appear in front of him. Once they appear, they will inevitably die. There is almost no doubt about this. Secondly, Louis is an outsider in throwing out hatred, and he has obtained intelligence about them. When is a person the most real? That's right. When he is least prepared. Louis' eyes and ears are very powerful and cannot be detected. The two of them have never found any abnormalities before. In other words, Louis must have monitored the two when they were least prepared, and this is when their true nature can be best revealed. People cannot be on guard all day and all year long. There will always be times when they relax. As top agents, they are no exception. At this time, they will show their truest selves. Coulson knows this, and Natasha knows it too. As for the third reason, it is because they are agents, and top agents at that. The more top agents are, the more likely they are to lie. Mutual trust can exist, but it will never be the focus of their dependence. They're always ready to betray and be betrayed. If mutual trust is really that important and really worthy of trust, then the Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. should have been discovered long ago. Because the establishment of true trust is based on knowing everything about the other party. These 3 points led to the fact that what Louis said was far more important than the trust between them, and they believed Louis' words more, because he believed in Louis. Coulson said to Louis, "Can you help us identify some more people who are loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D.? S.H.I.E.L.D. has now become the headquarters of Hydra. They don't know who is from S.H.I.E.L.D. and who is from Hydra. Now they can only trust each other, and they can't carry out the cleansing work at all. It is completely a pipe dream to want 2 people to deal with the Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. together. Maybe the 2 of them just started, and the next second, they became traitors. The voice of the masses can melt gold. When enough people agree on something, it becomes the truth. In order to better clean up the inside of S.H.I.E.L.D., they need comrades. People who are equally loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D. That's not a problem at all. Louis also knew this, and did not refuse, but said, Hydra is a strict organization after all. When Louis did not have time to take action, it was completely a pipe dream for the 2 of them to get rid of Hydra. Coulson did not expect Louis to think so much. When he heard that Louis agreed to his request, he could hardly hide his joy in his eyes. He finally saw some hope. So who is loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D.? After suppressing his excitement, Coulson asked, "First of all, your director is one of them, and you don't have to doubt it." Coulson and Natasha nodded in agreement, indicating that it was indeed the case. Although Hydra was able to hide in S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long, there must be some people in S.H.I.E.L.D. senior management who covered it up. But both of them tacitly chose to believe that Nick Fury was not one of them. On the one hand, Nick Fury is very popular, but on the other hand, he should not be a member of Hydra, because if Nick Fury was a member of Hydra, they would not have been attacked when they found the Darkhold, but should have been empty-handed, or it would not have been their turn at all. Later, a woman named Hill was not one either. It's not surprising that Nick Fury's right-hand man, is not from Hydra. If Nick Fury is not from Hydra, his right-hand man is one of his closest people, should not be. Finally, Hawkeye and Captain America are definitely not them. Hawkeye is pending. Captain America is definitely not one. Everyone knows that he once destroyed Hydra, so he is not one. Natasha and Coulson both think it is normal. LUE has finished helping them identify the people. A total of 4.4 is really not a lot, but the quality of these 4 is quite good. 2 assaulters, a big boss, and a strategic expert, and they may be able to achieve unexpected results by cooperating with each other. Natasha and Coulson couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hydra is very powerful after all, so let's do this. I'll give you 2 breakthrough points and 1 point to pay attention to. What breakthrough? Natasha asked hurriedly. Since Louis said so, it must be of great use. There is a person specifically responsible for contacting the Hydra people inside S.H.I.E.L.D. This person can give you a list of some Hydra people. There is also a very powerful person inside Hydra who can help you quickly disintegrate Hydra. These 2 are breakthroughs. So what should we pay attention to? Captain America. Captain America? Didn't you say Captain America is loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Why should we pay attention to him? Is there something wrong with him? Coulson asked nervously. This guy is a loyal fan of Captain America. He couldn't help but get angry when he heard about Captain America. You don't have to worry. There is nothing wrong with Captain America. He is loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D. Louis said with some amusement to Coulson with some anxiety in his eyes. The power of idols is really strong. However, if Coulson knew that Captain America was controlled by the Red Skull and turned to the enemy camp, I wonder how he would feel. Of course, these are all things that will happen in the future, not now. Captain America is still that naive and stupid fool who thinks everything is too beautiful. This is not Louis' own evaluation of him, but the evaluation of thousands of Marvel Comics fans, even though Captain America once ran for president. What? It's unbelievable. But this is true. He was really selected and received warm support. As for the final result, it is naturally self-evident. He is a very good soldier, but not a politician, too naive, and will never be suitable for the position of president, let alone express his opinions at certain critical moments. Just like what Louis is going to say next. Then why do you want us to pay attention to Captain America? Natasha asked puzzledly. Natasha was smart not to ask Louis why he knew that Captain America had been found and saved. This was a secret for others, but not for Louis at all. Natasha was not a fan of Captain America. She was more rational. She was only curious about why Louis said to pay attention to Captain America. Captain America, this guy is a very good fighter. I have to admit that. And he has done a lot of things, but there is one thing that can never be denied. That is, he is too naive, even. So naive that it is annoying. What does this have to do with paying attention to him? Of course there is a connection. As naive as he is, once he notices the extent to which S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated, he will think that S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra are inseparable, that the nature of S.H.I.E.L.D. has changed, and that S.H.I.E.L.D. will be destroyed under his advice. Captain America has a strong charisma, which will unconsciously affect the people around him. When S.H.I.E.L.D. was destroyed in the plot, he played a huge role. The destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. looks good, but it is seriously inconsistent with Louis' interests. It would be fine if S.H.I.E.L.D. was destroyed in the plot, but it is not possible now, so he took precautions in advance. S.H.I.E.L.D. Seems to be hypocritical and has been playing cozy with Louis, but Louis needs its hypocrisy and cozying up. He now has a life without anyone monitoring him and without flies to mess up. S.H.I.E.L.D. has played a huge role. It is conceivable that once S.H.I.E.L.D. falls and Nick Fury fakes his death, then such a life will be gone. Although this is nothing, at most it is just a mass killing all countries to be afraid, and they will never dare to say anything or do anything again, but this relatively peaceful life will be gone, and then I am afraid that the whole world will not be at peace. Louis himself did not think about becoming the king. Louis wanted to be the strongest and enjoy life. If the world is really in chaos, it is not certain whether you can enjoy life at that time. In the future timeline of the DC world, there was a possibility that Superman fell into madness in a major blow, and the whole world was hit hard. He entangled a large number of people and almost ruled the whole world, and the world was in a mess. But at that time, Superman was not happy at all, and his heart was full of anger. It can be seen that ruling the world and turning the world into his own hunting ground is not good. Louis has never thought about ruling the world or anything like that. It is meaningless. On the contrary, enjoying the life brought by the complete world is what Louis wants. Among them, it is better to abuse the strong and become stronger. It is much better than ruling the world and letting the world fall into chaos. That's why Louis wants to keep S.H.I.E.L.D. Louis is afraid that without the buffer of S.H.I.E.L.D., he will not be able to help but want to kill all those who dare to provoke him. Nick Fury has always been a smart man. With S.H.I.E.L.D. under his control, it will play a buffering role, which is a good thing for Louis. I'll remember your question. Natasha answered. She didn't know Louis' plan, but she really remembered what Louis said. Although she had never met Captain America, she knew a little about him through chatting with Coulson. He was indeed a man of amazing innocence. Louis was right about this. For the sake of S.H.I.E.L.D., she had to remember this. Coulson was a little disgusted by this, but he also knew the character of his idol. Although I made a clear promise, he also remembered Louis' words. By the way, the 2 breakthroughs you just mentioned are 2 people, but who are they? Natasha seemed to have thought of something and asked quickly. Alexander Pierce. What? Natasha and Coulson couldn't help but exclaimed as soon as Louis said such a name. Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the promoter of the current director Nick Fury, is a member of Hydra. This really refreshed their cognition. Even if they have good self-control, they have to exclaim, because this is really incredible. Don't be mistaken, it's the Alexander Pierce you know. Can we not talk about this? We should be serious, but if it is really him, then it can explain why Hydra was not discovered by Nick Fury. Nick Fury is a very smart guy, and it is not easy to deceive him. Without such a powerful person, S.H.I.E.L.D. should have discovered the clues of Hydra long ago. We remember this person. Who was the other one? Coulson quickly suppressed the shock on his face and said to Louis, the remaining one looks a bit like Nick Fury. Both of them have bald heads, but one is a boiled egg and the other is a hard-boiled egg. A safe house is a place that every top agent has. It contains everything he or she needs, including a new identity, passport, and other related things. It is the last guarantee for an agent. Generally speaking, the existence of a safe house cannot be told to others and can only be known by oneself. This is one's last resort. But today, as the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, the head of the Dark World's agents, brought Coulson and Natasha, who had returned from Louis' house, to one of the safe houses late at night. He completely ignored the requirement that a safe house should not be exposed. This is the situation, Director. Coulson said to Nick Fury as he stood in front of him. After Coulson and Natasha got what they wanted, they left Louis' house and went straight to Nick Fury's residence, breaking in secretly. They didn't want this to happen. It was very rude and rash to suddenly break into the home of their immediate superior. Maybe their immediate superior would remember it and find a chance to make things difficult for them. But this matter was too serious, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was not safe. They could only choose to bypass everyone and break into Nick Fury's residence secretly. The process was simple to say, but it was still a bit tortuous. Nick Fury was a spy chief after all, and his residence was not so easy to break into. They were discovered on the spot and almost killed by Nick Fury. Fortunately, after Nick Fury killed them. Before, when Nick Fury found out that it was the 2 of them, he didn't really kill them. The process was a little tortuous, but the result was still very good. Nick Fury trusted the 2 of them very much. After hearing from them that there was something important, he thought for a moment and chose to bring them to the safe house. Then there was the scene where Coulson told Nick Fury almost everything he knew. Well, as for why he said almost, but not all. It was because in order to make their dear director less angry and take his salary out on him, Coulson concealed the fact that Louis described him as a boiled egg. Although he didn't want to admit it, he really did look a bit like it. After reporting almost everything he knew, Coulson looked at Nick Fury's bald head and thought about it. As Coulson thought about this, he actually felt hungry. He felt like eating boiled eggs. The taste of boiled eggs was really good. Are you sure you heard everything from Louis? Nick Fury looked at Coulson, who kept looking up, and asked seriously. The matter was too serious. Nick Fury's attention was focused on it, and he had no time to think about what Coulson was thinking. I'm sure. What about you? Natasha, are you sure? I'm sure too. After hearing his two trusted generals say this, combined with some of the situations he had discovered before, Nick Fury couldn't help but believe it.I. In fact, he has been investigating which link has gone wrong recently, starting from his own side to see if there's anyone with a problem. Then he didn't find out which link has a problem, but instead found out that some people around him have problems. It's not that these people are betraying their own people and leaking information, but he found that two people around him have a secret connection. Out of curiosity as an agent, he explored this connection. However, before he could explore this connection, an unexpected situation occurred. The two agents had an accident while on duty in the field and died. He also saw the bodies, which were very miserable. The people are already dead, and there is no point in exploring it. Besides, the two also died for the mission. Death, and at the critical moment of death, he did not forget to pass on information. This kind of dedication and professionalism is simply a model of an agent. Nick Fury gradually dispelled his doubts. He gradually forgot about the matter of the two agents. But as Coulson and Natasha told him everything now, Nick Fury's mind unconsciously recalled the matter of the two agents. Now substituting what he knows into the death of the two agents, he found that everything may not be as simple as he had imagined before. There must be a problem, and it is a big problem. If these two agents are from Hydra, if their death is not an accident, but deliberate, then it is really terrible. This means that the people of Hydra have been able to blind his eyes and ears, and he can only be a blind and deaf man. Thinking of this, Nick Fury's face began to change drastically. Director, if all this is true, we still have a chance of winning. There are still many people in S.H.I.E.L.D. who are loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as we use these people reasonably, we will be able to turn everything around, and Hydra may not be able to stir up any big waves. Coulson looked at the change in Nick Fury's face. Well, he couldn't see it. He only saw a dark mass, but none of this mattered. The important thing was that he should be encouraged now. He's the big boss, and his downfall would not be a good thing for everyone. You don't have to comfort me. I'm not that easily defeated. I just find it a little hard to believe. I never thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. under my leadership has become like this, and I myself haven't even noticed anything. It's not your fault. It became like this before you, Chief. You've done a great job. Did a good job? Maybe. With a self-deprecating smile, Nick Fury showed a determined look on his face. Natasha, Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D. is now facing a potentially horrific danger. I order you two to investigate everything in secret. You must find evidence and identify any possible Hydra members and get to the bottom of everything. Yes, Chief. After all, you still can't completely trust me. Liu E listened to the conversation between Nick Fury, Natasha, and Coulson, and couldn't help but sigh. After sighing, Liu E didn't continue, because there was no need to continue as their investigation unfolds. They will soon find that what Liu E said is true, and there is no need to sigh. Liu E began to build his own magic furnace again. Nothing happened that night. The next day, the morning sun rose from the dome, releasing billions of rays of light, dispelling the darkness of the grassland in Liu Yi's house and bringing light again. In this light, Liu E was covered with a layer of dazzling golden armor. His handsome face, as handsome as a knife and an axe, was sacred and inviolable in the light of the morning sun. He seemed like a god, as if he was the only one left in the world, and he was the Eternal One. The 23rd node, connection completed. A slightly surprised voice came from the mouth of the Eternal One, instantly destroying everything and turning Liu E, the Eternal One, from a god into a mortal. But Liu E didn't care. All this was just a false illusion. Since it was an illusion, there was nothing to linger on, so it was better to break it. What Liu E pursued was true eternity, true reality, not false, short-lived illusions. The 23rd node has been connected. My magic power recovery speed has increased tenfold. With my current magic power, I can still cast ordinary magic, not to mention lost magic. Liu E couldn't help laughing. 10 times faster than before. Liu Yi's endurance has been greatly enhanced. He doesn't have to worry too much about running out of magic power. 10 times faster than before. Liu Yi's magic power can be quickly restored in a short time. Who is it again? Liu E smiled, but suddenly the smile on his face disappeared, and his eyes turned from the grassland to the door. Someone had just triggered the magic circle at first. Liu E thought it was one of Coulson and Natasha again. But later, when he saw the sneaky look of the person outside the door, Liu E instantly ruled out this possibility. First of all, the skeleton of the person outside the door was completely different from that of Natasha and Coulson. She should be a strange woman. Judging from the skeleton, her figure should be good. Secondly, the person outside the door did not look like an agent in terms of hiding method or skills, but like an ordinary person who had learned some skills from who knows where. Very lame. Finally, the man outside the door was so sneaky, as if he was afraid that others didn't know what bad things he was doing. Combining all these, Liu E instantly ruled out the possibility that she was one of Natasha and Coulson, and even ruled out the possibility that she was an agent. She was just an ordinary person who didn't even have any professional training. Meeting such a person, Liu E also laughed. Why are all kinds of people coming to him? Do they think they are easy to talk to? Liu E glanced at the person outside the door, and with a thought, the door opened, and he controlled her body to fly towards him. A piercing scream instantly echoed in Liu Yi's house. Liu Yi's house became much larger through the blessing of the traceless retraction spell, but the scream still spread to every corner. Yuriko, who was resting in the room, heard it and subconsciously jumped up from her bed, instinctively stretching out her claws and posing an attacking posture like a little wild cat. Yuriko was wearing a lace nightgown at the moment. This sudden fright left her no time to change clothes, revealing a large area of spring light. It's a pity that no one saw this beautiful scenery, so Yuriko didn't feel any shame. After being on guard in the nightgown for a while, Yuriko realized something and retracted it. Her animal instinct told her that there was no danger. She thought it must be her master Liu E punishing someone, so she didn't pay any more attention to it. But Yuriko was no longer sleepy. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, started to wash up, and prepared to serve Liu E. While Yuriko was preparing to wash up, Sky, the instigator of this incident, was trembling and regretting it. She had never felt so guilty about her hands like today. It would be great to investigate S.H.I.E.L.D. as usual. Why did she have to click on a piece of news? If it was just like this, it would be fine. But why did she run over to verify it out of curiosity? Now, she is really dead. Before yesterday, Sky had been investigating S.H.I.E.L.D., looking for the truth hidden by S.H.I.E.L.D., and also looking for news about her parents. But yesterday, she saw a mysterious incident on her computer. A house number disappeared on a street in the United States. Out of curiosity and a desire to study mysterious events, she used her world-class hacking skills to start looking for the missing house number. God helps those who work hard. After more than 10 minutes of hard work, she found the specific address of the missing house number, and then drove the car that was both her home and her ride to arrive early this morning to start researching. But she never expected that she had just started her research, not to mention any results. After just a few glances, her body was pulled here by an invisible force in a grassland, helplessly suspended in front of a guy with a ferocious smile. She couldn't figure out what was going on, but she could realize that things were serious, and she might die on the spot today. Oh my god. This almost made her faint. She hasn't found her parents yet, and hasn't figured out her life experience. She doesn't want to die yet. Looking at Sky, who was in a state of self-pity in front of him, Liu E felt very puzzled. Could he be so scary? He hasn't said anything yet, but it's enough to scare the other party to a loss. Kill me if you want. I won't surrender. Sky suddenly said. You won't give in? What do I want you to give in to? Liu E felt speechless looking at Sky in front of him. This person is very beautiful and has a good figure. As a mixed race, she inherited the delicate skin of Orientals and a relatively good figure. She just sick in the brain. I didn't say anything? Well, one thing worth mentioning here is that Liu E did not recognize this as Sky at the first time, and the Sky who appeared in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. The world is big, and there are more and more mixed race people these days. Who knows that the mixed race girl in front of him is Sky, the shockwave girl who appeared in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. He does not have the habit of using telepathy at any time. What did I ask you to surrender to? Don't say I'm such a bad person. You should be the real bad guy in today's incident, right? Am I right? Little thief. Louis looked at Sky in front of him and said lightly, what little thief? I don't know what you were talking about. Even though he was at the mercy of others, Sky did not give up hope of survival and denied Louis's accusation. Don't know? No, you know very well. Don't take on a job if you don't have the skills. You haven't even activated your hidden skills, but you insist on pretending to be proficient. Who are you performing for? Upon hearing this, Sky couldn't help but show a trace of shame on his face, but he still said stubbornly, I don't understand what you were talking about. I just passed by accidentally, and then you pulled me here. Looking at Sky, who refused to admit it, Louis also laughed. This is probably the legendary stubbornness. I'm really sorry for you. Rolling his eyes, Louis said helplessly, it's good that you know, so why don't you put me down? Sky's eyes flashed with cunning. Pretending to be calm, Louis had to look at what happened today, and he was almost done with the eye rolls in his life. Looking at Sky in front of him, Louis suddenly showed a malicious smile. What do you want to do? Sky said with a face full of fear. She was frightened by Louis's malicious smile. Through her woman's intuition, she always felt that Louis would not let her go so easily next time. What do you want to do? Didn't you tell me to let you go? Very well, I'll let you go. After Louis finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out a finger towards Sky. Before Sky could think about what Louis meant by this, she suddenly realized that her figure was rising as Louis's finger was raised. What do you want to do? Sky almost cried. She is not yet the future Shockwave, the strong shield agent, the inhuman princess. She is now just a helpless little girl looking for her parents. Strength is just her disguise. Weakness is her essence. If you don't want to do anything, I'll put you down. Having said that, Louis asked again as if he was worried. Do you have a heart disease? Yes, I have a heart disease. Sky seemed to have grasped the last straw and shouted, that means it's gone. It's not that easy to deceive Louis. After saying this, Louis didn't give Sky any chance. Under her horrified gaze, he waved his finger downward. This downward wave of the finger seemed to be a signal. As the finger waved downward, Sky in midair immediately felt that the force that kept her suspended suddenly changed direction and took her to fall towards the grassy meadow with the fragrance of green grass. The acceleration generated by gravity and the force on her body instantly made her feel like a falling meteorite at this moment. She felt that her blood in her body began to flow back to her head uncontrollably. A delicate little face turned red. Eyes were full of bloodshot. The clothes and hairstyle that took half an hour to tidy up also became extremely messy in this unforgettable experience, revealing a kind of messy beauty. If a photo could be taken at this moment, and Sky's expression could be relaxed, it would probably be a good artistic photo. However, Sky herself didn't have the mind to do so. The severe sense of weightlessness made her not think about these things at all. Her mind was now full of the scene of herself falling from the sky and being torn into pieces. Seeing that she was about to fall from midair and be torn into pieces, Sky suddenly said with a happy heart, wait, I have something to say. Hearing her words, Louis paused, and Sky stopped in midair again. From a moment of extreme movement to extreme stillness, I don't know what means Louis used. Sky didn't feel any abnormality anymore. Even her previous feeling of blood boiling was alleviated a lot. Speak up. I am not an ordinary person. Really. Louis's eyes were full of doubt. Apart from being prettier and having a better figure, Louis really didn't see what was special about her. She was just an ordinary person. Louis's eyes seemed to make Sky feel greatly insulted. She said confidently, as if it were true, I'm an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Louis's eyes widened. You actually said you were an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Do you know that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have regulations that they cannot reveal their identities during missions? Do you know that low-level agents are not qualified to know my identity? Louis has seen many weird people, but he didn't expect that there is no weirdest, only weirder. Someone actually pretended to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and admitted his identity in front of him. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., sorry for the disrespect. So as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., what do you want to talk to me about? Louis did not expose her fake identity immediately, but followed her words and asked, it seems that you also know our S.H.I.E.L.D. This time, I am here to investigate this supernatural event under the order of my superiors. Sky thought that he had deceived Louis, and after secretly breathing a sigh of relief, he looked directly at Louis and said, you can't be timid at this moment. Even if you don't have any confidence, you have to pretend to be confident. Only in this way can you wear the tiger skin of S.H.I.E.L.D. on yourself without being discovered. Looking at Sky, who was talking nonsense seriously, Louis was really fed up with her. He didn't want to talk about all the loopholes. He didn't know where she got the courage to pretend to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. But then again, how did she, an ordinary person, know about the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Louis was a little curious about her. I haven't asked you what your name is yet. Louis looked at her and said Sky. Sky said after hesitating for a while. After all, she was not a real S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and she was not confident enough. She was full of worries about Louis's questioning in her opinion. Since Louis knew S.H.I.E.L.D., he naturally knew some things about S.H.I.E.L.D. The name was not important, but if Louis asked more things by name, she would definitely not be able to make it up with her half knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D. She was deeply worried about this. Louis ignored her worries. After she said her name, he immediately realized who Sky was, and then he was really speechless to her agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. In order to save Coulson, she pretended to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent once, but she didn't expect that this time she pretended to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent again to save herself. Impersonating a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent is really a good choice, so that Sky can use it one after another. Thinking so in his heart, Louis's face showed a thoughtful look. Didn't you lie to me? Well, let me play tricks on you too. Sky? I seem to have heard of this name somewhere, as if it is a confidential file in S.H.I.E.L.D. Louis pretended to say casually. Sky couldn't help but shudder all over, and the only thing left in her mind was the last sentence Louis said. Although Sky didn't know her specific life experience, she knew that her life experience could be found out from S.H.I.E.L.D. When she was young, S.H.I.E.L.D. paid a great price for her. Reluctantly calming herself down, Sky looked at Louis, and after a little hesitation, she asked, are you also from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Me? I'm not. I just looked at some files of S.H.I.E.L.D., and it seems that you are in it. If you are really the Sky described in it, tell me what's inside. I want to confirm it. Sky said, trying hard to suppress her excitement. Her long-cherished wish finally had the possibility of coming true today. She could hardly conceal the excitement in her heart. Even if she suppressed it, her trembling shoulders still exposed her excitement. Looking at Sky with trembling shoulders and tears in her eyes, Louis couldn't help but show a sense of pity. This was also a poor person. From childhood to adulthood, she had never seen her parents, but deep in her heart, she always had hope and longed to meet her parents. This feeling was really not enough to be told to outsiders. Louis also had a heart that sympathized with women. Looking at Sky, who pretended to be strong and longed to get the answer she wanted from him, Louis no longer had the idea of playing tricks on her. There is not much content in it, just some things about your childhood. You were rescued by people from S.H.I.E.L.D., and many people died for it. Other than that, there is nothing else. Everything is blacked out. What Louis said is true. There are only these contents on the paper documents, and more things are either in Nick Fury's mind, or in a computer that is well protected and can be said to be an iron wall. Is that so? Sky couldn't help but feel disappointed. Her eyes became much darker, and a deep sadness appeared on her face without any concealment. You don't have to be so disappointed. I don't know what S.H.I.E.L.D. blacklisted, but I still know a little bit about your other things. Louis couldn't help but comforted. You know about me too? Sky raised her head and looked at Louis with wide eyes. The Sky's mood at the moment was really like a roller coaster. She was already disappointed again, but she didn't expect that there would be a sudden turn of events. Sky couldn't help but grab Louis's arm and asked nervously, are you sure you really know? At this moment, she had ignored whether she had angered Louis and grabbed Louis's hands unconsciously with her greatest strength. I'm sure. Sky's strength was not even enough to tickle Louis. Louis ignored Sky and grabbed his hands. Then what do you know? A lot. Your life experience, the identity of your parents, etc. Why do you know so much? Sky wanted to ask this question, but in the end she didn't ask. Everyone has their own secrets, including Sky herself, and she had no reason to ask. She just wanted to know her life experience and the identity of her parents. Please do tell me. Now that I have said that, I must tell you. But before I tell you, I want to test your ability to bear it first. Ability to bear? My parents are dead. Who said that? Your parents are alive and well, but your life experience is a bit weird. As he said that, Louis looked at Sky with his strange eyes. Although she looks human, she is only half human inside. The long-standing cognition suddenly collapsed, and he found that he and the mutants could not be completely called human. It was a major blow. Yes, the Inhumans and mutants have become stronger. However, there are so many people who don't want to be so powerful. Otherwise, why did so many people want to become ordinary people after the antidote appeared in the third part of X-Man.Lu? He is now very curious about what strange reaction Sky will have after hearing that she is not a pure human. You know, when she awakened her abilities, she was very nervous and even a little difficult to accept, and she was definitely not the same as she is now. She is very fragile now. I don't think anything could be worse than it is now. Just tell me. I think I can handle it. From Sky's perspective, her life story was at best a little melodramatic, and with her knowledge, she couldn't imagine the fact that she was half alien. It has been a long time since Louis took Sky in as a maid. Louis has become more and more adept at training Sky, and Sky has become more and more accustomed to her identity as a maid. Although she still gets angry, it is not so often, and it often takes more than 10 days to happen once. The Shockwave girl who will show her edge and shield in the future seems to have disappeared, and she has been replaced by a little maid. Lui feels very accomplished about this. Sky has a level 10 security clearance in shield, and in the future, she will become the right-hand man of Nick Fury and Coulson. Later, he founded the Secret Warriors with Nick Fury and served as the captain. The most important thing is that he used to be the director of shield, that a typical person who will become one of the bosses in the later stage. It is really a great sense of accomplishment to be trained by Louis as a maid done on this day. Louis called the humble and pleasing Sky to his side. Sky, have you accepted my question? No. It's been a while since you've been telling me that you could find your parents by working as a maid. I've been very satisfied with you during this period of time, whether you were sincere or not. So I still plan to tell you how to find your parents. Are you sure? Sky was a little bit unbelievable. She really couldn't believe it. How could Louis, the big devil, become so kind? This was not like him. Of course I am sure. Even though I usually treat you badly, that is all because of my love for you. I am actually completely different from what you think, and I keep my promises. Sky was very unhappy with Louis's words. What is the spur of love? It's obviously a bad taste, okay? But Sky was smart enough not to refute. The experiences of the past few days told her that she must be patient when necessary, especially now that she is only one step away from finding her parents. Lui didn't care what Sky was thinking, and said to himself, in fact, the method to find your parents is also very simple. It can be done with the help of the power of an organization. What organization? Sky asked impatiently. Shield. Sky couldn't help but ask back, but after she asked, she felt that her question and even her maid life these days were a bit redundant. The way to find her parents is through shield. How simple. Doesn't this mean that she has been tricked for so many days? Sky knows the power of shield, even if she only knows a little bit. Since it can hide most of the supernatural events in the world, it is not impossible to find her parents through it. She has been doing useless work for a long time. Thinking of the shameful days these days, Sky feels that she is going to die of stupidity. Oh, Sky couldn't help but let out a loud shout, venting his inner frustration. You should not always think like this. You have gained a lot these days. At least you have improved your maid skills and learned to endure humiliation. Louis consoled her. However, Louis's consolation did not seem like consolation to Sky, but rather like adding fuel to the fire. Sky was even more depressed. Yes, I really benefited a lot this time. So you see, can I leave now? Sky said, holding back her anger and biting her back teeth. She swore that if she could beat Louis, she would definitely make Louis a new man. You can leave, of course, but you are still my maid, and that cannot be changed. What? Sky retorted subconsciously, but just as she finished her retort, she couldn't help but regret it. She was courting death. Snap. With a crisp sound, Louis's evil big hand fell on her buttocks again, making her face instantly red. After so many days, she just couldn't stand this. No matter what you say, you are still my maid, and this cannot be changed. But don't worry, I will not force your freedom anymore. From today on, you have autonomy and can move freely. I understand. Life is still like that, with no ability or resistance. You can only enjoy it. After being with Louis for so long, although Louis is a little abnormal and always likes to tease her, he is generally good to her. She is still a maid, and there is nothing wrong with it if you think about it carefully. When this idea came out, Sky was shocked. When did she think that being Louis's maid was a good thing? Do I have a masochistic tendency? Sky, it is not easy to borrow the power of shield. Shield will not easily help an ordinary person find her parents. Sky also knew this and nodded in agreement. So if you want to use the power of shield, there are two paths to follow. Which two roads? The first way is to use my power. Shield will have to give me some face. If I ask them, they will definitely help you find your family. What about the second way? The second way is to rely on your own strength. Your situation in shield is a bit special, and you have world-class hacking skills. If you join shield, you can quickly become a senior agent. At that time, whether to look for your parents or not is just a matter of words. I chose the second path, relying on my own strength. Are you sure? Louis seemed to say with some regret. Hearing the regretful tone in Louis's words, Sky immediately showed an expression of, I knew it would be like this, and rolled her eyes, and gave Louis a blank look. She said she liked slow things, not fast ones. However, Sky's experience these days told her that there is no free lunch in this world. The more something looks free, the more precious it is. Being cheated once or twice is enough. Can you still be cheated all the time? Sky confidently chose to rely on her own strength. Looking at Sky's confident look, Louis couldn't help laughing. At this time, he really couldn't bear to tell her the cruel truth. There was a trap on the first road, and Sky saw it. Could it be that there was no trap on the second road? Poor Sky was still cheated by Louis. Two roads, two different choices. It seems that they are nothing, but because of the different meanings, Louis prepared different ways to trick Sky. The first one is to use Louis's power. Just as Sky thought, there is no free lunch in the world. Once she uses Louis's power, she can only sell to Louis in this life. The second one is to use her own power. This road seems to be very personal, but it is more tricky. This road means that Sky has to work hard to become a senior agent in S.H.I.E.L.D., and even become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Sky is Louis's maid. This means that Sky's efforts will eventually serve as a wedding dress, which will benefit Louis. The huge shield may only fall into Louis's hands in the future. Isn't this more tricky? Louis is fishing, and what he fishes is not an ordinary fish, but the big shark of S.H.I.E.L.D. Louis feels that in the future, controlling S.H.I.E.L.D. may be a good choice. S.H.I.E.L.D. and I are not on good terms with each other now. It would be easy for me to help S.H.I.E.L.D. find your parents. However, if I introduce you to S.H.I.E.L.D., they will definitely be wary of you. So what? So, I want to hand you over to S.H.I.E.L.D. Is there any difference between the two? Of course. One is that I help you get the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and the other is that I send you to S.H.I.E.L.D. under a special excuse. If Sky wants to join S.H.I.E.L.D., she must sever her relationship with Louis. Only in this way can she be reused. What excuse are you going to use? He has bad intentions and is pretending to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Brother, when did I have any bad intentions? Although I did pretend to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. After being speechless for a while, Sky said to Louis, isn't this excuse a bit hard? It was a little hard, but it doesn't matter. S.H.I.E.L.D. won't care about it. You just need to tell them about your experiences during this period. And I got tired of playing recently, and then you were sent to S.H.I.E.L.D. Good reason. What a good reason. After such a reason, her reputation is probably over. S.H.I.E.L.D. will basically not doubt it, and she will have to pretend to be Louis's maid in the future. Can we get another reason? No, I have already given this reason to S.H.I.E.L.D. You planned this all along. How could Sky not understand that she was being tricked? From the beginning, Louis had already done everything, just waiting for her to step into the trap that Louis had woven. Yes, unfortunately, it's too late for you to know now. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. are already here. coming. Sky subconsciously turned around and looked towards the door, only to see a middle-aged man with a receding hairline slowly walking towards them. This was probably the SHIELD agent that Louis mentioned. Coulson, is she so important to your SHIELD? Why do you have to come in person? Louis raised his eyebrows and asked knowingly. I actually didn't know this either. Director, you asked me to come here personally. Coulson was still a little confused. He really didn't understand why the woman in maid clothes in front of Louis was in such a situation. Even if it involved Louis, it was not enough for him to come in person. And he was repeatedly told not to let Louis hurt her as much as possible and to save her life. It seemed that Nick Fury was even more worried about her, for her. He actually asked him to temporarily put aside the investigation of Hydra and deal with it personally. Coulson tried to ask the reason, but the answer he got was that his level was not enough. Coulson had gained the trust of Nick Fury, and his level was now at level 8. But even so, he still had no right to know about Sky's affairs, which made him a little surprised. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Just take her away. Coulson didn't doubt him, walked to Sky's side, and walked out with Sky. Everything went so smoothly. Out of Louis' house. Finally, it's out. Sky looked at the sky outside and felt it was particularly bright, and he sighed subconsciously. It's not that simple. Even if you go out now, you are still under Louis' control and still cannot be free. Coulson hesitated to speak. And what? And miss, you're under arrest. Coulson looked at Sky and said, huh? Sky only had time to utter an exclamation of surprise before he was arrested. However, Coulson still gave face to Nick Fury and did not handcuff Sky. Instead, he personally escorted Sky to the fighter plane on the side. Sky had not yet figured out the situation before he was taken away. What on earth is going on? Sky couldn't help asking as he stepped onto the fighter plane. The world was changing too fast. They were talking just now, and their relationship seemed to be pretty good. But in the next second, he became a prisoner. Although I had to save you under the director's order, the director also said that you were pretending to be an agent of SHIELD, and this cannot be changed. So you must accept SHIELD's handling. Coulson said to Sky. Having said this, Coulson brought Sky to a room, and then made a gesture to let Sky in. What could Sky do? Anyway, she couldn't beat Coulson. After signing that she was on a pirate ship, she walked into the room helplessly. According to the relationship between Sky and SHIELD, Coulson did not embarrass Sky next, but just imprisoned her in this room and treated her well. This is almost impossible for ordinary people. They have already been served with pepper water and tiger bench, and confession agents have been used. SHIELD is never polite to those who are to be interrogated. That is to say, Sky has a level 10 security clearance equivalent to Nick Fury and Natasha. Otherwise, it would never be like this. But this also proves from the side that Sky is really important. Louis no longer needs to intervene in Sky's affairs. SHIELD will never let Sky, an important person, go easily. Aren't you pretending to be a SHIELD agent? Okay, since you want to be a SHIELD agent so much, and you have such a good relationship with SHIE from today on, you will really become a SHIELD agent and start from the bottom. Coulson did this in Agents of SHIELD, and he is still doing it now. Under Louis' attention, Coulson recruited Sky to become one of the lowest level agents of SHIELD. As for the reason, it is the same as in the plot. Sky has a very powerful hacking technology, which makes Sky a talent specially recruited by SHIELD. This made Louis speechless. Coulson really has no sense of innovation. He used this reason in the plot, and he still uses this reason now. However, Coulson made full use of this reason later. Hasn't Coulson been investigating SHIELD's affairs recently? It just so happens that Sky, who has just joined SHIELD, is definitely not Hydra. If he doesn't make good use of her, he would be really stupid. So, Coulson ordered Sky to do the first thing she had to do after joining SHIELD, which was to use hacking skills to secretly hack into the computers of some people in SHIELD, especially the computers of Alexander Pierce and the bald GUI.I in the past. Sky was able to hack into the SHIELD network with computers in the Rising Tide organization. Now, with top insiders like Coulson and Nick Fury, it is even more so. For a while, Sky was in the limelight, but these are all later stories for the time being. Now these have not happened for the time being, and Sky is still waiting bitterly for SHIELD's way of dealing with her. Louis retracted his sight, retracted his attention, and once again turned his gaze to the construction of his magic furnace. As time passed, Louis became more and more adept at building the magic furnace, and more magic nodes were connected. Up to now, the magic furnace built by Louis has almost been completed in the connection of magic nodes. Except for the last one. As long as this last one is connected, the second step of the composition of the magic furnace will be completed, and the skeleton will be completed. By then, there will be great changes. After calming himself down, Louis sat in the middle of the grassland and began to connect the last magic furnace in the second step of his magic furnace. The majestic magic power burst out from Louis' body and turned into a thin magic line. With the cooperation of spiritual power and soul power, he tried to connect the last magic node. Bang! A light sound came from Louis' body, and the line connecting the magic node of the magic transformation broke from the middle. The first attempt failed. Louis didn't care about the failure. The number of times he failed was definitely more than he imagined. As more and more magic nodes were connected, the difficulty of connecting magic nodes each time became greater and greater. Now there is a possibility of error at any time. Therefore, Louis didn't have any intention of being discouraged or caring, and started to try again. Bang! Another light sound. Another failure. Louis continued to work hard and started again. Louis failed no less than 10 times, and finally came close to success in the next one. The line of magic transformation was successfully connected to the last magic node. This was the first step to success. The next step was to keep it from breaking. The closer it got to the end, the more difficult it was to connect the magic nodes. The line of magic transformation could not be too thick or too thin. If it was too thick, it would affect the operation of the entire magic furnace, and if it was too thin, it would break directly. Louis needed to adjust the thickness of the line at the last magic node to ensure that the line would not break while controlling the best magic operation. It was very difficult, but it had to be done. Louis used his mental power and soul power to cooperate with each other, constantly and subtly controlling the output of magic power, and constantly adjusting the thickness of the line. Sweat, which had not appeared for a long time, appeared from Louis' forehead in large drops. Louis' mental power and soul power were consumed in large quantities, which led to the appearance of sweat. Louis did not dare to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and his mental power was highly concentrated. However, as his mental and soul power was depleted, Louis' mental energy was constantly depleted, and he couldn't help but make mistakes. Suddenly, there was a problem with the line. Not good. Louis couldn't help but exclaimed. The lines had begun to show a tendency to collapse. A lot of mental energy was consumed and problems appeared in the lines, but at this time, there was only one step away from success. Louis didn't want to waste the opportunity. Without any delay, Louis combined his remaining mental energy with his brain power to integrate the experience of previous failures and the experience of almost success now. This is also one of the experiences Louis has gained. With Louis' brain power, at the critical moment, this method can be used to best control the thickness of the lines. In 1/100th of a second, Louis came up with an optimal line thickness control. Without any hesitation, Louis controlled the lines to this extent. Although limited by his own situation, the output of magic power is different. The magic power is changed to some extent. The best ratio may not be the best, but it is the best choice at present. The lines that control the transformation of magic power have become more and more adapted to the thickness of the lines calculated in his mind. Suddenly, Louis stopped. The moment just now, the flow of magic power through magic nodes and magic lines has become unusually smooth. This is a very perfect line ratio, which is more perfect than what Louis calculated before. It fits all of Louis' current situation. Now he just needs to hold on. After it is combined with other lines, there will be no problem. Time passed by minute, and a roar came from King Louis' body. The orchid-colored magic power burst out from Louis' body, forming a stream of flame-like magic power around Louis. The flowing flame-like magic power on Louis' body is a sign of Louis' success. The connection of the magic furnace node is finally completed. The second step of the magic furnace is taken and succeeded. After the second step of the magic furnace is completed, Lui's magic recovery level immediately changes qualitatively, and the magic power in his body is stimulated to explode at this moment. After the skeleton of the magic furnace is promoted, Lui's magic power recovery level immediately increases to 100 times the previous level. The magic power recovery level has reached the current level, pushing Lui's magic power level to continue to increase. It even overflows from Lui's body and turns into a magic flame on Lui's body surface, affecting everything around him. This is also an unexpected surprise. Feeling the changes in the magic power in his body, Lui's mouth corners rise, revealing an extremely happy smile. Compared with the improvement of physical strength, Lui's magic power improvement is not a simple matter. Lui usually only needs to bask in the sun to improve his physical strength, and the most important thing is that every improvement will be a huge improvement. Speed, strength, and defense are all the same compared with this improvement. The magic power improvement is too weak. If the improvement of physical strength is like a high-speed sports car, then the magic power improvement is like a snail crawling slowly. They're not the same at all. This time, the magic power improvement made Lui realize that magic power improvement can actually be like a sports car. Lui roughly estimated that this time the magic power improvement reached at least 10 times, which is too exaggerated. The magic furnace is really good. Now it can stimulate magic power and improve the magic level. The speed of magic power increase is 100 times faster than before, and the magic power level is 10 times higher than before. Regardless of the physical strength, just talking about the current magic power level in magic, I can already fight against most people on Earth. Lui felt the changes in his body and smiled. After laughing for a long time, Lui restrained his smile. After looking around, he suddenly put his hand on the grass. At this moment, a huge magic circle with Lui as the center appeared under Lui's feet, emitting a faint blue light. Boom. The air in the area covered by the magic circle seemed to be distorted, and the grass in the magic circle was directly crushed into pieces. In the magic circle, the gravity has been increased by hundreds of times, and the grass was directly crushed by gravity. That is, there are no creatures and objects here, otherwise it will be crushed like the grass here. The power is quite good. If a person with a weak physique dares to stand in front of me, it's bad luck to him. Not everyone can withstand 100 times the gravity. As the caster of magic, Lui can resist this gravity, and he himself can, but other people don't have this ability. Just talking about the Avengers, and humans, mutants, etc. in the Avengers Alliance, not many people can resist it. Not all of them have the physical fitness to resist 100 times the gravity. Saying this, Lui waved his hand to make the magic circle on the ground dissipate, and then began to save the grass on the ground. Lui lightly tapped the ground with his toes. An emerald green magic circle appeared where the magic circle appeared just now. A majestic vitality burst out from the emerald green magic circle, and the crushed grass on the ground became even greener. Above the ground, a little bit of tinder sprouts drilled out, and then began to grow wildly. In less than a second, the crushed grass was replaced by new grass that grew, covering the ankles. Is it worthy of being the magic of the advanced world? The effect is indeed not comparable to the magic of the low-level world. Some strong people in the fairy tale world claim to be able to destroy the world. Although this is a bit exaggerated, it is impossible for such strong people to really exist. Those so-called strong people can only destroy the surface of the world at most, and it is impossible to really destroy the world, but it is enough to show that these strong people are really good. Especially those magics that claim to destroy the world. Lui is now using only a very ordinary gravity array, and he has not used more powerful magic. In the fairy tale world, there are many magics that are more powerful than ordinary magic, such as dragon slaying magic, lost magic, black magic, etc. Lui is now using the most ordinary magic. Looks like there will be fun in the future, Lui said with a playful smile. After laughing, Lui did not continue. After the magic circle under his feet converged, he began to think about whether to find someone to experiment with his new magic. It seems that nothing has happened recently. Originally, there was an X-Men 2, but it collapsed. Recently, it seems that there has been no X-Men plot. The plot of X-Men 2 was supposed to be staged recently, but the plot of X-Men 2 collapsed directly after Lui killed Stryker. Without him controlling the mutants to assassinate Asterisk, there would be no X-Men 2 plot. Lui couldn't even find a chance to play around, and the plot of X-Men 3 is probably the same. The plot of X-Men 2 collapsed, and the other personality in Jean's body has not yet broken through Professor X's blockade. This makes it impossible to play well. Fortunately, this world is not only about the X-Men plot, but also other plots. Lui can't count on the X-Men plot, but he can still rely on other plots, such as the Avengers plot. Recently, the plot of Avengers seems to be about to be staged. There will be a big war and aliens will break into the Earth. It will definitely be fun. Thinking about the inexplicable space fluctuations that suddenly appeared on the Earth recently, Lui found the target. The trigger of the Avengers plot is the cosmic cube. The space fluctuations that the cosmic cube is now erupting are so strong that Lui can feel it, which shows that it is almost time to start. Lui is now waiting for Loki's arrival. As long as he comes, he can play with confidence. Lui only hopes that this day can come sooner, even if someone does not want him to come, such as Nick Fury. He is also a person who is unwilling to be lonely. He is obviously investigating his internal problems, but he still does not forget to use the cosmic cube to develop weapons. He is really not afraid of death. The Cosmic Cube is one of the 6 Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe, also known as the Infinity Cube. With the power of space, it can open the space gate and transmit a large number of weapons and soldiers to any place through the space gate to launch an interstellar war. During World War II, the Hydra led by the Red Skull took it from the Norwegian Dawnstone Castle to develop infinite energy and weapons. After Captain America defeated the Red Skull, the Cosmic Cube fell into the sea and was discovered by Howard Stark and later controlled by SHLD. After seeing Thor, Nick Fury realized that a new war situation was about to emerge, and the outbreak of an interstellar war was only a matter of time, and then coupled with Lui's threat. Here, it is estimated that Lui's threat is more. Without figuring out what the Cosmic Cube is, Nick Fury handed the Cosmic Cube to Sylvig for research and weapons research, and this plan was brain deadly named Phase 2. That is, people with naming difficulty syndrome would give the plan this name. But none of this is important. What is important is what will happen next. When Sylvig was studying the Cosmic Cube, Loki opened a space gate through the Cosmic Cube, intending to use this Cosmic Cube to open the space gate and lead the Chijiri army to attack New York. Later, Loki really grabbed the Cosmic Cube, which made the Chijiri army come to Earth, promoted the establishment of the Avengers, and set off the New York War. In this process, Nick Fury, Thor, and now Loki all played a huge role. Thor and Loki played a huge role in promoting this world, and Nick Fury provoked this world. The three can be said to be indispensable, but if you want to say who among the three played a greater role, then it is undoubtedly Lui. Although Thor represents the myriad races in the universe, the human beings on Earth are not the only intelligent life, and there are huge dangers outside the Earth, and Nick Fury is the proposer of this plan, but they are not the most important factors. The most important factor is Lui. Without Lui, it is not so easy for this plan to succeed. When Nick Fury first mentioned his plan to the World Security Council, the members of the World Security Council did not pass the plan for the first time, but began to discuss it. This is not something that can be decided in a few words. It requires huge funds and sufficient technical support, and it is also necessary to discuss how to divide the benefits afterwards. The members of the World Security Council were arguing and could not reach a unified opinion. They were all delaying time as much as possible. However, this delay was instantly agreed upon after a member of the World Security Council made his own speech. What did he say? It's very simple. He mentioned Lui. At that time, he said that the reason why our weapons failed to cause harm to Lui was entirely because Lui's defense was strong and our weapons were very weak. If our weapons were strong enough, and we borrowed the power of the Cosmic Cube to obtain powerful weapons, then everything would be different. When he said this, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. After thinking about it, they felt more and more right. Soon, They reached a consensus and didn't waste any more time. Even though they knew it was difficult to divide the spoils, Lu E promoted the passage of this plan proposal. Otherwise, I really don't know when they would argue. Do you think it's over? No, it's not. The members of the World Security Council felt that this was too slow and might not have enough impact on Lu E. So Lu E decided to increase the investment in funds and technology. Now, the underground base prepared by Nick Fury is more perfect, more sci-fi, and has stronger defense, and the plan is going more smoothly. Lu's role is undoubtedly the greatest. Lu E accelerated and promoted the implementation of this plan. It is also because of Lu E that the space fluctuations on the Earth are becoming more and more intense, and the speed of Loki's appearance has also accelerated. Lu E has deeply felt this during this period of time. He can easily feel the increasingly strong space fluctuations on the Earth. The Earth is very large, and Lu E does not have a magic circle that can monitor the entire planet. Generally speaking, it must be very difficult to detect the space fluctuations on one side of the Earth. However, the problem is that Lu E discovered it, and it was discovered very easily, which shows how far the space fluctuations have reached. Lu E has no doubt that under this space fluctuation, Loki will soon appear and bring the Chijiri army. Lu E is now waiting for him to appear, and Lu E also planned to let him bring the Chijiri army to the Earth. Once this plot begins, it will be Lu Yi's chance to test his magic, and it will also be a chance to make a lot of money. These days, Lu Yi has not forgotten to fight with robots to get the chance to draw, but the problem is that there is only one robot. Although there are many kinds of weapons, they are limited after all. They will be gone after a few days. It is very difficult to get them again in a short time. The arrival of the Chijiri army this time is another good opportunity to get the chance to draw. The weapons of the Chijiri army are a little weird, but their strength is absolutely unquestionable. Maybe this time, I can play with the Avengers. Captain America, Natasha, Hawkeye, Thor, Hulk, Iron Man. These Avengers are not Avengers. They are obviously opportunities to draw. Beat them all and put these results together. It is estimated that it will be another perfect chance to draw. This cannot be wasted and must be obtained as for their own ideas. It is not important. What is important is Lu Yi's own ideas. Now Lu Yi is just waiting for Loki to appear, and then he will appear at the necessary moment to fight against the Chijiri army and the Avengers to earn the chance to draw. Fortunately, the Chijiri army and the Avengers don't know what Lu Yi is thinking. Otherwise, they will be angry that Lu Yi doesn't take them seriously at all. Isn't this worth their anger? If they didn't know, they would definitely strangle Lu Yi to death, but if they can do it. Inside the underground base of S.H.I.E.L.D. codenamed Plan 2, Nick Fury's face was full of deep thoughts. He kept talking to Hill while walking towards the core area of the underground base. Nick Fury's speed was not slow, and he soon arrived at this core area. Here, there were several scientists busy in front of dense scientific and technological equipment. They all looked solemn, as if they had encountered something difficult. Nick Fury had just chatted with Hilvig, who was in charge of this project, when an alarm suddenly sounded in the entire core area. In the center of the core area, the cosmic cube fixed on a special instrument suddenly burst into a deep blue light, and the energy index detector also found that the cosmic cube was constantly releasing energy. This energy far exceeded the energy generated by the abnormal energy reaction they had detected before, which made everyone present worried. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the cosmic cube. However, they saw that the azure light on the cosmic cube became stronger, and the energy was even transformed into substance, which could be observed by the naked eye. On the cosmic cube, the azure light shone, and a special energy fluid was formed in front of the cosmic cube. Buzz. A special sound came from the cosmic cube, and a beam of azure light shot out from the cosmic cube and stopped 5 or 6 meters away. That a space gate was opened by the azure light beam, and a dark space was revealed on the other side of the space gate. Everyone looked at this sudden change in amazement. Suddenly, a figure came out of the space gate, half knelt on the ground in the shocked eyes of everyone, and started to pose. Nick Fury was furious. Damn, you don't want to live if you pose in my territory. Nick Fury couldn't help but want to call for someone to catch this guy, but before he could call for someone, those people had to attack. The person who came out of the space gate raised the scepter in his hand, and a slightly dimmer azure energy shot out from the top of the scepter and hit an instrument. Boom. ZZ. First there was a loud bang, and the instrument was directly overturned, and light blue arcs flashed from the instrument continuously, making a sizzling sound. The two scientists next to the instrument were the first to suffer. They were directly hit by the overturned instrument, and the electric arc hit them. Before they could react, they were killed by the double attack of the instrument and the electric arc, and this was not the end. After that, the man who came out of the space gate kept raising the scepter in his hand, and continuously radiated energy to the surroundings in a blink of an eye. The entire core area became a mess. Whoosh. Seeing that he would never stop, Hawkeye, who was standing in the distance, sent out a sharp arrow that pierced the air and shot at Hawkeye. The man also saw the sharp arrow, but he didn't care at all. He waved the scepter in his hand, and the scepter and the sharp arrow collided with each other. With a ding, the sharp arrow was swept away, and at this time he also saw Hawkeye, and a beam of light shot out. Hawkeye didn't check for a moment, and was directly overturned by the energy beam. Hawkeye's body flew into the air uncontrollably and hit the instrument behind him. Although Hawkeye himself was not injured, the moment he fell to the ground, the man suddenly accelerated and came to Hawkeye, and put the scepter against his heart. Hawkeye only felt a special power rising from his heart, and the original hostility towards him disappeared, replaced by a very annoying feeling for Hawkeye. Hawkeye became an outsider, and it seemed that another personality had been generated in his body, and this personality was gradually replacing his current personality. The man who came out of the space door showed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, and rushed towards the other guards with the scepter. Ding, ding, ding. Various types of bullets hit him, but they did not have any effect on him. They bounced everywhere, but made him keep approaching those guards, killing many of them, and also turned several of them into his own people, assimilating them, just like Hawkeye. After dealing with all the guards, he was not satisfied with it. He came to the host of this plan, Sylvig, and after showing a smile on his face, he also assimilated him into his own people. After doing all this, he turned his eyes to Nick Fury. The energy beams that were shooting everywhere before did not hurt Nick Fury. Instead, Nick Fury took advantage of his killing spree and took down the cosmic cube fixed on the instrument regardless of the terrifying temperature. Although Nick Fury's gloves were burned black, he put the cosmic cube into a special box and planned to leave with it in his hand. But at this time, he was discovered by Hawkeye. Nick Fury had no choice but to use the opportunity to talk to that person to delay time, hoping to use the power of the cosmic cube to escape at the moment when the underground base was destroyed. But his plan did not last long and was exposed by Hawkeye and Sylvig, who had been assimilated. The man did not waste any more time. After knocking Nick Fury down, he took away the box containing the cosmic cube and drove out with Hawkeye, Sylvig, and others. Although they were blocked by Hill, who was chasing them in a car, and behind them, the ground was constantly collapsing under the influence of the energy of the cosmic cube, but these were not important. What was important was that they still escaped from the ascension, got what they wanted, and caused the entire base of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s second plan to collapse, making it a mess. Nick Fury, who was lucky enough to survive, was full of anger about this. He activated the Avengers plan that was already brewing, and began to recruit the Avengers to have a good fight with that person. As things have developed to this point, I'm afraid it's self-evident who that person is. Yes, that person is Loki. All this is exactly the scene that opens the plot of the Avengers. It's finally about to begin. Standing high in the sky, looking at the location of the second phase of the underground base plan, which had changed from a flat land to a valley, and watching Loki, Hawkeye, and Sylvig going away, Louis couldn't help laughing. Lui just discovered that the space fluctuations above the Earth suddenly intensified, and he immediately realized Loki's arrival, and then used the apparition to come to the void of the space and watch the changes here. Louis has seen everything that has happened since Loki appeared here, including the subsequent collapse and the large number of casualties. This time the underground base collapsed, although the staff had evacuated as much as possible. They still could not evacuate completely, and some people were directly buried. But Louis had no intention of intervening, just watching Loki, Hawkeye, and Sylvie driving the car slowly away in his eyes. Seeing this, Louis did not continue to stay where he was, and chose to leave with an apparition. Just now, did you feel a gaze focused on us? After Louis left, Loki suddenly raised his head and looked at the void where Louis had just disappeared. No, Hawkeye and Sylvie said at the same time. No? Did I sense it wrongly? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Loki glanced at the scepter in his hand, which gave him infinite confidence. Do you have any place to go? I have a safe house we can go to. It's big enough for us to use as a temporary base. Hawkeye said, okay, let's go here. After saying that, Loki thought for a while and suddenly said, by the way, does any one of you have any way to find some manpower? It is not a simple matter to recruit the Chijiri army. It requires some necessary preparations. Use professional instruments to heat the cosmic cube to a certain temperature and stabilize the cosmic cube to open the space gate. Loki's own ability is strong enough, but this kind of thing is not what he is good at. He needs Sylvie to help him, and he also needs a large number of manpower to prepare. When it comes to scientific research, Sylvie is naturally needless to say. The second phase plan has been carried forward in his hands, and many weapons have been successfully modulated. However, finding manpower is really not his strong point. This one still depends on Hawkeye. Among them, only Hawkeye can do it. Leave the task of finding people to me. I will be able to gather a large number of people very quickly. Then I'll leave it to you. Loki nodded with satisfaction. He felt that being able to assimilate Hawkeye was one of the most correct decisions he had made. Sometimes a great teammate is really one of the keys to success. You don't have to think about any problems. The other party can solve them for you directly, just like Hawkeye now. After arranging the task for Hawkeye, Loki had nothing else to do. He sat in the car, holding the scepter, and quietly watched the scenery around him that kept receding. It was not easy for him to get to where he is today. He also needed to pay a price. Leading the Chijiri army to descend on the Earth and conquering the Earth was one of the prices. He does not have any sympathy for the Earth. He is just worried about himself. He knows that he is courting disaster, and it is unlikely to end well. Loki is not a fool. On the contrary, he is very smart. How could he not know the consequences? But he has no choice. Loki wants to prove himself. In order to prove that he is not worse than Thor, he can do anything, even sacrifice the life of a planet. As for his own life, he has no intention of sacrificing it. It is true that he is courting disaster, but it does not mean that he will suffer the consequences in the end. As long as he can be careful, there will be different results. Louis didn't know that Loki was willing to sacrifice himself to prove himself, and he didn't care. Louis was now in his house watching Loki and his men's actions, waiting for everything to start. Loki has already started his preparations, so has the Avengers also begun? Watching and listening to Loki looking for a base and manpower, and gathering a large number of people in a temporary base, Louis shifted his attention to Nick Fury. Nick Fury's Avengers call has been put on the agenda, and Louis now wants to see how he is progressing. Lui sight passed through the barrier of space, through many obstacles, and after searching the SHIELD headquarters, he finally found Nick Fury in a GYM.AT. This moment, Nick Fury was talking to a burly soldier. Captain America? Nick Fury has found a good target for himself, but if that's the case, then it means that the other Avengers have also begun to gather. Unlike Loki, who is a commander without troops, Nick Fury has many subordinates and a ready-made base, which ensures that he does not have to waste time and can let his subordinates gather the Avengers who have already made arrangements. Now that Nick Fury has begun recruiting the soldier Captain America, his other subordinates should have already gathered the other Avengers, which is basically unchanged from the plot. From this point of view, in the plot, Coulson, who is in charge of the rich man Tony Stark, and Natasha, who is in charge of the big Hulk, should have set out long ago, and the Avengers should be gathered soon. Loki started to prepare. The Avengers began to gather. Everything is finally about to begin. Louis stood in his house, thought about it, but did not continue to stay in his house board. It was right for both sides to start gathering, but it still took some time. Louis felt that he should find something to do, at least to pass this time. Thinking of this, Louis had not figured out what to do next, and the magic circle in front of the door was triggered by an unexpected visitor. Huh? Maria Hill? Why is she here? Louis looked at the person outside the door through the magic circle and asked in surprise. Maria Hill, one of the top agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., is an outstanding strategic expert, good at strategic deployment, and Nick Fury's right-hand man. She has done many great things. Later, she had the opportunity to become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but she refused, thinking that she was not suitable, and recommended Tony Stark. The launch of the Avengers Civil War plot also had something to do with her. She was one of the few people who resolutely implemented the Superhero Registration Act, which indirectly led to the Civil War. Lui really felt quite strange that such a person, instead of staying in S.H.I.E.L.D. at this critical moment, suddenly ran out of his own door. This strangeness made Louis couldn't help but turn on the soul reading and began to check Maria Hill's memory. Maria Hill's memory was like video and audio, arranged in an unusually neat manner in front of Louis, allowing Louis to take whatever he wanted and check it out. Lui quickly flipped through her memory within 5 days, and then Louis couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This Nick Fury is too bold. You right? They've actually focused their attention on me. Louis couldn't help but swear. After finally calming himself down, Louis turned his attention to the outside of the door and looked at Maria Hill. Let's meet her. See how she plans to convince me. After saying that, Louis used his mind to generate a small magic circle under her feet and teleported her in front of him. Lui looked at Hill, who was confused because of the sudden change in the scenery around her. Louis said, don't be surprised. I used magic to teleport you here. I didn't expect you to be able to do this. No wonder a magic circle suddenly appeared under my feet just now. Hill couldn't help but suddenly realized. Sit down. Louis tapped the ground with his toes, and an emerald green magic circle appeared under the feet of the two. With the appearance of the magic circle, the grass began to grow wildly under the two, and the roots became abnormally thick, growing into the shape of a chair. Lui had done the teleportation, so this was not easy. Hill didn't care too much about it. After letting it go, he sat on the chair. After sitting down, he paused for a while, weaving some words, and then Hill said, this time I came here. Actually, I have something important to discuss with you. Oh, what's the big deal? Louis pretended not to know and asked curiously. It's like this. A few days ago, a huge incident happened in our S.H.I.E.L.D. Because of our research, a strong man from an unknown planet came to our planet. He controlled several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including Hawkeye and a scientist, and destroyed one of our underground bases. So what? Louis curled his lips without commenting, indicating that he really didn't care about it. Such a person appeared on our planet and controlled a scientist who was quite knowledgeable about space. We have no doubt that his purpose was not simple. I'm afraid that the most likely possibility is to open the space gate to let aliens invade our planet. Get to the point. Louis interrupted her without any politeness. Seeing Louis like this, Hill didn't care. She had expected this to happen. In fact, she didn't want to come from the beginning, but there was really no manpower, so she had to come. After all, Nick Fury trusts fewer and fewer people now. With the deepening of Coulson and Natasha's investigation in recent days, Nick Fury found that there were fewer and fewer people he could trust. And now he didn't dare to entrust important tasks to others casually. The task involving Louis is naturally an important task. Nick Fury doesn't want to give this task to others, nor does he dare to give it to others. He can only give it to Hill. Hill came. The point is that we need your help. We don't know what will happen next. We must unite all the forces that can be united, and as a part of the Earth, you are also within the scope of unity. Yes, that's right. Hill's purpose in coming is to unite Louis. Nick Fury didn't dare to think about letting Louis join the Avengers, nor could he do it. He only hoped that Louis could provide them with help. Nick Fury has a deep understanding of how powerful Louis' help is after the previous Dark Book incident. A dagger, a long sword, and 2 necklaces allowed Coulson and Natasha to kill a powerful superpowered person. With Louis' help, Nick Fury felt that even if a huge change occurred later, there would not be a problem. Nick Fury has a good idea, but the difficulty of implementation all falls on Hill. Is Louis so easy to persuade? Louis smiled faintly and said, that's right. But if that's all, I won't agree. The Earth should be your hunting ground. If aliens come to invade the Earth, they are just occupying your territory. You should let them know who the Earth belongs to. Do you think I'm right? Hill came up with a good reason in an instant. In order to let Louis provide some help. Hill really didn't care about her moral integrity, but this made it difficult for her, as she was so cold and aloof, to say such flattering words. That makes sense, but what happened again? Why should I help you guys when I can solve the problem myself? You guys are a bunch of idiots. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm talking about you guys. I have an MMP, but I don't know if I should say it. CO wanted to curse, but she opened her mouth and didn't say it in the end. On the one hand, she was afraid of Lu Yi, and on the other hand, it didn't fit her personality. We may be ugly, but if we do it, we can still save you a lot of time, right? That's true. You can indeed save me a lot of time, but the problem is that I don't want to save time, and I don't want to make something that was originally a sure thing become full of variables. Lu Yi was completely unmoved. Hill was very distressed by Lu Yi's stubbornness, but fortunately, Nick Fury did not really force Hill to complete Lu Yi's mission. Hill now had the idea of giving up the mission directly. You seem very unhappy, don't you? Hill's depressed expression was written all over his face, which made Lu Yi laugh. A little bit. I originally thought that you would help us fight those people to the end, but I didn't expect that you really fought to the end in the end. But in the end it was you who fought with them to the end. Isn't this great? You shield can save a lot of trouble, but we don't want to save trouble. If we do it ourselves, we may still be concerned about some ordinary people, but if you do it, it will be completely different. Who knows what you will do? Hill rolled her eyes and said nothing. She just looked at Lu Yi quietly. She also knew that it was useless for her to say anything now, so she simply said nothing. Did your shield recently call up the Avengers? Hill didn't intend to speak, but Lu Yi didn't intend to let her go. He asked her in a tone that seemed doubtful, but was actually very sure. That's right. Hill had already learned about Lu Yi's ability of both eyes and ears from Natasha and Coulson, and he felt that there was no point in hiding it, so he decisively admitted it. Do you have any ideas? Hill admitted and asked again, kind of, I'm very interested in you Avengers, so, I want to reach out to your Avengers. What? Hill asked subconsciously, but Lu Yi did not answer. Hill had no choice but to contact Nick Fury after he said he could not make a decision. So that means he didn't agree to help, but wanted to meet the Avengers for no apparent reason. After briefly describing the situation here, Nick Fury's helpless voice reached Hill's ears. That's right. Director, what do you think we should do? Agree, or agree? Nick Fury. Nick Fury couldn't figure out whether he was speechless because of Hill's words or because of Lu Yi. He only knew that he had no choice. Just as Hill said, no matter what, he had to agree. Let him come. We can't stop this kind of thing. The aerospace carrier is about to take off. We need your command. Bring him here as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Hill answered, and turned to look at Lu Yi, who had an expression on his face that showed he had known it would be like this. Lu Yi was standing on the side, and even without using his super hearing, he could hear what they were saying. Hill was not surprised at all that Lu Yi knew the result. Do you need to pack anything else? Hill asked with a helpless smile. Unnecessary. Let's go then. Okay. Lu Yi nodded, waved his hand, and a flash of light appeared in front of him. Yuriko appeared in front of him, and Hill Lu Yi didn't feel anything. But Hill couldn't help but shrink her pupils. She had experienced teleportation before, but her own experience and seeing others teleporting were completely different. The biggest difference was that the feeling of her own experience was a sudden change in front of her, while seeing others teleport was a great transformation. The sudden appearance of a person naturally couldn't scare Hill. It was mainly because she thought of the strategic significance behind the great transformation, and then she was frightened. There is no limitation of space, which allows Lu Yi to fight regardless of distance, which naturally makes Lu Yi invincible. If you want to fight with Lu Yi, well, first you need to limit Lu Yi's teleportation magic. Otherwise, you can't really capture or defeat him. After all, he can travel around at will, making it impossible for all enemies to touch him. Yuriko, I'm going to be away for a few days, so I'll leave the house to you to take care of. If anyone doesn't know what's best for them, you can activate the magic I engraved in the house. This magic is enough to kill all the intruders. Yes, master. Yuriko answered happily. However, Yuriko still couldn't understand why Lu Yi would emphasize talking about magic in front of her. She had known this for a long time and didn't need to be reminded. Yuriko didn't know, but Hill was very clear that Lu Yi didn't say the last thing about magic to Yuriko, but to himself that Lu Yi was trying to warn others and pass the word through himself to prevent someone from being blind and doing something bad to Lu Yi's residence when he left. Through all this, Hill discovered a huge problem. She became curious about Lu Yi's house. Couldn't help but want to send someone to confiscate Lu Yi's house, of course. She didn't think that Lu Yi was scaring her. Lu Yi's house must be engraved with a lot of magic, enough to deal with all invaders. However, it was because of this that she felt more and more that there must be good things in Lu Yi's house. This was also the key reason why she wanted to confiscate Lu Yi's house. But in the end, this was just a thought, and it would never become a reality. If it was really done, it would be very dangerous. Standing in Lu Yi's house, Hill couldn't help feeling depressed. This feeling of entering a treasure mountain, but returning empty-handed was really terrible. Let's go. Lu Yi seemed not to notice the bad expression on Hill's face. After saying something to Hill, he turned around and walked out the door without looking back. Hill followed closely behind him, and then followed Lu Yi and walked out the door. The two walked out of the room one after another. Which car is yours? Standing at the door, Lu Yi asked, it's that black SUV. SUVs again. Do you have limited budgeted shield? You have all SUVs. SUV is a public vehicle. Every time someone comes to see you, it's for business, so of course they're all SUVs. Let's get going. The two of them got into the car one after another, with Hill sitting in the driver's seat and starting the engine. No need, Lu Yi said without waiting for Hill to light the fire.